Chapter 4036. That's naturally for the best. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Qinfeng's eyes couldn't help but flash with admiration. At the same time, he also felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a fluke to have such strength at such a young age. Ordinary Heaven's Pride experts were usually proud and arrogant. They felt that those weaker than them wouldn't be of any help to them, nor would they admit that they could help them. But Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Not only did he not think so, but he also openly said that he might be able to find some inspiration from those weaker than him. In fact, being strong didn't mean that you were strong in every aspect. Those weaker than you weren't weaker than you in every aspect. It could only be said that their overall strength wasn't as good as yours. Some aspects of them were still worth learning. Duan Lingtian. Shortly after ending the voice transmission with Duan Lingtian, the group returned to the temporary residence arranged by Profound Jade Manor. Zhen Pingfan, however, didn't rush to go back. Instead, he followed Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's residence. Elder Zhen, is there something you need? Seeing Zhen Pingfan following them, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. But in fact, he had already guessed why Zhen Pingfan followed them. He most likely wanted to say what Yi Qinfeng told him before. And Zhen Pingfan's next words also confirmed his guess. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan wasn't as unruly as he usually was, and his expression was solemn. Based on his words, he was advising Duan Lingtian not to feel too much pressure and not necessarily aim for the top 3. If not, it would be good to keep a top 10. Elder Zhen, I know what to do. You can rest assured. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, all in all, I won't be reckless. At least, I'll bring back a top 10 for Chunyang School. Yeah. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was relieved. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, since Duan Lingtian said so, he definitely wasn't talking nonsense. Previously, he was indeed worried that Duan Lingtian would fight to the death for the top 3 because of the pressure. If he was injured because of this, it was very likely that it would affect Duan Lingtian's fight for the top 10. In the last 7 prefectures banquet, there was a person who was stronger than him and had a chance to enter the top 10. But because he was obsessed with fighting for the top 3, he was seriously injured and couldn't recover in a short time. In the end, not only he was kicked out of the top 10, he was also defeated by him because of a moment's carelessness. He was ranked behind him. If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat him within 10 moves. But that time, he was defeated by him. He didn't want Duan Lingtian to follow in that person's footsteps. It was precisely because of this that Zhen Pingfan didn't forget to tell Duan Lingtian about the past through voice transmission before he left, reminding Duan Lingtian not to be careless and not to act rashly. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless about this. Am I that unreliable? I already told you that I won't act rashly, and you nodded to show that you believe me. But why did you bring this up when you were leaving? Are you afraid that I'll lose my mind? After Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and sat on his bed, thinking about the moves of the few outstanding geniuses in the past few days. Although they showed their strength, if that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat them with my current strength. But who can be sure that they don't have any hidden strength that they haven't revealed yet? That Mo Qihong seemed crazy when he attacked, but did he really lose his mind? He also didn't show his full strength. As for the others, Duan Lingtian wasn't too sure, nor did he understand them. However, as someone who had lost to him in the past, he couldn't be more clear about Mo Qihong in the past. When Mo Qihong hadn't consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor, the strength he could show wasn't any weaker than when he attacked in anger at the 7 prefectures feast a few days ago. The current Mo Qihong couldn't possibly retreat. What a joke! He was already so strong before he consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, how could he be weaker? In the 7 prefectures feast, half-soul high-grade divine artifacts are not allowed, and full-soul high-grade divine artifacts are also not allowed. Originally, the rule of the 7 prefectures feast was that half-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed, but full-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed. And this was also because before Yi Qinfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was made public, the 7 prefectures didn't have a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. Perhaps there had always been one. Some people suspected that some forces had won, but because it wasn't made public, it was more of a guess. However, Yi Qianfeng's full soul high-grade divine artifact was witnessed by others. The 7 Prefectures Feast added such a rule at the last minute because they were worried that the Chunyang school would act shamelessly and let others use Yi Qianfeng's full soul high-grade divine artifact. If others used it, it wouldn't be much of a threat. However, if Duan Lingtian used it, it would be a different concept. Duan Lingtian's strength was considered to be in the top echelon of the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. If he was given a full soul high-grade divine artifact, who could be his opponent? Moreover, he had comprehended the Sword Dao. Not the embryonic form of the Sword Dao, but the true Sword Dao. The Sword Dao that Yi Qianfeng had mastered. The Sword Dao combined with a full soul high-grade divine artifact, the strength displayed was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. They're quite cautious. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was organizing his thoughts, thinking about how to best fight those people if he were to face them. There would be a certain degree of difficulty if he wanted to completely crush them with his strength. After all, the other party was a high-level God Emperor, and the profundities that they had mastered were not weaker than his. In fact, they were even slightly stronger than his. In addition, the other party had the power of bloodline. So far, those people had not displayed the power of bloodline. Although Duan Lingtian had taken the power of bloodline into account when judging their strength, and he felt that their power of bloodline would not be weak. However, before they displayed the power of bloodline, who could be sure that their power of bloodline would not be stronger than what he had estimated? I can't be careless. I definitely can't be careless. If there's a chance, it's best to defeat them in the shortest time possible. Completely defeat them before they gather their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The second segment of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Feast, the ranking battle, had also arrived. In this segment, Duan Lingtian and the other 30 seeded contestants were all acting as spectators. However, after a few Chunyang school disciples beside him opened their mouths, Duan Lingtian discovered that some of the seeded contestants were not present. Of the 30 seeded contestants in Duan Lingtian's eyes, 3 of the strongest 6 were not present. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf School of the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howling School of the Profound Jade Mansion, and Mochi Hong from the Mochi family of the Tunglung Province were not present. It was obvious that they were preparing for the final segment of the ranking battle that would be held a month later, the battle for the top 30. That's right. This time, the second segment of the ranking battle would last for an entire half a month. Moreover, this was only an estimate. The actual time spent might be even longer. This was because the 72 contestants would have to fight against each other. Only in this way would everyone be convinced when the final ranking was announced. In the end, the second segment of the ranking battle, the ranking battle between the 31st to 100th place of the 72 contestants of the 7 Prefectures Feast, lasted for an entire 19 days. It was 4 days longer than the estimated time. The 19 days were completely over. Among the various prefectures and major forces, there were those who were disappointed and those who were happy. On the side of Chunyang School, the rankings of Yi Yinkai, Yun Yue, and the others had also been released. Yi Yinkai, 36th place. Yun Yue, 42nd place. Lan Shilin, ranked last, but at least he had made it into the top 100. He was ranked 98th. Lan Shilin was not the only one who was happy about this. Even his great-grandfather, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Jingming, was grinning from ear to ear. In fact, in Lan Jingming's expectations, Lan Shilin would not be able to make it into the top 100. He would not even be able to make it into the ambitious group. It was Lan Shilin's good luck that he was able to make it into the ambitious group. And now, it was also Lan Shilin's good luck that he made it into the top 100. This was because a few of them were more seriously injured. If they were at their peak, they might be stronger than Lan Shilin, but now they were somewhat inferior. Of course, Lan Shilin was not the only one who was lucky. There were a few others as well. Again, luck was also a part of one's strength. Therefore, although the fact that Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 100 made many people's jaws drop, no one questioned them. No matter what, they were only at the bottom of the top 100. Although they could receive some rewards, the lower the ranking, the worse the rewards would be. Of course, if Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 30, there would definitely be a group of people who would question them. But now, no one said anything. Everyone. Right now, it was still noon. The second segment of the ranking tournament had finally come to an end after nearly 20 days. Flame Howl Sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures feast this time, announced loudly, "In 11 days, it will be the final segment of the ranking tournament, the battle for the top 30. And that will also be the final segment of the 7 prefectures feast this time. In these 11 days, I hope that everyone will not wander around. If not for some unpleasant things happening, don't blame us, the mysterious Jade Mansion, for disqualifying some people from the ranking." When Lin Donglai said this, his eyes were filled with a few people's fierceness. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they were a little puzzled. It was only when an elder from Chunyang School spoke up and cleared their doubts that they understood the reason. It turned out that in the past 7 prefectures feast, there had been some powerhouses from one of the prefectures who had attacked the prodigies of other prefectures before the final segment of the 7 prefectures feast began. Although they did not attack directly, they used their powerful divine consciousness to deliberately injure the other party's soul and affect their performance later on. The reason they did this was naturally to injure the prodigies of other forces who were stronger than the young prodigies of the forces behind them, paving the way for the prodigies of their own sects or clans. So, for the next period of time, all of you should behave yourselves and not go out. Zhen Pingfan glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at Yang Qianye as he warned them with a serious expression. Chapter 4037. So ruthless. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he learned that someone had attacked the prodigies of other forces at this stage of the 7 prefectures banquet. This was the place where the 7 prefectures banquet was held. All forces were gathered here. If they were discovered to have attacked someone here, they would have to pay a huge price. It was a very risky thing to do. However, when he thought about the significance of the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet, he could understand why some people would take such a risk. If they took the risk, they might be able to help their prodigies enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, they would be able to obtain at least 2 qualifications to enter the secret realm of the sacred land. Once they entered the secret realm of the sacred land, they would have the possibility of becoming an upper god emperor. If he could become a high god emperor, this kind of risk would not be worth mentioning at all. It seems like I can't go out recklessly for the next few days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Originally, he thought that he would not need to cultivate for the next 10 days. He could just walk around and take a look. However, it seemed like this was not a good idea. The current him was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of some forces. If they could eliminate him, there would be one more spot in the top 10. Master, I understand. At this time, Yang Qianye also responded to Yuan Hanjin's repeated warnings and expressed that he would not go out. In fact, he did not plan to go out either. Don Lincoln, prepare well. Don't feel too much pressure. Your goal is to enter the top 10, not the top 3. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunyang school group, Zhen Pingfan was the only one left. He looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him again. I understand. Duan Lingtian was not annoyed by Zhen Pingfan's repeated reminders. Instead, he was grateful. After all, Zhen Pingfan did not have to do this. From the beginning, he and Zhen Pingfan did not interact like a senior and a junior. They were more like friends. Duan Lingtian remembered all the help Zhen Pingfan had given him in the past. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him generously. For 10 days or so, everything was calm. After all, something had happened at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. With that as an example, the young Heaven's favorites didn't dare to go out carelessly even with the warnings of their elders. 10 days later, the final round of the 7 Prefectures Feast ranking tournament arrived. The 30-seeded contestants followed their respective forces to the 7 Prefectures Feast, so they didn't have to worry about being ambushed on the way. Under such circumstances, only a fool would make a move. Because not only was it impossible to succeed, there was an 80 or 90% chance that he would be caught. Once he was caught, he would be completely finished. You're quite early today. When Duan Lingtian entered the venue with the people from Chunyang School, he realized that most of the people from the various prefectures and major forces had arrived. Only a few forces had not arrived yet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. This was because in the past, Chunyang School would arrive at about this time every morning. However, each time, only half of the people would arrive at most. It wasn't as complete as now. 30 seated contestants, and a few forces have taken up 2 spots each. This also means that there are a few forces whose sects or clans don't have anyone in the top 30. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, if you can't enter the top 10, entering the top 30 is actually not much different from not entering at all. You won't be qualified to enter the Sacred Land Mystic Realm. It's just that your reputation is better. Even so, many people are still scrambling for it. Many times, many people valued things like reputation. Of course, it didn't necessarily mean that they valued false reputation. For example, at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures this time, some young prodigies from forces knew that it was impossible for them to enter the top 10, but they still squeezed their way to the front in order to show their value to the forces behind them. The better you performed at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, the more you could show your value. Even if you couldn't enter the top 10, if you could enter the top 30, you would be valued by your sect or clan. Even Elder Yi was like this back then. According to Elder Zhen, Elder Yi only received Chunyang School's great nurturing after he entered the top 20 at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Thinking of what Zhen Pingfan said to him, Duan Lingtian could completely understand the motivation of some prodigies present. Sometimes, it wasn't that they wanted to push forward. It was fate that forced them to move forward. If they took a step forward, their future fate might be different. And if they didn't fight, they might have another mediocre fate in the future. Everyone's here. About 15 minutes after Duan Lingtian and the people from Chunyang School arrived, all the small floating islands and the surroundings of the floating islands were filled with people sitting and standing. Obviously, everyone was present. It's time for Elder Lin to appear. The whispers of many Pure Sun sects disciples resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Almost everyone was used to this scene at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures this time. When everyone was present, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, would appear at the right time and announce the start of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. This time, it was no exception. Moments after everyone was present, a figure flew in from the sky and landed in the center of the square in the blink of an eye. Feng Su stood in the wind. It was Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect. Today, Lin Donglai's face was no longer as solemn as before. There was a faint smile on his face. It was unknown whether it was because he was in a good mood or because he was happy because the Feast of the 7 Prefectures was about to end. After all, although it was not difficult to be the host of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, it was easy to tire one out. Everyone. After Lin Donglai arrived, he announced loudly, "From today onwards, we will enter the final stage of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. The ranking battle will also enter its final stage." The 30-seated contestants did not disappoint the Profound Jade Mansion and successfully passed the challenges of the other contestants. None of them were replaced. Even in the history of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, this is rare. Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention what Lin Donglai had just said. Although there had been similar situations in the past where none of the 30-seated contestants were eliminated, it was rare for the Feast of the 7 Prefectures to be so successful. At the very least, this was the first time in the past 100,000 years that such a situation had occurred in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. This was enough to show how astute the Profound Jade Mansion was and how powerful their intelligence network was. Presently, I presume everyone is already clear about the rules of the competition for the top 30, so I won't say anything further. I'll give everyone 15 minutes to catch their breaths and prepare. After 15 minutes, we'll begin seizing the numbered token. Lin Donglai announced loudly. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the eyes of the group of young prodigies present, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was the final stage of the ranking battle. The top 30 would determine the final ranking. The rules were rather unique. Everyone would fight for the numbered tokens. The numbered tokens would be displayed in front of them. Everyone would be able to see the 30 numbered tokens from number 1 to number 30. After that, the person who obtained the corresponding number would temporarily be ranked in the top 30. After that, from number 30 onward, challenges would be issued. Number 30 could only challenge number 21 to number 29. In fact, those who were number 22 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. Number 21 could challenge number 20, but he could not challenge those who were ranked higher than number 20. Number 20 could challenge number 11 to number 19. Those who were number 12 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. It was the same for number 10 and above. However, number 3 and number 4 were obstacles as well. Number 10 could only challenge number 4 at most. Only if he succeeded in challenging number 4 and became the new number 4 could he challenge number 3. Only if he became number 3 and entered the top 3 could he challenge number 2 and number 1. The top 3 were obstacles. Being in the top 10 was also a hurdle. The top 20 were obstacles as well. If one wanted to obtain the numbered tokens, they would have to rely on themselves. Of course, this was not purely a competition of strength. There was a large element of luck as well. If the numbered token one wanted was further away from oneself, one might lose the initiative and fail to obtain the token. All in all, fighting for the numbered tokens was just an appetizer at the beginning of the final stage of the ranking battle. The real exciting part had yet to come. Those who obtained the numbered tokens at the front and those who obtained the numbered tokens at the back had their own advantages and disadvantages. Some people wanted the numbered tokens at the front while others wanted the numbered tokens at the back. However, in general, most people definitely wanted the numbered tokens at the front. After all, those who could become seeded contestants were all top prodigies of the younger generation of their respective forces. They all had pride in their hearts and were unwilling to submit to others. Duan Lingtian, what number token are you going to get? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. The others from Chunyang School also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard this. I don't care. Just take it. Whatever number it is. In fact, for those who were confident in their own strength, this segment was indeed unimportant. So what if you got number 30 token? As long as you had enough strength, you could first kill number 21, then number 20, then number 11 and number 10. Wouldn't you be able to advance further? After killing number 4, you could challenge number 3. After killing number 3, you could challenge number 1. After successfully challenging number 1, you would be able to reach the top. Getting number 1 still gives you a great advantage. At least you can rest first. In the earlier stages, there aren't many people who have the qualifications to challenge you. Zhen Pingfan reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood this principle as well. Then we'll see when the time comes. After all, the distribution of the numbered tokens is scattered, and they're further away from here. Perhaps the area I'm watching doesn't have the number 1 token, and I'll lose the initiative. It'll be difficult for me to obtain it. Chapter 4038. That's true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Zhen Pingfan responded, the last part of the competition really depends on luck. 10,000 years ago, if I was lucky and the number 1 token appeared in the area I was looking at, I had a 70% chance of getting it. Unfortunately, I only got the number 2 token in the end. Zhen Pingfan sighed. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. Was there a difference between getting the number 2 token and getting the number 1 token? It was the same privilege. Only the person who replaced the number 3 token was qualified to challenge the number 2 token or the number 1 token. If you're not strong enough, it's useless to get the number 2 token. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His words angered Zhen Pingfan, who glared at him. This brat was really touching a sore spot. Back then, although he got the number 2 token, he was defeated by many people and fell out of the top 10 step by step. He was not fated to return to his previous life. Otherwise, if he fought his way into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast and won 2 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Sacred Land's secret realm, Chunyang School would definitely not treat him badly. Maybe he would have become a medium emperor god by now. Maybe his strength would not be weaker than his martial uncle Yi Chenfeng. On this side, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking and laughing through voice transmission. As the time approached, the other young geniuses all focused on the field, locking onto Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 prefectures feast. He was the one who threw the number token. This part was actually the easiest to cheat in. Even if he cheated, no one could say anything because there was no way to investigate. No one could be sure that Lin Donglai, the host, had really cheated. After all, the number tokens in front of him might not necessarily not appear on the side where it appeared. After 10 breaths, I'll throw the token. Finally, Lin Donglai reminded them again. There were only 10 breaths left before the 15 minutes were up. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, even Duan Lingtian and the other young prodigies who were not paying attention to Lin Donglai immediately regained their composure and stared at him intently. However, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. While the others were still staring at Lin Donglai, he withdrew his gaze from Lin Donglai and looked towards the Flame Hull sect. The 2 seeded contestants from the Flame Hull sect, Marudo and Lin Yuan, were also the only seeded contestants who didn't have their eyes on Lin Donglai other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed their gazes and found that they were staring in different directions. One stared at the left side of Lin Donglai while the other stared at the back of Lin Donglai. Normally speaking, as the host, Elder Lin wouldn't let the 2 from the Flame Hull sect obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for them to obtain them, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Therefore, the number 1 and number 2 tokens shouldn't appear at the same time where they are staring. This way, even if the others think that Elder Lin has done something, they wouldn't say anything. It's normal for Lin Yuan and Marudo to obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens respectively. It's abnormal for both of them to obtain the tokens. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Therefore, he felt that Lin Donglai wouldn't allow the number 1 and number 2 tokens to appear at the same time where they were staring. Perhaps Lin Donglai was the one who told them where to look. Lin Yuan and Marudo were very cautious. They only glanced at the 2 directions before shifting their gazes back to Lin Donglai. However, they didn't expect the meticulous Duan Lingtian to notice them when they glanced at Lin Donglai's side. Let's keep our eyes on those 2 directions. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to obtain the number 1 or number 2 token. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the other 2 directions. He planned to keep his eyes on those 2 directions when the competition began later. If there were no accidents, at least one of the number 2 and number 1 tokens would appear in those 2 directions. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, the young prodigies from the various forces in the 7 prefectures, including Duan Lingtian, all extended their divine power and prepared to snatch the tokens. The key to snatching tokens was to make the first move. Whoever snatched the token first would not be able to snatch it from the others. Of course, whether a person could snatch a token depended on whether he or she had brought the token out of a certain range. Once it was out of the range, no one could snatch it from him or her. Therefore, before Lin Donglai threw out the tokens, a faint translucent light shield appeared around him. The light shield was white and didn't affect his vision. This light shield was the turning point of the token snatching process. As long as you brought the token out of the light shield, it meant that the token was yours, and no one else could snatch it from you. It's about to begin. The scene in front of them made Duan Lingtian and the others tense up. They knew that Lin Donglai would definitely throw out the tokens in the next moment. As expected, Lin Donglai raised his hand almost as soon as the translucent light shield appeared. As soon as he raised his hand, 30 tokens whizzed out like a fairy scattering flowers. They flew up at high speed and then scattered around him. At this moment, the white light shield formed by his divine power allowed in the 30-seeded contestants' divine power. Previously, their divine power couldn't enter it. Number 2. Duan Lingtian was staring at the direction where the tokens were falling one by one. Soon after, he locked onto one of the tokens and immediately grabbed it. His divine power transformed into an ingenious hand and grabbed the token immediately. The reason why it went so smoothly was because, at the moment when he made his move, the rest of the more powerful people, such as Han Di from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chitian sect, Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Prefecture's Yuan clan, Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Prefecture's Autumn Leaf sect, and Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan in Tonglung Province, followed Lin Yuan and Marudo's divine power. Mochi Hong and Luo Yuan followed Marudo's divine power. The other three followed Lin Yuan's divine power. Apart from them, the more powerful people also stared in that direction and followed their divine power. Under such circumstances, there were fewer people in the direction Duan Lingtian was staring. Moreover, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Even Xianxia was now following Marudo's divine power. As a result, Duan Lingtian took the number 2 token effortlessly. Before the other young prodigies who were staring in the same direction as him could react, he had already taken the number 2 token and left the white light shield. The first person to take the number token was Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, it was the badge with the number 2 badge. This kid, after recovering from the scene in front of him, Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up. Although he had previously suggested that Duan Lingtian get the number 1 token, he actually didn't have much hope. He didn't even think that Duan Lingtian had any hope of getting the number 2 token, let alone the number 1 token. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Duan Lingtian made a risky move. He stared in a different direction from the Flame Howling sects Lin Yuan and Marudo and successfully obtained the number 2 token. As for the number 1 token, it indeed appeared in the direction Lin Yuan and Marudo were staring at. To be more precise, it appeared in the direction Lin Yuan was staring at. The intense fight for the number 1 token also began. Even the group of stronger prodigies from the various prefectures didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already obtained the number 2 token. All of them were focused on fighting for the number 1 token. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's number 2 token was also in his hands. Then he began to watch the show. Upon seeing Zhen Pingfan's gaze, Duan Lingtian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. My luck is not bad. Luck? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan wasn't the only one who didn't comment. Even the others didn't think so. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be the most clear-headed one in the end. At that moment, even the group of prodigies from Chunyang School could tell that something was amiss. Moreover, many people also realized that their thoughts had been completely led by the nose by the convention of the 7 prefectures banquet in the past. In the past, if someone from the faction in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet had made it to this stage, the host would indeed take care of that person. In fact, he might even throw both the number 1 and number 2 tokens in front of that person. Even if that person obtained one of the tokens in the end, the other token would still be obtained by someone from another faction. Under such circumstances, the various prefectures and factions couldn't really say much. However, this time, 2 people from Lin Donglai's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, had entered this stage at the same time. Under such circumstances, if the number 1 and number 2 tokens were thrown in front of them, it would be fine if one of them didn't obtain one. However, if they obtained both tokens, there would definitely be rumors. They might even ask to overturn the situation and start over. Under such circumstances, they put themselves in Lin Donglai's shoes and felt that the 2 most advantageous tokens, the number 1 and number 2 tokens, should not be thrown to Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo at the same time. I'm convinced. No wonder Duan Lingtian has such achievements at such a young age. Just his brain alone is much older than ours. That's right. I just thought of that as well. Didn't you see that the other powerful prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo? They also didn't think of this. However, although they didn't think of it now, when the token fight is over and they find out that Duan Lingtian easily obtained the number 2 token, they will think of it. When the time comes, those who get the number 1 token will be fine, but those who don't will definitely regret that they didn't know how to use their brains. Duan Lingtian heard the words of the group of Chunyang School disciples, but he just shook his head and smiled. Many things were meaningless when they were thought of after the fact. However, he was still a little surprised that he had obtained the number 2 token so easily. It seemed like it was a little too easy. Chapter 4039. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian had obtained the number 2 token. However, when they came back to their senses, they were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's intelligence. Under such circumstances, he had still been able to make the correct decision rationally. This was not something that just anyone could do. Didn't he see that the other outstanding prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Maruto? Moreover, the few of them were currently accumulating and fighting for the number 1 token. This is really intense. After Duan Lingtian obtained the number 2 token, there was nothing for him to do in this segment. Therefore, he could only watch the show. If these people continue fighting, I'm afraid there won't be any good tokens left. However, only the number 3 and the top 10 tokens are better. As Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he soon discovered that 2 people had withdrawn from the fight for the number 1 token. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Prefecture and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Prefecture. The 2 of them no longer fought for the number 1 token. Instead, they set their sights on the other tokens. Soon, Luo Yuan made his move and snatched the number 4 token that some people were fighting over. He brought it out and brought it into his hands. At this point, Luo Yuan's token was also in his hands. As for Tuoba Xiu, she was 1 step later than Luo Yuan. She was just about to look for the number 3 token when she saw someone leave with it. Under such circumstances, she could only take a step back this time and seize the other serial token that was ranked at the lower end. Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu's withdrawal did not slow down the fight. Instead, it became even more intense. Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy of the Azure State Prefecture's Heaven's Roar sect, and Mochi Hong, the prodigy of the Mochi clan of the Tunglung province, were all fighting for the number 1 token with Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect. Just as everyone thought that Lin Yuan would fight to the end, an unexpected scene occurred. Lin Yuan actually gave up on the number 1 token. Then he entered another battle and snatched the other top 10 token. For a moment, only Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Mochi Hong were left in a deadlock. The 3 of them refused to back down. As for the other command tokens, they were all obtained after a series of fights. Only command token number 1, which was being fought over by Mochi Hong and the other 2 command tokens, remained. Those 2 tokens were the 2 tokens that were ranked last, the 29th token and the 30th token. They're even fighting to the point of anger. It's fine if they win, but if they don't, they'll only be able to get the last 2 tokens. Many people sighed with emotion as they watched the accumulation battle before them. Although they didn't really fight, it was still very interesting to watch. The 3 of them fought for a full quarter of an hour. In the end, the number 1 token was taken away by the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chi-Tian sect, Han Di. It didn't mean that Han Di was definitely stronger than Mochi Hong, Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing, and Mochi Hong from the Mochi family of Tunglung province. Instead, it was because he had discovered the number 1 token earlier and gained the upper hand. Behind him, the number 1 token was also in his hands. He just had to stop Mochi Hong and Yuan Mou and smoothly retreat. In the end, he successfully retreated. What a pity! Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing was still fine after the number 1 token was taken away. He only shook his head gently and sighed before he casually took one of the remaining 2 tokens. He didn't even look at the number on it. Damn it! As for Mochi Hong from the Mochi family of Tunglung province, his expression was ugly. It took him a long time to recover from his shock and take the last token in his hand. When he saw the number 29 on the token in his hand, his expression became even more gloomy. At this point, all 30 tokens were obtained by the 30 seeded contestants. Mochi Hong and Yuan Moyu actually obtained the last 2 tokens. Doesn't this mean that Yuan Moyu, who obtained the number 30 token, will be the one to initiate the first round of the battle? It said that Yuan Moyu is the descendant of the powerhouse who became an upper god emperor in the Flame Howl sect 10,000 years ago. In the past, he was very mysterious. It was only recently that he revealed his shocking strength and participated in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Given Yuan Moyu's strength, he'll definitely challenge the person who obtained the number 21 token. That's only natural. What I'm curious about is, after Yuan Mou defeated the person who obtained the number 21 token and replaced him, will Mochi Hong challenge him in the future? After all, if he doesn't occupy the number 21 token, he won't be able to challenge the person who obtained the number 20 token. I wouldn't have thought of this if you didn't mention it. I'm really looking forward to it. If they fight in the beginning, the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet will be interesting. I don't think that's likely to happen. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Lin Donglai, an elder of the profound Nether Mansion's Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, announced, "Now, the 30 prodigies who obtained the number tokens, please take a few steps forward and display your tokens in front of them." As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other 8 prodigies took a few steps forward and displayed their tokens. The first token was Han Di, a prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. The second token was Duan Lingtian. The third token was a prodigy from the famous mansion. He was also one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies in the famous mansion. However, judging from the strength that he had displayed earlier and the reputation that he possessed, it would appear that he was much weaker than Han Di and the others. The fourth token was Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. The fifth token was a prodigy from the Qing Province Mansions by Envilla. The sixth token was Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan in the Underworld Mansion. The seventh token was Lin Yuan from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Number 8, like number 3, was also a Heaven's Pride of the Great Ming Prefecture. They both belonged to different factions, and in the Great Ming Prefecture, they were equally famous as number 3, becoming the 2 peerless prides of the younger generation in the Great Ming Prefecture. The 9th token, Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Qianye who was standing nearby. He had seen Yang Qianye obtain the 9th token as well. As for the 10th token, he was another prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He was not from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. Before Han Di from the Heaven sect appeared, he was widely acknowledged as a top prodigy in the Spirit Rhino Mansion. All in all, in the fight for the tokens just now, the people who obtained the numbered tokens at the front were basically the stronger ones. Of course, there were also those who were strong but did not obtain the first tokens. Among them were Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan in Tongling Province and Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing Province Mansion. Apart from them, there were a few other prodigies who were not weak. They had also missed out on the first tokens because they were competing for the top 10 tokens. All of them had only obtained tokens from the 20th and onwards. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to take a good look at everyone's token and remember who the current owner of each token is. Lin Donglai's voice continued, then, plan who you'll challenge first later. Of course, plans can't keep up with changes unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how many plans you have now, you'll be dragged down by others before you can issue a challenge. Naturally, your previous plans will change. The 30 prodigies would enter the ranking battle. The challenge would start with the 30th token, followed by the 29th token. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would replace the challenger and kick the challenger to the last place. For example, the 30th token would challenge the 21st token. If the challenger was defeated and the challenge was successful, the 2 tokens would be exchanged. The challenger would lose the opportunity to challenge the challenger in this round. The challenger would only be able to issue a challenge in the next round. Such a rule also took into account that the defeated prodigy might be injured and gave them enough time to heal so that it would not affect the subsequent challenges. Now, let's welcome the 30th token. Lin Donglai's voice was heard again. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, fixed their eyes on Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing Province Mansion. He was the one who obtained the 30th token. Yuan Moyu was a young man in a grayish-white robe. He had a delicate appearance and a smile seemed to be at the corner of his mouth all the time. He gave off a refreshing feeling. He stood there looking as gentle as jade, like an elegant gentleman. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, he flew out of the void and appeared on the field. Now choose your opponent. Lin Donglai looked at Yuan Moyu and said, there are a total of 9 people from the 21st token to the 29th token. You can challenge any one of them. At this moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted away from Yuan Moyu and landed on another person. This person was also the one who obtained the 21st token. He was a prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. The other party also subconsciously looked at Yuan Moyu when everyone's gazes swept over, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. However, he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. After all, he was the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the Rui sect and had his own pride. Even if he felt that he was not as good as the other party, he would not back down. Once he backed down, it would be fine if it did not affect his future cultivation. If it did, it would be an inner demon that would be a source of trouble. Number 21. As everyone had guessed, Yuan Moyu chose to challenge the 21st token, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. As soon as Yuan Moyu finished speaking, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion stepped into the air and appeared in front of Yuan Moyu, facing him. The prodigy was a tall and burly young man. He stood there with a strong back and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked majestic. I'm Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture. Yuan Moyu politely nodded at the burly young man in front of him as a form of greeting. The burly young man also spoke at the right time. I'm Wang Zhubai from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Wang Zhubai was considered a celebrity in the mysterious Jade Mansion. In fact, his reputation in the mysterious Jade Mansion was second only to Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Howl sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He was as famous as the other 2 prodigies of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He, Mo Luo Duo, and the other 2 prodigies represented the top echelon of the younger generation in the mysterious Jade Mansion. Chapter 40. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first battle of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures feast had finally begun. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Wang Zhubai, the genius of the Rui sect of the Dark Jade Mansion, made his move and unleashed the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. Then, the profound laws appeared and launched a round of frenzied attacks on Yuan Moyu of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect. At the same time, his divine weapon also played an important role in this. Once he made his move, it was as if he had gone mad. Although the crowd was a little stunned at first, after regaining their senses, they could not help but be impressed by Wang Zhubai's intelligence. Wang Zhubai's strength was obviously not as good as Yuan Moyu's. However, if he could catch Yuan Moyu off guard at the beginning and injure him so that Yuan Moyu could not unleash his full strength, even if he could not defeat Yuan Moyu, he might be able to tie with him. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Wang Zhubai's effort was useless. Duan Lingtian thought so too. As a top genius of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect, it would be surprising if Yuan Moyu was injured under such circumstances. Such a genius would not be a fool. Many people felt the same way too. In particular, the higher-ups of the various prefectures and major forces did not think that Wang Zhubai's move would work. However, at the same time, they knew that Wang Zhubai had no other choice. If he did not use this method, there would be no hope at all. If he did, there might be a glimmer of hope. Even if the hope was slim, it was still hope. However, if Wang Zhubai's move does not work, he will be in a passive position. At that time, he should be able to hold on for a while, but he won't be able to hold on for long. Many people thought so. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhubai unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Moyu like a stormy sea, drowning Yuan Moyu in the blink of an eye. However, after a while, they saw that an even more powerful force soared into the sky and directly defeated Wang Zhubai's attack. It was Yuan Moyu who broke through the air. At this time, Yuan Moyu was still as gentle as jade, but the power around him was condensed and majestic, and as it rolled, it was suffocating. Then, when Wang Zhubai's attack failed and before he could fully recover his divine power, He made his move. Bang! With a loud bang, the void trembled as a terrifying power exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud that condensed under Yuan Moyu's feet. Then, Yuan Moyu swooped down towards Wang Zhubai. A folding fan appeared in his hand. It was his divine item. Now, it was the first time anyone had seen Yuan Moyu take out a divine artifact, because Yuan Moyu had never used a divine artifact in the past. His opponents had been easily defeated without him using any divine artifacts. Yuan Moyu is using a divine artifact. Even if Wang Zhubai is defeated, he should be proud. Before this, no one could force Yuan Moyu to use a divine artifact. Yuan Moyu, in fact, was not very famous in the past. Although many people knew of his existence because he had an upper divine Lord Xian ancestor, they did not know that he himself was so outstanding. Until some time ago, when he showed his strength in the Heaven's Roar sect, the people in the Heaven's Roar sect, and even the people outside, knew that he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the Heaven's Roar sect. Crash! Yuan Moyu's fan was like a gust of wind, creating gusts of wind. An attack like a storm fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Zhubai. Although Wang Zhubai could not launch another attack like that in a short time, he still had the ability to defend himself. Bang! However, even if Wang Zhubai wanted to defend himself, he was still injured by Yuan Moyu's attack. The injury was not serious. However, after Yuan Moyu's second attack landed, Wang Zhubai's expression changed completely when he felt the power contained in it was even more terrifying than before. The next moment, blood qi filled the sky from all over his body, and he directly displayed the bloodline power that he had not used before. The bloodline power was majestic, forming blood-red shields around him. At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of shields, floating around him and protecting him. Boom! Rumble! The storm-like power hit the shields, causing the shields to burst with medicinal liquid. At this time, the crowd could see that Wang Zhubai was vomiting blood in the shields. It was obvious that the burden was heavy. The defense formed by the bloodline power seems to be much stronger than a high-grade defensive divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was surprised by the scene before him. Although he knew that the bloodline power of the natives of the Plains of Gods included all creations, he could not help but be surprised every time he saw a different bloodline power. One more attack. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Moyu in the sky. He could clearly feel that Yuan Moyu's power had not decreased but increased. In fact, the power of the previous two attacks had only been reduced by half. Moreover, he had heard from Zhen Pingfan that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect in the state of Qing had created a way to use the laws. It was not the Heaven and Earth Dao, but it was close to the Heaven and Earth Dao. Its power was even stronger than the embryonic form of the Heaven and Earth Dao. Triple Tempest. This was the name that the upper god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect had given to his self-created technique. This should be the technique that Yuan Moyu is using now. Others might not be able to learn this technique, but Yuan Moyu is his great-great-grandson and the most outstanding descendant. He definitely won't be stingy with it. Self-created techniques belonged to the individual and not the sect. Moreover, given the upper god emperor's status in the Heaven's Roar sect, as long as he did not want to pass down his self-created technique, no one could force him to do so. It's the Triple Tempest. One more attack. If Wang Zhubai doesn't admit defeat, he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. Perhaps, it will affect the subsequent challenges. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had seen through Yuan Moyu's trick. Many others had seen through it as well. When Yuan Moyu was about to attack for the third time, Wang Zhubai finally opened his mouth. I admit defeat. At this moment, Wang Zhubai's voice was slightly dispirited. It was only after he had consumed a few divine pills that his expression softened slightly. During the Battle of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, no one was allowed to consume any divine pills. Only after the battle was over could they consume divine pills to heal their injuries. This was done to ensure fairness. The Triple Tempest deserves its reputation. I, Wang Zhubai, am sincerely convinced. After admitting defeat, Wang Zhubai cupped his hands slightly at Yuan Moyu before leaving the arena. Although he had lost, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, he seemed to be relieved. Not fighting was a disgrace to him. If he had fought and lost, not only would it not be a disgrace, but it would also be an inspiration to him. It was worth mentioning that before leaving the arena, Wang Zhubai took out his serial token and exchanged it with Yuan Moyu's. From this moment on, Yuan Moyu was no longer Wang Zhubai, who was number 21. Yuan Moyu was no longer number 30, but Wang Zhubai. If Wang Zhubai doesn't die prematurely or get into an accident, his future achievements will definitely not be low. On the side of the Chunyang school, even Yi Chenfeng, who rarely spoke, commented on Wang Zhubai at this time. It should be noted that before this, only the 6 relatively strong geniuses other than Duan Lingtian at the 7 prefectures grand banquet had received such treatment. He's not discouraged by defeat, and he seems to have used it as motivation. He's also very tenacious. He's indeed a good seedling. At this moment, even Lu Fenggu nodded in agreement. Let's see if the Rui sect is willing to invest resources in him. Zhen Pingfan nodded as well. Yi Chenfeng and the other 2 did not talk about Wang Zhubai through voice transmission, so Duan Lingtian and the others heard it clearly. The group of Chunyang school disciples could not help but sigh. They did not expect that Wang Zhubai, who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu, would receive the unanimous approval of the 3 god emperors of Chunyang school after his defeat. However, some people did not express their opinion. However, people like Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, Yun Yewei, and Yang Qianye, who stood at a higher position, were further ahead than the others. They could see why Yi Chenfeng and the other 2 favored Wang Zhubai. The group of geniuses on the side of Chunyang school quickly turned their attention to Ma Qihong, who had obtained the number 29 token. It's Ma Qihong's turn soon. Ma Qihong is Duan Lingtian's defeated opponent. He must have been crazy to fight for the number 1 token. If he knew he would get the number 29 token, he probably wouldn't have competed. How can there be so many new in this world? As the Chunyang school disciples discussed among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Next, let's invite number 29 to enter the arena. Theoretically, number 29 can challenge numbers 21 to 28, Lin Donglai said. He looked at Ma Qihong, who had just entered the arena, and said, however, number 21 has just gone through a battle, so he has the right to refuse if you challenge him. Ma Qihong nodded when he heard this. Elder Lin, I know these basic rules, so you won't repeat them. I challenge number 22. Number 22 was a genius from Tianshan Mansion. After entering the arena, he was defeated by Ma Qihong, who had been holding back his anger in just 2 moves. Moreover, he was severely injured. Ma Qihong had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. In the end, he only managed to obtain number 29. He was already depressed. Moreover, many people from Chunyang school had mocked him. This made him even angrier. Now, the number 22 genius from Heavenly Stellar Mansion, as his first opponent, had become the target of his anger. After Ma Qihong defeated his opponent, he became the new number 22. As for the genius from Tianshan Mansion who was defeated by him, he became the new number 29. Number 28. After Ma Qihong left the arena, it was number 28's turn to enter the arena. Number 28 was a genius from a famous mansion. Although he was strong, he knew he was no match for Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu. Therefore, he chose number 23 as his opponent. Chapter 40-41. In fact, in the last stage of the 7 prefectures feast, everyone present knew that unless someone had hidden their strength, the top 10 would be decided from the dozen or so people who had shown their strength earlier. Number 28 challenged number 23. He didn't succeed, but he wasn't defeated either. They ended in a draw. After number 28 and number 23 left the stage, it was number 27's turn. He challenged number 23, but he was rejected. His opponent also had the right to reject him because he had just fought a battle. In the end, he could only challenge number 24. Although number 21 and number 22 were still ahead of him, those 2 people could basically make it to the top 10. If he rashly challenged them, not only would he be defeated, but he might also be injured. It wasn't worth it. In the end, he succeeded in challenging number 24 and successfully replaced him. The challengers kept moving forward. When it was number 24's turn, he was directly skipped because he had already advanced in this round, because he had no more chances to challenge. Number 23 had a chance to challenge, but after looking at the two people in front of him, Yuan Moyu and Machi Hong, he finally chose to give up. Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu were automatically skipped. Both of them had challenged from the back, and according to the rules, they also had no chance to challenge in this round. Number 20, please come on. Lin Donglai's voice came at the right time, and then an elegant figure entered the arena. It was a genius from the Consonance Mansion. He challenged number 13, but he failed and was defeated. This was also the first person who had been defeated in a challenge so far. After number 20, it was number 19's turn. Number 19 was an acquaintance of the Chunyang school. He was Hu Tsai, a seeded contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, who had defeated Yi Yingkai. In the round where Yi Yingkai challenged the seeded contestants, he accepted Yingxai's challenge and defeated him. Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at Yi Yingkai, who was not far behind him, and saw that Yi Yingxai's face instantly darkened after seeing Hu Tsai's appearance. Obviously, Yi Yingkai found it hard to accept his previous failure. I challenge number 12. Hu Tsai went on stage and challenged number 12. In the end, they were in a stalemate and tied. At this time, the atmosphere of the 7 prefectures feast had cooled down. Apart from Yuan Mou and Machi Hong, who defeated their opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood in the beginning and forcefully replacing their opponents, after they entered the top 20, 2 people had lost consecutively. Actually, the people who were able to obtain the numbered tokens earlier were all quite strong. This time, other than Yuan Mou and Machi Hong, who missed the opportunity to obtain the tokens because they were fighting for the number 1 token, the others used their true abilities to obtain the numbered tokens that belonged to them. Indeed, I'm afraid there won't be much to see from the challenges of those ranked 20 to 12. However, I'm still very curious to see if there will be 1 or 2 successful challenges. There are 9 people from the 20th to 12th place. There should be at least 1 or 2 people who will succeed, right? Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses from various prefectures, number 18 entered the arena. He was challenging number 13, the same genius that number 20 had challenged earlier. If one were to challenge number 12, he would be able to reject the challenge because number 19, Hu Tsai, had already challenged him. However, number 13 couldn't refuse. However, when he entered the arena, he still defeated number 18 in a domineering manner, causing number 18 to return in defeat. After this battle, he, who had not fully recovered, suffered heavy injuries because number 18 had fought too hard. Without enough time, it would be difficult for him to recover. I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous for number 13. Number 17 can't challenge him, but number 16 can. Many people broke out in cold sweat when they saw number 13 was injured. However, there were also many people who felt that he was unlucky to be challenged consecutively. However, this was also because number 13's strength was not much stronger than the previous 2 challengers. Otherwise, he would have defeated number 13 directly. With just a short break, he would be able to recover to his peak condition. Number 17 should be challenging number 12, right? Number 12 was also injured in the battle with Hu Tsai earlier. While everyone was thinking this, number 17, a prodigy from Heavenly Stellar Mansion who had just entered the arena, chose to challenge number 12. Moreover, he defeated number 12 before his opponent recovered from his injuries. However, number 17's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength. It was as if he had intentionally allowed his opponent to take the upper position. This person is smart. He knows that his injuries haven't fully recovered, so he didn't make too many moves. He only made a symbolic move before admitting defeat. He wants to recover from his injuries. He's indeed a smart person. Now that he's defeated, the remaining time is enough for him to recover. If he's strong enough later, he'll be able to challenge the people in front of him. Many people could tell what number 12 was thinking. The people in front of him were also deep in thought. If they were in the same situation, could they learn from number 12? In the ranking battle of the Seven Mansions Feast, number 16 challenged number 11 and lost. Moreover, number 11 only used 3 moves to defeat him. Moreover, it was obvious that number 11 had not used his full strength. Number 11. He's hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the arena. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed rather sloppily. He had previously stunned everyone with his moves. However, he did not expect that that was not his true strength. This person was none other than Wang Xiong from the Hanshan residence of the Daming residence. He had challenged Yi Yingkai when he challenged the seeded contestants but was defeated by Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was now number 11. Facing number 16's challenge, he defeated his opponent in 3 moves. The entire process was very easy. The Hanshan residence is so well hidden. Wang Xiong's strength has been further displayed. Moreover, that was obviously not his full strength. Later, Wang Xiong will challenge the person ranked 10th. I wonder if he can win. If he can't, he can only wait for this round to end and challenge the new 10th in the next round. The 10th ranked prodigy from the Consonance residence is also a well-known figure. If he can defeat Wang Xiong, he should have the ability to advance further. At the very least, he should have the ability to defeat Yang Xianxia from the Chunyang school. Yes. Among the top 10, Yang Xianxia from the Chunyang school is the weakest. I saw that he got the 9th token earlier. There was a certain element of luck involved. In my opinion, if Wang Xiong does not advance further in this round and make it to number 10, Yang Xianxia will probably be eliminated to number 10 and then be defeated by Wang Xiong in the next round. The whispers of the crowd also spread to the Chunyang school. For a moment, many people from the Chunyang school subconsciously looked at the figure standing in the distance with Duan Lingtian. The young man stood tall and proud. His expression was indifferent and cold from beginning to end, as if he was not affected by the gossip at all. The challenges continued. After Wang Xiong defended his ranking, the people who were challenged after him also defended their rankings. Soon, it was Wang Xiong's turn. Number 11. Wang Xiong was number 11. After he entered the arena, according to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he could only challenge number 10, the famous prodigy from the Consonance residence. Number 11, do you choose to challenge number 10 or give up? Unlike the others who asked to choose an opponent, Lin Donglai asked Wang Xiong this question. This was because Wang Xiong had no other choice. I choose to challenge. Wang Xiong grinned. Then, he picked up his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. I've heard of the famous He Yushi from the Consonance Residence's Haoshan sect. Today, I'd like to see it for myself. Number 10 was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Haoshan sect of the Consonance Residence. Before Han Di from the Chi Tian sect of the Consonance Residence appeared, he was widely acknowledged as the top prodigy of the younger generation in the Consonance Residence. However, Han Di's appearance overshadowed him in one fell swoop. Some said that Han Di had once challenged him and defeated him. There were also some who said that after exchanging a few blows with Han Di, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, he had admitted defeat. As for the specifics, perhaps only the person involved knew. However, no matter what, the news of Han Di being stronger than him had spread like wildfire. Moreover, the honor of being the top prodigy of the younger generation in the Consonance residence had been transferred from him to Han Di. As soon as Wang Xiong finished speaking, a figure flew out from the Haoshan sect of the Consonance residence. I'd like to see the strength of the hidden prodigy of the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence as well. If you can defeat me, you'll be able to challenge the peerless prodigy of the famous mansion in the next round. If you can defeat them as well, you'll be the top prodigy of the famous mansion. This was a young man dressed in a long turquoise robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were sharp. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in it. It was not because of his emotions. It was because of the coldness in his voice. He was none other than He Yushi, the prodigy of the Haoshan sect of the Consonance residence. That's not important to me. This time, if I can make it into the top 10, I'll consider myself as having completed the task given to me by the old fellow. Wang Xiong smiled faintly before he put away the wine gourd in his hand. His gaze turned solemn as he looked at Hiyushi. It was completely different from the calm and unruly attitude he had when he was challenged earlier. It was obvious that Hiyushi had given him a certain amount of pressure. After all, he was the top prodigy of the younger generation in the consonant's residence. This Hiyushi is not simple as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Although he felt Wang Xiong was still concealing his strength, Hiyushi's strength was not simple as well. Earlier, he had seen how Hiyushi had obtained the number 10 token. He had used an extremely forceful method to snatch the number 10 token from 7 to 8 people. Naturally, those 7 to 8 people did not join forces against him. However, the fact that he had managed to snatch the number 10 token from so many people, even if he had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, still spoke volumes about his strength. Chapter 40-42. Although there were fierce battles in the final stage of the 7 Prefectures' grand banquet, it was still acceptable to the onlookers. Now, Wang Xiong, a prodigy from the cold mountain residence of the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, had shown amazing strength again and again. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Everyone present could tell that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength, so they were curious about his strength. Wang Xiong's current opponent, Hiyushi, was a prodigy from the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion's Haoshan sect. Everyone knew that he was very strong. At the very least, if Wang Xiong showed his strength earlier, it would be difficult for him to tie with Hiyushi, let alone win. They're making their moves. As Wang Xiong and Hiyushi made their moves almost at the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the field without blinking. Obviously, they did not want to miss anything. In the beginning, Wang Xiong and Hiyushi were obviously holding back. It was more like they were testing each other. After 30 moves, the battle gradually became more intense. However, the two of them were evenly matched. After another 10 moves, Hiyushi seemed to realize that if this continued, his strength would be exhausted and he would not be able to challenge the person in front of him. After all, his target was the Chunyang School's Xianxia. His goal for this round was to drag Xianxia down from 9th place. Before that, he had to fend off Wang Xiong's challenge and be in an invincible position before he could challenge Xianxia. If he lost, he would not have a chance to challenge Xianxia in the next round. If he lost this round, he would become the new number 11. Wang Xiong took a step forward. In the next round, Wang Xiong was still 10th. If he lost to Wang Xiong in this round, there would be no need to challenge him in the next round. He could only wait for Wang Xiong to move forward and a new number 10 would appear. Wang Xiong, this is my full strength. If you can defeat me, show me your strength. If you can't, let's stop. There's no need to continue wasting our strength. We'll consider this a draw. After dozens of moves, Wang Xiong's strength was recognized by Hiyushi. Because they didn't want to get hurt, neither he nor Wang Xiong were overly aggressive. Awesome. As for Wang Xiong, after hearing Hiyushi's words, he laughed out loud. Then, the power of the bloodline in his body erupted, displaying an even stronger strength. Since that's the case, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiong attacked again. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. His entire body was filled with an arrogant aura, as if a god had descended to the world. At this moment, his sloppy figure seemed to have become incomparably tall. Bang! Wang Xiong's attack forced Hiyushi back. Wang Xiong stood where he was, his body trembling slightly. Pooh! Hiyushi did not try to hide her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood. If he tried to hide it, he would suffer even more severe injuries. I admit defeat. As for Hiyushi, she was straightforward. After Wang Xiong further displayed his strength, even if she still had the strength to fight with Wang Xiong, she didn't continue. If he continued to fight, he would most likely still lose in the end. Furthermore, he might even be injured further, which would affect his performance later on. There was no need to do so. His goal was to get into the top 10, not to defeat anyone. If he lost his chance of getting into the top 10 because of a moment of anger, it would be difficult for him to answer to the sect behind him. When Wang Xiong injured He Yushi with one attack and she took the initiative to admit defeat, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Wang Xiong is so strong. The Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence has really hidden an expert this time. I feel like Wang Xiong's strength is not any weaker than the two unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion who have obtained the tokens to get into the top 10. In the past, the unparalleled prides from the Great Mansion represented the strongest among the younger generation in the Great Mansion. However, now that Wang Xiong had made his move, it seemed like the unparalleled prides would be renamed as the three unparalleled prides. Or perhaps, Wang Xiong would suppress them and become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Mansion, causing the unparalleled prides to become history. How powerful! At this moment, not only were the people from the various major forces in the Great Mansion stunned, but even the group of prodigies from the Great Mansion's Han Mountain residence. The strength that Wang Xiong had displayed earlier had already shocked them. Now, even He Yushi, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion, had been defeated a few times. Unlike the prodigies from the Han Mountain residence, the high-ranking officials from the Han Mountain residence only had a joyful expression on their faces. They were not shocked at all. It was obvious they had long known Wang Xiong had such strength. Now that they saw Wang Xiong had made it into the top 10, they were overjoyed. At the very least, there was hope for them to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. After defeating He Yushi, Wang Xiong became the new number 10 while He Yushi became the new number 11. Both of them had exchanged tokens. Then, it should have been number 10's turn to issue a challenge. However, since Wang Xiong had already used his only chance to issue a challenge, it was now number 9's turn. Number 9, please enter the arena. As Lin Donglai's voice resonated in the air, many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian from all directions and landed on the cold figure standing not far away from him. Yang Qianye was the person who had obtained the number 9 token. Yang Qianye. Although many of the prodigies from the Chunyang school were not familiar with Yang Qianye, they still hoped that Yang Qianye could bring glory to the Chunyang school, even though they felt that the chances were slim. Some of them comforted Yang Qianye. Yang Qianye, just do your best. Let Duan Lingtian fight for the top 10. Yes, you don't have to feel too much pressure. Under the gaze of the crowd and the persuasion of many disciples from the Chunyang school, Yang Qianye flew into the arena with an indifferent look on his face. Then, without looking at anyone, he said indifferently, "Number 5." In an instant, everyone's eyes, which were originally focused on Yang Qianye, shifted to the young man standing at the front of the Puppet Mountain Villa in the Qingzhou State Prefecture. Number 5 was the prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa. Ximen from the Puppet Mountain Villa. So far, everyone only knew that the young prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa was called Ximen, and most of them guessed that his surname was Ximen. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ximen flew into the air. His face was equally cold, and his body exuded an unapproachable aura. As soon as Ximen entered the arena and stood next to Yang Qianye, everyone felt that they were the same kind of people. The two of them faced each other, but neither of them made a sound. However, their auras were locked onto each other. Then, as soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the two of them attacked at the same time. It was an intense collision. What happened next shocked all the spectators. This was because they realized that Ximen from the Puppet Mountain Villa was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Yang Qianye from the Chunyang school was hiding his strength. The battle between the two of them was more intense than any of the previous battles. Both of them did not seem to have any intention of holding back. They attacked with all their might, and their divine power, which was infused with the profundities of the laws, collided violently. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed, and the two of them were evenly matched. After 50 moves, it was still the same. After 100 moves, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They retreated one after another, and the battle ended in a draw. At this moment, not only did the leader of the Puppet Villa's group have an ugly expression, but even the virtual jade elder Yuan Hanjin from the Pure Sun sect's side had an ugly expression. As early as when Yang Qianye and Ximen from the Puppet Mountain Villa had exchanged 50 moves, Yuan Hanjin had asked Yang Qianye and Shimen to end the battle in a draw and not consume too much divine power. However, Yang Qianye did not respond to him. It was not until he contacted the leader of the Puppet Mountain Villa, and the two of them put pressure on Yang Qianye and Shimen at the same time that the two of them stopped fighting. Yuan Hanjin did not think it was necessary for the two of them to consume so much divine power, and the people of the Puppet Mountain Villa thought it was even more unnecessary. Moreover, in their opinion, Yang Qianye was number 9. After this battle, it would be his turn to fight or be challenged in the next round. However, Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa, as number 5, might be challenged by number 7 next. Number 7 is Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect. Lin Yuan is very strong, and he is the foreign aid that the Flaming Howl sect specially asked for. A prodigy like him will not take advantage of others' difficulties. The people of the Puppet Mountain Villa were already comforting themselves. After number 9 Yang Qianye and number 5 Shimen left the stage, the prodigy with number 8 token also entered the stage. He was one of the peerless duo from the famous mansion. For the time being, no one from the Chunyang school looked at the prodigy from the famous mansion. Their eyes all fell on Yang Qianye, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yang Qianye was so strong? He did not even use his full strength in the previous round? In their opinion, based on the strength that Yang Qianye had just displayed, he might not even lose to Wang Xiong, the prodigy from the famous mansion's Han Mountain Villa. Yang Qianye, you're amazing. Yang Qianye, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought it was impossible for you to make it to the top 10 in the 7-mansion banquet. It seems that 2 prodigies from the Chunyang school will make it to the top 10 this time. The people from the Chunyang school were in high spirits. He Yushi, the prodigy of the Haoshen sect from the Consonance Mansion, who had become the new number 11, was also looking at Yang Qianye from the Chunyang school. His expression was unusually solemn. I've underestimated him. I might not be a match for him. Previously, he had thought that Yang Qianye was a pushover and had planned to use him as a stepping stone. However, it seemed like he had been dreaming. I forfeit. At the same time, the number 8 prodigy who had entered the stage spoke. He shocked everyone and chose to forfeit. He did not challenge anyone in front of him. In fact, there was nothing he could do. He could only challenge number 4, number 6, and number 7. These 3 prodigies were Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect, and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. He had no chance of winning against these 3 prodigies. In that case, he might as well save his strength. Chapter 40-43. Number 7. As Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, a figure flew out from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect camp and entered the arena. It was a tall young man with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows. His temperament was extraordinary, and he gave off an otherworldly feeling just by standing there. He was the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. He was also the grandnephew that Lin Donglai had mentioned. Lin Yuan came from outside the 7 prefectures, but he was now a disciple of the Flame Howl sect. Therefore, no one said anything about him participating in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you have the ability, you can also ask for external help. After Lin Yuan entered the arena, his gaze landed on the Autumn Leaf Gate of Heavenly Star Mansion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan was the Autumn Leaf Gate's prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion, and this was only his current identity. His true identity was the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources. Earlier, he had displayed his powerful strength and let everyone see how extraordinary the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources was. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan so soon? This is going to be a fierce battle. Yeah. Although Lin Yuan's strength is impressive, it's not at Luo Yuan's level. However, since he was invited by Elder Lin to join the Flame Howl sect and participate in the 7 prefectures banquet, it means that his strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at Elder Lin's current appearance, you're obviously not worried about Lin Yuan at all. He should be confident in Lin Yuan's strength. While everyone was paying attention to Lin Yuan, some were also paying attention to Lin Donglai. After all, Lin Yuan was his close relative, and he had been the one who had invited Lin Yuan to the Flame Hull sect. In their opinion, Lin Donglai must know Lin Yuan's strength very well. Since he was not worried, and he knew Luo Yuan's strength, he was obviously confident in Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan challenges Luo Yuan now, even if he has a chance of winning, he will have to pay a heavy price. If he is seriously injured, it will affect his chances of getting into the top 3. Many people felt the same way. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. At the same time, he vaguely realized that Lin Yuan might not challenge anyone. And according to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, he could forfeit and not challenge anyone. This was still better than challenging someone and then intentionally admitting defeat. Once he admitted defeat, even if he defeated everyone in the future, unless the person he defeated was defeated by someone else, he would only be second place at most, and would have no chance at first place. A short while later, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan spoke. Luo Yuan, I should have challenged you. However, I still feel that there is no need for us to fight so early. Let's kick those who shouldn't be in front of us down first before we fight. What do you think? As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, many people were disappointed, but there were also some people who had an expression of, as expected. Like Duan Lingtian, they also guessed that Lin Yuan might abstain. I agree. Luo Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. In this round, I will enter the 3rd place. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of number 3, who was also one of the unparalleled prodigies of the famous prefecture. Although the famous prefecture's prodigy's expression was ugly, there was nothing he could do. After all, Luo Yuan was indeed stronger than him. It was not just Luo Yuan. Most of the people in the top 10 were stronger than him. Number 7 abstains. Number 6, enter the arena. After Lin Yuan left the arena, Lin Donglai spoke, and a beautiful figure flew over like a fairy and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It was the Yuan clan's prodigy, Tuoba Xiu. She was also one of the only 2 females in the top 30 of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Will Tuoba Xiu challenge number 4 or 5? As Tuoba Xiu entered the arena, many people could not help but whisper among themselves. I don't think so. Number 4 is Luo Yuan, and he is definitely not weaker than her. As for number 5, he is the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Villa's prodigy. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he is also very strong. It's hard to say who will win if Tuoba Xiu fights with him. If I were Tuoba Xiu, I would choose to abstain. Once the first few spots have been confirmed, the final ranking battle will be held to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. I also think she will abstain. Due to Lin Yuan's abstention, even if Tuoba Xiu were to enter the arena now, the crowd was not in high spirits. In fact, they felt that Tuoba Xiu would most likely abstain. In the end, Tuoba Xiu did not disappoint them and chose to abstain. After Tuoba Xiu's abstention, it was number 5's turn. Shimin, the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa's prodigy, who had previously been challenged by number 9 Xianxia, chose to abstain as well. 3 people have abstained in a row. Number 4, Luo Yuan, is finally going to enter the arena. Luo Yuan previously told Lin Yuan that he would enter the 3rd place in this round. Therefore, he won't abstain. There is no need for him to abstain. As expected, when it was Luo Yuan's turn, he did not abstain. Instead, he chose to challenge number 3, one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Earlier, number 8, the other of the peerless twins, had chosen to abstain. Now, one of his peers was being challenged by Luo Yuan. Although the crowd was confident in Luo Yuan's abilities, they also felt that Luo Yuan's opponent was one of the famous prefecture's peerless twins. Even if the peerless twins were no match for Luo Yuan, there would still be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Luo Yuan would be able to injure the peerless twins' opponent within 3 moves? As for the peerless twins' opponent, he had admitted defeat in a timely manner. Clearly, he did not wish to aggravate his injuries. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan had not done anything at all. Even if he had expended some of his divine power, he would be able to recover very quickly. Luo Yuan had won and replaced the famous prefecture's prodigy as number 3. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, he had been demoted to number 4. In the next round, the famous prefecture's prodigy might be demoted to number 10. The current number 10, Wang Xiong of the Cold Mountain residence, will most likely challenge him. It's normal for Wang Xiong to challenge him. Earlier, Wang Xiong had displayed an extremely powerful strength, overshadowing the famous prefecture's peerless twins. If Wang Xiong defeats Wang Xiong in the next round, he will become the number 1 prodigy of the famous prefecture's younger generation. I don't think so. They are all from the same prefecture and will see each other frequently. If Wang Xiong does this, won't it be somewhat embarrassing? Wang Xiong's challenge might cause him to miss out on the top 10. You are thinking too much. Even if they are from the same prefecture and are not from the same faction, they won't concede in such a situation. The moment they concede, they will miss out on the top 10. After Luo Yuan became the new number 3, everyone's gazes shifted to the Tonglung province's Chunyang school before landing on Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now. Number 2, Duan Lingnan. He will most likely forfeit to preserve his strength. I also think he will forfeit. Before Duan Lingtian even entered the arena, the group of people present on the scene already thought he would choose to forfeit like the few people behind him. After that, they would wait for the top 10 to be confirmed before the final ranking battle. Duan Lingtian, forfeit this round. There is no need to exhaust too much of your godly power. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him to forfeit this round. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, this was the best choice. This is also Martial Uncle Ye's intention. Zhen Pingfan added. Evidently, Yi Chenfeng also felt that Duan Lingtian should forfeit this round. Duan Lingtian, forfeit. Lu Fenggu had not spoken much to Duan Lingtian all this time. However, this time he reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Forfeiting won't affect anything. There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge the current number 1 later. Faced with Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and replied, I know what I'm doing. At the same time, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hull sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, announced, Number 2, enter the arena. Number 2, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stepped out into the air, the gazes that were trained on him began to burn with passion. Although they thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian, a prodigy who had soared to the top in one go. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. Although the others, such as Luo Yuan and Han Di, were also very strong, they were all at least 7,000 or 8,000 years old. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not even 3,000 years old. He was not even half as old as Luo Yuan and the others. If he could achieve this at such a young age, by the time he reached Luo Yuan and the others' age, he might already be a god emperor. Moreover, he might not even be a lesser god emperor. Duan Lingtian is too pitiful. If he were to participate in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet 5,000 years later at the age of 8,000, I'm afraid no one would be his match. Given the talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian has displayed, he will definitely become a god emperor in 5,000 years. Even if Duan Lingtian becomes a god emperor, as long as he is younger than 10,000 years old, he can still participate in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Currently, a lot of people were feeling sorry for Duan Lingtian. The 7 prefectures' grand banquet was held once every 10,000 years. The age of the participants depended heavily on luck. If one was born not long after the previous 7 prefectures' grand banquet, one would undoubtedly have an advantage in this 7 prefectures' grand banquet. The later one was born, the less advantage one would have. For example, those of Duan Lingtian's age would only be at a disadvantage. In our sect, there are no disciples of Duan Lingtian's age who have entered the God Emperor realm. In our clan, no matter how high one's talent or comprehension ability is, one will not be able to participate in this 7 prefectures grand banquet. Amidst the lamentation of many people, almost everyone believed that Duan Lingtian would forfeit. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Number 1, enter. Chapter 4044. Number 1, enter the arena. His voice was calm and indifferent, but as soon as he said it, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian did not give up. He allowed number 1 to enter the arena. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the people from Chunyang School were stunned at this moment. Obviously, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to do this. Duan Lingtian challenged number 1 directly? Isn't he afraid of exhausting his strength too early and being at a disadvantage later? Isn't this a little irrational? The people from Chunyang School could not understand Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Even the leaders of Chunyang School this time, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, looked at each other speechlessly. Zhen Pingfan could not help but smile bitterly. This kid still wants to challenge his opponent in the end. You didn't persuade him? Yi Chenfeng asked. I did. Zhen Pingfan nodded. I also said that's what you meant. But now, do you think it'll work? This kid is a person with his own opinions. Maybe he has his own ideas. I also tried to persuade him. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple figure in the distance and murmured, maybe it's just as Junior Pingfan said. He has his own ideas. Now that Duan Lingtian had spoken, it was too late to take back the spilled water. They also knew that even if they wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian now, it was too late. I hope he can surprise us. Zhen Pingfan stared at the figure in the distance and murmured, however, his opponent this time is not simple. Han Di is the trump card of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. Han Di was the genius of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion. He was not famous in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the other geniuses of the Consonance Mansion. Duan Lingnan. Mochi Hong stood in the void in front of the Mochi clan and stared at the purple figure with a mocking smile. He's really strong. In this sort of situation, you're still unwilling to give up? From Mochi Hong's point of view, Duan Lingtian's behavior was arrogant to put it nicely, but it was stupid to put it bluntly. The others had all given up. Obviously, they did not want to let the people behind them take advantage of them. But you, Duan Lingtian, are different. Are you trying to show that you're different? Duan Lingnan, I hope you won't be too disappointing. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment defeating you when you're injured. Mochi Hong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His tone was somewhat cold. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Mochi Hong's voice transmission. He instinctively glanced at Mochi Hong and saw Mochi Hong looking at him as though he was an idiot. Duan Lingtian only replied indifferently, I hope you still have the courage to challenge me after this battle. As for Mochi Hong's gaze, he directly ignored it. How could a sparrow or a swallow know the ambition of a swan? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the person who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, the genius of the Heaven's Equal faction of the Consonance Mansion, Han Di, entered the arena. Han Di was a young man dressed in white. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was extraordinary. In particular, there was always a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. After he entered the arena, he cupped his hands politely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your name. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to compete with you. I didn't expect to find an opportunity to do so at the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. I can't compare to Brother Han. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Han, you've endured for thousands of years. Once you've awakened, you're like a divine dragon soaring in the sky. Everyone looks up to you. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Han Di shook his head with a smile. I've always lived in seclusion. That's why not many people know of my existence. As for the thousands of years of enduring, they're just rumors. They can't be taken seriously. Duan Lingtian and Han Di chatted merrily. The crowd of onlookers stared at them without blinking. To them, The battle that was about to begin was definitely the most exciting battle since the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet began. Initially, they thought they would only be able to see such a battle at the end of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, they did not expect to see it in advance because Duan Lingtian did not forfeit. At this moment, everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian and Han Di with anticipation. They were curious to see who was stronger. One of them was a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Tonglung Province. Once he rose to prominence, he was extremely powerful. He had even defeated Ma Qihong, the former #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tonglung Province. The other person was a hidden prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect. He was unknown in the past, but once he appeared, he overshadowed the prodigies from the Heaven's Equal sect. Both of them were top-notch prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Both of them had a chance to fight for the top 3 spots in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Now, however, they had to fight in advance. Although I don't know why Duan Lingtian didn't forfeit, this is a good thing for us. We can enjoy watching the battle this time. You're right. Now, we can finally focus and watch the battle between the top prodigies in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Perhaps we can learn something from it. Duan Lingtian is skilled in the law of space, and Han Di is skilled in the law of destruction. The battle between the two of them will definitely be a fierce battle. The crowd was already looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di. At the same time, Han Di's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He gave a suggestion and asked, "What do you think? This will be good for both of us. This way, both of us won't have to expend much energy. It won't affect the later stages of the competition, and we won't be taken advantage of." After hearing Han Di's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, "As long as you can convince Elder Lin, I have no objections. I don't think he'll refuse." Han Di said. Then, Han Di looked at Lin Donglai and said a few words through voice transmission. When Lin Donglai heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Han Di deeply before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian and asked loudly, "Duan Lingnan, Han Di said that you agree to his suggestion? I wonder what Elder Lin's suggestion is?" Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Although Han Di would not go so far as to trick him, he would not agree to Lin Donglai's suggestion without knowing the reason. One must always be wary of others. He said that I'll set up a concealment formation so that the two of you can display your strength without being seen by the crowd. After that, the weaker one will admit defeat. Lin Donglai said. Lin Donglai's words caused an uproar among the crowd. How can that be? That's right. If that's the case, what's the point of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet? I refuse. I object as well. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the crowd began to protest as well. They felt that this was against the purpose of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. If everyone behaved this way, wouldn't it be easy to determine the winner in the concealment formation? It was entirely possible for one of them to tempt the other to admit defeat, right? Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not even have to say anything. Lin Donglai could feel the pressure from the crowd. He quickly looked at Han Di and said, "Number one, as you can see, it's not that I don't agree, it's that the others don't agree. Moreover, what they said makes sense as well. Once you do this, everything will become opaque. If you don't want to expend too much energy, you can stop here and quickly end the battle. The others might not know the details of the battle, but don't tell me you don't know." Due to the pressure from the people from the various mansions, Lin Donglai rejected Han Di's suggestion. Previously, Han Di had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian about this. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian knew it was unrealistic. However, Han Di had always been polite to him, and it was difficult for him to dislike him. Therefore, he did not reject Han Di directly. Instead, he asked Han Di to ask Lin Donglai. Everything that happened next was just as he had expected. Han Di was too naive after all. Perhaps, this was the result of cultivating in closed-door cultivation and rarely appearing in front of others. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not sure if Han Di lacked social interaction. After all, Han Di had never appeared in front of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He might not have been cultivating in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he was cultivating in some other place. In the end, Han Di could only give up on concealing his strength and secretly fight with Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was too rash. After Han Di regained his senses, he realized the matter was not as simple as it seemed. He smiled awkwardly and apologized to Duan Lingtian. It's no big deal. Duan Lingtian smiled. However, if Brother Han wants to sense our strength at the smallest cost, it's actually not difficult. Just as Elder Lin said, we can use our short-lived strength to sense each other's strength in the shortest time possible. If either of us feels inferior to the other, we can just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian was the one who said the first sentence. However, the second sentence was said through voice transmission. That's the only thing we can do now. Han Di agreed. At the same time, his expression gradually calmed down, and his gaze became serious. Lin Donglai said at the right time, both of you, when you're ready, let's fight. At Duan Lingtian and Han Di's level, both of them had been waiting since the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for them to make the first move. If one of them made a move, the other person would be able to react immediately. While Han Di's expression was calm and his gaze was serious, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with indifference. At the same time, his divine energy had already surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins. He was ready to cooperate with him at any time. Brother Duan, I'll make my move now. When I'm close to you, I'll unleash my strongest strength. Of course, I'll pull back in time. You should do the same on your side. Han Di said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Chapter 40-45. Faced with Han Di's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally felt a little helpless. Han Di was clearly a man and did not look like a wishy-washy person. However, when it came to this matter, why was he so wishy-washy? However, Han Di's suggestion was actually a good thing for him. Moreover, he did not have to worry about Han Di scheming against him because both of them were using their full strength. If either of them were to use their full strength, the other party would definitely be able to immediately close the gap and fight head-on. Under such circumstances, both of them would most likely suffer great losses. He did not think that Han Di would do that. All right. Duan Lingtian responded. Then, when Han Di moved, he moved as well. A raging spatial storm pervaded the surface of his body and a high-grade divine sword flashed in his hand. Divine power and law profundity were integrated into it. The moment he got close to Han Di, he also displayed his sword principle. As for Han Di, when he got close to him, Duan Lingtian could also see the blood aura around his body. Combined with his divine power, divine weapon, and law profundity, he displayed an extremely powerful force. Their bodies almost brushed past each other. At the same time, the force of their attacks was carried away by inertia and was promptly withdrawn by them. They unleashed their full strength in the blink of an eye. After a moment, after the two of them passed each other, they changed positions and stood in the air, looking directly at each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Di with a calm expression. Han Di, on the other hand, was no longer as calm as before. The corners of his mouth curled up in a faint bitterness. At the same time, before anyone could react, Han Di had already laughed bitterly. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As soon as Han Di's voice fell, the entire place fell into dead silence again. On the other hand, some of the high-ranking officials at the Divine Emperor stage stared at Duan Lingtian with a thoughtful expression on their faces. Earlier, when the two of them attacked, it was a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was towards the air. Even they had to watch carefully before they realized that something was amiss. Otherwise, when they saw Han Di admit defeat, they would also be confused and unable to understand. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Many old people shook their heads and sighed. Duan Ling'an, when did you? Over on the Pure Sun sect's side, Zhen Pingfan's face was filled with shock. Beside him, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu's faces were also filled with shock. At this moment, they looked at the purple figure in the field and felt that the other party was completely different from what they knew. The Duan Lingtian they knew did not possess such strength. Han Di is actually very strong. It's a pity that he met the even stronger Duan Lingtian. Many Emperor God experts from various prefectures were sighing. At this very moment, the geniuses from the various prefectures and forces, as well as the higher-ups who had yet to enter the Emperor God realm, regained their senses and were still in a daze. What happened? Why did Han Di suddenly admit defeat? They didn't seem to be fighting just now, right? These people were originally very confused. However, when the Emperor God experts from their respective forces spoke, they understood what had happened behind Han Di's admission of defeat. As soon as Han Di and Duan Lingtian passed by each other, they unleashed a short-lived, all-out attack at the same time. After that, Han Di felt that he was not as good as Duan Lingtian and chose to admit defeat. Neither of them was injured. Although they had consumed some of their strength, they would have recovered to their peak by the time it was their turn. Han Di admitted that he is not as good as Duan Lingtian. Ancestor, if they really fight, will Han Di lose? Not lose? It's just that there's a high chance that he will lose? The situation is constantly changing. This small difference in strength might be able to turn the situation around. If that's the case, why did he admit defeat? Han Di didn't want to expend too much strength and was afraid that it would affect the fight for the top 3. Is that why he would rather give up the first place? Han Di is not confident enough. I think he thinks that his chances of winning against Duan Lingtian are not high, so he chose to conserve his strength and admit defeat. I think so too. Han Di is a smart person. When the people from the various mansions and forces learned from the God Emperors of their forces that Duan Lingtian and Han Di's full power attack had been short-lived and that Duan Lingtian had won, their reactions were different. Some thought Han Di was smart. Some thought Han Di did not dare to fight. If he fought, he might be able to keep the first place. Moreover, he might not be injured or exhausted. At that time, he might be able to win the first place in the Seven Mansions banquet. No matter what the crowd said, the result of the battle was clear. Han Di admitted defeat. Duan Lingtian won. The two of them exchanged their serial tokens. Duan Lingtian became the new number 1. Brother Duan, you really live up to your reputation. After the exchange of tokens, Han Di sighed emotionally. It's hard to imagine that you're not even 3,000 years old. I'm really curious to see how much you'll grow if you have a few thousand more years. In Han Di's opinion, Duan Lingtian's battle prowess was already at the level of a middle-level divine emperor at such a young age. He was even stronger than a high-level divine emperor like him. If Duan Lingtian was given a few thousand more years, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Brother Han, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly and nodded at Han Di. Then, he turned around and returned to the Chunyang school's camp. At this moment, when Duan Lingtian and Han Di returned, 99% of the people present had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Although most of them did not understand what had just happened, their eyes were filled with shock and confusion when they looked at Duan Lingtian after they understood the sequence of events. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He lives up to his reputation as the number 1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province. In the past, I thought it was because there was no one else in Tonglung province that made him famous, but now it seems like I underestimated him. I think he just became a middle-level divine emperor not long ago, right? In such a short period of time, he had completely consolidated his cultivation? How did he do it? It's unimaginable, unbelievable. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation in such a short time. Not to mention the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, even in those godly venerable level forces, no matter how outstanding a young genius is, under normal circumstances, even with the full support of a godly venerable level force, it's impossible to consolidate the cultivation base of a newly advanced middle divine emperor in such a short time. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was once again the center of attention. Previously, most of the people had only paid attention to him because they had heard of him before. Now that they had seen Duan Lingtian with their own eyes, Although most of them were at a loss, they believed it when the Emperor God experts from their respective forces explained it to them. Damn it. Unlike the others who were shocked, Ma Qihong's expression was extremely ugly after he confirmed Duan Lingtian's strength from the Ma Qi clan's Golden Seat elder, Ma Qiyuning. Duan Lingtian had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian and even wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian in the Seven Prefectures feast was because he had consolidated his cultivation with the help of the Ma Qi clan. He was not surprised that he had consolidated his cultivation. After all, it had been more than 100 years. It was only natural for him to consolidate his cultivation with the help of the Supreme Emperor Divine Pill. However, how many years had it been since Duan Lingtian became a middle-level divine emperor? How could he have consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? When Duan Lingtian defeated him in the past, both he and Duan Lingtian had not consolidated their cultivation. This time, he felt that consolidating his cultivation was an advantage. However, now that he knew Duan Lingtian had consolidated his cultivation, the confidence he had built up crumbled. In the past, when he had not consolidated his cultivation, he had lost to Duan Lingtian. Now, he had consolidated his cultivation. Could he really defeat Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Ma Qihong began to doubt himself in the depths of his heart. His face turned green and pale. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Ma Qihong's expression. After returning to the Chunyang school, he was busy dealing with Zhen Pingfan's questions. Duan Lingtian, when did you consolidate your cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor? How did you consolidate it? How is this possible? How long has it been since you broke through? Did you have a fortuitous encounter? Don't worry, tell me. I won't tell anyone. Moreover, your fortuitous encounter might not be suitable for others. They might not have any thoughts about it. Now, Zhen Pingfan's heart was filled with all kinds of questions because Duan Lingtian's attack had really shocked him. It could be said that it had stunned him. Now, when he recalled how he had comforted Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian not to feel pressured and that it would be fine for him to get into the top 10, he felt somewhat ashamed. With such strength, it would be a waste if he only fought for the top 10. This time, you'll definitely be in the top 3. You might even get first place. Now, Zhen Pingfan's confidence was extremely inflated. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I remember that you told me not to feel too pressured. The target you set for me was only the top 10, right? That was not set by me. It was Junior Uncle Yi who set the target for you. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze for a moment before he pushed the responsibility to Yi Chenfeng. Above the void, in a place where no one could see, a jade pavilion hung in the sky. It was surrounded by a faint fog, and it was faintly discernible behind the clouds. Brother, he's so strong? A pretty girl looked down. Her gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the purple figure. Her pretty face was filled with excitement. Girl, since he's already reached this step, it won't be long before you two meet again. Not far away, an old woman sat behind a wooden table in the jade pavilion. She looked at the back of the girl with a doting expression and said with a smile. Behind the old woman stood a young girl and a middle-aged man. The two of them stood respectfully behind the old woman like servants. Chapter 40-46. Since the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Di had ended in a way that many people could not accept, the first round of the final stage of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet came to an end as well. At this time, it was already afternoon, and the sunset was faintly discernible in the horizon. The first round of the ranking battle has come to an end. The second round of challenges will begin tomorrow. As soon as Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect who supported the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, spoke, the people present on the scene began to disperse. Even when the crowd dispersed, Duan Lingtian was still the center of attention. It was only when Duan Lingtian left with the people from Chunyang School that the people who were staring at him regained their senses. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School in Tonglung Province to be so monstrous. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. The old ancestor gave him a high evaluation earlier. He said that with his current strength, very few high-level divine emperors are a match for him. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 3,000 years old. He's a peerless monster. While the people from the various prefectures and major forces were sighing, the people from the Mochi clan had also left. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Mochi clan were unsightly. Many of them knew the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mochi clan, Mochi Hong, was here for Duan Lingtian. As long as he defeated Duan Lingtian, not only would he be able to avenge himself, but he would also be able to avenge the Mochi clan. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had completely destroyed the confidence they had in Mochi Hong. This was especially true when they saw the unsightly expression on Mochi Hong's face. At this moment, Mochi Hong's expression was still gloomy. It was obvious the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had dealt a huge blow to him. You don't have to think about Duan Lingtian anymore. At this moment, Mochi Yuning sent a voice transmission to Mochi Hong. Even if you're not a match for him now, so what? Sooner or later, you'll have a chance to avenge him. A day and a night doesn't mean a lifetime. Let's not talk about others. Take Yi Chen-feng from the hidden sword progeny from Chunyang School for example. He didn't even make it into the top 20 in the 7 prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he's someone who's not a match for anyone who participated in the 7 prefectures banquet? If you're talking about age, there were quite a few people younger than Yi Chen-feng back then. Duan Lingtian's a match, Mochi Yuning. Without exchanging blows, no one can know the exact difference between us. Don't Duan Lingtian's Duan sect, tis. Duan Dutian's Dutian's s. Duan Lingtian's clan, S10 Dutian's. Previously, I was confident that you would make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet. But now, I only hope that you can maintain your position in the top 10. As for the top 3, if there's hope, we'll fight for it. If there's no hope, we won't force it. Mochi Yuning's attitude was only good in front of Mochi Hong. In fact, deep in her heart, she was still somewhat unwilling. After all, the Mochi clan had spent a lot of resources on Mochi Hong over the years. From the very beginning, they were aiming for Mochi Hong to enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. But who would have thought that so many monsters would appear at the feast of the 7 prefectures? The top 3 had also become very, very uncertain. Do you think that Duan Lingtian can enter the top 3? Mochi Yuning did not expect that Mochi Hong's first sound transmission to him would be to ask about this. Hearing this, Mochi Yuning also said truthfully, with the strength he displayed today, he should have a very high chance of being in the top 3. Unless the others are still hiding a lot of their strength. Mochi Hong fell silent when he heard Mochi Yuning's words. However, with Mochi Yuning's earlier persuasion, Mochi Hong's condition had also changed imperceptibly. At the very least, he had now become much more normal. The people from the heavenly stellar mansion's Qitian sect also left the feast of the 7 prefectures. The expressions of the upper echelons of the Qitian sect did not look good. On the other hand, Han Di's expression was calm. His gaze was also calm, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. The reason why the upper echelons of the Qitian sect did not look good was because they had high expectations of Han Di from the beginning. They felt that Han Di would most likely obtain first place in the feast of the 7 prefectures. In fact, when Han Di obtained the number 1 token, they felt that Han Di had a greater advantage. It was only a matter of time before he stabilized his position in the first place. However, they did not expect that Han Di would be defeated in the first round of the 7 prefectures feast ranking battle. He was defeated in the first position. The person who defeated him was number 2, the prodigy from the Tonglung province's Chunyang School who had recently become very famous. Forget it. There's no hope of obtaining first place. It's not bad to obtain the top 3. However, the expressions of the upper echelons of the Qitian sect gradually returned to normal as time passed. At the same time, their expectations of Han Di decreased as they comforted themselves in their hearts. Senior brother Han Di, is that Duan Lingtian really that strong? A disciple from the Qitian sect, who was more familiar with Han Di, approached him and asked. Although he lowered his voice, everyone present could still hear him clearly. They all looked at Han Di at the same time, wanting to see how he would respond. When Han Di heard the question from the person in front of him, he replied calmly, "He is indeed very strong. If I were to really fight him, I wouldn't have the confidence to last more than 10 moves. Moreover, that would be under the circumstances where I would defend with all my might." As soon as Han Di said that, everyone's eyes narrowed and they looked shocked. The prodigy from the Qi Tian sect actually said that he would not be able to last more than 10 moves against the Duan Ling Tian if he were to really fight the Duan Ling Tian? Was that Duan Ling Tian really that strong? There's nothing to be surprised about. At that moment, the old man leading the Qi Tian sect spoke up. He said calmly, "In a battle between powerhouses, even if there is only a slight difference in strength, the outcome can be decided within 10 or even 3 moves. Although Han Di said that, it doesn't mean that his strength is much weaker than the Duan Ling Tian." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at Han Di and said, "Today, you made the right choice. It's important to preserve your strength. If you were to fight the Duan Ling Tian with all your might today, you would definitely be injured. That would affect your performance later on and even affect your chances of getting into the top 3. Although we have high hopes for you in the 7 Prefectures banquet this time, with the appearance of a variable like the Duan Ling Tian, you can just get 2nd or 3rd place. Of course, it would be best if you could get 2nd place," the old man said. Naturally, Han Di hurriedly responded to him. That day's battle was considered a true display of strength for the Duan Ling Tian. Of course, there were still some techniques that he did not display. For example, the Law Clone. If he were to really fight with Han Di with the help of the Law Clone, he was confident that he could severely injure and defeat Han Di within 3 or even 2 moves. It was not that he wanted to injure Han Di intentionally. Rather, if he wanted to defeat Han Di in such a short period of 10 years, he could not afford to be overly cautious. He would have to focus fully on his attacks. Tomorrow will be the 2nd round. I wonder if Luo Yuan will choose to challenge me or Han Di. Or perhaps, he will choose to forfeit. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. When he thought about the 2nd round of the 7 Prefectures banquet tomorrow, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. The current number 3 was no longer the genius from the famous prefecture. Instead, it was Luo Yuan. Now, the numbers 1 to 10 were Tongleng Province Chunyang School, Duan Ling Tian. Consonance Prefectures Heavens Equal School, Han Di. Heavenly Stellar Prefectures Autumn Leaf School, Luo Yuan. One of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Qing Province Prefectures Taowu Mountain Villa, West Gate. Netherworld Prefectures Yuan Clan, Tuoba Xiu. Profound Jade Prefectures Flame Howl Sect, Lin Yuan. The other of the famous prefectures Exceptional Twins. Tongleng Province Chunyang School, Xianxia. Han residence of the famous prefecture, Wang Xiong. Other than Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan of Tongleng Province and Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture, the rest of the young geniuses who had outstanding performances in the 7 Prefectures banquet this time were in the top 10. Mochi Hong and Yuan Moyu were the only ones who had missed out on the other tokens because they had been so focused on competing for the number 1 token that they had only managed to obtain the last 2 tokens. Numbers 29 and 30. However, after the first round of challenges, Yuan Moyu and Mochi Hong had obtained the number 21 and 22 tokens respectively. Yuan Moyu will definitely enter the top 20 in tomorrow's challenge. That is, if Mochi Hong does not challenge him or fails to challenge him. Yuan Moyu will enter the top 20 tomorrow. Mochi Hong will have to wait until the 3rd round to enter the top 20. In any case, the famous prefecture and Tongleng province had stolen the limelight in the 7 Prefectures banquet this time. After the first round of challenges, 3 of the top 10 geniuses were from the famous prefecture. 2 of them were from Tongleng province. Everyone knew that if Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan of Tongleng province had not been too greedy in the beginning and wanted to compete for the number 1 token, he would definitely have been one of the top 10 geniuses by now. Moreover, if he had entered the top 10, one of the 3 geniuses from the famous prefecture might have had to give up a spot for him. Not long after the people from the various prefectures and major forces had left, the glow of the sunset had completely descended, followed by the arrival of night. A night was usually just the blink of an eye for the people from the various prefectures and major forces. In fact, if they were cultivating, the night would have passed in a blink of an eye. However, on this night, many people were waiting for the 7 Prefectures banquet to begin the next day. The 7 Prefectures banquet had entered its final stage and would undoubtedly become more exciting as it progressed. This made many people excited. Of course, these people were basically the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces. As the group of people waited, the night finally passed. At dawn the next day, the young geniuses from the various prefectures and major forces went out to wait for their elders to come out. Then, they would head to the 7 prefectures banquet together. Even the people from Chunyang School were no exception. These little fellows are all very excited. I don't usually see them this early. A Chunyang School elder could not help but shake his head as he looked at the group of young disciples who had already gathered together. Not long after, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Pingfan also came out. Then, Duan Lingtian came late. On the other hand, Yang Xianxia had come with his master, Yuan Hanjin, before Yi Chenfeng and the other 2 arrived. Chapter 40-47. At the scene of the 7 Prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang School team to the scene. Apart from them, everyone from the various prefectures and major forces were present. They had become the last group of people to arrive. This time, usually we come at this time too, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the others, they were not surprised by this. Zhen Pingfan said to Yi Chenfeng, "Uncle Yi, I told you to bring them here earlier, but you didn't believe me. I guessed that they would come early today. As long as we're not late." Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. "Yes, we're not late." Zhen Pingfan felt a little helpless. But if we came earlier and everyone was here earlier, wouldn't the second round of the 7 Prefectures feast start earlier? If we came earlier, it would still take a day. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, "It's about the same. There's no rush." Zhen Pingfan was completely speechless upon hearing this. At the same time, after the Chunyang School team arrived, the elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 Prefectures feast, also appeared. "Everyone, today is the second round of the ranking battle." After Lin Donglai appeared, he did not say much and immediately announced the start of the second round of the 7 Prefectures feast. At the same time, he called out to a young man in the distance. "Number 30, please enter." Number 30 was the person who was eliminated by Yuan Moyu, the Heaven's Howl sect of the state prefecture of Qing. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky. It was not easy for him to get the token that was closest to the top 20, but he lost it in the first round and was replaced with number 30. Of course, although he was replaced, he did not have any complaints, because he was indeed not as good as others. He even felt that there was a huge gap between him and the Heaven's Pride of the state prefecture of Qing. Not to mention him, even if 3 or 5 of him went up together, they would not be a match for him. Number 21 and 22 are definitely impossible to challenge. I can only choose those who are closer to the top and whom I have confidence in. After number 30 entered, he began to look for his target. Finally, he locked onto number 24. However, he failed the challenge. He could only continue to hold his number 30 token obediently. Are all of you so insidious? This number 24 didn't seem to be stronger than me earlier. I didn't expect him to be so strong against me. At that instant, the 30th ranked genius was in a very bad mood. Number 29. However, Lin Donglai didn't care about number 30's feelings. When number 30 was about to leave, Lin Donglai asked number 29 to enter. One by one, people entered the arena to challenge. Some succeeded, while others failed. As time passed, it was soon Mo Qihong's turn on the 22nd contestant. When Mo Qihong entered the arena, many people thought that he would forfeit. Now, he only had 2 choices. Either he fought Yuan Mou on the 21st, or he forfeited. The second option would allow them to preserve their strength. The first choice was to fight Yuan Moyu, and that would put him in danger of being injured. The number 22 was actually a little awkward in this 7 prefectures feast ranking battle, because he could only challenge number 21 and couldn't surpass number 21 to challenge number 20. Forfeit. In the end, just as everyone had guessed, Machi Hong chose to forfeit. In fact, this was his best choice. In fact, the patriarch of the Machi clan, Machi Yuning, had asked him to forfeit yesterday. Moreover, he knew this was his only choice. Yuan Mou would challenge number 21 in the next round, and he would enter the top 20 in the next round. After Machi Hong forfeited, it was Yuan Mou's turn. Naturally, Yuan Mou would not forfeit. This was his chance to enter the top 20. If he forfeited, he would have to wait for the next round, and it would be meaningless. I don't seem to have any other choice. Number 20, it's your turn. Although number 20 was strong, he could only be unlucky when he encountered Yuan Mou. Yuan Moyu's one strike completely routed all of his means, defeating him. Yuan Mou had entered the top 20. He had the right to challenge number 11 in the next round. As long as he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the top 10 in the next round. Elder Zhen. At the Pure Sun sect's side, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a problem, and he couldn't help but ask Zhen Pingfan. There seems to be a slight loophole in the rules of this ranking battle. If a few people from our Pure Sun sect obtain the number 10 command token and send the strongest person to guard the door at number 10 and prevent the people behind from entering the top 10, then wouldn't our Pure Sun sect be able to directly obtain a few positions in the top 10 in the end? That's indeed the case. Zhen Pingfan nodded and then said, however, if there's someone with extraordinary strength who's blocked from entering the top 10 because of the rules, according to the earliest rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he might have a chance to enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There was a way to enter the top 10? From what we know of the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, there's no mention of this, right? Duan Lingtian asked. He racked his brains but couldn't remember such a rule. This rule has always been there, but it's not applicable, so gradually no one mentioned it. However, once the situation you mentioned occurs, this rule will also come into play. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan didn't keep him in suspense. If such a situation occurs, the young prodigies who are blocked out of the top 10 and the forces behind them can apply to challenge anyone in the top 10. However, they have to pay 1 million liang of divine crystals or treasures worth no less than 1 million liang of divine crystals as an entry fee. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, and the 1 million liang of divine crystals they pay is an extra reward for the champion of the 7 prefectures feast. Of course, as long as they enter the top 10 using this method, they can continue to fight for the top 3. If they feel that the third place is deliberately creating obstacles to prevent them from entering the top 3, if they and the forces behind them have any objections, they can spend another 10 million liang of divine crystals to challenge the first or second place. The 10 million liang of divine crystals will also become the reward for the champion. Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. In other words, if they have the ability to obtain the first place, the divine crystals they pay will return to them in the end. If they don't obtain the first place, even if they obtain the second place, the divine crystals will become the extra reward for the champion. However, such a situation usually doesn't occur. First of all, the competition for the numbered tokens also depends on one's strength. If a person from a force isn't strong enough, it'll be very difficult for them to obtain the numbered tokens at the top. Of course, there's also the possibility of people from different forces working together. Under such circumstances, the rule I mentioned earlier is also a way for those who are blocked to bypass the gatekeepers and move forward. It's precisely because of this rule that the situation you mentioned has never occurred in the 7 prefectures feast. Later on, unless they specifically ask about it, even the higher-ups of the major forces don't mention this rule to the juniors. Unless the juniors have doubts about it. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the 7 prefectures feast. If there was such a rule, there would be no need to worry about people intentionally blocking the path. while Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were communicating through voice transmission, another two people went up one after another. One of them successfully challenged his target while the other failed. As time passed, it was soon the turn of number 11 who had not been challenged. It was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Haoshen sect. He Yushi was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion before Han Di from the Chi Tian sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion revealed his strength. However, at this moment he was in an awkward position. He could only challenge number 10. As for number 10, Wang Xiong, who had defeated him in the previous round, there was no need for him to challenge him at all. Moreover, he was not qualified to challenge Wang Xiong since he had already been defeated by Wang Xiong. For this reason, when it was He Yushi's turn, Lin Donglai, the MC, skipped over him and looked at Wang Xiong from the Han Mountain Mansion. Number 10, please enter the arena. After Wang Xiong entered the arena, the emotions of the spectators, who were initially low, were completely lifted at this moment. Who do you think Wang Xiong will challenge? The person in front of Wang Xiong is number 9, Xianxia. His strength is extraordinary, and it's obvious he's stronger than the prodigy from number 8. As for the people in front of him, apart from the prodigy from number 4, the rest are not pushovers. I think he'll challenge one of the prodigies from the famous mansion. Both number 8 and number 4 are prodigies from the famous mansion like him. Moreover, both of them are known as the peerless twin prodigies in the famous mansion. They're widely acknowledged as the two most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the famous mansion. If he defeats both of them today, even if he only defeats one of them, he'll be recognized as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. I think he'll challenge number 8 and number 4 as well. I wonder what he'll choose? If he challenges number 4, he might be challenged by the people behind him. I think it's safer for him to challenge number 8, right? If he challenges number 8 and becomes the new number 8, Yang Qianye will definitely challenge number 4 or forfeit. At that time, he'll be safe and won't have to worry about being challenged by the other prodigies. At this moment, the crowd was clearly worried about Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, was mentally exhausted. Is it so easy to guess what I'm thinking? Finally, Wang Xiong spoke, challenging the number 8, the young man who was also a heavens chosen of the Great Manor, one of the twin prides of the Great Manor's younger generation. Senior brother Wang Xiong. If senior brother Wang Xiong defeats him, he'll be the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. When the Sky Pride from the famous mansion entered the arena, many people from the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence had their eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Chapter 40-48. In the past, Wang Xiong was not well known in the famous prefecture. Even in the Cold Mountain residence, he was not well known. Although many people knew of his existence, they thought he was just an ordinary genius. However, they did not expect Wang Xiong to display strength beyond their imagination in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time. This made them realize that Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength in the past. Perhaps it was for the sake of shocking everyone in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Previously, when Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, the group of prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were actually somewhat stunned. It was only when Wang Xiong displayed his strength that they realized he was not as simple as they thought. Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength all along. If a few prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were unconvinced when they first found out Wang Xiong was selected as a seeded contestant, then after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, they were completely convinced. In fact, when they saw Wang Xiong advancing all the way and even entering the top 10, they felt proud that their Cold Mountain residence had such a prodigy. As members of the Cold Mountain residence, they were bound together in this grand banquet organized by the 7 prefectures. Wang Xiong, I've never heard of someone like you in the Cold Mountain residence before. You've really hidden your strength well. One of the peerless prodigies of the famous prefecture looked at Wang Xiong and said solemnly, as one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in the famous prefecture, He was usually arrogant. Unless it was the most outstanding prodigies of the various forces in the famous prefecture, he basically did not know anyone else. Not only did he not know Wang Xiong in the past, he had never even heard of him. However, today, someone he had never heard of in the famous prefecture wanted to challenge him. If the other party succeeded in the challenge, he would no longer be the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the famous prefecture. I, Wang Xiong, am just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me, senior brotherling. Wang Xiong said with a slight smile. A nobody? The other party was first stunned when he heard this, then he laughed self-deprecatingly. A nobody can obtain a number token to enter the top 20 in the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? A nobody can enter the top 10 in the first round of the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? Judging from the other party's expression, he was obviously somewhat shocked by Wang Xiong. However, after a moment, he took a deep breath. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's determine the victor. I also want to see the strength of our great mansion's hidden genius. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was already wrapped in divine power, and the profundities of law flashed out in an instant. At the same time, his entire body exuded an awe-inspiring might. In the next instant, at the same time he finished speaking, his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Wang Xiong, choosing to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Wang Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated, especially Wang Xiong's terrifying defense. Even he might not be able to completely break through it in a short period of time. Boom! Rumble! Wang Xiong and one of the 2 peerless geniuses from the famous prefecture battled each other, causing shockwaves to sweep across the surroundings. However, both of them were easily annihilated by Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 prefectures banquet. With Lin Donglai, a middle god emperor, around, even if they were to attack others, it would be difficult for them to injure others, let alone the residual power of their attacks. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses are indeed worthy of their reputation. Previously, one of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th was defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly. I initially thought that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses were only SOSO. Now, it seems like he might not be weak. Instead, it might be that Luo Yuan is too strong. Now, based on the strength of the other of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses, it's clear that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th isn't weak. The only reason he was defeated so quickly was because Luo Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly and didn't want to waste too much energy. Now, the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th had made a move. While surprising everyone, it had also cleared the name of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th. After all, the 2 of them had similar strength and were equally famous in the famous prefecture. As for the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th, after being defeated by Luo Yuan and hearing the mockery of the crowd, his expression finally turned for the better. See that? It's not that I'm too weak. It's that Luo Yuan is too strong. Moreover, I was only defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly because I was careless. If I had known that he would unleash his strength so quickly, I wouldn't have been careless. I would definitely have been able to last more than 10 moves against him. However, the 2 of us might not be a match for Wang Xiong. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked equally with the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th said with a sigh. Initially, I was hoping to make it into the top 3. Now, it seems like I'll be lucky if I can even make it into the top 10. Wang Xiong is very strong, and Xianxia is very strong as well. It's almost impossible for the others to win. Moreover, Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong have yet to make it into the top 10. If we're not a match for Wang Xiong, 8 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. If we're not a match for Xianxia, 9 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. Moreover, before Han Di from the Heavens Equal sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion appeared, there's still Hiyushi, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion. I'm not confident I can defeat Hiyushi. I'm sure he isn't as confident as I am. The top 10. This is going to be troublesome. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. While the famous prefecture's peerless genius was lost in his thoughts, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Wang Xiong, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly saw the famous prefecture's peerless genius attacking him fiercely. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw this, the famous prefecture's peerless genius activated his bloodline power. Similarly, Wang Xiong activated his bloodline power. After 3 moves, the famous prefecture's peerless genius was injured. However, his injuries were not serious. On the other hand, Wang Xiong's complexion only changed a little. I admit defeat. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw Wang Xiong charging at him again as though he was on steroids, the famous prefecture's peerless genius finally admitted defeat. He did not dare to continue. If he continued, he was not confident he could win. Moreover, he might be severely injured, which would affect his performance later on. There's no hope of making it into the top 3, but we have to make it into the top 10. This was also the warning that the leader of the famous prefecture's peerless genius behind him had given him. He did not want him to continue fighting if he knew he was no match for Wang Xiong. He did not want to lose the big picture. He won. Senior brother Wang Xiong won. Following Wang Xiong's victory, the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residents was in an uproar. Their Cold Mountain residents had produced an amazing person who had overshadowed the peerless duo. From today onwards, the number 1 genius of the famous prefecture's younger generation would belong to their Cold Mountain residents. With Wang Xiong's strength, he will definitely be in the top 10. As a spectator, Duan Lingtian personally witnessed Wang Xiong's strength that he had not displayed before. However, he also noticed the beads of sweat on Wang Xiong's forehead. Although the beads of sweat were instantly evaporated by Wang Xiong's divine energy, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch a glimpse of it at that moment. Obviously, even if Wang Xiong did not use his full strength this time, he was close to using it. After Wang Xiong defeated the famous prefecture's peerless genius, he exchanged serial tokens with the famous prefecture's peerless genius and entered the 8th place. At this moment, it was the famous prefecture's peerless genius' turn to issue a challenge. Will Xianxia forfeit? Although Xianxia had displayed extraordinary strength previously, in the eyes of the crowd, Xianxia was at most on the same level as the famous prefecture's peerless duo. The person in front of him now was only slightly weaker than the famous prefecture's peerless genius. If he was not confident in defeating his opponent, forfeiting was undoubtedly the best choice. Number 4. Just when most people thought that Xianxia would forfeit after entering the arena, including many disciples of the Chunyang school, Xianxia opened his mouth and issued a challenge to the peerless genius. He did not forfeit. For a moment, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was out of many people's expectations. Xianxia hasn't used his full strength yet? Many people secretly guessed. Following that, when the peerless genius from the famous prefecture entered the arena and fought with Xianxia, their guesses were confirmed. Indeed, Xianxia had not used his full strength previously. Now, he had displayed even more strength than before and defeated the peerless genius from the famous prefecture. Xianxia's strength is not inferior to Wang Xiong's. I just don't know if this is their full strength. If I remember correctly, Xianxia is also from the Chunyang school in Tonglong province, right? This time, there are 2 monsters in the Chunyang school in Tonglong province? Duan Lingtian is still fine since he's mentally prepared, but where did Xianxia come from? I've never heard of his name before. Unlike the Duan Lingtian who had been famous in the 7 prefectures for a long time, Xianxia's name was probably only known by some people from the top forces in Tonglong province. This was because those people had planned to recruit Xianxia. Of course, they had only sent ordinary elders to contact Xianxia. No one had expected Xianxia to grow to such an extent. My grand disciple seems to have sent someone to contact Xianxia. According to him, although Xianxia's talent and comprehension are good, he's only above average in the 7 Kills Valley. How did he become so strong? One of the god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley said in confusion. The people from the 7 Kills Valley were not the only ones who were confused. The people from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Mochi clan were also confused. That supreme divine dwelling allowed Xianxia to grow to such a level in such a short time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind at this moment. The divine abode. He would have a chance to enter the divine abode after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. If Xianxia had improved so much after entering the divine abode, who knew if he would improve even more? Chapter 40-49. Now, it was not only the people from the various prefectures who were shocked by Xianxia's strength. Even the higher-ups of Chunyang School, including Yi Feng and Lu Fenggu, were either shocked or surprised. At the same time, many people subconsciously turned to look at Xianxia's master, Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder of Ping Sheng's branch. Yuan Hanjin was Xianxia's master. Now, some of them even looked at Yuan Hanjin with envy and jealousy. Yuan Hanjin himself was smiling, but he did not seem surprised. It was as if he had known Xianxia's strength for a long time. Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that you already knew Xianxia's strength. A Jade Void Elder of Chunyang School looked at Yuan Hanjin and said with a sigh. Yuan Hanjin smiled when he heard this. I just found out. This time, this good-for-nothing disciple of mine has given me quite a pleasant surprise. Hearing Yuan Hanjin say that Xianxia was a good-for-nothing disciple, the group of Chunyang School elders present began to curse Yuan Hanjin secretly. If this disciple was a good-for-nothing, what was the point of their disciple? Was he a good-for-nothing? Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that Xianxia also has a chance to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast this time. If this is true, with Duan Lingtian, our Chunyang School will have 2 people in the top 10 this time. Another Chunyang School elder sighed and said, at that time, our Chunyang School will get at least 4 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. At least 5 places. The Chunyang School elder who spoke first said very confidently, Duan Lingtian will definitely be in the top 3. As long as Xianxia can keep his place in the top 10, our Chunyang School will get at least 5 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. Now, the group of Chunyang School elders was obviously excited. At least 5 places. If there were so many places, even some of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place would have a chance to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land this time. Whether it was the juniors of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place or the Chunyang School elders who had nothing to do with them, they were now happy for them. For most of the Chunyang School elders, the more intermediate God Emperors entered the secret realm of the Holy Land, the greater the possibility of the emergence of an advanced God Emperor. And the moment their Pure Sun sect gave birth to a high-level God Emperor, they would officially become the #1 power in the entire Eastern Mountain Prefecture. That would only be good for them and not bad for them. Xianxia is so strong? However, the group of Pure Sun sect disciples present were all extremely shocked when they saw Xianxia return. Because no one knew that Yang Qiu Yang was this strong. Even the disciples of the Pingsheng branch were dumbfounded at this time. How could there be such a powerful person in the Pingsheng branch? Moreover, this person was not an unknown person. Usually, he was right in front of them, but they did not take him seriously because they thought that he was only a lower God Emperor and his strength was far inferior to theirs. They did not expect that in this 7 prefectures feast, this person had not only stepped into the realm of a middle God Emperor, but also consolidated his cultivation and showed amazing profundities of the law. His strength had completely crushed them. The Pingsheng branch's geniuses had complicated expressions at this time. As for the Pure Sun sect disciples who originally wanted to ask these heavens prides of Pingsheng about Xianxia, saw from their expressions that they didn't know how strong Xianxia was before. However, some of them could not help but ask these geniuses about Xianxia. However, their understanding of Xianxia was only that he was a disciple of Yuan Hanjin and a lower God Emperor. Now Xianxia was also a stranger to them. Congratulations. After Xianxia returned, Duan Lingtian looked at him and congratulated him through sound transmission. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and said through sound transmission, although you are not as good as me now, I believe that one day I will catch up to you. At that time, maybe I will continue to think about avenging Du Qianjun and Du Pejuan brothers. Xianxia said in a low voice. Then I will wait for you to avenge them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly but did not explain. The deaths of Du Qianjun and Du Pejuan were not directly related to him. If they really wanted to get to the bottom of it, the deaths of the Du brothers were related to him. At this moment, Xianxia was the center of attention. However, when the host of the Seven Prefectures feast, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, everyone turned their attention to him. Number 7 will enter. Xianxia was number 9. After his challenge, it should be number 8's turn to enter. However, because number 8 was Wang Xiong, who had jumped up from number 10 earlier, according to the rules of the Seven Prefectures feast, he was directly skipped. Number 7 was still the prodigy of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, Lin Yuan. This time, after Lin Yuan entered, many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. Because Lin Yuan had forfeited in the previous round, he did not make a move. It was also because he did not forfeit in the previous 2 rounds that many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. However, when Lin Yuan spoke, the little hope that rose in their hearts was directly strangled in the cradle. I forfeit. Lin Yuan forfeited. As for the reason, he did not explain, but everyone present knew that he must have the same idea as the previous round. He wanted to wait until the top 10 was confirmed before making a move. For now, he would save his energy. Number 6. Lin Yuan forfeited. It was number 6's turn, Toba Xiao of the Yuan clan of the Earth Underworld Mansion. After Toba Xiao went up, he looked at Xianxia, who was number 4, a few more times and ultimately forfeited like Lin Yuan. Number 5 was next. Number 5 was the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa, Ximen. In the previous round, he was challenged by Xianxia and ended in a draw. It was also at that time that he, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa, officially appeared in front of everyone. Like Xianxia, Ximen used to be a nobody in the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. Many people guessed that Ximen was a prodigy secretly cultivated by the Puppet Villa in order to compete for the top 10 in the Seven Prefectures feast. I forfeit. Ximen chose to forfeit. However, before he left, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Ximen and saw that Ximen glanced at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. This gaze made Duan Lingtian very puzzled. Do I know him? If I don't know him, why is he looking at me with such a gaze? This question did not last long. As number 3 entered the arena, Duan Lingtian's attention was drawn again. As for number 4, it was Xianxia, who had advanced earlier. Like Wang Xiong, he did not have a chance to challenge anyone in this round as he had already used up all his previous chances. Number 3, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaves sect of the Tianshan Prefecture. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan had advanced from number 4 in the previous round. According to the rules of the Seven Prefectures feast, he could only challenge number 3. In this round, as number 3, he was qualified to challenge number 2 and number 1. Number 2 was Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Consonance Prefecture. Number 1 was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was also curious as to whether Luo Yuan would challenge him or Han Di. I forfeit. However, his curiosity wasn't dispelled just because Luo Yuan had chosen to forfeit the battle. As long as Luo Yuan did not fall out of the top 3, it was only a matter of time before he challenged either him or Han Di. The second round of the ranking battle has ended. After Luo Yuan forfeited, Lin Donglai announced loudly under the disappointed gazes of many people. The third round of the ranking battle will continue tomorrow. Now all of you may disperse. Luo Yuan's forfeit in the second round of the ranking battle signified the end of the competition. Under normal circumstances, it should be number 2's turn to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, number 2 had lost to Duan Lingtian, who was currently number 1 in the previous round, so he no longer had the chance to challenge Duan Lingtian. So long as Duan Lingtian did not lose to anyone else, he would no longer have the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian in the upcoming Seven Prefectures feast. unless Duan Lingtian was defeated by someone else and Luo Yuan defeated him in the end. Under such circumstances, according to the rules of the Seven Prefectures Feast, he would once again have the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian. After all, some people would always find a way to break through under a certain amount of pressure. This was not a rare occurrence. In fact, it had happened many times in the history of the Seven Prefectures Feast. As the crowd dispersed, a majority of them still felt somewhat unsatisfied. However, even more people were looking forward to the next day. Tomorrow, the third round of the Seven Prefectures Feast ranking battle would begin. Of course, there were also some people who were not looking forward to it. They felt that it would be difficult for the top 10 to continue fighting. Based on the current situation, the only thing worth seeing tomorrow is Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect getting into the top 10. As for Machi Hong from the Machi clan in the East Ridge Prefecture, he will be able to advance to the 21st position tomorrow. If Machi Hong can enter 20th place in the 4th round, he will have to wait until the 6th round before he can enter the top 10. When that time comes, the top 10 will basically be decided. That's right. After a few rounds, the weak will definitely be eliminated from the top 10. Do you guys think that the exceptional duo from the famous prefectures will be able to stay in the top 10? I think it's almost impossible. Currently, there are 8 people in the top 10 who are definitely stronger than them. Duan Lingtian, Han Di, Luo Yuan, Yang Qinya, Tuoba Xiu, Lin Yuan, Shimen. Can they be stronger than Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu? I think so too. The top 10 will be decided after the 2 of them are eliminated, and Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu will enter. Over the next few days, the last few rounds of the 7 Prefectures ranking tournament were completed. Just as many people had guessed on the day the second round ended, the top 10 were completely determined and unshakable. These 10 people from top to bottom were Number 1, Duan Lingtian. Number 2, Han Di. Number 3, Luo Yuan. Number 4, Yuan Moyu. Number 5, Shimen. Number 6, Tuoba Xiu. Number 7, Lin Yuan. Number 8, Wang Xiong. Number 9, Yang Qinya. Number 10, Machi Hong. Chapter 40-50. While the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures Feast was decided, some people were happy while others were sad. For example, the forces behind the 2 peerless prides were greatly disappointed this time. They never would have thought that their people wouldn't even be able to get into the top 11. Initially, they thought that they would at least be able to get a place in the top 10. However, they did not expect that there would be so many unexpected and unstable factors in the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. Many forces had hidden prodigies who were not well known in the past. They only showed their strength after the 7 Prefectures Feast this time and shocked everyone. I thought that Yang Qinya from the Pure Yang sect would be able to secure 4th place when the top 10 were confirmed. Who would have thought that Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing would challenge him and defeat him? Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 7 Prefectures Feast with the Chunyang school group when he heard many whispers from the other forces who had just arrived. Yesterday, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy from Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, who had obtained the number 9 token, challenged Yang Qinya directly when everyone thought he was going to forfeit. After 30 moves, Yuan Moyu gained the upper hand and injured Yang Qinya. Then, Yang Qinya admitted defeat. Yang Qinya might not admit defeat himself. Before he admitted defeat, he glanced in the direction of Chunyang School. Obviously, someone from Chunyang School told him to admit defeat. Not only did the other forces think so, but Duan Lingtian also thought so. This did not mean that Yang Qinya was someone who did not care about the big picture, but he did not seem like someone who would admit defeat under such circumstances. Because Yuan Moyu had defeated Yang Qinya, Yang Qinya's ranking was replaced by Yuan Moyu, and Yang Qinya himself returned to 9th place. Previously, he was the holder of the number 9 token. When everyone from the various prefectures and forces had arrived, Elder Lin Donglai of Xuanyu Prefecture's Flame Howling sect stood in the air above the 7 Prefectures Feast and scanned the surroundings indifferently. The ranking battle of the 7 Prefectures Feast. Is there anyone who is not satisfied with the current rankings? Is there anyone who wants to pay a price and challenge the top 10? Lin Donglai asked as soon as he spoke. In the beginning, many people didn't know what he meant because the upper echelons of many forces didn't mention this to the geniuses on their side. Because there was basically no need to do so, unless someone deliberately blocked the path at the 10th place. But now, the 10th place belonged to Mochi Hong of the Mochi family in Tonglung province. Moreover, there was no one from the Mochi family in the top 10, let alone anyone weaker than him in the Mochi family. Who was he blocking the way for? Although blocking the way didn't have to be for the people from their own faction, it could also be for the people from other factions in their own prefecture. However, the other two people from Tonglung province who were in the top 10 were Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School and Yang Xianxia from Chunyang School. Their strength was obvious to all, so it was understandable that they were in the top 10. Under these circumstances, there was naturally no one who applied to break the rules. If they did, then what was the difference between that and giving divine crystals to the winner of the 7 prefectures banquet? You can do that? I didn't know there was such a rule. This way, it'll prevent people from blocking the way with malicious intent. I was wondering if we could take advantage of the loophole in the 7 prefectures feast and pay a certain price to find a powerhouse to block the way for the weaker ones to stay in the top 10. But now, it seems like I'm indulging in fantasy. The 7 prefectures feast has been held for many years. The seniors in the past weren't fools. If there was a loophole, they would have taken advantage of it long ago. Once someone takes advantage of it, they'll definitely improve it next time. That's right. Don't think too highly of yourself. Are the seniors in the past dumber than you? After all, no one was blocking the way on purpose. Therefore, when Lin Donglai finished speaking, no one said that they would pay a price to challenge the top 10. Since no one has any objections, the rankings from the 11th to the 30th place can be considered as settled. The previous rounds of challenges have basically determined the rankings for the later rounds. Next, we'll have the final battle to determine the top 10. So far, among the top 10, only Duan Lingtian has defeated Han Di and Yuan Moyu has defeated Yang Xianxia. As for the rest, Yang Xianxia and Shimin have fought once and ended in a draw. They can challenge again next time. However, if Han Di wants to challenge Duan Lingtian again, he'll have to defeat both Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before he can issue another challenge. It's the same for Yang Xianxia if he wants to challenge Yuan Moyu again. After hearing Lin Donglai's words, the onlookers perked up because they knew the most exciting part of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin. Next, it would be the long-awaited battle for the top 10. Right now, the people in the top 10 were those 10 people. Among these 10 people, only a few of them had exchanged blows with each other. As for the others, they had yet to exchange blows with each other. We'll be able to see the battle between Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan and Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Tianshan prefecture soon. I'm looking forward to the battle between these two geniuses nurtured by the prefecture. Many people were talking about this. In their opinion, the other geniuses only had high comprehension abilities and resources. However, the gap between them and the other geniuses was more in terms of talent and comprehension abilities. Apart from that, they did not think they would lose much in terms of other aspects, apart from their own fortuitous encounters. However, Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu were said to have been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture. Although everyone knew that their talent and comprehension abilities were definitely very powerful, due to the fact that they had been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture, many people felt envious and jealous. They were all very curious as to exactly how powerful they were. As for their previous attacks, everyone knew that they had held back and had not used their full strength. I'm looking forward to the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu. At the same time, I'm also looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian is too strong. I wonder if he'll still be able to stand in first place. Some people were interested in the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu, while others were interested in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tuoba Xiu. I'm looking forward to the battle between Wang Xiong and Yang Xianxia. Among the top 10 geniuses, the two of them should be the weakest. I'm curious to see who will be last. It's only because Ma Qihong entered the top 10 yesterday. Otherwise, he would have advanced further. Ma Qihong will be the first to issue a challenge. Who do you think he'll challenge? Xianxia? Xiong? I think he'll challenge Xianxia. After all, Xianxia has just been eliminated by Yuan Moyu and is injured. Even if he recovers, he won't be as aggressive as before. After all, he has been defeated before. As the crowd chatted, they quickly shifted the topic to Ma Qihong. They were curious as to whether Ma Qihong, who was going to start the battle for the top 10 rankings in the seven-mansion banquet, would choose to challenge Xianxia or Wang Xiong. After all, in their opinion, Wang Xiong and Xianxia were the weakest among them. At the same time, Hiyushi stood in the Clear God Sects area of the Spirit Rhino Mansion with a complicated expression on his face. As the number one genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Rhino Mansion before Han Di had appeared, Hiyushi had always been very proud. Even after Han Di had appeared and he was not as good as Han Di, he did not lose his confidence. He knew he had no hope of entering the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet this time. However, he felt he would definitely be in the top 10. Who would have thought he would be stopped at the 11th place? That was right. The 11th place. After the two peerless geniuses of the famous mansion were kicked out of the top 10, they were defeated by Hiyushi one after another. Currently, they were ranked 12th and 13th respectively. Like Hiyushi, they were not fated to enter the top 10 of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. The Pure Sun sect will definitely be able to obtain at least 4 spots this time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian will most likely be able to enter the top 3. If he enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. Do they really need so many spots? Many of the higher-ups from the various mansions glanced at Chunyang School from time to time. Their faces were full of envy and jealousy. Chunyang School could be said to be in the limelight this time. No other mansion had been in the limelight as much as Chunyang School this time. Conservatively speaking, if Duan Lingtian enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. If Duan Lingtian enters the first place, Chunyang School will have 6 spots. 6 spots? Maybe this time, Chunyang School will auction off 1 or 2 spots. Chunyang School might not be able to handle 6 spots. Many of the higher-ups from the various forces communicated telepathically with each other. Their eyes lit up one after another. This time, they might have a chance to get a spot from Chunyang School. Of course, they definitely did not dare to think about more. At this time, many people had already begun to contact the patriarchs of the families and sects behind them, asking them to contact Chunyang School. Only by making preparations and taking action early could they be ahead of the curve. At least 4 spots? As long as Duan Lingtian enters the top 3, there will be 5 spots? If he enters the first place, there will be 6 spots? As for Chunyang School, the group of decision-makers, including the sect leader, were also shocked when they heard the news from the venue of the Seven Mansions Feast. Duan Lingtian entering the top 10 was within their expectations. Before the Seven Mansions Feast began, they even thought that Duan Lingtian had a chance to enter the top 3. However, after the hidden prodigies of the various forces in the Seven Mansions had revealed their strength, they had received the news that Duan Lingtian could enter the top 10. However, what they did not expect was that Duan Lingtian had hidden his strength. Once again, there was hope for him to enter the top 3. In fact, there was a great chance. However, the one who surprised them the most was Xianxia. Xianxia had entered the top 10 of the Seven Mansions Feast. This was something that not only the decision-makers of Chunyang School, but also the ancestor of Pingxing's lineage, Yuan Pingxing, who was also the father of Xianxia's master, Yuan Hanjin, had never expected. You let him enter the divine abode? When Yuan Pingxing heard about this, he immediately sent a message to his son. His tone was cold. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't let your disciples die? Chapter 4051. Father, how do you know about the ultimate divine abode? Yuan Hanjin, who was at the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, received his father's message. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Although his father knew that he had discovered a place that contained both danger and opportunity, his father had never told him about it. However, he had never told his father that it was an omnipotent divine palace. In the past, when his disciples died, his father thought it was an accident and did not pursue the matter. However, as his disciples died one by one, his father began to suspect something. At that time, he could only say that he had discovered a place of opportunity. If he could survive, he might be able to nurture a higher god emperor for his family. However, even if he said that, his father still warned him not to send his disciples to their deaths. Yuan Pingxing snorted coldly. I guessed it back then, but I was too lazy to mention it. There are opportunities in the ultimate divine abode, but if someone with an unstable temperament enters, he will definitely die. That's why I warned you not to send your disciples to their deaths. However, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would send a new disciple in again. Although Xianxia's talent and comprehension are not bad under normal circumstances, even if he had a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to improve so much unless he came out of the ultimate divine abode alive. Hearing Yuan Pingxing's words, Yuan Hanjin laughed and said, "Father is wise." "Father, didn't I succeed this time?" Look at him, he even made it to the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Even if he only ranks 10th, he can still obtain 2 places for our Chunyang school to enter the Holy Land secret zone. At that time, one of them will definitely be yours, father. Yuan Hanjin said. Yuan Pingxing was silent for a moment when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. After a while, he sighed. Child, I've already told you that the Holy Land secret zone might not be useful to me. I haven't even touched the threshold of a higher god emperor. Even if I enter the Holy Land secret zone, I won't be able to gain anything. In the history of the 7 prefectures, many middle god emperors like me who haven't touched the threshold of a higher god emperor have entered the Holy Land secret zone, but none of them have successfully broken through. It's a waste to give me a place. Yuan Pingxing said. At this time, Yuan Pingxing's tone had also become much calmer. After all, this son of his was also concerned about him, hoping that he could break through and become an upper divine lord. Father, even if you can't break through, it's still good to have some gains. Yuan Hanjin said solemnly, although you acted as if nothing had happened during the previous heavenly tribulation. I noticed that you were injured. Hearing this, Yuan Pingxing fell silent again. After a while, he changed the topic. Xianxia's father, did you have anything to do with the death of Lan Qing, the sect master of the Thousand Devil sect? Hearing this question, Yuan Hanjin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly responded, Father, what are you talking about? How could this have anything to do with me? Right now, both the Myriad Demon sect and Xianxia are convinced that the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, is behind this. Xianxia is now targeting Long Qingchong for revenge. It is also because of this that he was able to come out of the most powerful divine abode alive. Before Yuan Hanjin could finish, he was interrupted by Yuan Pingxing. Someone has already investigated this matter some time ago. At least, the person who investigated it has already confirmed that you weren't in the Chunyang school when Yang Qianya's father died. Do you think that others will believe it even if I believe that it's just a coincidence? When Yuan Pingxing reached the end of his sentence, his tone obviously became gloomy. Yuan Hanjin's expression also changed completely. Someone is actually investigating this matter? Could it be that someone is suspecting me? Who is that person? Father, do you know who it is? Yuan Hanjin asked in a deep voice. I can only be sure that it's one of the other Void Pierce stage experts. Void Pierce stage experts. They were Void Pierce stage elders. In the Chunyang school, all Void Pierce stage elders were middle divine emperors without exception. When Yuan Hanjin heard his father's words, his expression changed again. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu who were not far away. Could it be them? Or perhaps it's the other Void Pierce stage elders in the sect? Now, tell me the truth. Do you have anything to do with his father's death? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't be able to help you even if I want to during a critical moment. Now, if you tell me the truth, I can still think of a way for you. Yuan Pingxing's tone became much more serious. Are you still worried that I, as your father, will harm you? Hearing Yuan Pingxing's words, Yuan Hanjin's psychological barrier was instantly broken. After remaining silent for a while, he said, "Father, I killed his father with my own hands. However, it shouldn't be a problem. I imitated the technique in the mirror image that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, used in the past and killed his father. Moreover, I even recorded the scene and left the floating image pearl in the Myriad Devil sect. They also saw it. For this matter, I should be considered to have done a flawless job." Yuan Hanjin said. Flawless? After hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yuan Pingxing did not seem surprised. Obviously, he had already guessed that it was his son who did it. What you did now is not enough. It's still far from enough. However, I hope this will be the last time. After saying that, Yuan Pingxing did not send any more messages to Yuan Hanjin. As for Yuan Hanjin, seeing that his father did not blame him further, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not know that just as he let out a sigh of relief, his father, Yuan Pingxing, walked out of Pingxing Island, where the Pingxing clan lived, and left the Chunyang school. After leaving the Chunyang school, he headed in a certain direction. In the direction of the Tianlong clan. Entering the venue on the 10th. As Lin Donglai's voice spread, the originally noisy scene of the 7 prefectures banquet suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone's gaze followed a figure as he entered the venue. On the 10th, Machi Hong of the Machi clan of Tongleng province entered the venue. Do they think I'll challenge Xianxia or Wang Xiong? Machi Hong's eyes darkened. Do they all think that I, Machi Hong, am only worthy of competing with Xianxia and Wang Xiong? After taking a deep breath, Machi Hong's gaze fell in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qin. Then, he said calmly, I challenge number 4. Number 4 was Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qin. Yuan Moyu was also a hidden genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qin. In the past, few people knew of his existence. It was only recently that he showed his amazing strength in the sect of Heaven's Roar. In the face of Machi Hong's challenge, Yuan Moyu broke through the air at the right time. He looked neither happy nor sad, like an old monk who had seen through the mortal world. As Machi Hong challenged Yuan Moyu stepped out in the air, causing an uproar in the crowd. Is Machi Hong challenging Yuan Moyu? Is he trying to reach the 4th place in one go? Xianxia may not have recovered yet. It's more rational for him to challenge Xianxia, right? I think he has his eyes on the 4th place. I think so too. A group of people whispered among themselves, and their voices fell into Machi Hong's ears. It made the haze in the depths of Machi Hong's eyes dissipate. It seemed that he had made the right choice after all. Yuan Moyu defeated Xianxia. Now I challenge Yuan Moyu. Xianxia is not worthy of being compared to me. Machi Hong, I've heard a lot about you. When Yuan Moyu entered the arena, he was neither happy nor sad. However, when he confronted Machi Hong, a rare faint smile appeared on his face. You used to be the top genius of the younger generation in Tongleng province. In fact, Yuan Moyu was just making a casual remark. The others did not sense any malice in Yuan Moyu's words. However, when Machi Hong heard it, it was no different from sarcasm. He was so angry that killing intent rose in the depths of his eyes. The genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qin, I've long wanted to spar with you. I'm just curious if the most outstanding genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar, which has an upper god emperor, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar. When Machi Hong finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Yuan Moyu heard Machi Hong's words, he could not help but frown. After a while, he realized that Machi Hong had most likely misunderstood what he had said earlier. However, as a genius, he had the pride of a genius, so he did not bother to explain. Whether I, Yuan Moyu, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar, you'll find out later. When Yuan Moyu responded to Machi Hong, his tone was much colder and more indifferent. After a while, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. This time around, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed was clearly much stronger than before. Moreover, the moment he attacked, he relentlessly pursued Yuan Moyu, suppressing Yuan Moyu with a torrential barrage of attacks. Boom! Rumble! In the sky above the 7 prefectures' feast, the forces kept colliding with each other, causing a series of roars and terrifying airwaves to sweep out. When Lin Donglai blocked Ma Qihong, it also made a loud noise. After 10 moves, the two of them were evenly matched. After 20 moves, they were still evenly matched. The top genius of the younger generation in Tonglung province really lives up to his reputation. Ma Qihong's strength is indeed very strong. Although I've heard of Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He's really amazing. Judging from the current situation, it's hard to tell who will win in a short time. Ma Qihong has used his bloodline power. Yuan Moyu has also used his bloodline power. Under everyone's gazes, after 30 moves, Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu activated their bloodline power one after another, erupting with even greater power. The senior members of the Mochi family in Tonglung province, led by Mochi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Mochi family, looked very solemn. The same was true for the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. If this continues, it will consume too much energy. Elder Yuning, what do you think? In the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, a voice transmission was heard by Mochi Yuning. Yes. Chapter 4052. The voice came from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture and clearly reached Mochi Yuning's ears. Mochi Yuning immediately looked in the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture and exchanged glances with the leader of the sect of Heaven's Roar. I think so too. It was not difficult for Mochi Yuning to guess why the other party said this to him through voice transmission. In fact, he had the same idea and was even prepared to send a voice transmission. Now that the other party had sent him a voice transmission, he would go with the flow. As for rejecting? Impossible. Although the top 10 had been decided, he still hoped that Ma Qihong could make it to the top 3. In that case, the Mochi family would get 3 places this time. In that case, let's persuade the young people. When the voice from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture was heard again, it was obvious that they were relieved. Okay. Mochi Yuning responded. Almost at the same time when the two of them stopped talking, they sent a voice transmission to Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu respectively. The two of them who were fighting fiercely subconsciously retreated when they received the sudden voice transmission. They did not continue to attack. Moreover, while retreating, they looked at each other vigilantly. Is the battle between you and me a draw? Yuan Moyu looked at Ma Qihong and asked calmly. Of course, there was still some unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. After all, there was no clear winner between him and Ma Qihong. Ma Qihong was in a similar state now, but after hearing Yuan Moyu's words, he nodded. There is no clear winner for the time being. If you and I want to fight for the first place in the end, it won't be too late to decide the winner then. Ma Qihong's words were undoubtedly flattering himself and Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu could not help but feel his ears burning. Is Ma Qihong crazy? Is he still thinking about the first place? Not to mention the others, he knew that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian from the Chunyang school of Tonglung province. Did Ma Qihong think that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian? After taking a deep look at Ma Qihong, Yuan Moyu turned around and left. As for Ma Qihong, he also left. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not even ask for the opinion of the host, Lin Donglai. Of course, there was no need to ask. They could make their own decisions on such matters. Number 10 Ma Qihong challenges number 4 Yuan Moyu, a draw. Before the crowd could regain their senses, Lin Donglai's voice had already spread out. At the same time, it had also awakened many people. A draw. It seems that they don't want to exhaust their strength prematurely. They all want to move forward. Actually, it's normal. With their strength, it would be abnormal if they didn't aim for the top 3. That's right. So far, it seems like only Yang Qinya and Shimin are fated to be in the top 3. Yang Qianya's strength was very clear at the moment, and Shimon's strength was about the same as his. As for Wang Xiong, for the time being, no one knows if he is hiding his strength. After all, no one has challenged him since he reached his current position. I think so too. There are others who might not have displayed their full strength. The battle between Mo Chi Hong and Yuan Moyu ended in a draw. Although it was shocking, most people could still accept it. Therefore, they were not surprised. Soon after, Lin Donglai opened his mouth again and allowed number 9 to enter the arena. Everyone's eyes shifted to the people from Tonglung Province's Chunyang School. Number 9 was Yang Qianya. Do you think? Will Yang Qianya choose to forfeit or challenge someone else? I think he'll either forfeit or challenge Wang Xiong. I don't think he'll be able to defeat the others. I think so too. Moreover, if he challenges Wang Xiong, we'll know if Wang Xiong has been hiding his strength. If he has, he'll definitely show it to Yang Qianya this time. Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it. After Yang Qianya entered the arena, he opened his mouth under everyone's watchful eyes. Number 8. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people's eyes lit up. Number 8 was Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Hanshan residence in the Daming Mansion. Wang Xiong entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He drank from his wine gourd and looked at Yang Qianya with a smile. The prodigy of Chunyang School. I've seen Yingxi's strength before. You're stronger than him. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to challenge Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School this time. Duan Lingtian was currently in the first place. If he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would have to make it to the 4th place and then defeat the top 3. Only then would he have a chance. Of course, there was another way. Even if Duan Lingtian fell to the 4th place, he would still have a chance to challenge him. I am me and they are them. Yang Qianya said lightly. Of course, I know that. Wang Xiong smiled. I just mentioned it casually. I don't mean to belittle you. However, you're indeed very strong. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for me to defeat you. As soon as Wang Xiong said this, many people were in an uproar. It seemed that Wang Xiong was really hiding his strength. Otherwise, where did he get the confidence to say that he could defeat Yang Qianya? When Yang Qianya heard Wang Xiong's words, his originally cold and calm face finally changed a little. However, the change was not big. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it at all. Let's start. Yang Qianya said indifferently. When Wang Xiong heard this, he grinned. I've always been a person who likes to defend. In my opinion, you should make the first move. Yang Qianya raised his eyebrows and did not talk nonsense with Wang Xiong anymore. In a flash, he turned into a gust of wind and blew toward Wang Xiong at an extremely fast speed. His figure flashed as fast as lightning. With a high-grade divine artifact in hand, he rushed toward Wang Xiong aggressively. As for Wang Xiong, like before, he made a move. The law of earth merged with his divine power and bloomed an extremely solid defense circle, blocking Yang Qianya's first round of attack. However, unlike the previous opponents, it was difficult to break his defense. As soon as Yang Qianya made a move, the defense formed by his attack was on the verge of collapse. Bang, 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 bang. After Yang Qianya made a few moves, Wang Xiong's defense was shattered in less than 10 moves. This scene caused everyone's eyes to light up. It seems like Wang Xiong's defense is not unbreakable. It's just that his previous opponents were too weak and couldn't even break his defense. Defense is Wang Xiong's strongest technique. After all, he specializes in the law of earth. Previously, he relied on his defense to establish an advantage and defeat his opponents. Now that his defense is broken, will he be a match for Yang Qianya? I don't know. Let's continue watching. When Wang Xiong's defense was broken, many people who had previously thought highly of Wang Xiong began to waver. Could Wang Xiong really defeat Yang Qianya? Based on the current situation, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to come to a draw with Yang Qianya. However, after Wang Xiong's defense was broken through, the scene that unfolded caused their eyes to shrink in unison. Heavens! What did they just see? After Wang Xiong's defense was broken, The khaki halo around him turned into a dazzling golden color in just a blink of an eye. It was a complete contrast to the plain and unadorned appearance from before. This is the law of metal. Did Wang Xiong abandon the law of earth and switch to the law of metal? The law of earth he specializes in is the law of earth, right? Why did he abandon the law of earth and switch to the law of metal? What is he thinking? Many people thought Wang Xiong had lost his mind and was forced to do this. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. After Wang Xiong switched to the law of metal, his attack was even stronger than Xianxia's earlier attack. Moreover, after 3 moves, he was able to suppress Xianxia. This Wang Xiong, he's really good at hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, everyone, including him, thought Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, was most skilled in the law of earth. They did not expect his mastery of the law of metal to be higher than his mastery of the law of earth. At this moment, apart from the leader of the group from the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, the other high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence stood up in unison. Their faces were filled with shock. Wang Xiong's mastery of the law of metal is so high. Wang Xiong is skilled in the law of metal. How did Wang Xiong manage to hide his strength so well? In the past, everyone knew he was skilled in the law of earth. However, in the Han Mountain residence, many people suppressed him. It was not until the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet that he displayed his shocking mastery of the law of earth. Now, he's displaying the law of metal that's even stronger than the law of earth? The group of high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence who did not know Wang Xiong had comprehended the law of metal were not the only ones who stood up from their seats. Even the prodigies in the Han Mountain residence were shocked and in disbelief. Was Wang Xiong not too good at hiding his strength? Even the people in the Han Mountain residence were shocked, let alone the rest of the people. By the time the crowd recovered from their shock, 10 moves had passed since Wang Xiong displayed the law of metal. After 10 moves, Wang Xiong injured Xianxia with 1 move. This time, Xianxia did not admit defeat. Instead, he continued to fight Wang Xiong. Over at the Chunyang school, someone advised Yuan Hanjin to persuade Xianxia to admit defeat. However, Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, "Let him fight to his heart's content. He's already in the top 10 now. He's already admitted defeat once before. This time, there's no need to persuade him. Moreover, let him continue to fight Wang Xiong and exhaust Wang Xiong's strength. We don't know Wang Xiong's true strength yet, but from the looks of it, this is not his full strength. Exhausting him a little will make it easier for Duan Lingtian to reach the top 3. As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, no one tried to persuade him anymore. Indeed. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xianxia had stopped at the top 10. There was no hope for him to reach the top 3. Now, one of the top 10 had defeated him. Currently, there was another person who was defeating him. Shiman of the Qing State Prefecture's Tao Mountain Villa was not weaker than him. Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. How could he compete for the top 3? Chapter 4053. So far, the most shocking thing in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was not the endless hidden supreme talents, nor was it the fact that Duan Lingtian defeated Han Di, the hidden supreme talent of the Consonance Mansion, nor was it the tie between Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu. It was because Wang Xiong did not specialize in the law of earth. When Wang Xiong first showed his strength, he had shocked everyone. He was the only supreme talent in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet who had such a strong law of earth. Moreover, judging from the expressions of the people in the Han Mountain residence, it was obvious that they did not know that Wang Xiong's law of earth was so powerful. It was obvious that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength even in his own sect. Then Wang Xiong made his moves again and again, showing his increasingly powerful law of earth. This made everyone remember that he was an expert in the law of earth. As long as someone mentioned Wang Xiong's name, the first thing that came to mind was his amazing law of earth and his unbreakable turtle shell. There were even many people who secretly gave Wang Xiong a nickname, Bastard. They felt that this nickname was very appropriate. Even his surname was the same. However, after Xianxia broke Wang Xiong's defense with the law of earth, he gave up on the law of earth and switched to the law of metal. Moreover, after Wang Xiong switched to the law of earth, many people thought that he had gone crazy and could not stand the suppression of the law of earth. However, what no one expected was that Wang Xiong's following performance almost made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Wang Xiong's law of metal was more powerful than the law of earth. After 3 moves, he turned the situation around and suppressed Xianxia. After 10 moves, he injured Xianxia. Then, he continued to suppress Xianxia. Finally, after 20 moves, Lin Donglai had to intervene and save the seriously injured Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's whole body was injured and his aura was weak. However, his eyes were still sharp and unyielding. On the other hand, although Wang Xiong did not consume much energy, he was no longer as frivolous as before. He looked at Xianxia with respect. "You're a worthy opponent. However, you're no match for me." After saying that, Wang Xiong didn't say anything else. He picked up his wine gourd and swayed his body like a drunkard, returning to the cold mountain residence of the Great Ming Mansion. At this very moment, the gazes of the people of the cold mountain residence looking at him changed once more. Wang Xiong was actually proficient in the laws of metal? What the hell? Even the more outstanding geniuses of the cold mountain residence felt somewhat ashamed at this moment. Wang Xiong's earth elemental laws were not the laws he was most proficient in, but they were able to suppress the laws they were proficient in. In terms of age, Wang Xiong was about the same as them. It had to be said that Wang Xiong's use of the cash element law had exceeded everyone's expectations. Perhaps, only the leader of this trip to the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace, that middle-level god emperor who did not bat an eyelid, knew that Wang Xiong was most proficient in the laws of metal and not the laws of earth. I really didn't expect Wang Xiong to be proficient in the laws of metal. Wang Xiong is too strong. I take back what I said earlier. Wang Xiong might be able to get into the top 3. While many people were beginning to think highly of Wang Xiong, those who were ranked at the top, such as Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, and the others, had a solemn expression on their faces. They had never regarded Wang Xiong as a worthy opponent. In their eyes, Wang Xiong was only at the same level as Xianxia and Shimin Feng. But now, after Wang Xiong had defeated Xianxia, they realized that Wang Xiong had the strength to enter their circle. Moreover, Wang Xiong might not have used his full strength when he defeated Xianxia. Do all powerful people like to dress like this to show off their individuality? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Xiong, who was hovering in the sky above the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace. His heart thumped as a sloppy figure appeared in his mind. The person who appeared in his mind was also a sloppy middle-aged man. This person was the 3rd uncle of his wife, Ker, in her past life. He was Xiajia, the 3rd master of the Xia clan, an ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land. When Duan Lingtian first met Xiajia, he had not even gone to the Devata realms yet. Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Xiajia was limited. It was only recently that Duan Lingtian learned about Xiajia after he read some books about the ultimate god forces in the Divine Offering Land in the library of the Yun Peak progeny in Chunyang School. He was a bona fide ultimate god powerhouse. Moreover, there were not many people in the Xia clan who could defeat him. Number 7. Please enter the arena. Originally, after number 9, Xianxia failed to challenge number 9, number 8 should be the next challenger. However, number 8 Wang Xiong had just fought with Xianxia. Therefore, unless Wang Xiong requested it, he would automatically skip this round. Lin Donglai waited for a while. When he saw Wang Xiong had no intention of continuing, he finally allowed number 7 to enter the arena. Number 7. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, everyone's attention shifted to the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hall sect. At this moment, a young man was walking out leisurely. After entering the arena, he looked indifferently in the direction of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa and locked his eyes on the person standing in the void in front of him. Number 5, Shimin. Number 7, Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect, challenged Shimin, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Mountain Villa. As for Shimin, he also came out in response. I'm very curious. Lin Yuan looked at Shimin and smiled faintly. Shimin is just your surname, right? I'm very curious about your full name. Full name? Shimin took a deep look at Lin Yuan. If you want to know my full name, you'll have to defeat me first. All right. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Then the two of them fought. In just one move, Shimin was injured by Lin Yuan. After 3 moves, Lin Donglai intervened and saved the severely injured Shimin. Now, can you tell me? Lin Yuan smiled at Shimin and asked. Shimin took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned around and returned to the Qing State Prefecture's puppet family. With his back facing Lin Yuan, he said, Shimin Longxiang. Shimin Longxiang? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This name is not bad. When Shimin Longxiang said his name, the others present did not think much of it. However, when Duan Lingtian heard this name, he was stunned. This was because this name was not unfamiliar to him. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect had opened the Emperor Battle Dimension together and fought inside to let their respective sects produce Emperor God experts. In the Emperor Battle Dimension, he had heard of the name Shimin Longxiang more than once. Shimin Longxiang was a monster of the Tai sect. After he entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings and killed many people from the Tai sect, Shimin Longxiang also killed many people from the Tianlong clan. Later, Shimin Longxiang entered the Divine Emperor realm and entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, killing many Divine Emperors from the Tai sect. At that time, many people compared him to Shimin Longxiang. In the beginning, many people felt that he was not as good as Shimin Longxiang. Of course, he did not care about these rumors and slanders. However, subconsciously, he still remembered the name Shimin Longxiang, because the frequency of this name falling into his ears was too high. Is it the same person? The Shimin Longxiang I know is from the Tai sect, but this Shimin Longxiang is from the Puppet Mountain Villa. They should not be the same person, right? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered something. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, it was also the day he met Zhen Pingfan for the first time. In the Emperor Battle Dimension's Heping City, before he met Zhen Pingfan, he had met someone from the Puppet Mountain Villa, the Emperor God expert of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Moreover, it seemed to be Elder Silver Puppet of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Silver Puppet had come with the sect master of the Tai sect. In that case, this Shimin Longxiang is really that Shimin Longxiang? Since the Puppet Mountain Villa is related to the Tai sect, it's normal for Shimin Longxiang of the Tai sect to go to the Puppet Mountain Villa. I didn't expect him to become a middle divine emperor so quickly, and his strength is not weaker than Xianxia's. Xianxia most likely entered the divine dwellings, so it's normal for him to have such strength. Could it be that he also entered the divine dwellings? Even if he didn't, he must have had an opportunity. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Shimin Longxiang before, he had heard of him and knew when he had become a divine emperor. Moreover, the news could not be false. This was because before Shimin Longxiang broke through to the divine emperor realm, he had entered the battlefield of the divine kings in the Emperor Battle Dimension where the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect were fighting. Only divine kings could enter the battlefield of the divine kings. Not long after becoming a divine emperor, he became a middle divine emperor and has such strength. He must have had a great opportunity. I don't know if he found it himself or if the Puppet Mountain Villa gave it to him. As Duan Lingtian thought of this, he glanced at Shimin Longxiang a few more times. When Shimin Longxiang noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian. After looking at Duan Lingtian for a while, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I thought it was a pity that I couldn't compete with you when I was in the Greater One sect. So, I must fight with you in the 7 Prefectures feast to make up for this regret. I was very confident in myself, but I didn't expect your improvement to be so much greater than I thought. However, one day I will go to the Chunyang school and challenge you. Shimin Longxiang transmitted his voice. "I'll be waiting," Duan Lingtian replied. At the same time, he confirmed the other party's identity. It was the monster of the Greater One sect, Shimin Longxiang. He did not expect to see Shimin Longxiang here when he was not in the Tianlong clan. The world was really unpredictable. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian vaguely felt a slight vibration in his storage ring. Fortunately, he had nothing to do now and was distracted. Otherwise, he might not have noticed it in time. The next moment, he subconsciously glanced into the storage ring. With just one glance, his pupils shrank sharply. Among the many soul beads lying in his storage ring, one of them had shattered. Chapter 4054. Duan Lingtian had actually only used this shattered soul orb a few times. This was because he rarely contacted the owner of the soul orb. However, he had contacted him not long ago because of Xianxia. That's right. The shattered soul orb belonged to Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Clan Master Long has actually died? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A person who had communicated with him not long ago and whose tone had revealed confidence and carefreeness, a strong man whom he had a good impression of, had died? What was going on? How could a dignified sect leader fall just like that? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and immediately sent 2 consecutive sound transmissions to the 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yani. These 2 were also the elders he was most familiar with in the Tianlong clan. As for the others, although he was familiar with some of them, they were only ordinary disciples. You know, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yinyan's tone was solemn. Something that just happened, right? I saw that Clan Master Long's soul orb had just shattered. Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Shui Haichuan replied. Something just happened. An expert, an extremely powerful expert, forced his way into our Tianlong clan and forced our clan master out. Then, at the risk of being injured, he killed our clan master. However, because he came quickly and left quickly, his injuries weren't too serious even though the Great Sect Protection Formation was activated. Shui Haichuan's tone was somewhat gloomy. As a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, he naturally wouldn't be in a good mood after their clan master was killed. Do you know who it was? The mirror image array in the Great Sect Protection Formation can record his identity? Duan Lingtian asked. It only recorded a person surrounded by light. His face and figure can't be seen clearly. It's obvious that he's intentionally hiding his identity. However, he's definitely not an ordinary God Emperor. At the very least, it's unlikely that he's a lesser God Emperor. Lower God Emperors don't have the ability to do as they please in our Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protecting Array. Dongfang Yinyan's tone was very firm. It's impossible for him to be a lower divine lord? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. If it wasn't a lower god lord, then the one who made the move was definitely in existence above a god lord. Since the other party was injured, he should be a middle god emperor. A middle god emperor who barged into the Tianlong clan's grand protective array was injured. Could that Linghu Renfeng, who is suspected to be Ker's birth mother, be a high god emperor? Duan Lingtian still remembered that when Linghu Renfeng broke into the Tianlong clan, he almost crushed the Tianlong clan's sect protecting grand array with one strike, and even forced the Tianlong clan to remove the sect protecting grand array. Obviously, Linghu Renfeng's strength was much stronger than this person who had killed his way into the Tianlong clan and killed the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Middle God Emperor? Dragon-killing sect master? What's the motive? From Duan Lingtian's point of view, one needed a motive to kill someone. Especially since Long Qingchong was the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, his identity was very sensitive. Even those God Emperor powerhouses would not take the risk to act without a motive. It was fine if they didn't find out. Once they were found out, those wandering martial artists who were on good terms with the Tianlong clan, as well as some God Emperor level powers with God Emperor powerhouses, might not let it go so easily. Although the Tianlong clan was an outdated God Emperor level power, and there were no God-Emperor powerhouses in the current generation, if there was a need, there would still be many God-Emperor powerhouses to help the Tianlong clan. Those God-Emperor powerhouses were all friends that the Tianlong clan had established in the past. They were also the foundation of the Tianlong clan. For example, this Yuan Hanjin has a motive to kill sect Master Long. Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Qianye's master, Yuan Hanjin, who was an elder of the Ping Xing lineage. However, he is here in person. Moreover, he isn't even a God-Emperor. Even if he wants to kill sect Master Long, he can only lure him away from the Tianlong clan before killing him. He still doesn't have the ability to break the grand formation protecting the Tianlong clan. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His pupils shrank rapidly. There is one person who also has a motive. Moreover, his cultivation base matches as well. The old ancestor of the Pingxing lineage, Yuan Pingxing. Duan Lingtian stared at Yuan Hanjin and thought of the old ancestor of the Pingxing lineage behind Yuan Hanjin. He was also his biological father, Yuan Pingxing. Although he had never met Yuan Pingxing before, he knew that Yuan Pingxing was one of the few Void Pierce stage elders in Chunyang school. He was a middle god emperor. Even the old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, Yi Feng, had to address him as senior martial brother. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine. If it was really Yuan Pingxing who did this, he must have confirmed something. For example, he must have confirmed that Yang Qianye's father, the sect master of the Myriad Devil sect, Lan Qing, was killed by his son, Yuan Hanjin. Then he framed Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. If Long Qingchong didn't die, there would be hidden dangers in this matter. After all, Yang Qianye was not an idiot. Perhaps one day, Yang Qianye would discover the truth of this matter. When that time comes, what would happen? At that time, Yuan Hanjin would be raising a wolf to bite him to death. As Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingxing had a great motive for doing this. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Qianye has made it into the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After a while, he sent a voice transmission to Yang Qianye who was standing nearby. Yang Qianye, just a while ago, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, whom you wanted to avenge your father, is dead. Yang Qianye's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart was also shaken. Fortunately, he was used to keeping a cold expression on his face. Otherwise, his expression would have changed drastically. Is that true? After a while, Yang Qianye seemed to have calmed down. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. I have his soul orb. I contacted him earlier. Have you forgotten? Duan Lingtian asked. Who killed him? Yang Qianye asked. At the same time, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, a god emperor, it was not so easy to kill him. Did he die in the emperor battle realm of the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect? He could understand if Duan Lingtian had died in the emperor battle realm. However, he felt that it was unlikely. As far as he knew, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, was one of the strongest in the Tianlong clan. Even if all the high-level god emperors of the Tai sect attacked together, they might not be able to kill Long Qingchong. At his cultivation level, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could still escape. No. Duan Lingtian replied. Someone broke into the Tianlong temple and killed him, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's words moved Yang Qianye even more. After a while, he learned from Duan Lingtian that the person who killed Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had intentionally concealed his identity and was suspected to be at least a mid-level god emperor. Yang Qianye's expression froze. At the same time, he subconsciously turned to look at the small floating island where the higher-ups of the Chunyang school were. His gaze fell on his master, Yuan Hanjin. Duan Lingtian, Yang Qianye said through voice transmission. Yang Qianye said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, since you're close to Elder Zhen, ask him to look for the old ancestor of Yun Peak and ask him to see if Yuan Pingxing, the old ancestor of Pingxing progeny, is out. As soon as Xianxia said this, Duan Lingtian immediately guessed that Xianxia was suspicious of Yuan Pingxing. Xianxia. Duan Lingtian said bluntly, I can ask Elder Zhen for help with this matter. However, I'm not asking for you. To Elder Zhen, the stability of the Chunyang school is the most important thing. To him, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Sky Dragon clan, is just an outsider. Duan Lingtian said. I understand. Xianxia said in a low voice, I just want to confirm this matter. As for the other matters, I'll look into them. If it's really him. When he thought up to hear, a wisp of frightening cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and it was to the extent that besides Duan Lingtian, no one noticed it. After ending his conversation with Xianxia, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Zhen Pingfan was taken aback when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. What is it? I want you to ask Elder Yunfeng to make a trip to the Pingxing faction and see if the ancestor of the Pingxing faction, Yuan Pingxing, is in the Pingxing faction. Or, check the mirror image recorded in the sect protecting formation to see if the ancestor of the Pingxing faction, Yuan Pingxing, has left the Pure Yang sect a while ago and hasn't returned yet? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point as soon as he spoke. What's wrong? Zhen Pingfan frowned. Did something happen? Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but wonder why Duan Lingtian would ask him this if nothing had happened. Elder Zhen, please help me with this first. As for why I'm asking this, you can ask Elder Yunfeng first and I'll tell you. This matter is a little urgent. Duan Lingtian said. Zhen Pingfan took a deep look at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Although he felt that there must be something behind this, and it was most likely not a trivial matter, he did not continue to ask when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still calm. After a while, Zhen Pingfan sent a voice transmission to his father, the patriarch of the Yunfeng clan, Zhen Pingfan. He asked him to help check if Yuan Pingxing, the patriarch of the Pingxing clan, had left the sect. Had he not returned yet? Why do you suddenly want me to check this? If you want to know if your senior uncle Pingxing is in the Chunyang school, can't you just ask someone? Why do you need to investigate in secret? Zhen Yunfeng asked. Father, you can check this matter first. There are some things that I can't say now. I'll tell you when you have the results. Zhen Pingfan did not mention that it was Duan Lingtian who had asked him to do this in front of his father. He also did not say that he did not know why he had to do this. However, he planned to tell his father after Duan Lingtian told him the truth. Come to think of it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was still calm. Nothing should have happened. Okay, I'll check it out. Zhen Yunfeng quickly went to check it out because he rarely saw his son so serious. Not long after, Zhen Yunfeng found what he wanted to find out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to his son. Your senior uncle Pingxing left the sect some time ago and hasn't returned yet. Chapter 4055. What exactly happened? Why do you want to know this? After Zhen Yunfeng told his son about the results of his investigation, he asked further. On the other hand, Zhen Pingfan did not respond to his father in time. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. After all, he still did not know what had happened. However, after getting the answer from his father, he did not hesitate and immediately told Duan Lingtian about it. The old ancestor of Pingxing's lineage, martial uncle Yuan Pingxing, left the school some time ago. He hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian, can you tell me why you asked me this now? Zhen Pingfan also began to ask. My father is also asking about this. Duan Lingtian had long suspected it and guessed that it was most likely the case. However, he could only confirm it after getting the answer from Zhen Pingfan. If that was the case, the clan master of Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, should be killed by the Void Peer stage elder of Chunyang school, Yuan Pingxing. Otherwise, how could it be a coincidence? As far as he knew, the old ancestor of Chunyang school's Pingxing lineage, Yuan Pingxing, rarely went out. Even if the school needed a Void Peer stage elder to go out, He would never go out. Moreover, it was said that he was already old. He was already somewhat powerless to deal with the heavenly tribulation in recent years. Under such circumstances, cultivating wholeheartedly was the best way. Although there might be opportunities outside, they were often accompanied by danger. If one was careless and did not get the opportunity, they might even come back with injuries. They might not be able to survive the next heavenly tribulation. Of course, the most important thing was that they did not have that many opportunities. Especially for a mid-god emperor like Yuan Pingxing. The opportunities that could bring him benefits and even allow him to improve were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the profound Handle land. The secret realm of the Holy Land was one of them. However, it was also difficult to obtain the opportunity to enter. However, the Pure Yang sect had obtained multiple slots this time. Logically speaking, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would be one of them. The most important thing was, 2 of the spots were obtained by the disciples of their Pingxing lineage. If he didn't get a spot, then it would be unreasonable. Did you get it? Although Yang Qianye wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian on the surface, he was still looking at Duan Lingtian from time to time. It was just that few people noticed it. Now that he noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, he immediately asked. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he didn't hesitate and said bluntly, I can tell you about this matter. Not for anything else, but for the death of sect leader Long. Although I don't have much of a friendship with sect leader Long, and we rarely interact with each other, I have a good impression of him. This time, he suffered an undeserved calamity. I am also angry for him. However, with my relationship with him, his death is not enough for me to avenge him. Of course, it's impossible for you to avenge him. I'm telling you this because I also want you to know the truth. This is also what Sect Master Long wanted to do when she was alive. She was even willing to invite you to the Tianlong clan. This is also the last thing I'll do for her. Although Duan Lingtian was not very calm about Long Qingchong's death, he was not so hot-headed as to want to avenge Long Qingchong. There were too many people in the world who had died unjustly. Did he want to avenge every single one of them? Also, after I tell you this, I don't want you to announce it to anyone. At the very least, I don't want you to confront anyone in the future and say that you asked me and Elder Zhen Pingfan about this matter. As long as you know it in your heart. I don't want to involve Elder Zhen. At this point, Duan Lingtian's tone became even more solemn. When Yang Qianye heard Duan Lingtian's words, he said, I can understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what you told me today. Moreover, it's fine as long as I know what I'm doing. Also, I don't necessarily believe everything you say. I'll think of a way to confirm it myself. I'll only believe that it's true after I confirm it myself. Yang Qianye's words were very clear. I don't necessarily believe what Duan Lingtian tells me. I'm just using it as a reference. I'll only believe things that I confirm myself. Take the death of his father, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, for example. At first, he was blinded by hatred. It was only when Duan Lingtian came to him that he began to calm down. At the same time, he also found that there were many suspicious points. After that lesson, he was not willing to completely trust anyone again. At the same time, he also understood that only what he found out and confirmed was the truth. It's good that you think that way. When he heard Yang Qianye's words, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and directly passed on Zhen Pingfan's words to him. Elder Zhen asked his father to help investigate this matter. I'm sure you know who his father is, so I won't mention it. I can confirm that the ancestor of your bloodline is not in the sect during this period. Perhaps, it won't be long before he returns to the sect. At this point, Duan Lingtian silently added another sentence in his heart. After all, it would take a middle-level god emperor a certain amount of time to rush back to Chunyang school from the Tianlong clan, even if he used a god emperor-level spaceship. Duan Lingtian? At this time, when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not respond for a long time, Zhen Pingfan suddenly became a little angry. Don't tell me you're going back on your words and not telling me this matter? No. Duan Lingtian sighed. I'm just sending a message to someone to comfort them. What's wrong? Zhen Pingfan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the departure of his senior uncle Ping Xing had something to do with Duan Lingtian's friend? Or could it be that someone had done something to Duan Lingtian's friend? At this thought, his expression changed slightly. Elder Zhen. Just as Zhen Pingfan was about to ask again, Duan Lingtian also told him about Long Qingchong's death. Just before I ask you this, the Tianlong clan's clan leader, Long Qingchong, has just died. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan's pupils shrank slightly. How did he die? He forced his way into the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong at the cost of injuries. Then he fled far away. According to the judgment of the people from the Tianlong clan, the person who did this is most likely a middle-level god emperor or above. Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan was silent for a moment before he asked, "Are you suspecting that it was senior Uncle Ping Xing who did this?" Duan Lingtian heard this but did not respond. On the other hand, Zhen Pingfan was frowning slightly. He regretted helping Duan Lingtian to ask this question. Was this not creating trouble for the people from his own sect? Even if Duan Lingtian did not want to avenge Long Qingchong, if Duan Lingtian knew about this, it would definitely affect his impression of the Chunyang school. He felt a headache coming on. As for Yuan Pingxing's motive for killing Long Qingchong, there was definitely a reason. He, his father, and his senior uncle Yi had already suspected the relationship between Yang Qianye and Yuan Hanjin. Now, they were just one step closer to confirming their suspicions. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, "I've asked around for you, and I've told you. However, I hope that from now on, you won't tell anyone." Zhen Pingfan's tone was serious. Duan Lingtian had known him for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen him so serious. Okay. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. At the same time, he thought that if he told Yang Qianye about this, it would not be considered as breaking his promise to Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan did not expect that Duan Lingtian would tell Yang Qianye about this matter as soon as he knew about it. This was because, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianye were not only not friends, but also enemies. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Tianlong clan, the people from the Million Demons sect, where Yang Qianye was previously, had been enemies with Duan Lingtian. Later, many people from the Million Demons sect died in the fight between the Tianlong clan and Duan Lingtian. Most of them were executed by the Tianlong clan. Among them were some of Yang Qianye's elders and 2 childhood friends who were as close as brothers. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed, Zhen Pingfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he told his father, Zhen Yunfeng, who was still waiting for the news. At the same time, he also told Yi Chunfeng about this through voice transmission. Yi Chunfeng's face instantly froze. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although Yuan Pingxing was his senior brother. However, in his opinion, this kind of behavior was a little too much. Duan Lingtian did not know what happened on Zhen Pingfan's side. Now, Duan Lingtian turned his attention back to the field. At the moment, there were 2 figures fighting in the field. One of them was number 6, the heaven's pride of the Yuan clan of the underworld mansion, Tuoba Xiao. As her figure moved, the cold wind raged and froze the void, constantly locking the space. Number 6 Lin Yuan stepped down and became the new number 5. Now that number 5 Shimin had fallen to number 7, it was her turn. After Tuoba Xiao went on the field, she did not challenge Lin Yuan, who had just made it to number 5. It was unknown whether it was because she felt that Lin Yuan had just fought a battle and did not want to take advantage of her, or because she thought that Lin Yuan might refuse and had the right to refuse. After Tuoba Xiao entered the field, she directly challenged number 4, Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu was previously challenged by number 10 Ma Qihong. The 2 were evenly matched and it ended in a draw. Presently, some time had already passed since the battle between him and Ma Qihong, and he'd recovered his combat strength from his prime under the effects of various divine pills. Now, he and Tuoba Xiao had exchanged 30 moves, and they were still evenly matched. In the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, whether it was him or Tuoba Xiao, they had not shown their true strength. At the very least, Yuan Moyu had not shown the strength he had shown when he fought with Mochi Hong. Toba Xiu was more or less the same. She was obviously holding back. These two want to test each other and then defeat each other with a thunderous blow? Duan Lingtian guessed their thoughts. This method was not bad. Although defeating each other with a thunderous blow would consume a lot of energy, it was easy to recover from and would not affect the subsequent performance. Chapter 4056. Both of them know each other's intentions, and neither of them is careless. If this continues, do they really think they'll be able to find an opportunity? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Both of them were still not confident enough. If only one of them was confident, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, he knew confidence required strength to back it up. Confidence without strength would only be a joke in the end. As for who was stronger between Toba Xiu and Yuan Mou, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say. After all, Yuan Mou had only revealed his strength so far. However, Yuan Mou still hadn't revealed the strength he'd revealed earlier. As for Toba Xiu, she kept a low profile as well. Toba Xiu is either not confident in the strength Yuan Mou revealed earlier, or she suspects Yuan Mou is still holding back and hasn't revealed his full strength. However, the battle between Yuan Mou and Mochi Hong ended in a draw. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have concealed his strength, right? Of course, that might not be the case. After all, regardless of whether Yuan Mou fought Mochi Hong to a draw or defeated Mochi Hong, the outcome would still be the same. That is, his ranking will not change. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian wasn't sure if Yuan Mou had concealed his strength earlier. Duan Lingtian withdrew his attention when he saw the stalemate between Toba Xiu and Yuan Mou. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the other two people. They were none other than Luo Yuan and Han Di, who were ranked ahead of Yuan Mou. Han Di was ranked second. Luo Yuan was ranked third. However, Han Di had already admitted that he was no match for him and admitted defeat after exchanging blows with him with his full strength. Therefore, Han Di wasn't a threat to him, unless he lost to an opponent that even Han Di could defeat. In that case, Han Di would still have a chance to fight him again. And if that moment really came, Han Di definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to challenge him again. Although he admitted defeat earlier, it was only because his explosive strength was stronger than his opponent's. If he lost to someone he'd already defeated, and coupled with the fact that his opponent's ranking in the top 3 was confirmed, his opponent would definitely disregard everything and attack him. How long are Toba Xiu and Yuan Mou going to fight for? In the blink of an eye, Toba Xiu and Yuan Mou had already exchanged over 100 blows. Moreover, from the looks of it, they had no intention of stopping. At this time, many people were getting impatient. Now, let's see who can hold on longer. Of course, there were also some people who were more patient. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the battlefield. Of course, this is under the condition that both sides are evenly matched. The two of them are so strong. Even if their strength is equal, I'm afraid that there will be a victor in this battle. It won't be a draw. Of course, it's annoying. If the person who can't keep his composure is far stronger than the person who can keep his composure, he still has the confidence to fight to a draw or even defeat the other party. It depends on how strong they are. While the crowd was discussing, Duan Lingtian's attention also returned to the field, watching the fight between the two. At first, his expression was still somewhat calm. However, after 200 moves, his brows began to twitch. Yuan Mou is finally unable to keep his cool. He did very well in the beginning. Why can't he remain calm now? It seems like it has something to do with the rumors that are being spread now. After 100 moves, Duan Lingtian heard some people mocking Yuan Mou, saying that he was not as good as a woman. Of course, no one, including him, took these words to heart. If that was the case, Yuan Mou was not the only one who was not as good as this woman named Toba Xiu. Those who were not in the top 10 or even the top 30 were not as good as this woman. Toba Xiu was the only woman left in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions feast. However, although the crowd did not care, Yuan Mou, as the person involved, gradually became restless as time passed. It was unknown whether he was affected by these words or not. I even suspect that those words came from the underworld mansion. Although Tuoba Xiu is a member of the Yuan clan on the surface, she was cultivated by the 3 great God Emperor level forces of the underworld mansion. Whether she can enter the top 3 or not is related to whether the underworld mansion will be able to obtain 3 quotas. Some of the Chunyang school disciples speculated. I also think that the underworld mansion is behind this. This time, if Tuoba Xiu does not enter the top 3 and only obtains 2 quotas in the top 10, the 3 great forces of the underworld mansion will not be able to split the quotas. Look at Yuan Mou. Has he been fooled? The people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing must have warned him. Hearing the comments of the Chunyang school disciples, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. He could see that many of the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar were anxious. Obviously, they were anxious because they saw that Yuan Mou was still restless. Someone must have warned him. That being said, Yuan Blackjade is still behaving like this even after being warned? Is his temperament really bad, or is he just pretending? Duan Lingtian guessed. He was more inclined to the latter because he felt that Yuan Mou was definitely not someone who was easily angered since he had achieved so much at such a young age. It was impossible for him to lose his cool. Yuan Mou snorted coldly, shaking the void. Then he burst out and charged towards Tuoba Xiu. His body was full of blood qi, and it was obvious that he did not hold back. This level of attack is more or less the same as when Ma Qihong fought him. Could it be that his true strength is only limited to this? This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. The others were more direct. Yuan Mou is not hiding his strength. It's the right choice to attack now and use his strongest attack. In other words, this should be his strongest attack. Tuoba Xiu knew that he had this strength. Now that he has attacked, I don't know if Tuoba Xiu can withstand it. I don't know. Maybe she can? I think so too. Otherwise, why would they be in such a stalemate? Moreover, if she really wanted to surprise Yuan Mou and defeat him, she should have done so long ago. If she is weaker than Yuan Mou, she should be feeling guilty. Yuan Mou is so impatient, and Tuoba Xiu is obviously not weaker than him. Tuoba Xiu has a better chance of winning this battle. In any case, Yuan Mou's sudden attack made the eyes of the impatient and anxious onlookers brighten. They knew the 2 people in front of them were finally going to fight for real. Tuoba Xiu narrowed her eyes in the face of Yuan Mou's sudden attack. Cold qi filled the air as blood qi shot into the sky. A series of crisp sounds rang in the air. The entire void was sealed by the power of frost condensed by Tuoba Xiu's law of ice, including Yuan Mou's attack. However, Yuan Mou was not to be trifled with. He advanced triumphantly all the way. No matter how fast the ice solidified, it was still destroyed by him. The prominent divine artifact in his hand advanced through the ice like the dawn in the darkness, growing brighter and brighter. Suddenly, in a situation that no one had expected, the usually taciturn Tuoba Xiu finally spat out this word. In an instant, the ice that had condensed in the void shattered like tempered glass. There were cracks everywhere, and the cracks were still spreading. Not only were they spreading outside, but they were also spreading inside. At the same time, an ice-cold sword light shot out from where Tuoba Xiu was standing. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu disappeared from where she was standing. The cold sword light broke through the void. Although it was not very bright, Duan Lingtian's pupils could not help but shrink. The embryonic form of Sword Dao? This was because he realized that Tuoba Xiu had actually comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Now, the void-pierced stage elder of Chunyang School, Yi Chenfeng, was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. Yi Chenfeng's face was also filled with astonishment. In the next moment, the other god emperors also realized this one after another. Tuoba Xiu of the Underworld Mansion has actually grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao? Is it good luck, or is it true that he has high attainments in sword Dao? While the experts were still in shock, Tuoba Xiu's sword had already clashed with Yuan Moyu's attack and gained the upper hand as soon as they clashed. Just when most people thought that Yuan Moyu would be defeated by Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu's attack suddenly surged. Yuan Moyu's offensive suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he, who had used 70 to 80% of his strength, had suddenly erupted with 10% of his strength, which was also his full strength. In the next moment, rumble. In the void above, deafening sounds of collision could be heard frequently. Yuan Moyu, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly unleashed his full strength and suppressed Tuoba Xiu instead. Yuan Moyu hid his strength. Oh my god! He's still hiding his strength at this moment? If he had used his full strength just now, he might have been able to suppress Tuoba Xiu directly, right? That was before. Before this, he naturally did not know that Tuoba Xiu was so strong. While the onlookers were shocked by the scene before them, Duan Lingtian's face was also filled with surprise. Was Yuan Moyu really hiding his strength? He had thought of this possibility before, but he felt that it was unlikely. However, he did not expect this possibility to appear. Damn it! He actually did not use his full strength when fighting with me. On the Mochi clan side, Mochi Hong's face was very ugly. If Yuan Moyu had shown such strength earlier, even if he could hold on for a while in the beginning, he would definitely be defeated later on. However, he was now angry that Yuan Moyu had held back when fighting with him. However, he did not hold back when fighting with Tuoba Xiu. Was he looking down on him? At this moment, Mochi Hong seemed to have completely forgotten that he was only number 10 and ranked at the bottom of the top 10. Even if Yuan Moyu had defeated him, he would still be fourth. Since the outcome would be the same regardless of defeat or draw, why would he show his strength so much? Chapter 4057. Yuan Moyu is going to win. Unless Tuoba Xiu is hiding her true strength and isn't Yuan Moyu's, she'll definitely lose. I don't think that's possible. Tuoba Xiu must be waiting for Yuan Moyu to make a move because she's confident in suppressing him. She probably didn't expect Yuan Moyu to be hiding so much of his strength. Yuan Moyu is too patient. He waited until now to unleash his full strength. After all, Tuoba Xiu is a hidden prodigy from the underworld mansion. We only know that she's very strong, but no one knows her true strength. Yuan Moyu displayed his hidden strength and suppressed Tuoba Xiu. Tuoba Xiu's pupils shrunk slightly in the face of Yuan Moyu's display of strength. Soon after, she swiftly withdrew in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, an incomparably huge block of ice swiftly formed in her path of retreat. The block of ice was a cube that was more than 100 meters in length, width, and height. However, even this huge block of ice did not stop Yuan Moyu for long. Yuan Moyu's attack crushed the block of ice in an instant and turned it into ice shards that filled the air. The ice shards whistled and flew in all directions like sharp swords. However, before they could get close to the crowd, Lin Donglai casually blocked them. Otherwise, at least half of the people present would be injured if not dead. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tuoba Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood as she fled. Even the veil on her face was blown away, revealing her beautiful face. Then the crowd saw that her body was emitting cold air, and waves of terrifying power aura spread out. Faced with Yuan Moyu's menacing attack, she attacked again. Swoosh! It was another sword strike, but this time it was even more powerful than the previous one. It was on a completely different level. That's still not her full strength. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. He could not help but shake his head at the same time. Both of them had only been testing each other in the beginning. Neither of them had made the first move. It was only when Yuan Moyu attacked that they began to show their true strength. Moreover, both of them had not used their full strength in their first move. Perhaps this was the first time they had displayed their true strength. Their explosive power is comparable to that of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Qitian sect's prodigy, Han Di. Another two prodigies who are on par with Han Di. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, both of them were at Han Di's level. Now, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, apart from him, the top 10 were divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Tuoba Xiu. The second echelon was Wang Xiong and Ma Qihong. The third echelon consisted of Shimin and Yang Qianya. As for Lin Yuan and Luo Yuan, they had clearly not used their full strength. Thus, Duan Lingtian could not determine how strong they were. However, according to Duan Lingtian's current observation, the strength of these 2 people might not be any weaker than the 3 people in the first echelon. Of course, this was just his guess. The truth would only be revealed when they were forced to use their full strength. However, the outcome of the battle was quickly decided. Although Tuoba Xiu's strength was not weaker than Yuan Moyu's, the difference was not much. Moreover, she was at a disadvantage when she attacked after the enemy had struck, so she was injured by Yuan Moyu. Although Yuan Moyu was injured as well, his injuries were much lighter. If this continued, Tuoba Xiu's injuries would only worsen because her remaining combat strength was no longer comparable to Yuan Moyu's. I admit defeat. The battle ended with Tuoba Xiu's surrender. This also made many people feel pity for her, because no one would have thought that she was also hiding her strength like Yuan Moyu. Earlier, when Yuan Moyu had attacked first, the strength she had displayed to suppress Yuan Moyu had not been her full strength. It's a pity for Tuoba Xiu. If she had used her full strength from the beginning, Yuan Moyu would not have been able to unleash his full strength in time and would have lost to her in the end. Many people sighed. Actually, she did not expect this to happen either. Of course, it's understandable why she did that. Just like how Yuan Moyu had hidden his strength in the battle with Ma Qihong earlier, he would still be 4th if he fought to a draw with Ma Qihong. He would still be 4th if he defeated Ma Qihong, so it was better for him to hide some of his strength in a draw. That's right. Tuoba Xiu's idea is actually quite similar to Yuan Moyu's. She lost because she underestimated Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu is really amazing. At this moment, Yuan Moyu had undoubtedly become the most eye-catching prodigy present. This monster from the Sky Howl sect of the state of Qing was said to be a descendant of the Sky Howl sect of the Sky Howl sect's Howl sect. He was also a person that the sect had focused on nurturing. Judging from the current situation, Duan Lingtian, Yuan Moyu, and Tuoba Xiu should be the strongest in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. I wonder if the others are as strong as them. If the others are not as strong as them, they should be in the top 3 this time. I think so too. As Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu displayed their true strength one after another, most people were more optimistic about them and felt that they might be able to make it into the top 3. Duan Lingtian also heard these words. However, he did not comment. These people had all underestimated Han Di. In his opinion, Han Di's strength was not weaker than Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu. Of course, if they really fought, he did not dare to say for sure who would win. At their level, the slight difference in strength often did not mean that they would definitely win in an actual battle. If the distance was too small, the actual battle depended on many factors. Just like the battle between Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu earlier, if both of them had used their full strength from the beginning, it would definitely have ended in a draw. If Tuoba Xiu had used her full strength the moment Yuan Moyu attacked first, she would definitely have won. Unfortunately, because she still wanted to hide more of her strength, Yuan Moyu seized the opportunity and severely injured her. If it had been a battle of life and death earlier, Tuoba Xiu would have been the one to die. Moreover, she would have died in vain. She should have been able to fight Yuan Moyu to a draw, but due to some small considerations, she had lost and fallen into a disadvantageous position. After their battle, it will be number 3's turn. Originally, number 4 Yuan Moyu should have entered the arena. Now, he can enter the arena as well. However, since he is injured, I doubt he will issue any more challenges. Since they had just fought a battle, Yuan Moyu had the right to refuse to enter the arena. This was also in accordance with the rules of the 7 Palaces banquet. As the discussions about Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu died down, many people started paying attention to the next round. Tuoba Xiu is number 6. Before her is number 5. Originally, number 5 should be the one to enter the arena. However, number 5 is Lin Yuan, who defeated Westgate earlier. According to the rules, he cannot enter this round. Then, it will be Yuan Moyu's turn. Yuan Moyu is injured. He probably won't enter the arena. If Yuan Moyu doesn't enter the arena, it will be number 3's turn. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian and the others had expected. When it was number 4 Yuan Moyu's turn, he refused to enter the arena. Number 3 entered the arena. And thus, it was Luo Yuan's turn. This was a genius the Heavenly Star Manor had nurtured with all its resources. Due to Duoba Xiu's stunning performance, the way the crowd looked at Luo Yuan changed. Since the Underworld Manor was able to nurture a genius like Tuoba Xiu with all its resources, the Heavenly Star Manor should be able to nurture a genius like Tuoba Xiu. A genius like that shouldn't be weak. If he is not weaker than Tuoba Xiu, the battle for the top 3 will be very interesting. If he is not weaker than Tuoba Xiu, it will be difficult for her to enter the top 3. Yeah. Tuoba Xiu was seriously injured today. She might not be able to fully recover. Furthermore, she has already lost to Yuan Moyu. Unless the person she defeats Yuan Moyu as well, she won't have a chance to challenge Yuan Moyu. Even if she wants to obtain second place, she will have to wait until Yuan Moyu obtains first place. Luo Yuan entered the arena, attracting everyone's attention. Many people were guessing whether he would challenge number 2 Han Di or number 1 Duan Lingtian next. As the third place, he had the authority to challenge either Duan Lingtian or Han Di. If Luo Yuan succeeds in his challenge against Duan Lingtian, he will become the new first place. As for Duan Lingtian, even if he replaces Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to obtain third place. Since he defeated Han Di will be relegated to third place. Who do you guys think he will challenge? It's hard to say. Currently, numerous gazes were on Luo Yuan, filled with curiosity. They were all curious as to who Luo Yuan would challenge next. At this time, the people from the Heavenly Star Manor and the Autumn Leaf Gate were also giving Luo Yuan advice. Luo Yuan, we suggest that you don't be in a rush to challenge Duan Lingtian. Challenge Han Di first. Moreover, I suggest that you discuss this with Han Di and use the same method he used against Duan Lingtian to determine the victor. This way, the victor will be decided, and none of you will be injured. One ought to admit that the suggestion given by the Heavenly Star Manor and the Autumn Leaf Gate was very reasonable. For both Luo Yuan and Han Di, this was a win-win situation. Alright. After receiving the suggestion, Luo Yuan replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate and declared, I challenge number 2, Han Di. Han Di. This was the first time Han Di had entered the arena after his battle against Duan Lingtian. After being challenged by Luo Yuan, Han Di's eyes blazed with battle intent. However, when he received Luo Yuan's voice transmission, he couldn't help but be startled. Let's have another battle like the one we fought against Duan Lingtian? Let's fight with our full strength without facing each other head-on so that we can get a feel of each other's strength? The next instant, a sharp glint flashed through the depths of Han Di's eyes. Then he readily agreed. No problem. This is not only a good thing for you. It's also a good thing for me. However, if you go back on your word, even if I have to suffer serious injuries, I will drag you down with me so that you won't be able to compete with them in the future. Toward the end of his words, Han Di's tone was exceptionally cold. Chapter 4058. Of course. Luo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly when he heard Han Di's words. I, Luo Yuan, will not do something like digging my own grave. Moreover, if I were to fight you to the death now, it would only benefit others. You have seen how strong Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu are. If the two of us fight, if either of us is injured and can't recover in the next round, they might take advantage of us. At that time, we won't have any hope of getting into the top 3. One ought to admit that Luo Yuan's words were sincere. As for Han Di, when he heard Luo Yuan's words, his tone calmed down. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just worried that you might go back on your word and attack me at a crucial moment. After all, this is the first time I'm working with you. If it was Duan Ling Tian, with our previous experience of working together, I wouldn't have such concerns. Luo Yuan did not think much of Han Di's words. As far as he was concerned, this was only human nature. However, after the show he had with Duan Ling Tian, he could see Han Di's character. Han Di was worthy of his trust. Initially, Luo Yuan still had some misgivings about Luo Yuan. However, after hearing Han Di's warning, Luo Yuan no longer had any misgivings about Luo Yuan. Nobody was stupid. It was impossible for them not to be on guard. At the same time, after obtaining Han Di's agreement, Luo Yuan sent a voice transmission to the leader of the Heavenly Star Manor's Autumn Leaves sect. In truth, although Luo Yuan was looking for Han Di, the Tianqian Manor had similar intentions as well. They all hoped that Luo Yuan would not fight with Han Di too early so that his injuries would not affect his chances of getting into the top 3. The Tianqian Manor only had one hope for Luo Yuan, and that was to get into the top 3 of the Seven Mansions banquet. Only by getting into the top 3 would they be able to obtain 3 slots to enter the secret zones of the Seven Mansions banquet. As for getting first place, that was a pleasant surprise. They did not even think about it. Of course, they had thought about it before the Seven Mansions banquet began. However, as the Seven Mansions banquet progressed and the geniuses revealed their strength one after another, they felt that it was better to leave it to fate. If Luo Yuan could get first place, it would be a pleasant surprise. If he could not, it did not matter. He just needed to be in the top 3. Being in the top 3 was also their initial goal. Don't even think about ambushing him. There's no way Han Di wouldn't be wary of you. This time, you just have to go through the motions with him like he did with Duan Ling Tian. If you feel that he's not as strong as you, ask him to admit defeat. If he's unwilling, then fight him with real swords and spears. If you feel that his strength is on par with yours, then discuss with him to end the match in a draw. If you're not as strong as him, admit defeat and try to get third place. If you're really not as strong as him, you'll definitely not be as strong as Duan Ling Tian. At that time, you can only focus on the third place. Now, Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Mou are both injured, and it won't be easy for them to fully recover. As long as you maintain your peak strength, you can deal with them later. This was also the opinion of the 3 great powers of Heavenly Stellar Manor. As for Luo Yuan, he was a genius nurtured by the 3 powers. This time, he was here to help the 3 powers. Naturally, he would listen to their suggestions. If you are ready, you may begin. At this time, the host, Lin Donglai, spoke. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, focused their attention on the 2 youths on the stage. One of them was a genius nurtured by Heavenly Stellar Manor. Due to Tuoba Xiao's outstanding performance, a lot of people were looking forward to Luo Yuan's performance. The other youth was a hidden genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect, Han Di. Han Di had been a nobody in the past. Only on the eve of the Seven Mansions banquet had he appeared before the people of Spirit Rhino Mansion, displaying his monstrous talent and strength. Han Di is very strong. As for Luo Yuan, he's definitely not weak either. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he watched the 2 of them. At this time, a Chunyang school disciple asked Duan Lingtian, "Senior brother Duan, who do you think is stronger? After all, you've experienced Han Di's strength before." It's hard to say. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard this. Han Di is indeed very strong. However, Luo Yuan is a genius that the Heavenly Stellar Mansion nurtured with all its resources. I'm sure he won't be weak. Moreover, you've seen it for yourself. Nurturing a genius with the resources of an entire manor is no joke. Just look at Tuoba Xiao from Netherworld Manor. Tuoba Xiao is indeed very strong. Duan Lingtian had a very high opinion of Tuoba Xiao's strength, even though she had been defeated by Yuan Moyu earlier. However, we'll know who is stronger after watching. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he stared at the 2 of them. The Chunyang school disciple who had asked the question followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and stared at Luo Yuan and Han Di. After a short while, both Luo Yuan and Han Di retreated rapidly and stood opposite each other. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they shot toward each other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them approached each other. However, they were not on the same line. It was more like they were on two parallel lines that did not intersect. A lot of people were stunned by this scene. Some of them reacted as well. Han Di and Luo Yuan are not planning to fight for real. They are planning to do what Han Di and Duan Lingtian did earlier. They are going to display their strength without fighting for real. This must be Han Di's suggestion. Is there a need for Han Di to be so careful? Even at this point, he's still thinking of preserving his strength? The problem is that Luo Yuan has agreed to it. It's normal for Luo Yuan to agree, right? After all, nobody is willing to exhaust themselves if they can preserve their strength. While a lot of people were able to see through Han Di and Luo Yuan's intentions, Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, who had been injured earlier, had unsightly expressions on their faces. The two of them had been fighting with their lives on the line. However, the two before them were actually treating this battle as child's play. Of course, this wasn't a good thing for the two of them. If the two before them weren't injured and hadn't exhausted much of their strength, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing them later. Again? Even Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Han Di and Luo Yuan's actions. It was as though he was witnessing the scene of him fighting Han Di earlier. Before the crowd could react, Luo Yuan and Han Di had already brushed past each other. Although they were both unleashing their full power, their bodies were on two parallel lines. However, at this moment, both of them could sense the strength of the other. Han Di frowned. As for Luo Yuan, a look of joy appeared on his face. Before the others could react, an odd expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. No one was clearer than him on Han Di's strength. Previously, when he and Han Di had unleashed their full power, many god emperors had been paying attention to them. However, most of them had been observing his strength. As such, they hadn't paid much attention to Han Di. As such, apart from Duan Lingtian, even the god emperors from the three major powers of the heavenly stellar mansion did not feel anything strange about Han Di's eruption of strength. However, Duan Lingtian had noticed something. This time, Han Di's eruption of strength was not as strong as the one he had unleashed earlier. Could it be that Han Di's strength had declined? How was that possible? Han Di hadn't made a move, nor was he injured. How could his strength have declined? If so, there was only one possibility left. Han Di is trying to trick Luo Yuan. I really couldn't tell that this fellow had such a sinister side to him. The instant this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, Luo Yuan, who had a look of joy on his face, became excited when he sensed that Han Di's strength was inferior to his. As a result, his initial vigilance had decreased significantly. Subconsciously, he felt that Han Di was inferior to him and would not dare to make a move against him. One ought to know that even after the previous battle between Han Di and Duan Lingtian, Luo Yuan still trusted Han Di. However, he hadn't fully trusted Han Di and had always been on guard against him. At this moment, however, he had relaxed. It was this moment of relaxation that made him regret it in the next moment. As Luo Yuan and Han Di passed each other, the god emperors from the three major powers of the heavenly stellar mansion revealed joyful expressions. Han Di was inferior to Luo Yuan. Han Di's strength is only SOSO. It seems like Luo Yuan is still capable of competing with Duan Lingtian for the number one position. The genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate is only SOSO. The next instant, the joyful expressions on their faces froze. Bang! Accompanied by a loud boom, Han Di, who had just passed by Luo Yuan, suddenly erupted with power. His blood aura surged once more. Then, he raised his hand, and the divine tool in his hand unleashed a charged attack straight at Luo Yuan. Han Di. The instant Han Di made his move, a terrifying aura and pressure assaulted Luo Yuan from behind. This caused Luo Yuan, who was still in a state of joy, to wake up. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes widened in fury. He shouted Han Di's name at the top of his lungs. His voice was hoarse and filled with unconcealable rage. Han Di had actually broken his promise and attacked him. Moreover, the strength Han Di had displayed was not the same as before. Rather, it was a strength no weaker than Luo Yuan's. What? Luo Yuan roared as his godly power surged. However, his reaction speed was too slow. He couldn't even turn around in time. As such, he could only circulate his godly power and the power of laws to form a layer of defense behind him. Bang! Alas, after a loud explosion, the defense behind Luo Yuan was smashed apart. Next, Luo Yuan's body was sent flying by a huge force. Blood spurted out of Luo Yuan's mouth as he was sent flying. Feeling dizzy, he opened his mouth, wanting to admit defeat. However, he found that he couldn't make a sound. His injuries were too severe. Bang! After yet another attack, Luo Yuan fainted and his body started falling down from the sky. Chapter 4059. Luo Yuan was defeated. He had lost miserably. From the beginning to the end, not even a single hair on Han Di's body was harmed. In fact, he was even severely injured twice while passively defending himself. In the end, he was even knocked unconscious. Regardless of life and death, Luo Yuan would already be a dead man. Number 2, Han Di wins. After asking Han Di to stop, Lin Donglai announced the result of the duel. That said, he felt some disdain for Han Di's character. After all, he had made an agreement with others not to attack each other. Yet he had attacked another. That was somewhat unkind of him. However, he also felt that this matter could not be entirely blamed on Han Di. It was Luo Yuan's fault for being so careless. Not only was he not careful when playing this game with others, he was even distracted. Even if the other party intentionally showed weakness earlier, you were distracted before the battle was over. Could you be sure that he wasn't hiding his strength? Luo Yuan wasn't the only one playing this game with Han Di. Did you see how Duan Lingtian played with him earlier? Did he do the same to Duan Lingtian? A pitiful person must have a detestable side. At this moment, while Lin Donglai despised Han Di's character, he also didn't think that Luo Yuan was a good person. After Lin Donglai announced the outcome of the battle and sent the unconscious Luo Yuan back to the Heavenly Star Mansion's Autumn Leaves Gate, other than the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Equal Heaven sect's leader, the rest of the crowd fell silent. No one had expected that such a change would occur. Of course, Han Di had already informed the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Chi-Tian sect's God Emperor beforehand and obtained the other party's permission. According to the other party was naive and took the initiative to do so. Since he had tricked him, then so be it. It could be considered a lesson for him in life. Moreover, this kind of thing might not necessarily succeed. The prerequisite for success was that the other party was careless. In fact, until Han Di succeeded, he was still a little dazed. He never thought that it would go so smoothly. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. The genius that Heavenly Stellar Manor had spent so much effort to nurture only cared about cultivation and did not know the dangers of the world? How ruthless! Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Han Di, who had yet to leave the arena, and a hint of wariness flashed through his eyes. At the same time, he rejoiced that he had been vigilant the entire time, preventing Han Di from taking advantage of the situation. However, when Duan Lingtian recalled the strength his opponent had displayed earlier and how he had defeated Luo Yuan, he had a feeling that the reason his opponent hadn't tried to scheme against him was because he was stronger than his opponent. Or perhaps, it was because the other party had taken the initiative to suggest it? Although he wasn't sure who had suggested the idea of using all their strength to determine the outcome of the battle between Luo Yuan and Han Di, from the slight changes in their expressions, he felt that it was more likely that Luo Yuan had suggested this. Taking 10,000 steps back, if this suggestion had still been made by Han Di, Luo Yuan might not have been so careless. Even if Han Di showed weakness at the critical moment, he would not be careless. However, I'm afraid the Heavenly Stellar Manor will not let this matter rest. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he instinctively looked at the people from the three great forces of the Heavenly Star Mansion. At this moment, many people from the three great forces stood up. Following that, 3 figures flew out. They were none other than the leaders of the 3 great forces of the Heavenly Star Mansion. 3 God Emperors. After entering the arena, they stared coldly at Han Di, who was preparing to leave the arena. Han Di. The God Emperor from the Heavenly Stellar Manor's Autumn Leaf School asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Since you have an agreement with Luo Yuan, this battle will be the same as the one between you and Duan Lingtian. If you don't fight, at most, you will win. Why are you attacking Luo Yuan at such a critical moment? Don't you feel that this is too despicable?" At this moment, not only did the God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor's Autumn Leaf School have ugly expressions, but even the God Emperors from the other 2 major powers had ugly expressions. "Han Di, you need to give us an explanation for this matter," one of the God Emperors said coldly. "Han Di, I'm afraid you won't be able to rest easy after using such despicable methods, right?" The 3 God Emperors stared coldly at Han Di. If it wasn't for the fact that they had some reservations, Duan Lingtian suspected that these 3 God Emperors would have already attacked Han Di. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, following which the old man from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate stepped into the arena and stepped in front of Han Di, protecting him. He glanced at the 3 God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor and said indifferently, "The battle with Duan Lingtian was Luo Yuan's suggestion. If we don't fight, at most, we will win." In that battle, Luo Yuan's technique was inferior, so he admitted defeat. As for the battle with Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Manor, it was Luo Yuan himself who suggested it. He was the one who suggested it. He was the one who was careless. If something happens to him, he can only blame himself. You all should rejoice that this is the 7 Mansions banquet. Life and death are not allowed here. If this had happened outside, this mistake would have cost him his life. Today, Han Di's actions have taught him a good lesson. With the arrival of the God Emperors from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate and Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 Mansions banquet, the 3 God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor had no choice but to retreat in the end. However, even as they retreated, their cold gazes never left Han Di's side. In truth, they did not have the time to waste with the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate. What had already happened, so there was no point in wasting time. The most important thing now was for Luo Yuan to recover from his injuries. Moreover, according to the rules of the 7 Mansions banquet, Han Di's victory was his victory. As for Han Di's character, that was another matter altogether. Even the others present had not expected that the battle between Luo Yuan and Han Di would end in such a manner. I originally thought that it was Han Di's suggestion again. Unexpectedly, it was Luo Yuan's suggestion this time. This time, Luo Yuan has truly shot himself in the foot. Yeah. If it had been a normal battle, even if he had been defeated by Han Di, his injuries wouldn't have been so heavy. Based on the injuries Luo Yuan suffered earlier, he probably won't be able to enter the top 3. What a pity! Luo Yuan's defeat caused a lot of people to sigh. Of course, they could understand Luo Yuan's reasoning. In order to enter the top 3, he had wanted to preserve some of his strength. This was especially true after the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Both of them had displayed extremely powerful strength. It would be impossible for Luo Yuan not to feel pressured. However, Luo Yuan's momentary lapse in concentration, especially when he had not been on guard against Han Di, caused a lot of people to be unable to understand his actions. Luo Yuan had taken the initiative to suggest this. Couldn't he have been more careful? In the end, he had still been tricked. Of course, as some of the God Emperors explained the details of what had happened, some of the people who had not been in the know were enlightened. So Han Di was starting to show weakness. It was also at that time that Luo Yuan became careless and let his guard down. Han Di is truly ruthless. The victor is king. I personally feel that Han Di is not at fault. Luo Yuan is at fault for not being careful enough. I think so too. Initially, a lot of people had questioned Han Di's character. However, as the discussion continued, a lot of people started to feel that even if Han Di's actions were somewhat excessive, they were still within the rules. Furthermore, he had done so for the sake of the sect behind him. If they were in Luo Yuan's shoes, they might have done the same. Luo Yuan definitely won't be able to enter the top 3. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the people from the autumn leaf gate of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Currently, on a small floating island, a group of people was surrounding Luo Yuan. Apart from the people from the autumn leaf gate, there were also experts from the other 2 powers of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Looks like they are still unwilling to accept this result. However, given how serious his injuries are, even if I throw more pills at him, it will be pretty good if he can recover 50% of his strength the next time he is challenged. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had clearly seen how Luo Yuan had been injured earlier. Such an injury would not heal in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the people from the Spirit Consonance Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate. Han Di hovered in the air at the front. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he smiled back at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, are you now like the majority of people looking down on me, Han Di? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at him when he heard this and replied with a question. What do you think? It's normal for you to feel this way. Han Di sighed. However, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Luo Yuan for not being careful enough. If he had been more cautious and guarded against me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Just like before, if I hadn't felt the difference between you and me, and if I hadn't felt your divine sense constantly staring at me, perhaps I would have had similar thoughts. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of being cautious, Luo Yuan is far inferior to you, Duan Lingtian. As expected of a powerhouse from a Devata realm. Based on Han Di's words, it was clear he knew Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when he heard Han Di's words. Naturally, deep in his heart, he did not deny Han Di's words. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. However, there was no way he would hand Han Di over to him. After all, he could not do such a thing. Even if it was not his intention, he could not do it even if the Chunyang school asked him to. Since he had made a promise, he would not break it so easily. No matter what, the battle between Han Di and Luo Yuan had caused the atmosphere to become somewhat somber and solemn. It was only when Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect who was in charge of the 7 Mansions banquet, spoke up that the atmosphere returned to normal. Today's 7 Mansions banquet ends here. Tomorrow, we'll begin the next round of battles for the top 10 rankings. Although it was still early, the battles for the top 10 rankings in the 7 Mansions banquet were usually held one day at a time. Chapter 4060. When the first round of the top 10 ranking battle ended, it was already past noon. However, even though it was still early, nobody stayed outside for long. Everyone returned to the temporary lodgings arranged by the mysterious Jade Mansion. The Chunyang school was no exception. That Han Di is really ruthless. He made a promise, but at the crucial moment he went back on his word and launched a sneak attack to injure Luo Yuan. On the way back, many of the Chunyang school disciples couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, some felt that Han Di was too ruthless, but some felt that his actions were understandable. This is the 7 Prefectures banquet. Everyone is competing for a higher ranking. I can only say that Luo Yuan is too naive. He didn't guard against Han Di. Otherwise, even if the sneak attack succeeded, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not guarding against him. If I were Han Di, I wouldn't have let such an opportunity slip by. That's right. Han Di must have discovered that Luo Yuan isn't stronger than him when he passed by Luo Yuan. Therefore, he decided to hide his strength and unleash his full strength to injure Luo Yuan. Han Di must have pretended to be weak so that Luo Yuan would lower his guard. However, Luo Yuan can only blame himself for falling for it. Based on the words of the Chunyang school disciples, most of them supported Han Di. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. The strong preyed on the weak. Although Han Di's actions were somewhat despicable, most people didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Everything he did was for the sake of fighting, for the sake of moving forward. If Han Di entered the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet because of this, the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Qi Tian sect would definitely not mistreat him. In the future, his path would be much smoother. Between the top 10 and the top 3, there was a gap of 1 slot to enter the Holy Land's secret realm. 1 slot was enough to give birth to a higher god emperor. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian is stronger than him, so it's hard for him to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might have been in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian heard some of the Pure Sun sect's disciples talking about him. Many of them broke out in cold sweat when they talked about his battle with Han Di. Regarding this, he could only smile inwardly. If Han Di really wanted to sneak up on him, it would not be that easy. He had been on high alert since the beginning, and the divine power in his body was ready to be unleashed. If Han Di dared to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. As for Zhen Pingfan, Yi Chenfeng, and the others, they did not say anything. In their opinion, with Duan Lingtian's battle experience from the mundane realm, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to make such a small mistake. The way I see it, none of the people in front this time have displayed any amazing abilities. Perhaps, the first place of the 7 prefectures feast this time will be senior brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as a Chunyang school disciple said this, everyone's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Even the leaders Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were no exception. In truth, this was what they had been thinking for a long time. They believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Originally, they had expected Duan Lingtian to get into the top 3. However, based on the way everyone had fought today and the fact that Luo Yuan had been crippled, they believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place. Moreover, there was a high chance. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out beside Duan Lingtian's ear. Are you confident you'll get first place? I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile. If possible, try to get first place. Zhen Pingfan said solemnly, if you get first place in the 7 prefectures feast, not only will the sect treat you well, but the other organizations will also pay attention to you. I've told you this before, but I don't know if you've remembered it. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. Only a godly venerable rank organization can be considered a top organization in a realm of gods like the Shengang land. You're not the only one. Even Junior Uncle Yi wants to join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. If he becomes an upper god emperor, he'll definitely receive an invitation from a godly venerable rank organization. Of course, I'm talking about those godly venerable rank organizations with a godly venerable expert. Even now, Junior Uncle Yi has become a potential godly venerable rank organization in the eyes of many godly venerable rank organizations. Some godly venerable rank organizations with godly venerable experts have even extended an olive branch to him. However, although these godly venerable rank organizations have godly venerable experts, their godly venerable experts are at the bottom of the godly venerable rank. Therefore, Junior Uncle Yi doesn't think highly of them. Junior Uncle Yi is waiting for those godly venerable rank organizations who can't sit still after he becomes an upper god emperor. As long as the conditions are right, Junior Uncle Yi will accept the invitation and join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, once he joins, he'll be in the upper echelons. Even if he doesn't have much power, he'll still be able to enjoy the best treatment in terms of cultivation resources. Even in those godly venerable rank organizations, there aren't many upper god emperors who have given birth to a complete soul high-grade divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan said solemnly. Of course, the reason Junior Uncle Yi chose this path is because he wasn't outstanding enough when he was young. At that time, although there were godly venerable rank organizations who wanted to recruit him, They were all outdated godly venerable rank organizations without godly venerable experts. Moreover, even if he joined those godly venerable rank organizations at that time, the resources he could get might not be comparable to what he could get if he stayed in Chunyang School. In Chunyang School, he was a genius and focused on cultivation. However, in those godly venerable rank organizations, even if he managed to get into the upper echelons, the treatment he received would be mediocre. I'm almost the same. At this point, Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a more serious tone, "You're different. Not only are you young and have great potential, but you've also comprehended sword principle. If you win first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast this time, I'm sure there will be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization who will invite you to join. The heavyweight godly venerable rank organization I'm talking about is the godly venerable rank organization in the Xingang land, second only to the giant godly venerable rank organizations." Duan Lingtian actually knew which of the giant godly venerable rank organizations Zhen Pingfan was talking about. Those godly venerable rank organizations were the most powerful organizations in the Xingang land. Among them, there were many godly venerable rank experts and even high-level godly venerable rank experts. Those godly venerable rank organizations were also known as the giant godly venerable rank organizations in the Xingang land. The Xia clan, where his wife Ker was from in her previous life, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the Divine Offering land. The Yun clan, where Yun Qingyan was from, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the Divine Offering land. Most of the giant godly venerable rank organizations were clans and very few were sections. This was because those giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate experts. As for utmost sovereigns, unless they had no family, were from a sect, and were deeply attached to that sect, they would not support a sect to become a godly venerable level force. Whether it was humans or other life forms, they would definitely have the deepest feelings for their family members. When one had the ability to support one's clan or the sect they were in, most people would definitely choose the former. As for the giant godly venerable rank organizations, they rarely recruited disciples from outside. Most of them were clans and were more xenophobic. In addition, there was no shortage of geniuses in the clans, so they rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples. Unless it was someone who was so talented that it could be called heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, even if he won the first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet, was not considered that kind of existence in the eyes of those giant godly venerable rank organizations, unless Duan Lingtian broke through and became a high-level godly emperor one day, then they would take a fancy to Duan Lingtian. Of course, the giant godly venerable rank organizations did not necessarily have the protection of ultimate experts. Some of the ultimate experts behind the giant godly venerable rank organizations had even fallen, but they were still standing strong. This was because the giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate divine formations. Once activated, even ultimate experts would find it difficult to break through. Moreover, during this process, even the most powerful beings could be injured. It was not a small matter for ultimate experts to be injured. If they were targeted by an enemy, they could die. A giant godly venerable rank organization without the protection of an ultimate expert would usually not have ultimate experts looking for trouble with them because the losses outweighed the gains. It was also because of this that giant godly venerable rank organizations had become the most transcendent existence in the planes of gods. In the Xingang land, there are a few giant godly venerable rank organizations that are in the first echelon. The second echelon has more than a dozen godly venerable rank organizations. They're the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations that I mentioned. Don't underestimate these godly venerable rank organizations. These godly venerable rank organizations basically have upper-level godly venerable rank leaders. In fact, some of these heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations' upper-level godly venerable rank organizations' strongest upper-level godly venerable rank organizations. The reason why the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations have a transcendent status is mostly because of their ultimate experts. There are very few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. However, there are quite a few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. This time, if you win first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, you'll definitely be noticed by the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. At that time, there should be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization that would send you an invitation. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you've comprehended sword principle. You're also a middle-level godly emperor whose strength is comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. They'll definitely be interested. A upper-level godly emperor. As long as Duan Lingtian won first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the 7 prefectures would acknowledge his strength as comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. A upper-level godly emperor was the strongest among the upper-level godly emperors. Their strength was comparable to a lower-level godly emperor. A heavyweight godly venerable rank organization. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a burning desire. In fact, that was his goal as well. He did not have much time left. Chapter 4061. First place in the 7 Prefectures Feast, he was determined to win. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a flickering flame. It was like a spark that could start a prairie fire with a single thought. No matter who stood in his way, they would become his stepping stone. After Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian followed the rest of the Chunyang school group and returned to the temporary residence that the mystic Jade Mansion had arranged for the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian greeted Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng before returning to his residence. Did you say something to him? Yi Chenfeng noticed that Duan Lingtian was acting a little strange and could not help but ask Zhen Pingfan telepathically. On the way back, he had seen the flirting between Zhen Pingfan and Duan Lingtian. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's strange behavior, he could not guess that it had something to do with Zhen Pingfan. It's nothing. Zhen Pingfan telepathically replied, I just told him to try his best to win first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Winning first place is not only important for Chunyang School, but also for his future. Also, I told him about the dozen or so godly venerable rank factions. If he wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast, some of those godly venerable rank factions will definitely not sit still. Masters Junior Yi, if Duan Lingtian really wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast and is accepted by one of those godly venerable rank factions, then he will really be stronger than you. Even if you don't enter the Upper Divine Emperor realm, those godly venerable rank factions won't take the initiative to recruit you. Zhen Pingfan's tone changed as he spoke, and there was a hint of teasing in his tone. In the face of Zhen Pingfan's teasing, Yi Chenfeng only smiled faintly. At his age, he was already stronger than me. In the eyes of those reverend gods, his potential is higher than mine, and his value is higher than mine. I have mastered the way of the sword, and have given birth to a high-quality divine sword with a complete soul. I am afraid that I have only just begun to enter the sights of those dozen or so reverend-level forces. If they want to send someone to invite me to join, I will have to enter the realm of Upper Divine Lord. If I am unable to step into the Upper Divine Lord realm, even if my strength is comparable to an ordinary Upper Divine Lord, it is still not enough to be roped in by them. Obviously, Yi Chenfeng knew himself very well. Martial Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan smiled and said, if Duan Lingtian wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Banquet and is accepted by one of the hierarch-level forces, in the future, when you enter the Upper God Emperor realm, will you also consider joining one of the hierarch-level forces? In that case, the two of you will be able to take care of each other. In the future, when I enter the Upper God Emperor realm, I will also choose one of the hierarch-level forces. At that time, the three of us can band together and create a branch of our own in that hierarch-level force. The more Zhen Pingfan spoke, the brighter his eyes became. At that time, we will name our branch, Pure Yang Branch. The current Zhen Pingfan seemed to even believe himself as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words and seeing Zhen Pingfan's expression, Yi Chenfeng was speechless. However, on the surface, he only smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian and I are not a problem. Yes, you first enter the realm of Middle Divine Lord. There was one more thing that Yi Feng did not say. That was, even if you have just entered the Upper God Emperor realm, those dozen or so Reverend level forces might not even look at you. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. His mind was constantly replaying the scenes he had seen today. It was mainly the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, as well as Han Di's sneak attack on Luo Yuan. In the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, both of them had displayed their full strength at the crucial moment. In terms of strength, both of them were actually on par. However, due to Tuoba Xiu's carelessness, she had lost in the end. As for the battle between Han Di and Luo Yuan, although it had been a sneak attack, it had still displayed his extraordinary combat strength. This display of strength was completely different from the strength he had displayed when they had crossed paths in the past. Han Di's strength is not any weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu's. And that Lin Yuan. Duan Lingtian thought of Lin Yuan of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect and the scene when he had challenged Shimin Longxiang of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Yuan was holding back. Lin Yuan was not that simple. And that Wang Xiong. Now, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the strength of some of the people in the top 10, and he felt that they were only SOSO. For example, Yang Qianye and Shimin Longxiang were not a threat to him. Although Ma Qihong had consolidated his cultivation base as a high divine emperor, judging from his battle with Yuan Moyu, he was not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Of course, even without watching the battle between Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu, Duan Lingtian knew his strength very well. After all, they had fought before, and he could confirm that Ma Qihong was not a threat to him. Luo Yuan had been seriously injured by Han Di today, and it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. There was no hope for him to enter the top 3, and he was also not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Now, the bigger threat to him was actually not Tuoba Xiu or Yuan Moyu. In his opinion, the two of them were on the same level as Han Di. He felt that the biggest threat to him was Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who had not yet used his full strength. Of course, the strength that Wang Xiong had displayed so far was not even comparable to Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu, or Han Di, but who dared to say that was his full strength? Even Lin Yuan hadn't displayed strength comparable to Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mou until now. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. Because he was the external aid that the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had invited, and he came from outside the 7 mansions. Some people even guessed that he might be from a godly venerable level family. Not far from the 7 mansions, there was the Lin clan, a godly venerable level family. Many people suspected that Lin Yuan was from there. The host of the 7 mansions banquet this time was the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai. Many people guessed that he came from there, but for some reason, he came to the 7 mansions and joined the Flame Howl sect. Lin Donglai did not join the Flame Howl sect halfway. When he came to the Flame Howl sect, he was still young, not even 10,000 years old. He grew up step by step in the Flame Howl sect, and finally achieved what he was today. He represented the Flame Howl sect in inviting Lin Yuan to the 7 mansions banquet this time. How could someone invited by him be an ordinary genius? Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong. These two people were the people that Duan Lingtian was most wary of. As the saying went, those who stood in the light were not scary, those who hid in the dark were the scariest. Up until now, these two people had not shown their true strength. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to his own strength. Now, with the help of the 5 divine elements, he had completely consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level god emperor. Coupled with his mastery of the sword Tao and his attainments in the law of space, his strength had surpassed most high-level god emperors. Even if it was the Tao of control, he could still make use of it to make himself even more powerful. With his current cultivation and the Tao of control, unless there was a godly venerable level existence present, no one would be able to see through his strength. Even so, he did not dare to be careless. Who knew what Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong's true strength were? Tomorrow should be more exciting. Tomorrow was also the second round of the Seven Mansions Banquet's top 10 ranking battle. At that time, Wang Xiong would again issue a challenge, and so would Lin Yuan. Wang Xiong is still okay. He is currently ranked 8th, so he has more choices. He might challenge Shimin, who is ranked 7th. Lin Yuan, who is currently ranked 5th, does not have many choices. No, it should be said that Lin Yuan has no choice. He can only challenge Yuan Moyu, who is ranked 4th. Before that, the 6th-ranked Tuoba Xiu will probably challenge him as well, because Tuoba Xiu can only challenge the 5th and 4th-ranked. As for the 4th-ranked Yuan Mou, because she was defeated by him today, she won't be able to challenge him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to it. Lin Yuan should not be able to hide in front of Tuoba Xiu, right? Before the second day arrived, many people were also looking forward to the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Lin Yuan tomorrow. Unless Tuoba Xiu voluntarily forfeited, she would definitely not be able to avoid this battle. Everyone felt that Tuoba Xiu would not voluntarily forfeit because once she did, she would basically have no chance of entering the top 3. If Tuoba Xiu chose to forfeit tomorrow without being challenged, it would be equivalent to her admitting that she was inferior to Lin Yuan, which was no different from admitting defeat. In that case, Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu were destined to be in front of her in this Seven Mansions banquet. Unless Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu kicked Duan Lingtian and Han Di out of the top 3, it would be impossible for Tuoba Xiu to enter the top 3. In everyone's opinion, Han Di was not weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. When he had launched a sneak attack and severely injured Luo Yuan, he had displayed his true strength. There will be a good show tomorrow. While everyone was looking forward to it, the dawn of the second day finally arrived and covered the entire land. Early in the morning, the people from the various factions of the Seven Mansions had arrived. Even Chunyang School did not arrive at the usual time. When they saw that the people from the other factions had arrived early, they also arrived early. The people from the various factions had arrived. As the host, Lin Donglai also entered at the right time. Number 10, enter. Since the start of the Seven Mansions banquet, Lin Donglai had already said all the rules and things that needed to be said. Therefore, he did not waste any time and directly let number 10 enter. Number 10 was no one else but Ma Qihong. Ma Qihong had challenged Yuan Moyu in the previous round, and the two of them had ended in a draw. At first, everyone had thought that Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with his. It was only until the battle between Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu that they realized that Yuan Moyu had been hiding his strength. The battle between Yuan Moyu and Ma Qihong was more like a game for Ma Qihong. Who will Ma Qihong challenge? Seeing Ma Qihong enter, many people were curious. Will it be Xianxia or Shimin? Chapter 4062. Although Ma Qihong's expression was not ugly when he entered the venue, it was slightly gloomy. Especially when he heard the crowd's discussion about whether he would challenge Xianxia or Shimin next, his expression became even more gloomy. Was he, Ma Qihong, only qualified to be compared to Xianxia and Shimin? However, when he entered the venue and thought about the others before him, his expression changed again. According to the rules, he was not qualified to challenge the top 3. Unless the Machi clan behind him was willing to pay the price of a large number of divine crystals to give him the right to challenge the top 3. However, that was not necessary for the Machi clan. It was purely a gift of divine crystals. Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Wang Xiong. Now, apart from Xianxia, Shimin, and Yuan Moyu, who he was not qualified to challenge, he only had these 3 choices. Tuoba Xiu. His battle with Yuan Moyu, who had displayed his true strength, made him realize the gap between him and them, so he naturally wouldn't challenge him. Lin Yuan was an external aide invited by the mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect. According to the Machi clan's patriarch, Machi Yuning, Lin Yuan was most likely from a godly venerable rank family outside the Seven Mansions. The reason he was invited to the Seven Mansions feast was because the Flame Howl sect was determined to get into the top 3 or even first place. In addition, the Mochi clan's patriarch had also said that he had observed Lin Yuan. Even the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu did not make Lin Yuan change his expression. In such a situation, either Lin Yuan was pretending to be calm, or Lin Yuan did not care about the strength displayed by Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. His patriarch was more inclined to believe the latter. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not take the risk to challenge Lin Yuan. If he was quickly defeated, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another, and it would be even more embarrassing for him. As such, he was left with only one choice if he did not challenge Xianxia and Ximen. Wang Xiong. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence was initially thought to be skilled in the law of earth. However, when he was challenged by Xianxia, he displayed the stronger law of metal and defeated Xianxia in one fell swoop. Unless I challenge Xianxia and Ximen, I can only challenge Wang Xiong. Mochi Hong's gaze swept across the surroundings before locking onto Wang Xiong in the direction of the Hanshan residence of the Daming residence. As for his gaze, there were actually people who had been paying attention to it the entire time. Now that his gaze was locked onto Wang Xiong, the eyes of many people immediately lit up. Is Mochi Hong planning to challenge Wang Xiong? I thought he would challenge Xianxia and Ximen. After all, it can be seen that these two are the weakest among the top 10. I didn't expect him to choose Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong might not even be able to display his full strength now. Isn't it a little risky for him to do this? If he loses this battle again, that would be a joke. The former number 1 of the younger generation in Tonglung province has actually fallen to such a state. To be honest, Mochi Hong isn't weak at all. At the very least, the strength he displayed is much stronger than what Wang Xiong displayed earlier. I feel that he might not necessarily lose against Wang Xiong. Duan Lingtian did not notice Mochi Hong's gaze. However, when he heard the discussions around him, he could not help but be startled. Was Mochi Hong planning to challenge Wang Xiong? He remembered that in the previous round, when everyone thought Mochi Hong was right to challenge Xianxia, he did not challenge Xianxia. Instead, he chose Yuan Mou. However, it ended in a draw. In the beginning, everyone thought Yuan Mou's strength was on par with his. However, when Yuan Mou fought with Tuoba Xiu, they realized Yuan Mou did not use his full strength in his battle with Mochi Hong. Isn't he afraid he'll fail again if he challenges Wang Xiong? Duan Lingtian glanced at Mochi Hong before he shook his head. If he had thought of Mochi Hong as an important figure in the past, he now felt that Mochi Hong was merely a pitiful person who was controlled by his emotions. Even Duan Lingtian could not see through Wang Xiong. However, he had a strong feeling that Wang Xiong was not weak at all. Wang Xiong might not be weaker than Mochi Hong. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that Mochi Hong was going to challenge Wang Xiong, he subconsciously glanced at Mochi Hong. However, Mochi Hong suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Mochi clan. Duan Lingtian immediately saw that the Mochi clan's golden seat elder, Mochi Yuning, was looking at Mochi Hong. It was obvious that he was talking to Mochi Hong through sound transmission. It seems like the situation has changed. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Mochi Yuning was most likely telling Duan Lingtian not to challenge Wang Xiong through sound transmission. As expected, what happened next verified Duan Lingtian's guess. Just when everyone thought that Mochi Hong would challenge Wang Xiong, Mochi Hong spoke in an indifferent tone. Number 7, Ximen. Ximen Longxiang, the supreme talent of the puppet villa in the state capital of Qing, was currently ranked number 7. Mochi Hong had chosen to challenge Wang Xiong, just as everyone had guessed earlier. Naturally, before this, everyone thought that Mochi Hong would challenge Wang Xiong. Moreover, Mochi Hong had glanced at the Mochi clan at the critical moment before changing his target. It was obvious that someone from the Mochi clan had advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong. It seems like the people from the Mochi clan think that Mochi Hong might not be a match for Wang Xiong. They think highly of Wang Xiong. It seems like Wang Xiong didn't show his strength earlier. I'm really looking forward to seeing Wang Xiong fight again. The discussions were especially ear-piercing when they entered Mochi Hong's ears, causing his face to flush red. How could this be? At this moment, he even regretted listening to the old ancestor of the Mochi clan, Mochi Yuning, and not challenging Wang Xiong. Idiot! At this moment, Mochi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Mochi clan, felt helpless and exhausted. This idiot! Why did he look at him when he was communicating with him through sound transmission? Was he not telling everyone that it was him or the people from the Mochi clan who advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong? Idiot! In the past, Mochi Yuning thought Mochi Hong was quite smart. However, at this moment, he felt that Mochi Hong was so stupid that it gave him a headache. At this moment, the other high-ranking officials of the Mochi clan looked at each other helplessly. They were exhausted. Shimin Longxiang also flew out from the Qing state mansions by Envilla's camp in the face of Mochi Hong's challenge. Although he knew he was not as strong as Mochi Hong, he had no intention of admitting defeat. Mochi Hong was someone who had lost to Duan Lingtian. He was someone who wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if he was afraid to fight someone who had lost to Duan Lingtian, then he was not worthy to compete with Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, Shimin Longxiang was very serious when facing Mochi Hong. The moment he made his move, he attacked like a storm and suppressed Mochi Hong, who was defenseless. Originally, Mochi Hong thought the prodigy from Puppet Villa was only SOSO. He thought the prodigy from Puppet Villa would definitely know he was not as strong as him. Even if he did not know him, he would just go through the motions. But he didn't expect that the other party's fighting style of daring third brother would stun him. Those who did not know better might think that they had a deep hatred for each other. You're courting death. At this moment, Mochi Hong, who was being suppressed, seemed to have sensed the dumbfounded and mocking gazes around him. He was so angry that his face turned red. The thunderbolts on his body surged as he unleashed his full strength. Then Shimin Longxiang, who had the upper hand, was completely suppressed by him. Immediately after, Shimin Longxiang was severely injured by Mochi Hong's attack. When Mochi Hong wanted to make a second move, Lin Donglai made his move and blocked Mochi Hong's attack. He has lost. This is the end of it, Lin Donglai said. Shimin Longxiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when he was exchanging tokens with Mochi Hong. He grinned at Mochi Hong and said, Mochi Hong, from today onwards, I, Shimin Longxiang, will treat you as my touchstone. When I can defeat you, it will mean that the gap between me and Duan Lingtian will be shortened. Although my target is Duan Lingtian, I hope that you will make good progress and not let me down. Shimin Longxiang turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, Mochi Hong finally understood why Shimin Longxiang attacked him as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He did not intend to go through the motions at all. It turned out that he was treating him as his touchstone. He even said that after defeating him, it would mean that the gap between him and Duan Lingtian would be shortened. What does this mean? Does he think that I, Mochi Hong, am inferior to Duan Lingtian? Does he think that I, Mochi Hong, will be defeated by Duan Lingtian for the rest of my life? Mochi Hong, who was already in a bad mood, was completely enraged this time. He stared at Shimin Longxiang's receding figure with a murderous look in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to kill someone so badly. Even when his ancestor was killed by Yi Chenfeng, the ancestor of the hidden sword branch of Chunyang School, he had not felt such a strong murderous intent. At this moment, although Mochi Hong had obtained the number 7 token and was temporarily ranked 7th in the 7 Prefectures Feast, he was not happy at all. His expression was gloomy. Number 9, please enter the arena. After Lin Donglai reminded Mochi Ju to leave, Lin Donglai spoke loudly and looked in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. Number 9 was the disciple of Chunyang School, Xianxia. Number 4. Many people thought that Xianxia would forfeit, but to their surprise, he flew directly into the arena and challenged Yuan Moyu, who was temporarily ranked 4th in the 7 Prefectures Feast. The result was within the expectations of the onlookers. Xianxia was defeated by Yuan Moyu. However, Yuan Moyu also left him some face. Only after 10 moves did he deal a heavy blow to defeat him. It turns out that the gap between me and him is so big. The moment he was defeated, Xianxia finally came to his senses. The sense of superiority that had arisen due to his rapid improvement in strength had completely disappeared. It turned out that he was still so weak. Yuan Moyu is so strong, and Tuoba Xiu is not weak either. Will Duan Lingtian be stronger than them? In the past, Yang Qianye did not have much of an idea of Duan Lingtian's strength, especially since Duan Lingtian's strength had improved significantly this time. However, he now realized that the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was wider than he had imagined. It was impossible to surpass him in a short time. Chapter 4063. Yang Qianye entered the arena and challenged Yuan Moyu, who was ranked 4th. He was defeated after 10 moves. And regarding his defeat, no one felt surprised or anything, because now everyone knew that Yang Qianye and Shimin of the Puppet Villa were the same. Both of them were at the bottom of the top 10. Currently, Yang Qianye was ranked 9th while Shimin was ranked 10th. In everyone's opinion, both of them would fight for the 9th spot at most. It was almost impossible for them to enter the top 8. It's Wang Xiong's turn now. In fact, before Yang Qianye was defeated, many people were looking forward to the next person to enter the arena. That person was currently ranked 8th, Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Great Name Mansion's Han Mountain residence. Number 8, enter the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Wang Xiong walked into the arena in a sloppy and carefree manner under everyone's watchful eyes. His gaze swept past Lin Yuan, who was ranked 5th, Tuoba Xiu, who was ranked 6th, and finally landed on Mochi Hong, who was ranked 7th. At this moment, Mochi Hong's expression became much gloomier. This was because he could hear the discussions in the surroundings. Mochi Hong didn't challenge Wang Xiong because of the Mochi clan's warning. I didn't expect him to face Wang Xiong so soon. Wang Xiong will most likely challenge him. It's obvious. Wang Xiong announced loudly under everyone's shocked gazes. I challenge number 7, Mochi Hong, the prodigy of the Mochi clan. The crowd wasn't surprised by this at all. However, when the group of people looked at Mochi Hong again, there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes. Mochi Hong walked out of the arena with a sour expression on his face. He even regretted listening to the Mochi clan's old ancestor, Mochi Yuning. He should not have changed his mind at the last minute and challenged Shimin instead. He should have challenged Wang Xiong. Otherwise, he would not have embarrassed himself so much. At this moment, Mochi Hong did not realize that if he had not gone to see Mochi Yuning when he changed his mind, no one would have thought that he had listened to the Mochi clan's advice and did not challenge Wang Xiong again. It was normal to change one's opponent at the last minute, and no one would think anything of him. However, when he looked in the direction of the Mochi clan, it was obvious he was a person without a mind of his own. Sometimes, one more glance or one less glance was enough to change a lot of things. Wang Xiong. As soon as Mochi Hong entered the arena, he said in a cold voice, "If your strength is the same as what you showed when you fought Yang Qianye, you are no match for me." The current Mochi Hong had a strong desire to perform. As long as he defeated Wang Xiong, no one would dare to underestimate him. As for Wang Xiong, he merely smiled faintly in the face of Mochi Hong's provocation and did not respond. Mochi Hong was naturally even more infuriated when he saw this. In fact, when he had challenged Shimin, although he had won in the end, Shimin had been suppressing him in the beginning. When he found out that the reason Shimin had such a strong desire to battle him was because he saw him as a stepping stone to stand shoulder to shoulder with him and even surpass Duan Lingtian, he had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was being ignored by Wang Xiong, he could no longer suppress the anger he had been suppressing previously, which completely exploded. Therefore, the moment Lin Donglai announced that he and Wang Xiong could fight, Mochi Hong attacked as fast as lightning, with thunder raging all over his body. Similar to Luo Yuan, the prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion and Autumn Leaf Sect, he was skilled in the law of thunder. You have quite a temper. Wang Xiong raised his eyebrows in the face of Mochi Hong's outburst. After he said those words in a calm manner, the golden light on his body also surged. After that, he did not avoid Mochi Hong, who had made the first move, and directly went forward to meet him. Bush, bush. A dazzling purple thunder and a dazzling golden light collided with each other under the watchful eyes of the spectators. When the two collided, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky. Boom! Rumble! The collision of the golden energy and the thunder energy created a dazzling explosion that shocked the spectators. It was as though they were enjoying a feast for the eyes. For those with weaker cultivation bases, they could not clearly see the movements of the two people. However, those with stronger cultivation bases were able to see everything clearly. When the two forces collided, Mochi Hong and Wang Xiong started fighting fiercely. Both of them were evenly matched. At this moment, Wang Xiong displayed a strength that was even stronger than when he had fought Xianxia earlier. Wang Xiong has indeed concealed his strength. A look of realization appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. This was just as he had guessed. Based on the strength he has displayed so far, he is evenly matched with Mochi Hong. I wonder if this is his true strength. While Duan Lingtian was pondering this, Mochi Hong and Wang Xiong had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Mochi Hong, who was already red in the face, no longer held back. The blood qi in his body surged as he activated his bloodline power and suppressed Wang Xiong in one move. Since Mochi Hong activated his bloodline power, it's time for Wang Xiong to activate his bloodline power as well. Things will get even more exciting from now on. Just as the spectators thought Wang Xiong would activate his bloodline power, the golden light emitted by Wang Xiong's divine energy surged and wreaked havoc. Next, Wang Xiong, who had been at a disadvantage, unleashed the power of the law of metal, turning the tables and suppressing Mochi Hong. Bang! Before the spectators could react, Mochi Hong's attack had been shattered by Wang Xiong in 3 moves. Moreover, the remaining power of the attack had smashed into Mochi Hong's body, sending him flying. Wah! Mochi Hong coughed out blood, his face pale as paper. He was sent flying as he stared at Wang Xiong from afar, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. How could this Wang Xiong be so strong? When he thought about how he had come here with the goal of getting into the top 3 or even first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, he suddenly felt extremely ashamed of himself. Someone like him wanted to get into the top 3? First place? Why? Mochi Hong couldn't figure it out. He'd originally thought that he was heaven-defying as he was considered to be the strongest in the younger generation of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. So why were there so many young people who were stronger than him now? Duan Lingtian was one thing. However, what was going on with Yuan Moyu, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, and Han Di? Moreover, before the 7 Mansions banquet this time, with the help of the Mochi clan, he had consolidated his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor, and his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, Mochi Hong felt despair. Am I really that useless? Admit defeat. When Mochi Hong saw Wang Xiong chasing after him, he finally regained his senses when he heard Mochi Yuning, the patriarch of the Mochi family, exclaim in surprise. Admit defeat. After regaining his senses, he immediately admitted defeat. As for Wang Xiong, he stopped. Number 8 Wang Xiong challenged number 7 Mochi Hong. Victory. Both of them exchanged their tokens. Mochi Hong had fallen from 7th place to 8th place in the 7 prefectures banquet. At the same time, numerous gazes filled with disbelief landed on Wang Xiong. Evidently, none of them had expected Wang Xiong to be so strong. The strength Wang Xiong displayed earlier is probably no weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Yeah, he hasn't even used his bloodline power yet. If he did, he wouldn't be any weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Didn't you see the grave expressions on Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu's faces? They weren't like that when they looked at Wang Xiong earlier. It's obvious that they feel threatened by Wang Xiong. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. Wang Xiong was indeed not simple. After Wang Xiong and Mochi Hong left the stage, most people's gazes were still on Wang Xiong. As for the people from the Han Mountain residence, they were already dumbfounded. They had not expected Wang Xiong to be so strong. Only when Lin Donglai's voice rang out did the crowd regain their senses. Number 6, enter the stage. Number 6. For a moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Xiong to the people from the Yuan clan of the underworld mansion. Their gazes landed on the beautiful figure that was walking slowly through the air. She was the only woman in the top 10 of the 7 Manners Feast. The monstrous genius that the underworld mansion had nurtured with all its resources. In the previous battle with Yuan Moyu, she had displayed amazing strength. However, because of a momentary lapse in judgment, she had lost to Yuan Moyu, who was on par with her. Many people felt that it was a pity. Tuoba Xiu is facing Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu. Under normal circumstances, she can only challenge these two people. As for Yuan Moyu, he had defeated her before. Therefore, this time, she has no choice but to challenge Lin Yuan. Many people say that Lin Yuan is not simple, but so far he has not shown his true strength. He has not even used his bloodline power. This time, Tuoba Xiu should be able to force him to show his strength by challenging him. If Tuoba Xiu can't force him to show his full strength, he will definitely be in the top 3 or even first in this 7 Manners Feast. Amid the whispers of the crowd, Tuoba Xiu opened her mouth and challenged number 5, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In this 7 prefectures banquet, his greatest opponent wasn't Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu, Han Di, or Luo Yuan. It was Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong. Both of them had obviously not used their full strength. As for the others, they had basically used their full strength. Like the whispers of the others, he also felt that Tuoba Xiu would definitely be able to force Lin Yuan to show his strength by challenging him this time. Even if she could not force him to show his full strength, she would be able to force him to show most of his strength. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian, who had originally appeared somewhat lazy, turned serious. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. If he wanted to take first place in the 7 Manners Feast, he had to have a sufficient understanding of Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who were still hiding their strength. Chapter 4064. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt that Lin Yuan was mysterious. Even the others felt the same way. Even the people from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect stared at Lin Yuan's back with anticipation. They were not familiar with Lin Yuan as he had only appeared in their Flame Howl sect not long before the 7 Mansions banquet. Moreover, when Lin Yuan had appeared in their Flame Howl sect, he had defeated the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation in one blow. Although not many people knew about it at that time, the news still caused an uproar in the Flame Howl sect when it spread. However, there were only a few people who had witnessed the battle. Therefore, although many people knew that Lin Yuan was strong and far stronger than the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation, no one knew exactly how strong he was. Tuoba Xiu is so powerful. I wonder if Lin Yuan can handle him. If Lin Yuan can defeat Tuoba Xiu, not only will he have a chance to enter the top 3, he might even be able to take first place. On the Flame Howl sect's side, not only were the prodigy's eyes shining with anticipation, but even the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons were also filled with intense desire. Among the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons, the only one who truly understood Lin Yuan's strength was Lin Donglai. This was because Lin Donglai was the one who had invited Lin Yuan. Moreover, after Lin Donglai had invited Lin Yuan, he had said that if Lin Yuan entered the top 3, he would have the right to control 2 of the spots. It was said that the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons had unanimously agreed to Lin Donglai's request. After Tuoba Xiu had challenged Lin Yuan had entered the arena. The two of them faced each other without saying anything. It was only when Lin Donglai had spoken that the two of them moved. To be precise, it was Tuoba Xiu who moved. Perhaps it was because of the previous lesson, Tuoba Xiu's attacks were like a storm. Wherever his body moved, it was bone-chilling and froze the void, causing the air to freeze. In the face of Tuoba Xiu's ferocious attack, although Lin Yuan was the last to make a move, he countered every move as he moved. Tuoba Xiu couldn't restrict his movements at all. Tuoba Xiu wants to use the characteristics of the law of ice to restrain Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan isn't fooled. Moreover, he is skilled in the law of destruction and possesses a powerful destructive characteristic. Even if Tuoba Xiu condenses and seals the void, as long as it is not too strong, he can still destroy it. Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. After a while, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves. This Lin Yuan is indeed not that simple. Duan Lingtian's face suddenly turned serious. This was because, with his careful observation, it was not difficult for him to see that Tuoba Xiu's forehead was overflowing with sweat. Even though the sweat was instantly evaporated by the divine power, he still noticed it. On the other hand, Lin Yuan seemed to be struggling, but if one looked closely, they could see that he was calm. Tuoba Xiu is going to explode. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian sensed an explosive aura from Tuoba Xiu's body. His eyes narrowed. The upper echelons of the major factions also subconsciously looked at Tuoba Xiu. In the next instant, bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of loud explosions, the ice that had condensed in the void was completely shattered by Tuoba Xiu. Then, it turned into ice shards that filled the sky, turning into ice blades, ice swords, and a long stream of ice blades and swords that shot toward Lin Yuan. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu moved. A glacier condensed under her feet, giving people the feeling that ice was forming with every step she took. In her hand, the divine artifact shone with a dazzling light. In addition, a majestic blood aura began to surge from her body. From afar, it actually turned into the shape of a bird. When the blood-colored bird took shape, many people present were in an uproar. Blood Phoenix bloodline. Even the upper echelons of Chunyang School's side and Chunyang School's pupils shrank. Blood Phoenix bloodline, with the surname Tuoba. I didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family would survive. Zhen Pingfan sighed with emotion. Tuoba family? Blood Phoenix bloodline? Upon hearing Zhen Fanfan's words, not only Duan Lingtian, but everyone present on the scene was confused as well. At this moment, another Chunyang School elder spoke. The Tuoba family used to be a god-emperor level family in the famous prefecture, but it was destroyed later on. It was said that it was destroyed by a sect in the famous prefecture. At this point, the Chunyang School elders' gaze subconsciously looked at the place where the people from the famous prefecture were standing. At this moment, the upper echelons of the sect all stood up and stared at the beautiful figure with killing intent in their eyes. It's actually a remnant of the Tuoba family. Back then, didn't they eliminate the source of trouble? Why is there still a remnant outside? Is she the illegitimate daughter of a direct descendant of the Tuoba family? At this moment, the upper echelons of the famous prefecture's Yunli sect had an ugly expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as though they wanted to kill Tuoba Xiu immediately. The Tuoba family was destroyed by the Yunli sect back then. The entire family was completely wiped out. Even the old, the young, the sick, and the disabled were not spared. Initially, they thought that they had completely eliminated the source of trouble. Who would have thought that a descendant of the Tuoba family would appear now? This was not good news for the Yunli sect. What's going on? What's going on? When Tuoba Xiu displayed her Blood Phoenix bloodline and displayed her strength, the group of prodigies present at the scene noticed the strange movements at the Yunli sect of the famous prefecture. After exclaiming in surprise, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and forces looked in the direction of the Yunli sect of the famous prefecture. An eye for an eye. Many people sighed softly. I really didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family is still alive. Although she hasn't fully matured yet, with the Netherworld Mansion as her backing, the Yunli sect of the famous prefecture won't be able to touch her. She's already grown to this stage. Even if the Yunli sect of the famous prefecture is willing to pay a price to get the Netherworld Mansion to hand her over, I'm afraid the Netherworld Mansion won't be willing to do so. I really didn't expect the Blood Phoenix bloodline of the Tuoba family to appear in this world again. Even the direct descendants of the Tuoba family cannot awaken their bloodline. I didn't see Tuoba Xiao displaying her blood phoenix bloodline earlier. Could it be a temporary transformation? That's right. If she had displayed her blood phoenix bloodline in the battle with Yuan Moyu earlier, she might not have lost in the end. At this moment, the mysterious Lin Yuan was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Instead, it was Tuoba Xiao. The young woman's bloodline power had attracted everyone's attention. The group of young prodigies present on the scene did not know what the blood phoenix bloodline was. They also did not know that the Tuoba family used to be in the famous prefecture. However, they finally learned the ins and outs of the matter after the elders of the various forces spoke. In the past, someone from the Tuoba family had joined the Yuanli sect. That person had even won the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. He was the person who had awakened the blood phoenix bloodline in the Tuoba family. Later on, he left the Yuanli sect for the sake of his family. He wanted to lead the Tuoba family to the peak of the famous prefecture so that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yuanli sect and the other 3 great forces. However, at this time, the Yuanli sect was unwilling to do so. The person I've nurtured wants to nurture another force to contend with me? In the beginning, it was just a small conflict. However, it turned into a huge conflict later on. In the end, the Yuanli sect had to pay a huge price to completely eradicate the Tuoba family. It must be the bloodline power that has just awakened. Duan Lingtian looked at the bloodline power that Tuoba Xiao displayed. After carefully sensing it, he could feel that the bloodline power was unstable. Although it was strong, it was not invulnerable. Just as he thought about it, Lin Yuan made his move. Moreover, he took advantage of the flaw that Duan Lingtian sensed and directly defeated Tuoba Xiao's blood phoenix bloodline power. Then he sent Tuoba Xiao flying through the air. Piff! Blood splattered across the sky. The beautiful figure barely managed to stop herself. She looked pitiful. Admit defeat. Lin Yuan stepped on the air and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Tuoba Xiao from afar. The bloodline power that had just risen in his body was also retracted after a moment. Tuoba Xiao had not only forced him to use his full strength, but she had also forced him to use his bloodline power. Although it was just a flash in the pan, he had used it after all. I admit defeat. After a moment, Tuoba Xiao's face was flushed. Although she looked at Lin Yuan with a bit of unwillingness, she finally spoke slowly. She was badly injured. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was not injured at all. There was no point in continuing. Originally, everyone's focus should have been on Lin Yuan. However, their focus was now on Tuoba Xiao, who had been defeated by Lin Yuan and the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect. Now, everyone more or less knew about the conflict between Tuoba Xiao's ancestor and the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect. At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect's upper echelons almost came out in full force. Their target was Tuoba Xiao. However, just as they were about to fly out, 3 figures appeared in their path. They were not very tall, but they were like 3 towering mountains that gave them great pressure. 3 middle-level God Emperor experts. They were from the 3 top forces of the Underworld Mansion. The 3 of you. The leader of the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect was also a middle God Emperor expert. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with a gloomy expression. I'm sure you know about the conflict between our Yuanli sect and the Tuoba family. You didn't know about it in the past. We can forgive you for nurturing this vile spawn. However, today, this vile spawn must die. Facing 3 middle god emperors, although he had more people on his side, he was no match for them. This was because he was the only middle god emperor on his side. Chapter 4065. Of course, the leader of the Originally sect had already sent a message back to the Originally sect to inform the higher-ups of the Originally sect. This was a matter of concern to the entire Originally sect. To the Originally sect, the Tuoba family was already a thing of the past. But now, they had reappeared in front of them in just one day. The genius that the Underworld Mansion nurtured with all their might is a descendant of the Tuoba family? Yes, when I heard that her surname is Tuoba, I didn't think too much about it. After all, we didn't have anyone with the surname Tuoba in the past. I didn't expect her to be a descendant of the Tuoba family. It was just a conversation between the leader of the Originally sect and the leader of the Originally sect. Tuoba Shio. Actually, before this, there were many people in the Originally sect who knew of her existence. However, their knowledge of her was limited to the genius that the Underworld Mansion nurtured with all their might. Who would have thought that the genius nurtured by the Underworld Mansion was actually a descendant of the Originally sect's mortal enemy, the Tuoba family? The Blood Phoenix bloodline was the symbol of the Tuoba family. It's fine if she's mediocre. She's not even 10,000 years old and she already has such achievements. If she's given another 10,000 years, how can the Originally sect fight against her? She must die. Kill her at all costs. I'm afraid that no one in the Originally sect will be a match for her after 10,000 years. If she's given another 20,000 years, she might be able to forcefully destroy the Originally sect's sect protecting array. At that time, the Originally sect will face the greatest crisis in history. She must die. Hearing the messages from the Originally sect, the Originally sect's emperor gods who were at the Seven Mansion banquet felt helpless. They also felt that Tuoba Shio must die. But now, the three middle god emperors of the Underworld Mansion were right in front of them. How could they kill her? This was before the rest of the Underworld Mansion's three middle god emperors came out. One should know that the three middle god emperors didn't just come out. There was also a group of lower god emperors. Bastard? The middle god emperor of the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion laughed coldly when he heard the words of the middle god emperor from the Yuanli sect. Feng Yilin, watch your mouth. Feng Yilin, I advise you to behave. Tuoba Shio is from the Underworld Mansion. We're not afraid of your Yuanli sect. Feng Yilin, we know about the grudge between your Yuanli sect and the Tuoba family. However, we didn't know that Tuoba Shio was a member of the Tuoba family. But even if we know now, we will still protect her. If your Yuanli sect wants to touch Tuoba Shio, you'll have to go through us and the factions behind us first. The mid-god emperors of the three superpowers of the Underworld Mansion were extremely powerful. They didn't even bother with the mid-god emperors of the Originally sect. Moreover, they had already sent a message back to their respective factions and asked some of the mid-god emperors to come over. This was because they knew that the Originally sect would definitely not let this matter rest. Seeing that the three major forces of the Underworld Mansion were so domineering, in addition to the group of onlookers, the middle-level Emperor God Feng Yilin of the Underworld Mansion had an ugly expression on his face. However, he did not say anything else and silently retreated with his men. When the three mid-god emperors of the three superpowers of the Underworld Mansion saw this, they snorted coldly and retreated. However, when they returned, they still kept a close eye on the Originally sect. If the Originally sect dared to make a move, they would not hesitate to give them a thunderous blow. Me? The Tuoba family? The Originally sect annihilated the Tuoba family? Mother! She didn't tell me about this. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already left the arena. However, Tuoba Shio was still standing on the spot. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had just found out that the Blood Phoenix bloodline that she had just awakened was a bloodline that only the direct descendants of the Tuoba family could possess. She also didn't know that the Tuoba family was annihilated by the Originally sect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so polite to the Originally sect's prodigy previously. Go down. At this moment, Lin Donglai also spoke. He could see that this little girl actually didn't know about her background before this. Perhaps, if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline this time, she would never know about her background. Little girl, come back. At this moment, the mid-god emperor of the Yuan family also sent a message to Tuoba Shio, asking her to go back. At the same time, he looked at Tuoba Shio with a gentle and loving gaze. He had watched Tuoba Shio grow up. Although there were many descendants in his bloodline, most of them were males. Due to this reason, Tuoba Shio, a disciple with a different surname, was also doted on by his bloodline. Not only did no one bully her, but if anyone dared to bully her, the descendants in his bloodline would stand up for her. Naturally, Tuoba Xiu had grown to the point where she didn't need anyone to stand up for her among her peers. When Tuoba Xiu returned, she was still in a daze. This scene was also witnessed by the crowd. It seems like Tuoba Xiu didn't know about her background in the past. I didn't expect her background to be revealed during the Seven Mansions banquet. She's a sworn enemy of the Origin Li sect. It's obvious that the Origin Li sect is panicking. Earlier, they even wanted to attack Tuoba Xiu. It's obvious that the Underworld Mansion wants to protect Tuoba Xiu. I just don't know if the Underworld Mansion will sell Tuoba Xiu out if the Great Ming Mansion is willing to pay the price. I don't think so. Even if Tuoba Xiu didn't make it into the top 3 this time, she still managed to get 2 spots for the Underworld Mansion. It's not easy to split the 2 spots among the 3 major forces of the Underworld Mansion, right? Now, everyone could tell that Tuoba Xiu had just found out about her background. It could even be said that she was the last one to find out about her background among the people present. This was because when everyone present found out about her background, she was still focused on fighting Lin Yuan. She didn't care about anything else at all. Awakening the Blood Phoenix bloodline should be a good thing for her. However, it doesn't seem to be a good thing now. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly and retracted his gaze from Tuoba Xiu's back. Although he didn't sympathize with Tuoba Xiu's situation, he felt that she was quite innocent. After all, she didn't know about her background at all before this. It was even more impossible for her to target the Origin Li sect. Moreover, judging from the Underworld Mansion's reaction, it was obvious that they didn't know about Tuoba Xiu's background either. Perhaps, if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline, her background would have remained a secret forever. Life was unpredictable. Now that Tuoba Xiu had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline, it meant that her life would no longer be peaceful. The conflict between her and the Origin Li sect was destined to be irreconcilable. Even if she swore a heart demon blood oath that she wouldn't target the Origin Li sect in the future, the Origin Li sect might not let it go. It was fine if Tuoba Xiu was just mediocre. However, the problem was that she wasn't. When Tuoba Xiu grew up, the people and forces she came into contact with would also reach a higher level. In addition to her beauty and her extraordinary talents, there might be a young master from a godly venerable faction who would be tempted by her. When the time came, it was possible that he would stand up for her and attack the Origin Li sect. The Origin Li sect would only be at ease if such a person was dead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion. It wasn't difficult to see that Tuoba Xiu's face was still changing under the veil as she stood there. In addition, on the Origin Li sect's side, from the upper echelons to the prodigy disciples, their expressions didn't look too good at this moment. After all, the sudden addition of such an enemy also gave them a certain amount of psychological pressure. If Tuoba Xiu really wanted revenge, as long as they were from the Origin Li sect, they wouldn't be spared. Lin Yuan's strength is really strong. Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. Tuoba Xiu awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline at the last minute. Although she can't fully utilize the power of the Blood Phoenix bloodline, her strength is still stronger than when she fought Yuan Moyu. Even so, she was still easily defeated by him. Although Tuoba Xiu had used her bloodline power in her battle with Yuan Mou earlier, her bloodline power had not evolved to the next level. In the realms of gods, there were many bloodline energies that could be transformed under certain circumstances. Every evolution could raise one's strength by a level. Number 4, please enter. As Lin Donglai spoke again, the crowd's attention shifted from Tuoba Xiu to the person who was temporarily ranked 4th in the 7 prefectures feast. Number 4 was the prodigy from the Sky Howl sect of the state of Qing, Yuan Moyu. In the previous battle with Tuoba Xiu, their strength was on par, but due to Tuoba Xiu's careless mistake, he defeated her. Number 3. As soon as Yuan Moyu entered, he locked onto his target, Luo Yuan from the Sky Star Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. Luo Yuan was a prodigy nurtured by the Sky Star Mansion, and he was equally as famous as Tuoba Xiu. However, when Luo Yuan entered, his body was still swaying slightly, and his face was as pale as a sheet. It was obvious that the injuries he had suffered yesterday had not fully healed. Of course, such injuries couldn't be healed so quickly. He had only recovered about 60% to 70% of his strength because of the continuous supply of healing pills from the Sky Star Mansion since yesterday. Otherwise, he would be lucky if he could recover 30% of his strength today. Han Di. When he entered, Luo Yuan glanced in the direction of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Equal Heaven sect before finally locking his eyes on Han Di. His eyes were filled with hatred. Yesterday, he had been severely injured by Han Di twice because of his carelessness. Although he felt that it had something to do with his carelessness, he still hated Han Di for going back on his word. How could a person be so shameless? Chapter 4066. Luo Yuan, this is too unfair. Many people lamented when they saw Luo Yuan enter the arena. They felt that his previous injuries had been unjust. Moreover, based on his current complexion, it was obvious that he had yet to fully recover. Even Duan Lingtian shook his head at this moment. If Luo Yuan hadn't been injured by Han Di, he might have been able to fight Yuan Moyu. It would have been hard to say who would emerge victorious. Now, however, there was practically no suspense. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian and the others had expected. Luo Yuan entered the arena and fought Yuan Moyu. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated by Yuan Moyu. After all, his previous injuries had been too serious. Yuan Moyu, if it weren't for my injuries, I might not have lost to you. Luo Yuan said as he stared at Yuan Moyu unwillingly after his defeat. Right now, he seemed to have lost his rationality due to his failure and was venting all his frustration on Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu wasn't angered by Luo Yuan's words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I believe what you said. How about this? After the 7 prefectures banquet ends and you recover to your peak condition, you are welcome to find me at the Howling Sky sect of the Qingzhou Province Prefecture. At that time, we will have a proper battle. As for this time, I am sorry for taking advantage of you. After saying that, an apologetic look appeared on Yuan Moyu's face. Yuan Moyu's attitude made Luo Yuan feel as if he had punched a cotton ball. He had the feeling that he was powerless. At this time, if he continued to be overbearing, it would seem that he was petty. Moreover, it was common knowledge that his injuries had nothing to do with Yuan Moyu. In the end, Luo Yuan took a deep breath and left without saying anything else. With this, Luo Yuan was squeezed out of the top 3 and temporarily ranked 4th. I'm afraid Luo Yuan's ranking will drop again in the next round. Many people lamented. I really don't understand. Why didn't Luo Yuan just admit defeat today? That way, he wouldn't have had to suffer more injuries. Perhaps he would have recovered to his peak condition in 2 or 3 days. Some people felt pity for Luo Yuan. If that's the case, he might be able to return to the top. However, these people were immediately rebutted by others. You don't understand. So what if Luo Yuan has returned? After a few rounds, what do you think his ranking will be? That's right. As far as Luo Yuan is concerned, the only difference is the top 3. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much of a difference between 4th and 10th. Didn't you see? The 3 Heavenly Star Manor's upper echelons had ugly expressions on their faces. Evidently, none of them had expected that Luo Yuan would be crippled just like that. Sure enough, as everyone turned to look at the Heavenly Stellar Manor's 3 superpowers, it wasn't hard to notice that the expressions of the 3 superpowers' upper echelons were ugly. This Yuan Mou is an interesting person. Seeing Luo Yuan's sullen appearance in front of Yuan Mou, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. It ended again. In addition, Duan Lingtian also knew that with Yuan Moyu's victory against Luo Yuan, he had temporarily entered the top 3 in the 7 Mansions Feast. The top 10 ranking battles for today's 7 Mansions Feast had ended. Number 2, Han Di, did not have the chance to challenge him. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The 7 Mansions Feast's top 10 ranking battles had begun. However, to everyone's surprise, Shimin, who was temporarily ranked 10th, had no intention of challenging Xianxia, who was ranked 9th. As for the others, they had either defeated him before or he was no match for them. As for Xianxia, he did not issue any challenges either. If the two of them had challenged Luo Yuan, who had yet to recover from his injuries, they might have been able to defeat him. However, both of them seemed to have their own pride, and neither of them challenged Luo Yuan. Soon, it was the turn of Ma Qihong, who was temporarily ranked 8th. After entering the venue, Ma Qihong glanced at the few people in front of him. Number 7, Wang Xiong, had previously challenged him and defeated him. Number 6, Tuoba Xiu, had never fought him before. However, during his previous battle with Yuan Moyu, his strength had already been comparable to Yuan Moyu's. Later on, he had awakened his bloodline and become even stronger. If he challenged Tuoba Xiu, he would definitely lose. Number 5, Lin Yuan. This was the person who had defeated Tuoba Xiu. Number 4, it seemed like only number 4 was left to challenge. Number 4. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ma Qihong issued a challenge to number 4, the person who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu the previous day. Ma Qihong's challenge caused an uproar. Ma Qihong sure knows how to take advantage of others. By doing this, Shimin and Xianxia seem to be of noble character. They are not willing to take advantage of others. Actually, you can't say that he is taking advantage of others, right? Ma Qihong has no other choice now. That seems to be the case. Of the people in front of him, Wang Xiong defeated him, Tuoba Xiu is no weaker than Yuan Moyu, and Lin Yuan defeated Tuoba Xiu. He definitely won't be able to enter the top 3. What's the point of challenging Luo Yuan now? He might as well give up. At least he can maintain a good reputation. This Ma Qihong, as the number 1 person among the younger generation in Tongleng province in the past, is not even qualified to carry the shoes of the current number 1 person among the younger generation in Tongleng province. A series of mocking voices entered Ma Qihong's ears, infuriating him so much that he almost went mad. These bastards! Yesterday, when Yuan Moyu had challenged Luo Yuan, why hadn't they said such things about him? Why had they said such things when he challenged Luo Yuan? Damn it! Bastards! If Luo Yuan hadn't appeared in time and confronted him with a gloomy expression, Ma Qihong might have gone crazy and started arguing with the crowd. Naturally, Luo Yuan had an unsightly expression on his face. Even if he had been at his peak, he still wouldn't have had complete confidence in defeating Yuan Moyu. But this Ma Qihong, who was he? If he had been at his peak and had held nothing back, he would have been able to make Ma Qihong admit defeat within 10 moves. Now, seeing that he was injured, Ma Qihong wanted to challenge him? Ma Qihong, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke. Ma Qihong was already filled with anger. When he heard Luo Yuan's words, he sneered and said, "Luo Yuan, you are an injured person. Instead of admitting defeat, you want to fight me? If that's the case, don't blame me for not taking pity on the injured." Before the battle had even begun, the smell of gunpowder between Ma Qihong and Luo Yuan had been thick. As a matter of fact, both Ma Qihong and Luo Yuan were filled with anger. There was no need to talk about Ma Qihong. Yesterday, Luo Yuan had been defeated by Yuan Moyu. Due to Yuan Moyu's tactful words, Ma Qihong had been unable to use his full strength. Today, it was at this moment that he was able to vent all of his grievances. As a result, when he had started fighting Ma Qihong, he had used a method of injuring himself to injure Ma Qihong. Not only had he been injured, he had also injured Ma Qihong, causing Ma Qihong to spurt out blood repeatedly. Ma Qihong had suffered considerable injuries during the final victory. While recovering from his injuries, he stared at Luo Yuan, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, and cursed inwardly. At this moment, Ma Qihong suddenly felt that this 7 palaces banquet was filled with malice toward him. From the very beginning, things had not been going smoothly for him. Although he had obtained the number 4 token, Ma Qihong was not in a good mood. He was completely shrouded in gloom. This Ma Qihong. When Ma Qihong left the arena, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He felt that Ma Qihong's challenge against Luo Yuan was a thankless task. So what if he had obtained the number 4 token? Wouldn't he be pulled down soon? Number 7, enter the arena. Following Lin Donglai's voice, the number 7, Wang Xiong, entered the arena and directly pulled down Yuan Moyu, who he had defeated earlier, and replaced him. Next, with the number 4 token, he challenged Yuan Moyu, who was ranked 3rd. Since Wang Xiong had defeated Yuan Moyu before, he could continue to challenge Yuan Moyu after replacing him. This was also within the rules of the 7 Palaces banquet. Wang Xiong is challenging Yuan Moyu? Until now, the strength that Wang Xiong has displayed is not weak at all. Even Ma Qihong was defeated by him. The strength Wang Xiong has displayed so far is inferior to Yuan Moyu's. I wonder if he is still hiding his strength. That's right. The previous few times, I thought that I had seen Wang Xiong's true strength. When I saw that he had continued to advance, I realized that I was too naive. This time, I don't dare to think that he had shown his true strength when he defeated Ma Qihong earlier. Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence, was the biggest dark horse in the 7 Palaces banquet this time. Although Lin Yuan was also considered a dark horse, he was the external aid that the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had found. Although he had revealed his strength step by step, everyone had thought that he was not simple from the beginning. Therefore, they were not too surprised by his performance. However, Wang Xiong was different. Before this, it was not only the people present, but even the prodigies in the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence and most of the high-ranking officials did not know that Wang Xiong had such strength. I wonder if Wang Xiong can defeat Yuan Moyu and continue his undefeated legend. On the Chunyang school's side, many people were looking at Wang Xiong expectantly. Duan Lingtian was also looking at Wang Xiong. His eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He also wanted to know if Wang Xiong would reveal his strength further. Up until now, it seemed like Wang Xiong had not unleashed his full strength. In fact, everyone was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Therefore, everyone was paying close attention to the battle that was about to begin. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of the various major forces in the distant prefectures were also looking forward to the battle when they learned that Wang Xiong, the dark horse from the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence, was going to fight Yuan Moyu, the monster from the Azure State Mansion's Howl sect. Remember to tell me the result as soon as possible. Although I'm not present, don't just watch. Tell me more about the situation. Wang Xiong did not unleash his full strength earlier? It'll be really shocking if he can make it to the top 3. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the various major forces in the 7 Palaces were in an uproar. Chapter 4067. Wang Xiong had yet to display his strength that was comparable to Yuan Moyu's. However, the attention he received was much greater than Yuan Moyu's. Even Yuan Moyu looked solemn when he entered the arena to confront Wang Xiong. His eyes were full of vigilance, and he did not dare to underestimate Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, I'm curious about your true strength, just like them. Yuan Moyu stared at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice, if possible, I hope you can defeat me as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I won't give you the chance to show your strength slowly. Yuan Moyu's words conveyed one thing: he would not hold back. He would attack with all his might, and he would not play with Wang Xiong slowly. Wang Xiong smiled faintly when he heard Yuan Moyu's words. The Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qin is indeed different. If that's the case, let me see how the Heaven's Roar sect's Roar sect is like. After he spoke, Wang Xiong's originally indifferent aura suddenly changed. It became somewhat sharp, and his messy hair became even messier. As Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Yuan Moyu took the lead. It was just as he had said. He attacked with all his might, and blood mist surrounded his body. Just like when he defeated Tuoba Xiu, he displayed an extremely terrifying attack. It swept toward Wang Xiong like a storm. Wang Xiong's body also emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like saber radiance and sword radiance, and it was extremely fierce. In the void, the light blade was so sharp that it seemed to cut the air into pieces. Then, as he raised and withdrew his hands, the saber radiance and sword radiance all converged and finally condensed into a golden sword radiance, which merged into the superior grade divine sword in his hand. Wang Xiong shouted softly, and the sword in his hand slashed down to meet Yuan Moyu's full attack. In an instant, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. Waves of terrifying power exploded in the void like dazzling fireworks. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power spread to the surroundings, but Lin Donglai, who had been prepared for it, easily neutralized it. When the smoke screen created by the shockwaves dissipated, two figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Wang Xiong stood with his sword in hand. His sloppy figure was incomparably arrogant. On the other side, Yuan Mou had clearly retreated a certain distance. His body was on the verge of collapse, and traces of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It was dazzling. Yuan Mou lost. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Wang Xiong was actually so strong? As for the others, their thoughts were more or less the same as Duan Lingtian's. No one had expected that the battle between Yuan Moyu and Wang Xiong would end up like this. After a single move, Yuan Moyu was seriously injured. Wang Xiong seemed to be unharmed. Perhaps he was injured, but it was definitely a light injury. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain so calm. "You're stronger than me." After leaving this sentence, Yuan Moyu shook his head and sighed. He then turned around and walked back to where the people from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state prefecture of Qing were. At this moment, a group of senior officials from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state prefecture of Qing had a grave look on their faces. They had thought that Yuan Moyu would be able to get into the top 3, but now it seemed that this matter was a little uncertain. Where did this Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residence come from? Did the Cold Mountain residence find outside help? The group of people from the Heaven's Roar sect couldn't help but think so. However, they quickly confirmed that Wang Xiong was from the Cold Mountain residence of the famous Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was originally a disciple of the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residence. However, the strength he displayed in the past was not considered to be monstrous, so he only had a little reputation in the Cold Mountain residence. People outside had never heard of him. However, few people knew about Wang Xiong in the past. After this 7 prefectures banquet, his reputation would not only shake the 7 prefectures, but even many people outside the 7 prefectures would know about him and even pay attention to him. So strong. At this moment, even Lin Yuan, who had always been calm, had a slightly grave look on his face. As for Tuoba Xiu, although she did not show any abnormalities on the surface, there was actually a huge uproar in her heart. At the same time, she felt a little bitter and felt that her chances of entering the top 3 were extremely slim. Number 5, enter the stage. While everyone was still shocked by Wang Xiong's strength, Lin Donglai had already spoken and let the next challenger enter the stage. Number 5 was Lin Yuan, the genius of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Now, it was supposed to be number 6's turn to enter the stage. However, due to the special situation of number 6, there was no need for her to enter the stage at all, so she was directly skipped over. Number 6 was Tuoba Xiu, the genius of the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion. She was a genius that the Underworld Mansion had put in all their efforts to cultivate. At this moment, there were still murderous gazes from the Originally sect of the famous residents staring at Tuoba Xiu. A few of the senior officials who were loyal to the Originally sect were even observing if there was a chance to directly kill Tuoba Xiu. In their opinion, as long as they could kill Tuoba Xiu, it did not matter if they were killed by the Underworld Mansion's experts next. It was worth sacrificing one of them to eliminate a hidden danger like Tuoba Xiu. Unfortunately, they could not find a chance at all. This was because the 3 intermediate god emperors from the Underworld Mansion were staring at them from the beginning. Moreover, even if the three intermediate god emperors from the underworld mansion were not watching, it would not be easy for them to kill Tuoba with Lin Donglai present. Earlier, they had even sent a voice transmission to Lin Donglai, wanting to make a deal with him. They wanted him to turn a blind eye and not interfere when they attacked Tuoba who entered the stage next time. However, Lin Donglai rejected them directly. I don't seem to have any other choice. After Lin Yuan entered the stage, he looked at Yuan Moyu who had just been defeated by Wang Xiong in the previous round. So far, he had not fought with Yuan Moyu. Of course, in the eyes of everyone present, Lin Yuan's strength was definitely stronger than Yuan Moyu's. This was because Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with Tuoba Xiu's. To be precise, he was on par with Tuoba Xiu before she had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline. If Tuoba Xiu was in his prime and prepared, he might be able to defeat Yuan Moyu. Do you choose to rest or enter the stage to fight with me? Lin Yuan looked at Yuan Moyu with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. On the other hand, Yuan Moyu had a bitter and helpless expression on his face. I'm no match for you. Even if you challenge me for this battle, I'll accept your challenge. I admit defeat. Although Yuan Moyu could apply for a break in this round, he did not do so. He knew that he was not Lin Yuan's match, so he did not waste any time to stop Lin Yuan from advancing further. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to reach his current position in the next round. He might as well give up his position in advance and stand at the back to watch Lin Yuan display his strength. The person being challenged will admit defeat if he doesn't enter the stage. Lin Donglai looked at Lin Yuan as he spoke. Now, as number 4, do you want to challenge number 3? According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Banquet, you have entered number 4 without fighting, so you must challenge number 3. Of course, number 3 has already fought someone and can choose to rest. However, if he doesn't rest, you can either fight him or admit defeat and admit defeat. Number 3 was Wang Xiong, who had defeated Yuan Moyu earlier. Now, as Lin Donglai finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. More people's eyes were shining with anticipation. Lin Yuan had to challenge Wang Xiong. As for whether he agreed or not, it was up to Wang Xiong to decide. Lin Yuan could not avoid this battle. Number 3, enter the stage. Lin Yuan looked straight at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice, "Of course, if you feel that you haven't recovered to your prime, you and I can fight again in the next round. I won't take advantage of you," Lin Yuan said. No need. However, just as many people were guessing that Wang Xiong might choose to rest and fight Lin Yuan again in the next round, Wang Xiong responded to Lin Yuan in this way and broke through the air and entered the stage in the blink of an eye. That was just a short exhaustion. I'll recover now. No need to wait for the next round. Let's end this quickly. I also hope that this 7 Prefectures Banquet will end soon. Wang Xiong entered the stage and confronted Lin Yuan. His eyes were solemn and sharp, and his temperament had changed again. He was no longer as lazy as before. He was also not as serious as when he faced Yuan Moyu. Now, he gave people a feeling that he was completely serious. This subtle change was also noticed by the onlookers. Suddenly, a group of people's eyes flashed with unprecedented anticipation. These 2 people didn't use their full strength earlier. For example, Lin Yuan didn't use his bloodline power when he defeated Tuoba Xiu. It's the same for Wang Xiong. He didn't use his bloodline power when he defeated Yuan Moyu. I'm really curious who is stronger between the 2. This Lin Yuan is said to be from a god-venerable family. A prodigy from a god-venerable family? No wonder he's so terrifying. I feel that Wang Xiong is the most terrifying. This Wang Xiong is from the famous Cold Mountain residence, but in the eyes of the people there, he has always been very ordinary. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hide so well. While the crowd was bursting with anticipation, Duan Lingtian's eyes also flashed with some anticipation. Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong are going to fight so soon? In his opinion, if these 2 people were going to fight, it also meant that the 7 Prefectures Banquet was coming to an end. Perhaps both of them will have to use their full strength in this battle. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's expression became completely serious. This was because he felt that, compared to the current him, the true strength of these two people might not be any weaker. It would be difficult for him to win first place in this 7 prefectures banquet. Chapter 4068. Lin Yuan challenged Wang Xiong, who had just entered the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast and was currently ranked 3rd. One was the external aid that the mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had found. He was suspected to be a prodigy from a godly, venerable family. The other was a hidden prodigy from the famous Cold Mountain residence. He was the biggest dark horse in this 7 prefectures feast. His strength was amazing, and he had defeated all the other prodigies along the way. A breeze blew, and the robes of the 2 young prodigies fluttered slightly. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down after Lin Donglai said, "Let's begin." Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the 2 to make their moves. However, neither of them made a move. The crowd was not surprised by this. After all, at their level, it was not necessarily a good thing to strike first. If one was caught by the opponent, even if they did not lose their chance of winning, they would still be at a disadvantage temporarily. Under normal circumstances, being at a disadvantage temporarily would not have much of an impact. However, if the opponent seized the opportunity and attacked relentlessly, it could become one's greatest disadvantage. Who is stronger between the 2? Lin Yuan? Wang Xiong? The discussion of the group of pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Their discussion was actually the same as Duan Ling Tian's. He was also curious about who was stronger between the 2 of them. Furthermore, the 2 of them would be his most troublesome opponents in the competition for first place in the 7 prefectures feast. In the end, Wang Xiong made the first move. The moment he made his move, his sword pierced through the air. A dazzling golden sword ray shot directly towards Lin Yuan. It looked like a simple sword move, but it made the faces of the prodigies turn solemn. This sword strike appeared to be very simple. It was a casual stab. However, the aura on the sword ray made all of them feel a dangerous aura. The one who felt it the most was naturally Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong's current opponent. As Wang Xiong's sword moved, the indifference on Lin Yuan's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He had obviously sensed that Wang Xiong's sword move was not simple. In the next instant, Lin Yuan also moved. A destructive aura rose from his body. Then a top-tier divine sword also rose into the air. It carried a frightening destructive aura as it swept out. The sword swept out like a burning stick, causing the void to tremble. It let out a bellows-like roar as it met Wang Xiong's sword. A moment later, the sweeping sword and the thrusting sword collided with one another. At the moment of collision, silence reigned. After a short while, a loud sound was heard without any warning. Then, the battle between the destructive power and the golden power intensified. Whoosh! While the first wave of attacks clashed, Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan didn't stay idle. Both of them moved at the same time, drawing their swords and darting towards each other. Then it was a round of close combat. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Their chi energy wreaked havoc, and the air in the entire void shook. The spectators could feel that the void space in front of them was not very stable. Clearly, the battle between the 2 had affected the stability of the space to a certain extent. Bang! A loud sound was heard. It was Lin Yuan who stepped into the air. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the clouds and disappeared. A moment later, another loud sound was heard. It was Wang Xiong who had chased after him. After a while, a series of loud noises came from the top of the clouds. The clouds that were originally gathered together also dispersed, and there was a cloudless blue sky in everyone's vision. The 2 of them didn't fight for long above the clouds. Soon, they stepped into the air again and descended. In the eyes of the spectators, the 2 of them fought more and more fiercely. It didn't take long for both of them to display amazing strength. The strength that Wang Xiong displayed was no weaker than when he defeated Yuan Moyu. The same was true for Lin Yuan. The strength that he displayed now was no weaker than when he defeated Tuobashio. Moreover, as they continued to fight, the strength of the two seemed to be still rising. These two have been hiding so much of their strength? Looking at the history of the Seven Prefectures Feast, there should be very few such monsters in the history, right? They're not even 10,000 years old, but they have such battle strength? Lin Yuan might be a genius from a godly venerable level clan. But this Wang Xiong, what's up with him? Does this Wang Xiong also have a godly venerable level clan behind him? There is indeed a godly venerable level clan with the surname Wang in the vicinity of the Seven Prefectures. However, I heard from the people in the Cold Mountain residence that Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence. His parents are ordinary disciples of the Cold Mountain residence. He shouldn't be related to that godly venerable level clan. While the crowd was discussing, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more solemn. These two still haven't reached the end? Now, he was already feeling tremendous pressure. If these two continued to show their strength, it would be harder for him to win first place than to climb to the heavens. In fact, to him, to win first place, he didn't need to defeat the two in front of him at all. He only needed to fight to a draw with them. However, if these two continued to show their strength and displayed even greater strength, then, even if it was a draw, he had no confidence in winning. Now, Duan Lingtian wasn't the only one who had a solemn expression. The Consonance Mansion's Qitian sect's genius, Han Di, had an extremely ugly expression because the strength displayed by the two in the field had far surpassed his. Looks like there's no hope for the top three this time. Han Di sighed inwardly. In fact, to him, whether or not he could enter the top three was actually not that important, but to the Qitian sect, it was extremely important. It was also because of this that the Qitian sect had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate him in secret. Thinking of this, Han Di glanced sideways at the Qitian sect's senior executives. As expected, the group of people didn't look too good. It feels like their strength is stronger than Duan Lingtian's. Seeing that the two in the field were beginning to activate their bloodline power, Han Di's heart stirred as he thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian didn't use his bloodline power back then, he has a law clone. However, he didn't use his law clone back then, but his strength was already stronger than mine. I just don't know if his law clone boosts his strength as much as the bloodline power of these two people. If it does, perhaps he'll have a fighting chance. If it doesn't, he'll definitely lose. Although Han Di and Duan Lingtian had only displayed their strength for a brief moment back then, Han Di still had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. In the field, Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had displayed their bloodline power one after another. However, they were still evenly matched. I'm afraid these two will end up in a draw. Now, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who thought so. Even the senior executives of the various manors and major forces present, including the Middle God Emperors, basically thought so too. Based on the current situation, the two of them didn't seem to be holding back anymore. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was fine. If these two people were even stronger, he really wouldn't have any hope of securing first place in this Seven Manors banquet. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils abruptly shrank. Something's not right. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank, Yi Chenfeng, who was sitting on a small floating island, had a subtle change in his originally calm expression. Somewhat interesting. In the field, the originally evenly matched situation was directly broken with Wang Xiong's sudden burst of strength. Swoosh! The crisp sound of the sword emitted a dazzling golden light, but at the same time, there was an extremely sharp aura that tore apart Lin Yuan's attack in one fell swoop and then defeated Lin Yuan. The originally deadlocked situation was directly broken. Wah! Lin Yuan was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. When he looked at Wang Xiong again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the fledgling form of Sword Dao? In fact, Lin Yuan was also proficient in the sword. In fact, he had spent a lot of effort to master Sword Dao, and he already had some understanding of the fledgling form of Sword Dao, and there was hope for him to master it. However, there was only hope for him to master it. In today's battle with Wang Xiong, he realized that in terms of sword Dao, Wang Xiong's attainment was also very deep and was not weaker than his. In fact, Wang Xiong was probably just a step away from mastering the fledgling form of sword Dao. Just like him. In the intense battle with Wang Xiong, he actually had the intention to train himself, so he didn't hold back and went all out. However, he didn't expect that in the end he would break through the bottleneck of sword Dao comprehension and master the fledgling form of sword Dao, helping Wang Xiong instead. Many thanks. At this moment, Wang Xiong's face was filled with joy, and at the same time, he bowed slightly to thank Lin Yuan, who was sent flying by him. His tone was also filled with unconcealable excitement. Forget it. Lin Yuan sighed. You and I are originally evenly matched. Now that you have mastered the fledgling form of sword Dao, I am no match for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan retreated. As the host, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also sighed subconsciously. He originally thought that with Lin Yuan around, the first place of the 7 prefectures banquet was already set in stone. However, he didn't expect that in this 7 prefectures banquet, there would be an anomaly like Wang Xiong. Previously, although he knew that Wang Xiong was not weak, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Wang Xiong won? When Lin Yuan left the stage, the crowd was stunned. It was only after a while that they regained their senses one after another, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Xiong defeated Lin Yuan? Just now, he seemed to have mastered the fledgling form of sword Dao? He broke through at the last minute and defeated Lin Yuan? At the 7 prefectures banquet, everyone was shocked. Even Duan Lingtian's gaze when he looked at Wang Xiong again was filled with seriousness. This Wang Xiong had mastered the fledgling form of sword Dao, and his strength had increased. This would also be his greatest opponent in this 7 prefectures banquet in order to obtain the first place. On the other hand, the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residence was filled with joy. Even the middle-level God Emperor expert leading the Cold Mountain residence didn't expect Wang Xiong to be able to defeat Lin Yuan. He thought that it would be good enough if he could draw. However, he didn't expect Wang Xiong to master the fledgling form of sword Dao at the crucial moment and defeat Lin Yuan in one move. Chapter 4069. A breakthrough in battle could happen to anyone, and it was a kind of opportunity for everyone. Wang Xiong's last-minute breakthrough had not only helped him, but it had also helped the Cold Mountain residents behind him. Now, in everyone's opinion, Wang Xiong not only had a chance to be in the top 3, but he had a chance to be in the first place. With Wang Xiong's strength, even Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him, right? Many people thought so. There were even people who said what they thought. After all, although Duan Lingtian had only briefly displayed his strength, according to some middle-level God Emperors, they were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Duan Lingtian's strength is not a match for Wang Xiong's current strength. My patriarch also said that Duan Lingtian is most likely not a match for Wang Xiong. As some middle-level God Emperors spoke, a group of people suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely be defeated if he went up against Wang Xiong. Duan Lingtian's strength was at most on the same level as Lin Yuan's. If an ordinary person had said this, others might have doubted it. However, it was not just one middle-level God Emperor who said this. Moreover, they were middle-level God Emperors from different factions. Under such circumstances, no one doubted it. At this time, even the group of prodigies from Chunyang School did not look too good. Of course, the ones with the worst expressions were the group of higher-ups from Chunyang School. Other than Yi Chenfeng, who still looked calm, Lu Fenggu, Zhen Pingfan, and the others did not look too good. They all felt that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Wang Xiong. Some disciples from Chunyang School could not help but want to ask Duan Lingtian, but when they saw Duan Lingtian's serious expression, they all shut up. At the same time, they also confirmed that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Wang Xiong. Even a group of middle-level Emperor God experts said so. This matter is obviously true. What a pity! I originally thought that the Duan Lingtian would take first place in the 7 Prefectures feast. Yeah, what a pity. Although many people in the Chunyang school were communicating with each other, they were all transmitting their voices to each other. They were afraid that they would irritate the Duan Lingtian and their elders. After all, it was not a good thing for the Chunyang school. Of course, there were also people who were happy. For example, Machi Hong from the Machi clan. Machi Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a brilliant smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, so what if your strength has improved? So what if I'm still inferior to you? I, Machi Hong, have no chance of taking first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, and neither do you. Now, Machi Hong was directly mocking Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, as if he had completely forgotten that even if Duan Lingtian didn't have a chance to win the first place, he would definitely be in the top 3. When Duan Lingtian heard Machi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned at first. Then, he turned his head and looked deeply at Machi Hong. Even if I can't take first place, I think I have no problem getting into the top 3. Unlike someone who has no chance of getting into the top 3. Maybe he doesn't even have a chance of getting into the top 5? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This caused the smile on the corner of Machi Hong's mouth to freeze. His expression instantly turned gloomy as killing intent flashed in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian saw that Machi Hong had stopped talking, he withdrew his gaze and ignored him. As far as he was concerned, this Machi Hong was nothing more than a clown. However, Lin Yuan had actually failed to challenge Wang Xiong. This was something that no one had expected beforehand. Even Duan Lingtian had not expected this. Especially after Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had fought, he felt that it was more likely that the two of them would end up in a draw. However, he did not expect Wang Xiong to have a breakthrough at the critical moment and master the fledgling sword Dao. His strength had risen to another level, allowing him to defeat Wang Xiong in one fell swoop. Let's go! Since Lin Yuan had failed to challenge Wang Xiong, and Wang Xiong had chosen to rest and did not continue to challenge, the 7 Prefectures Banquet ranking battle had come to an end. The next round would begin the next day. Wang Xiong was number 3, and Han Di was number 2. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's strength, Han Di was mentally prepared to withdraw from the top 3. Even if Wang Xiong displayed even more shocking strength later on, he was still numb to it. In this 7 Prefectures Banquet, the biggest dark horse was Wang Xiong. Time and time again, he had refreshed everyone's understanding of him. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunyang School's group, it was very quiet along the way. Everyone had a tacit understanding and did not mention anything about what had happened earlier. Even Zhen Pingfan did not send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian this time. He was afraid that he would give Duan Lingtian too much pressure. As for advising Duan Lingtian to admit defeat if he felt that he was not a match for Wang Xiong, he did not say anything. At this point in the 7 Prefectures Banquet ranking battle, it was no longer important whether one was injured or not. As for dying, that was impossible. Therefore, he did not say much. Everything was up to Duan Lingtian's own wishes. In fact, when everyone returned, the situation of the 7 Prefectures Banquet had also spread to Chunyang School. The group of decision-makers in Chunyang School, as well as the group of intermediate god emperors, were all silent this time. Although they were a little disappointed. After all, they had previously thought that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning first place in the 7 Prefectures Banquet. However, when they realized that even if Duan Lingtian could not win first place in the 7 Prefectures Banquet, he could at least get into the top 3, they were a little relieved. This was much better than what they had expected at the beginning. In addition, there was also Xianxia, who was in the top 10. Even if Duan Lingtian only got into the top 3 of the 7 Prefectures Banquet, their Chunyang School would still be able to get 5 spots this time. 5 spots were enough. Elder Yi, is something the matter? Seeing that everyone from Chunyang School, including Zhen Pingfan, had left, not only did Yi Chenfeng not return to his residence, but he also followed him to his residence. Duan Lingtian, who had just noticed him, could not help but be stunned. Let's go in first. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but think, why did this elder Yi follow me here? To comfort me? That's not necessary, right? Moreover, it was not the first day that this elder Yi knew him. He should not think that he was that weak, right? Duan Lingtian. After entering the courtyard of Duan Lingtian's residence, Yi Chenfeng casually waved his hand and took out a formation plate. He then set up an isolation formation, isolating himself and Duan Lingtian inside. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression became slightly serious. This elder Yi most likely had some secret matter to tell him. Was it about the ultimate spiritual abode? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but light up. Enter the small world in my body and observe the true meaning of the sword principle that I have comprehended from the inspiration I received from the exchange with your master. Although it is not perfect, it might be of some help to you. After all, the sword principle that you have mastered is of the same origin as your master's, and so is it. While Duan Lingtian was looking forward to Yi Chenfeng talking about the ultimate spiritual abode, he did not receive any news about it. Instead, he received such words. Regarding this, although Duan Lingtian was a little disappointed, he could not help but smile bitterly. Elder Yi, that is the sword principle that you have mastered. It is not appropriate to pass it on to me, is it? The true meaning of the sword principle was something that affected the improvement of the sword principle. If the level of the sword principle was compared to the character level of the role-playing online games on Earth in his previous life, then the true meaning of the sword principle was the experience used to level up. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, I benefited a lot from the exchange with your master. The true meaning of the sword principle was also inspired by him. It can be said that most of it came from him. Now, it is only natural that I return this favor to you. Yi Chenfeng said matter-of-factly. Moreover, you have seen your current situation. If I am not wrong, you do not have the confidence to defeat Wang Xiong now, right? I don't know if you have hidden your strength before. If not, I am afraid that you have no hope of fighting him to a draw. Even if you have the hope of fighting him to a draw, it will be difficult to defeat him. If that is the case, why don't you observe the sword principle that I have just comprehended? If you can comprehend something from it, it may be of great help to your strength. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian was moved by Yi Chenfeng's words. After a moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Elder Yi, I will not say any sentimental words, and I will not say any more. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor in my heart. You don't have to do this. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, I just told you that this favor is repaid to your master. When I mentioned you to your master many times, I could see how much he valued you. In his eyes, you are no different from his own son. All right, time is limited. You can enter my small world now. I will demonstrate my newly comprehended sword principle true meaning inside. It is the same sword principle true meaning that you and your master have grasped. Then, with Yi Chenfeng's cooperation, Duan Lingtian also entered his small world. Yi Chenfeng's small world was an empty and barren land. The only things that could be seen everywhere were the sword-shaped stones that were suspended in the sky. These sword-shaped stones were of different sizes. Some were suspended in the void, some were rooted in the barren land, and some were like pillars that pierced through the sky and earth of Yi Chenfeng's small world. While Duan Lingtian was observing Yi Chenfeng's small world, Yi Chenfeng's voice echoed in his ears. I have named this small world, Sword World. Each of these sword-shaped stones in front of you has a sword principle mark that I have left on them. Of course, the sword principle marks on some of them have faded a lot due to the passage of time. However, they all have the sword principle mark. Without the sword principle mark, the stones will automatically turn into dust and cease to exist. Chapter 4070. All the sword-shaped rocks had sword Dao imprints on them? Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. His eyes immediately fell on a nearby sword-shaped rock. At first glance, this sword-shaped rock looked no different from an ordinary rock carved into a sword. However, when Duan Lingtian carefully looked at it, especially when his divine consciousness enveloped it, he could feel the fierce aura contained in it. At this moment, every sword carved into the rock seemed to reflect the sword Dao's true meaning to his divine consciousness. Every sword strike was different. However, this sword Dao's true meaning did not follow his path, so it was not of much help to him. That is, after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at another larger sword-shaped rock not far away. He could see a dozen lines of words carved on it. The words on it could not be connected into a sentence, but every stroke of the words contained a strong sword Dao true intent. When one's spiritual perception enveloped it, it was as though one could see a sword Dao expert carving these words. Duan Lingtian looked at a few more sword-shaped rocks before he came back to his senses. He came back to his senses because Yi Chenfeng spoke again. Next, I will show the sword Dao's true meaning that I have newly comprehended in my small world. They were all inspired by your master, and the source is no different from the source of the sword Dao that you have mastered. They are different paths leading to the same goal. However, the sword Dao's true meaning that I have comprehended is actually not very helpful to my sword Dao. At least, not for the time being. However, I heard your master mention a bold idea. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. 10,000 methods to one, 10,000 Daos to one. There was such a saying a long time ago. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. Moreover, according to my and your master's guess, if 2 sword Daos were to merge into one in the end, the power would definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Duan Lingtian realized that his master, Feng Qingyang, and Yi Chenfeng were discussing the merging of 2 different sword Daos. Wasn't this too bold? Now, this was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind. After all, even his current sword Dao was strenuous for him to comprehend. If he were to divert his attention to comprehend other sword Daos, he would be powerless to do so. Most importantly, his cultivation still needed to be improved. Time was running out, and the pressure on his body was too great. He could not compare to Yi Chenfeng at all. Yi Chenfeng might have already reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and only needed an opportunity to break through. Therefore, he did not need to spend too much time on increasing his cultivation. But he was different. This time, if Yi Chenfeng hadn't said that his newly comprehended sword Dao was from the same source as his sword Dao, he definitely would have declined Yi Chenfeng's favor. This was because if the source of the sword Dao was different from the one he had grasped, it would not be of any help to him in the short term. Even if he had the heart to observe, it would only be a waste of time. Then, as Yi Chenfeng began to display his newly comprehended sword Dao true meaning, a series of afterimages with swords flashed past. Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely attracted. After watching for a while, he saw a familiar figure among them. He is indeed walking the sword Dao of my master and mine. He doesn't need to spend too much time on improving his cultivation. He is just willful and has already begun to comprehend the second sword Dao. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He really could not compare to him. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian's heart was only left with shock. Oh my God! How long has it been? Elder Yi has already comprehended the sword Dao that is from the same source as my sword Dao to such an extent? Moreover, there are many new things mixed into it. This is a sword Dao genius? Now, Duan Lingtian realized that there were many things in Yi Chenfeng's newly comprehended sword Dao that were of great help to him. He even felt that Yi Chenfeng's comprehension might be able to bring his sword Dao to a higher level and step into the next level. In that case, his attainments in sword Dao might even surpass the current Yi Chenfeng. Of course, he also knew that with Yi Chenfeng's current talent in sword Dao, even if he temporarily surpassed him, Yi Chenfeng might catch up later. Elder Ye's sword Dao earlier must have fallen into a bottleneck. Moreover, It is a bottleneck that is even more ridiculous than my bottleneck. Otherwise, with his talent in Sword Dao, it is impossible that he has not broken through after such a long time. This time, if I can really bring my strength to a higher level with Elder Ye's help, I will definitely not treat him unfairly. Along the path of Sword Dao, Duan Lingtian had actually walked out many things of his own. Previously, when he shared with his master could also comprehend some things. His current Sword Dao was following his master's path in the beginning. Later on, most of it was his own comprehension, which could be considered his own Sword Dao. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it and completely calmed down to observe the Sword Dao that Yi Feng displayed. Because they were of the same origin, Duan Lingtian did not expend much effort to observe. Moreover, every once in a while, he would gain a certain level of comprehension and inspiration. Gradually, he really immersed himself in it. He forgot why Yi Feng was displaying Sword Dao to him at this time, and also forgot why he was observing Yi Feng's Sword Dao at this time. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Early the next morning, Yi Feng greeted Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan without waking Duan Lingtian. Today's ranking battle shouldn't have anything to do with Duan Lingtian. After all, there is still Han Di behind him. Today, it will definitely end with Wang Xiong defeating Han Di. Of course, we can't rule out Wang Xiong directly challenging Duan Lingtian. However, I don't think he will, Yi Feng said. Yi Feng said, so, the two of us will temporarily not go over today. If Wang Xiong challenges Duan Lingtian, I'll bring him over. At this moment, Yi Feng did not know how Duan Lingtian was doing. However, if there was no need, he did not disturb Duan Lingtian since he had not woken up on his own. Moreover, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian would not be able to comprehend too much in just half a day and a night. Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan were not stupid. When they heard Yi Feng's message, they knew that Yi Feng was giving Duan Lingtian special treatment. He intended to help Duan Lingtian at this last moment. If Duan Lingtian's strength could be improved further, it might not be impossible for him to fight Wang Xiong to a draw. As for defeating Wang Xiong, Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan were not the only ones who did not dare to think about it. Even Yi Feng did not dare to think about it. Now, even Yi Feng's greatest wish was that Duan Lingtian could defeat Lin Yuan and fight Wang Xiong to a draw, thus securing first place in this 7 prefectures feast. Duan Lingtian was the first to reach the top, so he had an absolute advantage in this aspect. When the group of people from Chunyang School set off, the others also noticed that Duan Lingtian and Yi Feng were not there. They thought that they had gone ahead of time, but when they arrived, they realized that the two were not there. At this moment, the other higher-ups of Chunyang School had also vaguely guessed something. There was no lack of smart people among the group of prodigies from Chunyang School. Of course, they did not feel good about this. At this point, what's the point of cramming at the last minute? Tomorrow at the latest, Wang Xiong will definitely challenge Duan Lingtian. Yeah, even if Wang Xiong does not challenge Duan Lingtian today, he will definitely challenge him tomorrow. Let's think of something better. Who knows, maybe Duan Lingtian and Elder Yi will bring us some surprises. Although this idea is a little whimsical, we are Chunyang School's disciples. Shouldn't we think of them? When the people from Chunyang School arrived, the people from other prefectures and other forces naturally noticed that Duan Lingtian and Yi Feng were not there. Many people guessed the reason for this. Even more people snorted at this idea. Even the people from Chunyang School felt that this was meaningless, let alone the others. Don't tell me that Yi Feng wants to make Duan Lingtian's strength rise to a higher level in these 2 days? Wishful thinking. If Wang Xiong challenges Duan Lingtian later, even if Duan Lingtian is in seclusion, he will still have to come. However, I think that Wang Xiong will most likely not challenge Duan Lingtian. While many people snorted at the reason why Duan Lingtian and Yi Feng were not there, Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan had a mocking smile on his face. Things have already come to this, and he's still thinking of cramming at the last minute? Naive. Ridiculous. At the same time, At the Han Mountain residence of the Daming Mansion, the leading intermediate god emperor looked at Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, what are you thinking? Are you going to challenge Duan Lingtian today? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong shook his head. I've already thought about it yesterday. I'll challenge Han Di today and Duan Lingtian tomorrow. Do you think I'm afraid that he'll improve in the last 2 days and become the champion of the 7 Prefectures banquet? It's not that I can't challenge him today. However, I'm worried that if I change my mind at the last minute, it'll give birth to an inner demon that will affect my future cultivation. Wang Xiong had already decided to challenge Han Di today. If he changed his mind at the last minute, even if others did not say anything, he would not be able to deceive himself. He would think that he was worried that Duan Lingtian would improve greatly in the last day and become a threat to him. Once this kind of fear was born, it would have a significant impact on his future cultivation. He did not want to lose a watermelon after picking up sesame seeds. When the intermediate god emperor from the Han Mountain residence heard Wang Xiong mention the 2 words inner demon, his expression changed slightly. He quickly said, "Just do as you wish." It's impossible for him to improve much in just a day. An inner demon was no joke. Perhaps it might not come. However, if it did, it would be a disaster. In the history of the Han Mountain residence of the Daming Mansion, there was an ancestor who was devoured by an inner demon and died under the heavenly tribulation that he could have easily passed. Chapter 4071. Although Duan Lingtian and Yi Feng were not present, the 7 Prefectures banquet continued as usual. Furthermore, on this day, the top 10 rankings of the 7 Prefectures feast, apart from the final order of the top 3, the rest of the rankings were basically made clear. On this day, Wang Xiong advanced to 2nd place after Han Di admitted defeat without a fight. Due to the rules, Lin Yuan could not challenge 2nd place in advance. However, he would definitely replace Han Di in the next round and take 3rd place. There was almost no suspense in this matter. As for the rest of the rankings, they were all out. Xianxia and Ximen were definitely the last 2 places. Based on the current situation, Ximen, who was in 10th place, obviously had no intention of competing with Xianxia for 9th place. In front of the 2, Luo Yuan was in 8th place, and Mochi Hong was in 7th place. Tuoba Xiu was in 6th place. Yuan Moyu was in 5th place. Lin Yuan was in 4th place. Han Di was in 3rd place. Wang Xiong was in 2nd place. Duan Lingtian was in 1st place. These were the rankings when the 7 Prefectures banquet ended at noon. Everyone knew that there would not be much change in the rankings. Now, more people were looking forward to the battle between Wang Xiong and Duan Lingtian the next day. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan, who is in 4th place, will definitely replace Han Di and take 3rd place. Wang Xiong will challenge Duan Lingtian. Yeah, if Duan Lingtian wins the battle between Wang Xiong and Duan Lingtian tomorrow, there will be no suspense. However, if Duan Lingtian loses, Duan Lingtian and Lin Yuan will fight for 2nd place the day after tomorrow. I think it's almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to win. Didn't you see that he didn't come today? Moreover, Elder Yi Feng from Chunyang School didn't come either. Duan Lingtian is obviously cramming at the last minute. He did this because he doesn't have the confidence to defeat Wang Xiong or even tie with Wang Xiong. I think so too. In this 7 Prefectures banquet, the dark horse Wang Xiong will undoubtedly take 1st place. I wonder who is stronger, Duan Lingtian or Lin Yuan. You'll know the day after tomorrow. Now, Wang Xiong had become the hot favorite to win the 7 Prefectures feast this time. There were even people who wanted to place bets for the 1st place in the 7 Prefectures feast, but were unable to do so. This was because almost no one felt that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning against Wang Xiong. As for Lin Yuan, he had already lost to Wang Xiong. Unless Duan Lingtian defeated Wang Xiong and lost to Lin Yuan would not have the chance to challenge Wang Xiong again. For example, after Tuoba Xiu was defeated by Yuan Mou, she no longer had the qualifications to challenge Yuan Mou. even if everyone knew that her current strength had improved by another level. However, as long as Yuan Mou did not lose to her opponent, she would not have the chance to challenge Yuan Mou again. However, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't win first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast this time, it's certain that he'll be in the top 3. This time, Chunyang School is still the biggest winner. Many people couldn't help but sigh when they thought of the gains of Chunyang School this time. That's right. This time, Chunyang School has 2 people in the top 10. Even if Duan Lingtian only enters the top 3, Chunyang School will be able to obtain 3 places to enter the Sacred Land Mystic Realm. In addition to Yang Chenya's 2 places, there will be a total of 5 places. As for the Hanshan residents, even if Wang Xiong wins first place, there will only be 4 places. It's not even as good as Chunyang School. In this 7 Prefectures Feast, I wouldn't be too surprised if people like Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, or Yuan Mou won first place, let alone Duan Lingtian. But Wang Xiong really surprised me. Who isn't? Who would have thought that this 7 Prefectures Feast would end up being Wang Xiong's one-man show? Up until now, almost everyone's eyes and attention had been focused on the Hanshan residence prodigy, Wang Xiong. Everyone felt that Wang Xiong would win first place in this 7 Prefectures Feast. There was no doubt about it. As for Duan Lingtian, many people had been paying attention to him previously. However, after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, the number of people who were paying attention to him decreased. Naturally, no one would deny that Duan Lingtian was outstanding. However, this was the reality. Even if you were outstanding, as long as someone was more outstanding than you, people would pay more attention to you. This was the reason why the first place was the most popular while the second and third place were the least popular. In fact, the gap between them was not that big. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast had already been determined. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. Since he came from the mundane realm, he had experienced many things that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the realms of gods might not have as much experience as he did. This was because the natives of the realms of gods had a higher starting point and spent most of their time cultivating. Their lives were not complicated. For this reason, the natives of the realms of gods were not as resilient as the outsiders who came from the Devata realms. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending Yi Chenfeng's Sword Dao true intent. This Sword Dao true insight came from the same source as the Sword Dao he'd grasped, and it achieved the same result by different means. So he was able to comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. His Sword Dao was improving at a rapid pace. After all, his attainments in the Sword Dao had practically stagnated in the past. This was because he felt he had already comprehended what he needed to comprehend. It would be difficult for him to find another path. However, after comprehending Yi Chenfeng's Sword Dao, Duan Lingtian felt like a man who was dying of thirst in the desert finally had water to drink. It seems like you've gained some insights. Yi Chenfeng, on the other hand, was demonstrating his Sword Dao to Duan Lingtian as he watched the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. A faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. I'll help you as much as I can. How much you can accept will depend on your luck. Initially, I planned to share my insights with you after the 7 Prefectures banquet. However, it seems like I've brought it forward. However, even if you've comprehended my Sword Dao, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for you to defeat Wang Xiong. I only hope you'll be able to tie with him. In that case, the first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet will be yours. However, suddenly Yi Chenfeng seemed to have thought of something and shook his head. If you only tie with Wang Xiong and win the first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet, those heavyweight ultimate gods forces might not be interested in you. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Even if you miss this opportunity, with your talent and comprehension, you'll be invited by those heavyweight ultimate gods forces sooner or later. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to join a heavyweight ultimate gods force. In fact, he could even be accepted by them without waiting for them to recruit disciples. However, the problem was that joining them and inviting them were two completely different concepts. If he was invited, he could negotiate with them and they would not treat him badly. However, if he joined them himself, there would be no preferential treatment. Being a heavyweight ultimate god and having a large family business, the benefits were out of reach for some of the disciples who had just joined the sect. Moreover, unless they displayed talent and comprehension that surpassed their peers, it would be very difficult for them to enjoy such treatment. The Seven Prefectures banquet was now empty. Behind the clouds above the Seven Prefectures banquet, the Jade Palace was still suspended in the air. Even when Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan fought earlier, both of them had passed through the clouds and entered the Seven Prefectures banquet. The group of Emperor God experts at the Seven Prefectures banquet also paid attention to the Seven Prefectures banquet, but they did not discover the existence of the Jade Palace. The Jade Palace was like a heavenly palace. Accompanied by the clouds surrounding it, it was like an immortal's paradise. Now, in a courtyard in front of the Jade Palace, there was an old man and a young girl sitting at a stone table. On the other side of the stone table, there was a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man standing respectfully. The old man and the young girl were an old woman and a young girl. Great-grandmother, just tell me, did my brother get first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet? The young girl looked at the old woman and asked coquettishly. The old woman shook her head and smiled. You little girl, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you just wait a little longer? If you want to know if he got first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet, can't you see for yourself tomorrow? Hearing the old woman's words, the young girl frowned slightly. But, isn't the gap between my brother and Wang Xiong huge? Great-grandmother, why don't you make a move and injure Wang Xiong, or make him have diarrhea so that he can't fight tomorrow or can't use his full strength even if he fights? The young girl's eyes turned as she spoke to the old woman with a crafty expression. When the old woman heard this, she rolled her eyes angrily. If I make a move, wouldn't that be too much of a bully? Moreover, you should know that some things can't be changed carelessly. I haven't punished you for meeting him rashly the last time. Hearing the old woman say this, the young girl instantly pouted her small mouth and said with a pitiful expression, Great-grandmother, didn't I also not tell my brother why I know him? Moreover, I found an excuse. As she finished speaking, a complacent smile appeared on the young girl's beautiful face. With that excuse of yours? The old woman glared angrily at the young girl. In my opinion, there's no need to mention that excuse of yours. Now, perhaps even he himself has some doubts. But some things can't be thought through just because you think it through. In any case, before the time I told you about, you can't meet him face to face. At most, you can only hide in the shadows and watch him like you are now. As the old woman spoke, her tone became a bit harsher. When the young girl heard this, she instantly didn't dare to say anything more, but her pitiful appearance was even more moving. Chapter 4072. After the people from the various mansions and forces returned to their respective mansions, noon finally arrived. It ended earlier today. I'm already looking forward to the Seven Mansions banquet tomorrow. Tomorrow, Wang Xiong will challenge Duan Lingtian. Although I know Wang Xiong will definitely win, I still want to see Duan Lingtian in action. After all, he's a monster from a Devata realm, and he's not even 3,000 years old. If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten. Duan Lingtian is only 3,000 years old. As for Wang Xiong, he's more than 8,000 years old. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he has a huge advantage in terms of age. Well, it can't be helped. Why didn't Duan Lingtian be born a few thousand years earlier? Generally speaking, it's not that there aren't any monstrous geniuses around Duan Lingtian's age, but they haven't grown up yet. They haven't even entered the stage of a low-level divine emperor, so they're not qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. Since the people from the various mansions and forces had nothing better to do, they began to gossip. From the beginning to the end, They talked about the two main characters of tomorrow, Wang Xiong, Duan Lingtian. As for the others, only Lin Yuan was mentioned occasionally. Moreover, they felt Han Di would most likely admit defeat if Lin Yuan challenged him tomorrow. Time also quietly passed by as they discussed. In just a blink of an eye, night had fallen. In the temporary residence of the people from Chunyang School. In a spacious courtyard, Xianxia stood in front of a table. An old man sat behind the table. He was Xianxia's master, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin sat in front of the table and waved at Xianxia with a smile on his face. There's only the two of us here. There's no need for you to be so reserved. Xianxia can just stand. Xianxia looked at Yuan Hanjin calmly and said. Upon seeing Xianxia's reaction, Yuan Hanjin did not mind. He knew Xianxia's personality had changed after the great incident. At the same time, he did not insist. You did well this time. I'm very satisfied with your ranking in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions banquet. My father is very satisfied as well. When we return this time, the Pingsheng lineage will spare no effort to nurture you. In addition, my father, who is also your grandmaster, will also apply for resources from the sect to nurture you so that you can catch up to that Duan Lingtian and even surpass him. He's ahead of you now, but that doesn't mean he'll always be ahead of you. At the very least, I think you can surpass him. At that time, you can avenge your childhood friend and kill him. Perhaps, at that time, you'll have the ability to kill Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Yuan Hanjin smiled. As soon as Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, Xianxia immediately added, I just received news that Long Qingchong is dead. Obviously, Yuan Hanjin didn't expect Xianxia to say something like that. His first reaction was to reveal a look of astonishment. His disciple already knew about this? After all, he only found out so quickly because of his father. It was his father, Yuan Pingxing, the patriarch of the Chunyang School's Pingxing lineage, who had personally gone to the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His father had done this to prevent Xianxia from becoming a wolf who would kill his master. As expected, he knew. Xianxia naturally noticed the shock on Yuan Hanjin's face. At the same time, he was even more certain that Yuan Pingxing was the one who killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His purpose was to cover up Yuan Hanjin's crime. How did you know about this? Yuan Hanjin asked. Master, have you forgotten that I'm from the 10,000 Devil sect? Many people from the 10,000 Devil sect are in the Tianlong clan, right? Xianxia asked rhetorically. Realization dawned on Yuan Hanjin when he heard this. For a moment I did forget about this. In fact, Xianxia had rarely contacted the 10,000 Devil sect since his father's death. Moreover, the people he was familiar with from the 10,000 Devil sect who had joined the Tianlong clan had basically all died. The few who did not die had long lost their soul marks in their soul orbs as time passed, and they could no longer communicate with each other. However, Yuan Hanjin did not know about this. Master, do you know about this too? Xianxia asked. Just now, Yuan Hanjin acted as if he did not know about Long Qingchong's death. Otherwise, he would not have told Xianxia that Xianxia would kill Long Qingchong to avenge his father. Of course I don't know. Yuan Hanjin also came back to his senses at this time and realized that his reaction just now was a little excessive. He hurriedly shook his head and said, I just heard you say that he died, so I was stunned for a moment. I really didn't expect that he would die before you killed him. It seems that he has offended many people. Do you know how he died? Yuan Hanjin asked curiously. There was indeed curiosity on his face and in his eyes. However, he did not know that his behavior was a little too pretentious. At least, in Xianxia's impression of his master, even if he was very curious about something, he would not show such an expression. I heard that he was killed by force in the Tianlong clan. Xianxia said indifferently. Killed in the Tianlong clan? Yuan Hanjin was shocked. Doesn't that mean that the person who killed him did not fear the Tianlong clan's great protective formation? Yes. Xianxia nodded. According to my 10,000 Devil sect elders in the Tianlong clan, the Tianlong clan's great protective formation is not something that can be ignored even by a lower god emperor. Only a god emperor or above has the ability to enter the Tianlong clan and kill the Tianlong clan's clan master under the threat of the Tianlong clan's great protective formation. Xianxia said. Middle god emperor? Yuan Hanjin raised his eyebrows and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, was also a fool. He even dared to provoke a middle god emperor, so he deserved to be killed in his own clan. As his voice fell, Yuan Hanjin looked at Xianxia and said, You wanted to kill him to avenge your father, but now that he is dead, do you feel that you have no more goals? When I first heard that Long Qingchong died, I felt that way. Xianxia nodded. However, after a while, I remembered that I still have an enemy, Duan Lingtian. So, I am still very motivated to become stronger. While saying this, Xianxia was saying something else in his heart. My goal is you, Yuan Hanjin. Before you, Yuan Hanjin, die, as long as I, Xianxia, have a breath, I will not stop my footsteps to become stronger. Of course, although Xianxia hated Yuan Hanjin to the core, he did not show it on the surface. This was because he knew that the moment he exposed himself, Yuan Hanjin and his father would definitely make the first move. He was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to die in the hands of Yuan Hanjin and his son. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die in the hands of others after killing Yuan Hanjin and his son. That's good. Yuan Hanjin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. I was worried that you would lose your motivation after knowing that the person who killed your father had died. Now that I hear you say this, I'm relieved. Very good. You did not disappoint me. The current Yuan Hanjin had a kind expression on his face. If it was the Xianxia of the past, he might have been happy with Yuan Hanjin's encouragement. However, at this moment, there was only hatred for Yuan Hanjin left in the depths of his heart. When he saw Yuan Hanjin's hypocritical attitude, he felt extremely disgusted. All right, you can go back and rest. Tomorrow, let's see how your enemy is defeated. Yuan Hanjin looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile. It was as though he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to be defeated by Wang Xiong and not be able to win first place. However, Xianxia only replied with a yes, before he left. Would Duan Lingtian lose? Thinking of this, although Xianxia was not very optimistic in his heart, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's calmness and composure when facing Duan Lingtian, he could not help but be slightly shaken. However, it is indeed very, very difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong. Xianxia thought to himself. The current Xianxia was only thinking of killing Yuan Hanjin and taking revenge for his father. As for Duan Lingtian, as of now, he really did not see Duan Lingtian as an enemy. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for most people. As the 7 Prefectures banquet gradually came to an end, many people felt a sense of loss. When the 7 Prefectures banquet had just started, many people felt that the process of the 7 Prefectures banquet was slow and hoped to enter the later stages of the ranking battle as soon as possible. However, now that the ranking battle had really come to an end, they all felt that time had passed too quickly. Or rather, the 7 Prefectures banquet had progressed too quickly. Let's go. Early the next morning, when the Chunyang school students gathered, they also saw Yi Chenfeng, who they had not seen for a day. They only saw Yi Chenfeng look at everyone, greet them, and then lead the way to the 7 Prefectures banquet. Where is Duan Lingtian? Lu Fenggu asked. He did not see Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, he also noticed that Zhen Pingfan was not there. However, he was more concerned about Duan Lingtian. As for Zhen Pingfan, he might have already gone there. He will come with nephew Zhen later, Yi Chenfeng said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Fenggu did not say anything more. As long as Duan Lingtian could arrive in time, it was fine. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian really did not have the confidence to secure first place, it did not matter whether he was there or not. Thinking of this, Lu Fenggu felt relieved. Among the other people from Chunyang School, many people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to forfeit. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures banquet, if the challenged person did not show up within 15 minutes, it would be considered as admitting defeat. Duan Lingtian is not here yet? When the people from Chunyang School and the host of the 7 Prefectures banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hell sect also arrived. The people from the various prefectures who had yet to see Duan Lingtian looked as if they had discovered a new continent and stared in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. Chunyang School's Elder Yichunfeng is here. Duan Lingtian is not here. Is he going to forfeit? It should be. I guess he is not confident, so he chose not to come and indirectly forfeited. How disappointing. I originally wanted to see him fight with Wang Xiong. Now it seems that it has become an extravagant wish. Chapter 4073. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not show up at the 7 Prefectures banquet today. Of course, most people thought that Duan Lingtian had given up. Coward! Over at the Mochi clan's side, Mochi Hong sneered. Even if I was defeated by Wang Xiong, at least I have the courage to face him. Duan Lingtian, you don't even have the courage to face Wang Xiong. You don't deserve to be compared to me, Mochi Hong. The current Mochi Hong swept away the haze from before. It was as if he had trampled Duan Lingtian under his feet. Although Duan Lingtian did not show up, the battle for the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures banquet continued as usual. However, the people in front, even those who were qualified to issue challenges, did not continue to do so. The first battle was between Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect, who was temporarily ranked 4th, and Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chi Tian sect, who was temporarily ranked 3rd. Han Di will probably admit defeat, right? Today, many people thought that Han Di would admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Di did not admit defeat this time. He entered the arena and was only defeated after exchanging 10 moves with Lin Yuan. Of course, he admitted defeat after he was completely at a disadvantage, so he did not suffer any injuries. This Han Di is a smart person. Over at the Chunyang School's side, Yichunfeng smiled faintly and said, he basically did not fight before. Now that he's fighting, it's obvious that he wants to show his strength to the people behind him. This way, the people behind him won't hold on to him. In fact, Lu Fenggu and the other Chunyang School's higher-ups had already guessed what Yichunfeng was talking about. However, that wasn't what they were focusing on right now. Their focus was on Duan Lingtian, who had not entered the ring yet. Although they guessed that Duan Lingtian might really give up, as people from the Chunyang School, they still hoped that Duan Lingtian would show up. In addition, some people also noticed that Zhen Pingfan was not there. Some of them believed that the reason why Zhen Pingfan wasn't there was to protect Duan Lingtian. After all, it wasn't safe to leave Duan Lingtian alone there. Some people also thought that maybe Zhen Pingfan would bring Duan Lingtian along with him later. Number 2, please enter. Lin Donglai spoke in a clear voice under the watchful eyes of the crowd at the 7 Prefectures feast. In the next moment, the biggest dark horse of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, Wang Xiong of the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residence, slowly stepped out into the air. He was still dressed in a slightly sloppy manner, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. As he walked, his body swayed as if he was already somewhat drunk. I challenge number 1, the genius of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong immediately issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian, who was temporarily ranked 1st in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't there, Wang Xiong's eyes were still locked in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. His eyes were burning with anticipation. Although everyone present felt that Duan Lingtian was most likely going to give up. However, he felt that Duan Lingtian might not give up. There was no meaning in giving up. Even if he wouldn't be laughed at, it would definitely affect Duan Lingtian's future path to becoming a powerhouse. Not to mention other things, just the inner demons that might appear in the future made it unlikely that Duan Lingtian would choose to give up. On the path to becoming a powerhouse, failure wouldn't necessarily affect oneself. However, if one didn't even have the courage to fight, it would definitely affect one's mentality. Once one's mentality was affected, the inner demons would take advantage of the situation to invade. As Wang Xiong issued the challenge, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. A group of people still felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to appear and that he must have given up. Let's just wait 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if Duan Lingtian doesn't appear, Wang Xiong will win. I really didn't expect that the battle for the first place in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures would be so boring. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will come tomorrow and compete with Lin Yuan for the second place in this Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Although the top 3 in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures are only competing for the 3 Holy Land Mystic Zones for their respective factions, the individual rewards for second and third place are still somewhat different. Who knows? Duan Lingtian might choose not to come tomorrow and give up. While the crowd was discussing animatedly, time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. There's still 15 minutes left. At this moment, the host, Elder Lin Donglai of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect, looked at the Chunyang school's side and said loudly, "If Duan Lingtian doesn't appear after 15 minutes, it will be considered as admitting defeat." As soon as Lin Donglai said this, many people from the various prefectures and factions felt that his reminder was unnecessary. At this time, Duan Lingtian would definitely not come. Great-grandmother, will Big Brother come? Behind the clouds in the Jade Palace, a young girl looked nervously at the old woman and asked worriedly, "Can't you just continue watching?" The old woman shook her head and smiled, then continued to look at the mirror image in front of her. The mirror image was the scene of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The people from the various prefectures and factions could be seen, but the main focus was still on the center of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Wang Xiong of the Hanshan residence of the Daming Prefecture was a close-up of the mirror image. Almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, the eyes of the young girl who had been staring at the mirror image in front of her suddenly lit up. "He's here. Big Brother is here." In the mirror image, a purple figure appeared out of thin air. After he appeared, he directly faced Wang Xiong and looked at him calmly. It was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's sudden arrival caused a hint of understanding to flash in Wang Xiong's eyes. Just as he had guessed, it was very likely that Duan Lingtian would not come. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian teleported, the crowd was in an uproar. "Duan Lingtian is here? Why did he appear at this time? Is he busy with something?" In my opinion, he is deliberately mystifying in order to attract our attention. So what if he is here? Even if he is here, he is still no match for Wang Xiong. Although Duan Lingtian's timely appearance was surprising, more people were not optimistic about him. They felt that even if he did not surrender, he would still be defeated by Wang Xiong. "He's here. Duan Lingtian is here." On the Chunyang school's side, although most people felt that Duan Lingtian's appearance was useless, they were inexplicably excited. After all, he was the genius of their Chunyang school and represented the face of their Chunyang school. Although it was not shameful to give up without a fight, it was still shameful. Now that he had appeared, even if he was defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. After Duan Lingtian's appearance, Zhen Pingfan also arrived and sat beside Yi Chenfeng. After greeting Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, he looked directly at Duan Lingtian in the field with a hint of doubt in his eyes. As for what he was doubting, only he knew. "Today you will see." At this time, Xianxia heard the words of his master, Yuan Hanjin, saying, "Your enemy, although a genius, is not invincible. Among his peers, there are still people who can defeat him." Upon hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yang Qianye did not respond. He did not show any other emotions, but his heart was filled with disdain. Although Wang Xiong was Duan Lingtian's peer, how old was Wang Xiong compared to Duan Lingtian? An 8,000-year-old young heaven's pride and a 3,000-year-old young heaven's pride, how could they compare? On the Mochi clan side, Mochi Hong frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian was not here, he felt that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he did not give up when Wang Xiong challenged him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian gave up. At that time, he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. But now, that sense of superiority that he had yet to fully enjoy had completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian was here. So what if he's here? He's still going to lose. A sneer appeared on the corner of Mo Qihong's mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he felt Duan Lingtian was not a match for anyone but himself. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your name. Wang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, an intermediate divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old from a Devata realm. Although I'm also a divine emperor when I was your age, I'm nothing compared to you. Wang Xiong's words were, in fact, a compliment to Duan Lingtian. However, the others were still shocked when they heard this. Wang Xiong was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a divine emperor? Even the group of people from the Han Mountain residence were astonished because they didn't know Wang Xiong. They didn't know that Wang Xiong had become a godly emperor at such a young age. This was because Wang Xiong had only joined the Cold Mountain Mansion 1,000 years ago. Moreover, his performance had always been mediocre, and he had been overshadowed by the other young prodigies in the Cold Mountain Mansion. After all, Wang Xiong had always been concealing his strength and had never shown it to others. Our battle today has nothing to do with age. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The Seven Mansions banquet is a stage for young prodigies below the age of 10,000. You and I stand at the same height. If you defeat me, you'll be the champion of the Seven Mansions banquet. If you can't defeat me, I'm afraid you'll have to settle for second place. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He did not seem discouraged at all. Even so, no one felt that he was confident in his own strength. They only felt that he was stubbornly holding on. He knew that he was going to lose, but he still cared about his reputation and stubbornly held on. If I can't defeat you and settle for second place, I'll accept it. Wang Xiong smiled faintly. He did not seem annoyed by Duan Lingtian's words at all. It was as though there was no difference between first place and second place to him. Since both of you are here, let's begin. Lin Donglai glanced at both of them before he spoke bluntly, interrupting their conversation. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately, and they straightened their backs. Their reactions were even greater than Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong. Chapter 4074. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong's body glowed with golden light. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a golden sun, his body burning with golden flames. Of course, this was not a flame, but a manifestation of the fusion of the law of gold and divine power. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian's purple robe began to flutter without any wind, he did not have Wang Xiong's mighty aura. He stood there like an ordinary expert. Buzz. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a golden light swept across the void like a blade cutting through the sky, cutting through the air and splitting Duan Lingtian into two. This light figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong's body turned into a shadow and gradually dissipated. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's body also turned into a shadow. First, it was split into two, then it quickly dissipated. Before many people had the time to react, the sound of a sword whistling rapidly rang in their ears. In the next instant, there was another sound similar to the burning of the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong caught up with Duan Lingtian, who had teleported away to avoid his attack. The high-grade divine sword in his hand released a dazzling golden light as he continuously attacked Duan Lingtian. The embryonic form of sword principle that he had just mastered was also displayed at this moment. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to draw his sword, let alone display his sword principle. Around him, the space storm raged. Every time the gray space storm moved, it seemed to cause the void to tremble, directly affecting the space. Wherever Wang Xiong's sword light went, the space storm raged and pushed back, forcefully stopping it. Of course, the crowd was not surprised when they saw this scene. Anyone with eyes could see that Wang Xiong had yet to use his full strength. Perhaps he had not even used half of his skills. Under such circumstances, it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be able to deal with it without drawing his sword. It would be abnormal if he could not. After all, he was the #1 genius of the younger generation in Tonglung Province, whom even Han Di, the genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qitian sect, was ashamed of his inferiority. Wang Xiong's sword became more and more frequent and faster. From the initial probing to the next step of fierce attacks, it made people feel as if their gazes were drifting, unable to cope with it. At this time, one could imagine the pressure Duan Lingtian was under. As for Duan Lingtian, when Wang Xiong made his next move, he also made his move. Whoosh! A clear sword cry resonated in the air. The moment Duan Lingtian's prominent Grade Divine sword appeared, it instantly overshadowed the sword in Wang Xiong's hand. The sword ray that carried a sharp sword chi tore through the air. Not only was it pleasing to the eye, but it also sent chills down one's spine. It was as though one could clearly feel the sharp sword intent contained in the sword. This is the sword Dao? Wang Xiong has only just comprehended the embryonic form of sword principle, but Duan Lingtian has already stepped over the embryonic form of sword principle and grasped the true sword principle. In terms of sword Dao, Wang Xiong can't even catch up to him. Today, Duan Lingtian is only a medium divine emperor. If Duan Lingtian was a senior divine emperor, even if his comprehension of the law profundities is not as good as Wang Xiong's, he would still be able to fight Wang Xiong to a draw with his sword Dao. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat Wang Xiong. What a monster! He's not even 3,000 years old, but he already has such achievements. This is unheard of in the history of the 7 prefectures. Genius! A true genius! Although the people present felt that Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning this battle, it did not affect their recognition of Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent. For a young prodigy who was not even 3,000 years old to reach this stage in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, it could be said that this was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the 7 prefectures. It's a pity he was born too late. If he was born 1,000 years earlier, he would definitely be the champion of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time. That's right. With his innate talent and comprehension, if he's given 1,000 years, his strength will definitely surpass Wang Xiong's current strength. This is fate. Many people felt that it was a pity for Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not get to participate in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet at his best age. Otherwise, he would definitely be the brightest star in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet this time. However, although he was still shining brightly, Wang Xiong had overshadowed most of his brilliance. His attainments in the law of metal that he has comprehended are actually so strong. Most importantly, the law of earth that he has comprehended is not weak at all. After exchanging blows with Wang Xiong many times, Wang Xiong gradually revealed a stronger strength. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had also revealed a step more of his strength. They were in a stalemate all along. During this process, Duan Lingtian had wanted to find Wang Xiong's weakness many times and take the opportunity to push him into a disadvantageous position or even defeat him. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Although Wang Xiong seemed to be attacking crazily, his defense was very good as well. Duan Lingtian could not find any weakness at all. What made Duan Lingtian sigh with emotion was that while he was looking for Wang Xiong's weakness, Wang Xiong was also looking for his weakness. Wang Xiong's rich combat experience did not seem like a native of a plane of gods who was not even 10,000 years old. This Wang Xiong is not that simple. He must have experienced many battles before entering the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. While Duan Ling Tian was guessing like this, Wang Xiong was also extremely shocked. This Duan Ling Tian, a young man who's not even 3,000 years old, how can he have such rich battle experience? I used to be a sectless cultivator who grew through battles. Later on, I entered the planar battlefield and killed my way here. It was only after I left the planar battlefield that I entered the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. Wang Xiong was confident that his combat experience would not lose out to the older generation in the 7 prefectures. He also felt that it was difficult to find a match among his peers. Previously, he had felt that his opponent's combat experience was mediocre. He felt that his opponent relied more on his strength. However, when it came to Duan Ling Tian, he felt as though he was fighting against those old monsters who had rich combat experience and were on par with him in the planar battlefield. Duan Ling Tian had been looking for his weakness all this time. He even had a feeling that once Duan Ling Tian grasped hold of his weakness, he would most likely be defeated. Is Duan Ling Tian really not even 3,000 years old? Even if someone from the Devata realm has rich combat experience, how can he have such combat experience at such a young age? Wang Xiong could not figure it out. However, the pressure that Duan Ling Tian gave him made him unable to continue the stalemate with Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, he showed his strength. I'd like to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Today I, Wang Xiong, will defeat him in my strongest form and become the champion of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. With this thought in mind, Wang Xiong, who was still in a stalemate with Duan Ling Tian, suddenly soared into the sky. His body shone brightly like a blazing sun. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the distance when Wang Xiong shot up into the sky. He stared at Wang Xiong from afar. His expression turned solemn at this moment. The warm-up was over. Next, it was time to determine the victor. At this moment, everyone could see Wang Xiong's determination. Divine energy surged from Wang Xiong's body as he gradually revealed the profundity from the law of metal. The high-grade divine sword in his hand did not move, but the sword light that flickered on it carried a sharp sword intent, giving people a feeling of unparalleled sharpness. Wang Xiong is not going to waste any more time with Duan Ling Tian and is going to determine the victor? It's obvious. Now that Wang Xiong is serious, how many moves do you think Duan Ling Tian can take? I think he can take at least 30 moves. After all, he is the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province. Earlier, the stalemate between Duan Ling Tian and Wang Xiong caused many people to feel unsatisfied, and they were slightly depressed and aggrieved as they watched. Now, when they saw that Wang Xiong was about to explode, the emotions of the crowd were stirred up. Duan Ling Tian. As the golden light around him soared, Wang Xiong's voice could be heard. The warm-up is officially over. Next, you and I will decide the outcome of this battle. That's what I want. When he heard Wang Xiong's words, Duan Ling Tian responded calmly. The space storm around him rose, and the prominent divine sword in his hand turned into a sword chi that circled around his body like a protective divine sword. Take my sword, Wang Xiong roared. Then his body swayed, and like a golden giant, he stepped across the sky. When his foot landed, the void shook. At the same time, with a deafening roar, a huge golden sword chi flew across the sky like a rainbow and headed straight for Duan Lincoln. When the sword was unleashed, the sky seemed to change color. Even Lin Donglai, who was resisting the power, turned serious. What a powerful sword move! Seeing Wang Xiong's amazing sword move, the faces of the crowd turned serious. Great! On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian spoke out in a timely manner. Wang Xiong shouted out in a low voice. Since you want me to receive your sword strike, then I'll receive your sword strike. Duan Ling Tian's body swayed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong's sword was slashed in front of him. Just when many people thought that Wang Xiong's sword would miss, I've been waiting for you to teleport. Wang Xiong laughed. Then, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he pushed his sword backward. The prominent divine sword in his hand emitted a golden light that whizzed toward Duan Lincoln. Whoosh! The momentum of this sword strike was even stronger than the one he had slashed out before. It was as if he had used his trump card at the most critical moment. Amazing! What a good timing! Seeing Wang Xiong's move, many of the Emperor God experts' eyes lit up. Some of them couldn't help but praise Wang Xiong. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect had a nervous expression on their faces as they broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. End of chapter. Chapter 4075. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong turned around and swung his sword at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he had launched his attack the moment Duan Ling Tian appeared. The moment Duan Ling Tian's figure completely appeared, it was already in front of him. Even Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl School, who supported the Seven Prefectures feast, tensed up. He was ready to save Duan Ling Tian's life when he was in danger. As for whether or not Duan Ling Tian would be injured, he could not guarantee it. As the host of the Seven Prefectures feast, he could intervene, but only when the outcome was already decided. Now, although everyone, including him, thought that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape from Wang Xiong's sword and would be injured even if he did not die, he still did not intervene. He was afraid that there would be variables. Once there was a variable, not only would his intervention be unnecessary, but it would also affect the fairness of the feast. Just like now. It seemed that Duan Ling Tian's life was in danger, but it was not the most dangerous moment yet. If he intervened now, he would be able to stop Wang Xiong. But what if Duan Ling Tian had the ability to face this situation? What if he was not afraid of this attack? Although this "if" was very unlikely, it was still possible. No matter how small the possibility was, it was still a possibility. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to focus all his attention on the scene. Once Duan Ling Tian was really unable to block this sword strike and his life was in danger, he would make a move. At that time, it would be time for him to intervene. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, not only was Lin Donglai vigilant, but even Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu of the Chunyang school were on alert, ready to intervene at any time. Zhen Pingfan's expression was also solemn. His robe began to flutter even though there was no wind. The divine power in his body was ready to burst out at any time. However, in the next instant, the tense nerves of these vigilant people completely relaxed. This was because Duan Ling Tian, who had just appeared, was only hit by Wang Xiong's sword, but what was hit was still an illusion. The disappearance of the illusion meant that the original body was unharmed. How is this possible? Wang Xiong's expression changed. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank as he subconsciously exclaimed in shock, "Your attainments in space law have actually reached such a level?" In that instant, a word suddenly popped up in his mind: double teleportation. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Wang Xiong's cry of shock. After teleporting to Wang Xiong's side, Duan Ling Tian slashed out with his sword. As the sword struck out, a spatial storm wreaked havoc, bringing with it a murderous intent that swept towards Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong also reacted at this time. He hurriedly pushed out his sword horizontally. The sword light exploded and met Duan Ling Tian's sword that contained the true way of the sword. In an instant, the power of the two collided. At first, it was incomparably quiet, like cotton hitting cotton. However, in the blink of an eye, a blazing white light suddenly erupted. It was the spatial storm that collided with the resplendent golden power, evolving into another extremely terrifying explosive power. This power, to Duan Ling Tian, could be easily destroyed. However, to Wang Xiong, who had acted hastily, it was a little too strong. His entire body was instantly sent flying. However, at the critical moment, a golden armor shadow rose from the surface of Wang Xiong's body. The appearance of the defensive artifact also helped him share part of the injury. Puff! However, even with the defensive artifact sharing the injury, Wang Xiong was still injured, and his injury was not light. Even though he quickly took a few divine elixirs, his face was still as pale as paper. He's injured. Wang Xiong is injured. Wang Xiong's injury caused an uproar. No one had expected that Wang Xiong, who was almost certain to win in their eyes, would be the first to be injured in the battle with Duan Lingtian. However, after Wang Xiong was injured, he used the recoil force to quickly leave and widen the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was even more solemn. In fact, from the beginning, Wang Xiong did not have any intention of underestimating Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was still beyond his imagination. Duan Lingtian had actually mastered the second teleportation. One should know that the second teleportation could only be achieved after combining many space law ultimacies together. In the Shengang land and other realms of gods, there were very few people, even among the lower-rank emperor gods, who could achieve this. Most of those who had mastered the second teleportation were at least middle-rank emperor gods, and without exception, they were all experts who were skilled in the space law. It's the second teleportation. Duan Lingtian has actually mastered the second teleportation. Due to the sudden change in the situation, in addition to Wang Xiong's injury, most of the people's attention was diverted. Until Wang Xiong stopped and the scene calmed down, the group of Emperor God experts at the scene were the first to come back to their senses. The second teleportation. Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation. What is the second teleportation? At this time, some of the young geniuses were also puzzled. Second phase teleportation is a technique that can only be grasped by experts who are proficient in the laws of space after comprehending the laws of space to a certain extent. In the 7 prefectures, those who have grasped second phase teleportation are all existences above the level of middle god emperor. You should be able to understand now, right? As some of the emperor god experts started to explain, the young geniuses who didn't know what the second instant movement meant started to understand what it meant. The second teleportation was a sign that an expert who was skilled in the space law had comprehended the space law to a certain extent. In the 7 prefectures, experts who were skilled in the space law and had mastered the second teleportation were all middle-rank emperor gods and above. Of course, there was an exception now. Duan Lingtian. He had mastered the second teleportation when he was only a middle-rank emperor god. This also meant that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the space law was comparable to the middle-rank emperor gods who were skilled in the space law in the 7 prefectures. What does the second teleportation mean? Isn't teleportation something that can be done over and over again? This is not difficult for anyone who is skilled in the space law to do. Some of the young geniuses were also puzzled by the definition of the second teleportation. Soon, someone explained to them, it is true that teleportation can be done over and over again. However, there is a pause time between the 2 teleportations. If Duan Lingtian had done the second teleportation as you said, do you think he would have been able to dodge Wang Xiong's attack? Wang Xiong's attack still amazes me when I think about it. If Duan Lingtian had not mastered the second teleportation, he would have been the one who was injured, not Wang Xiong. A normal second teleportation has a pause time. However, the second teleportation does not have a pause time. You saw it just now. After Duan Lingtian teleported for the first time, there was only a shadow and he was gone. That is the sign of the second teleportation. The second teleportation, after the first teleportation, even if you saw him, you would not be able to hurt him because he could teleport for the second time without any pause. As someone explained, those who did not know much about the second teleportation also understood the meaning of the second teleportation. They were shocked. Teleportation could be done like this? At the same time, they realized where Wang Xiong had fallen. Wang Xiong was injured not because he was weak, but because he did not know that Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation. He thought that he could hit Duan Lingtian with his attack, so he attacked with all his might. As a result, when Duan Lingtian attacked him later, he did not have time to react, nor did he have time to use too much strength to defend himself. Duan Lingtian could be said to have caught him off guard. However, it is unbelievable that a middle celestial emperor could master the second teleportation. In the 7 prefectures, Those who could master the second teleportation were all middle celestial emperors and above. Maybe because of this, Wang Xiong did not expect Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation. At this time, the crowd could not help but exclaim at the strength of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space. He had even mastered the second teleportation. Previously, I thought that Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal was heaven-defying. In the 7 prefectures, only lower celestial emperors and above could compare to his attainments in the law of metal. However, I did not expect Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space to be comparable to his attainments in the law of metal. As one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space is famous for being difficult to comprehend. Now, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space should be similar to Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal. However, because the law of space is a supreme law, it is stronger in actual combat. Even if it is stronger, it is not by much. If Wang Xiong was not injured earlier, with just this and the sword principle that he has mastered, he should not be able to overcome the difference in cultivation level and defeat Wang Xiong. He might not even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Xiong. But now, Wang Xiong is injured, and we don't know how serious his injury is. If it is serious, Duan Lingtian might be able to secure first place in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Wang Xiong's injury was out of everyone's expectations. At this moment, even the divine emperors present on the scene were shocked by Duan Lingtian's second teleportation. Even the people from the Pure Sun sect were a little confused at this moment. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space were so high? He had even mastered the second teleportation? This brat did not tell me that he had mastered the second teleportation. Zhen Pingfan exclaimed with widened eyes. I did not expect it either. Yi Chenfeng shook his head at this moment. If I had known, perhaps I would not have needed to spend so much effort. Although there seemed to be some resentment in his words, Yi Chenfeng's lips curled into a faint smile at this moment. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. He had not expected Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation. End of chapter. Chapter 4076. It was common knowledge that Duan Lingtian was proficient in the law of space. Furthermore, everyone present knew that Duan Lingtian's mastery of the law of space was profound. He was no weaker than any of the high-level celestial emperors in the 7 prefectures who were proficient in the law of space. He was even comparable to some of the lesser god emperors who were proficient in the law of space. However, Duan Lingtian's second teleportation today had shocked everyone. In the 7 prefectures, only a few medium god emperors who were proficient in the law of space could perform the second teleportation. He's not even 3,000 years old, but his comprehension of the law of space has already caught up to mine. I guess I've wasted my tens of thousands of years. When the news of Duan Lingtian performing the second teleportation spread to the various powers in the 7 prefectures, the few medium god emperors who were proficient in the law of space and could perform the second teleportation all expressed similar sentiments. Duan Lingtian has mastered the second teleportation and injured Wang Xiong? It seems that Wang Xiong may not necessarily win today. Could it be that the Pure Sun sect will really be able to obtain 6 slots this time? Continue to contact Chunyang School. We must get a place at all costs. While the various powers in the 7 prefectures were in turmoil, Duan Lingtian was calmly looking at Wang Xiong, who was standing in the distance, allowing him to recover from his injuries. However, Wang Xiong was currently recovering from his injuries while keeping a vigilant eye on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he was feeling very bitter in his heart. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. He had not expected Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation, so he was directly injured this time. Moreover, his injuries were not light. Now, with his current strength, even if his old injuries relapsed, it would be good enough if he could use 80% of his strength. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian moved again and headed straight for Wang Xiong. At this time, he knew that he had to end this quickly. Otherwise, once Wang Xiong recovered, it would be difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So far, everything was going according to his plan. This time, when Duan Lingtian attacked again, a figure leapt out of his body at the right time. It was his Space Law clone. The Space Law doppelganger also held a high-grade divine sword in his hand. His original body and avatar attacked Wang Xiong together. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, a spatial storm raged. The sword will was also displayed at the right time. Duan Lingtian is preparing to defeat Wang Xiong in one go. Even a law clone has appeared. Duan Lingtian's law doppelganger isn't much weaker than his main body. With the main body and the doppelganger working together and Wang Xiong injured, even if he uses all of his bloodline power, he'll still be in danger. We'll know as we continue watching. Today, Duan Lingtian might not necessarily win against Wang Xiong. Even if it's a draw, he'll be able to secure first place. Wang Xiong was injured just now. He was at a disadvantage. Seeing Duan Lingtian charging at Wang Xiong, the crowd was shocked. The group of young geniuses discussed animatedly. They no longer thought that Wang Xiong would definitely win like before. Now Wang Xiong's face was pale. It was obvious that he was not as strong as before. In addition, Duan Lingtian had displayed strength that was beyond everyone's imagination. Now that he had both his doppelganger and his main body, his aura was so strong that no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Even if he was only a middle-level divine emperor. It should be known that among the top 10 in the Seven-Mansion Banquet, only Duan Lingtian, Xianxia, and Shimin were middle-level divine emperors. The other 7 were all high-level divine emperors. Xianxia and Shimin were now the bottom 2 in the top 10. Although Duan Lingtian was only a middle-level divine emperor like them, he had the ability to fight for first place. Their strength was on a completely different level. Duan Lingnan, everyone has underestimated you. At this moment, Wang Xiong was facing Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger. His face froze and his eyes flashed with fear. At the same time, the golden light on his body surged again. A gust of blood qi also rose. It was his blood force. In the next instant he moved. However, he did not charge at Duan Lingtian. Instead, he retreated and attacked at the same time. Sush, 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 sush. Wang Xiong faced Duan Lingtian and retreated. However, the upper-grade holy sword in his hand did not stop moving. Rays of dazzling golden sword radiance swept out in all directions, trying to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Then he exchanged positions with his doppelganger and attacked together. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of sword radiance shot out and intertwined with each other as they attacked together. In just a blink of an eye, the sword radiance shattered Wang Xiong's doppelganger. During this process, everyone could clearly feel the power of Duan Lingtian's doppelganger, and his doppelganger's attack was not as simple as 1 + 1. This scene, as expected, shocked everyone present. The group of god emperors present on the scene was the most shocked. Their eyes were not as sharp as the others. That's a formation? It seems like a simple formation that 2 people join forces. However, due to the tacit understanding between his doppelganger and the sword Dao true meaning, their combined strength is much stronger than usual. I've encountered many people from the Devata realms and fought with them. I've even seen their doppelganger. However, none of them are capable of this. The sword Dao that Duan Lingtian's doppelganger and his doppelganger are stronger than usual when they join forces through a formation. I didn't expect the sword Dao true meaning would be able to link his doppelganger and his doppelganger together. No wonder powerhouses from the Devata realms would undergo a qualitative transformation once they master the heaven, earth, and heaven Dao. This must be what they're talking about, right? The group of god emperors was already shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian had mastered the teleportation technique twice. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian's doppelganger joining forces, they were even more shocked. At the same time, when they subconsciously looked at Wang Xiong, they could not help but shake their heads or secretly shake their heads. If Wang Xiong was at his prime, he might have the ability to battle Duan Ling Tian, and he might even be able to fight Duan Ling Tian to a tie. However, Wang Xiong was currently injured. Moreover, his earlier attack had worsened his injuries. It would be difficult for him to fight Duan Ling Tian to a draw, let alone defeat him. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He's much stronger than what he displayed in front of Han Di. He's really good at hiding his strength. Everyone thought Wang Xiong would definitely win. However, it's really unbelievable now. At this moment, the group of God Emperors could already guess who would win even if they did not continue watching. Although Wang Xiong was outstanding, he had lost the initiative due to his misjudgment. Naturally, they knew Wang Xiong's misjudgment was not his fault. After all, no one expected a medium divine emperor to be able to master the law of space's teleportation technique twice. Moreover, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to defeat him. At most, they would be able to fight to a draw. In other words, even if Wang Xiong was not injured due to his carelessness, Duan Lingtian would still be the champion of the 7 Prefectures banquet. When Duan Lingtian and his clone joined forces, not only did the divine emperors present on the scene realize something was amiss, but even the high-ranking officials from the various mansions and forces present on the scene could tell something was amiss. Some of the young prodigies who were more powerful looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? Han Di was where the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect were. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't sneak attack him back then. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. Now that Han Di thought about the situation back then, he could not help but rejoice. He's so strong. Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu's expressions were extremely solemn at this moment. Tuoba Xiu, who had always been aloof, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise and indescribable splendor. As an outstanding woman, Tuoba Xiu's standards were naturally higher than ordinary women's. She did not think much of the men around her, who were younger than her, even if some of them had pursued her before. This was the first time a man had entered her eyes. It should be known that although Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's performances were strong, they had not caught her eye. However, Duan Lingtian had caught her eye for 2 reasons. First, he was not even 3,000 years old. His talent and comprehension skills were extraordinary. She felt ashamed of her inferiority. Second, Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Third, Duan Lingtian was good-looking. Of course, although Tuoba Xiu looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light, she only had a slightly favorable impression of him. She did not have any deep feelings for him. How is this possible? On the Mochi family's side, Mochi Hong's expression was extremely ugly. He had never dreamed that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so strong. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated him back then, his strength was clearly not much better than his. Did he hold back? He actually held back? He had held back and defeated him so easily? At this moment, Mochi Hong felt a sense of humiliation. On the Chunyang school's side, the group was also pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Duan Lingtian would lose without a doubt. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian would give them such a big surprise in the end. Even Yi Chenfeng was shaking his head gently at this moment. He had shown Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning in order to let Duan Lingtian's sword Dao reach a higher level, break through the bottleneck, and enter the next realm. However, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao had not broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. Did he work for nothing? If he had known that Duan Lingtian had such strength, he would not have been in such a hurry to show Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning. However, Yi Chenfeng did not know that Duan Lingtian's original body and clone could cooperate to such an extent because of the inspiration he had received from comprehending the sword Dao true meaning that he had displayed in the past 2 days. Chapter 4077. In the arena, Wang Xiong saw how Duan Lingtian had defeated his attack. When he saw how Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger worked together, he felt helpless. He could see it too. If he had not been injured, if he had been able to display his full power, even if Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation, he might have been able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. But now, he was injured, and his injuries were not light at all. He could only display 70 to 80% of his power. Now that he had fought with Duan Lingtian, he could only unleash 60% of his strength at most due to his injuries. However, I did not lose unjustly. When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had injured him using the second teleportation, which had never been publicly displayed, Wang Xiong felt that he had not lost unjustly. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had used this trump card just to show it to him. I admit defeat. Hence, after he had been injured further, the middle-level Emperor God from the Han Mountain residence reminded him through telepathy. Thus, Wang Xiong admitted defeat in a timely manner. That was because there was no point in continuing. Duan Lingtian had already displayed his power. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not injured at all. As for Wang Xiong, his injuries were not light. Although Wang Xiong's admission of defeat was not out of everyone's expectations, it still shocked everyone. After all, it was completely different from what they had imagined. No one had expected Duan Lingtian, whom they had not thought highly of, to be able to defeat Wang Xiong. Of course, although they knew that they had guessed wrongly, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's power and hearing the explanation of the Emperor God, no one felt that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wang Xiong because of luck. According to our ancestor, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, the best result would be a draw with Duan Lingtian. It would be impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. Our ancestor said the same thing. My ancestor said that even if Wang Xiong wasn't injured, Duan Lingtian still had a high chance of winning. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws are slightly stronger than Wang Xiong's. His nomological avatars are also stronger than Wang Xiong's bloodline powers. Furthermore, he has grasped Sword Dao. Even if his cultivation level is lower than Wang Xiong's by a realm, he can close the gap and even surpass it. The young geniuses present didn't believe the words of ordinary people. However, they had no choice but to believe the words of an Emperor God expert, especially a Middle Emperor God expert. Moreover, even if they were not as experienced as Emperor God experts, they were not blind. They had seen the power that Duan Lingtian had displayed with their own eyes. It could not be fake. After Wang Xiong admitted defeat, the golden light on his body completely retracted. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, whose spatial storm had dissipated, and asked with a bitter smile, "Duan Lingnan, was the strength you just displayed your full strength?" Following Wang Xiong's question, the entire place fell into dead silence. At this moment, they suddenly thought of the same question. Had Duan Lingtian displayed his full strength just now? One should know that before this, they had all subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian had displayed his full strength just now. Even the group of Emperor God experts thought so. As a result, now that Wang Xiong had asked this question, the group of Emperor God experts all focused their attention on Duan Lingtian. Faced with Wang Xiong's question and everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian said calmly, "Almost full strength." Indeed, almost full strength. This was because he had not used the way of control. He had only displayed the embryonic form of the way of control. Of course, if he had not improved in the past 2 days and had not found a way for his original body and nomological avatars to work together perfectly through the Sword Dao that Yi Chen-feng had displayed, even if he had displayed the way of control, he might not have been as strong as what he had just displayed. Almost full strength? Hearing this, Wang Xiong was stunned at first. Then, he said bitterly, "That means you have not used your full strength?" "All right. I understand." Then, Wang Xiong turned around and left in a lonely manner. Those who were looking at his back saw the bitterness that flashed across the corner of his mouth when he turned around. After a short moment of dead silence, the rest of the people were also in an uproar. Duan Lingtian had not used his full strength just now? Everyone, including the group of Emperor God experts, was shocked. Even Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the Seven Prefectures banquet, looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange light in his eyes. It was as if he could not wait to abduct Duan Lingtian to the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Who would have thought that the first place of the Seven Prefectures banquet would be won by Duan Lingtian in the end? Fortunately, someone opened a bet yesterday and I ignored it. Otherwise, I would have lost miserably today. Who would have thought of this result? Just like that, the first place of the Seven Prefectures banquet fell into Duan Lingtian's hands. When Duan Lingtian returned to Chunyang School, many Emperor God experts from the various prefectures and major forces congratulated Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, who were leading the group from Chunyang School. The atmosphere at Chunyang School was jubilant. Even the Great Ming Mansion's Han Mountain residence was not as lifeless as he had imagined. On the contrary, the Mochi clan, which was located near the Pure Sun sect, seemed to be in a gloomy mood. After all, the relationship between the Mochi clan and the Pure Sun sect had been severed ever since Yi Chenfeng entered the Mochi clan and killed the Mochi clan's Golden Throne elder, Mochi Ju. Now that they had personally witnessed someone from Chunyang School winning the Seven Prefectures banquet, the Mochi clan was naturally in a bad mood. Let's go! Mochi Yuning, the leader of the Mochi clan, was the first to stand up and leave with the rest of the Mochi clan. The members of the Mochi clan were also the first to leave. Mochi Hong walked among the group of people from the Mochi clan. Ever since Duan Lingtian returned to Chunyang School, he had not looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was afraid of Duan Lingtian's mocking gaze. After all, he had mocked Duan Lingtian many times before this. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian had won first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet. It could be said that this was a slap to his face. Of course, not everyone from Chunyang School was happy that Duan Lingtian had won first place. Although Yuan Hanjin, the elder from Pingxing's branch and Yang Qianya's master, had a smile on his face, his heart was extremely cold. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? He has an indirect enmity with Qianya. He might target Qianya in the future. Will he target me while targeting Qianya? At this moment, Yuan Hanjin vaguely felt a sense of danger. On the other hand, although Yang Qianya glanced at Duan Lingtian a few more times, his expression remained calm. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed was also something that he did not expect. Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang School group and left the Seven Prefectures banquet. When he returned to the temporary residence of the people from Chunyang School and entered his courtyard, two figures followed him almost at the same time. They were none other than Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, when did you comprehend the second teleportation? Zhen Pingfan stared at Duan Lingtian and asked. He had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Also, your true body and your law clone can actually work together in the form of a formation. How did you do that? These 2 points were what Zhen Pingfan was most curious about. Yi Chenfeng, on the other hand, did not ask Zhen Pingfan anything because Zhen Pingfan's question was also what he wanted to ask. The second teleportation, I did comprehend it some time ago. Duan Lingtian was not particularly surprised by the appearance of these two people. Yi Chenfeng was not too surprised, but Zhen Pingfan had long since seen through his gaze and posture as if he wanted to rip him apart. As for the collaboration between my true body and my law clone, it's all thanks to the help that Elder Yi has provided me over the past 2 days. I comprehended the true meaning of the way of the sword that Elder Yi shared with me. Although it did not allow my way of the sword to reach a higher level, it allowed my original body and my law clone to work closely together and display extraordinary strength. As for how strong it is exactly, you two elders have seen it for yourselves. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he had not wasted his efforts over the past 2 days. Masters Junior Yi, when will you share your sword Dao with me? Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chenfeng and asked with a burning gaze. Yi Chenfeng glanced at him indifferently. Haven't you already observed it several times? Until now, you have not even comprehended the embryonic form of the sword Dao. which means that you are not suitable to comprehend the sword Dao. Hearing this, Zhen Pingfan still said somewhat unwillingly, "Forget about the sword Dao that you have comprehended before. I'm more interested in the sword Dao that you shared with Duan Lingtian." The sword Dao that Yi Chenfeng shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by Duan Lingtian's master. He knew this. In his opinion, Yi Chenfeng's sword Dao was not suitable for him, but it did not mean that other people's sword Dao was not suitable for him. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng shook his head and rejected Zhen Pingfan's offer. "If it's my own sword Dao, I can share it with you. However, the sword Dao that I shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by his master. I can't share it with you without his master's permission," Yi Chenfeng said. Yi Chenfeng's words did not dissuade Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a grin, "Duan Lingtian, why don't you tell your master about it? I remember you said your master has left a law avatar in the Devata realm so you can communicate with him with your law avatar at any time," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not reject Yi Chenfeng's suggestion. After he spoke to his master through his law clone in the solitary destructive heaven, he looked at Yi Chenfeng and nodded. "Elder Yi, my master has no objections." "Junior Uncle Yi, did you hear that? Duan Lingtian's master has agreed." Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chenfeng with bright eyes. "I'll show it to you when we return." Yi Chenfeng said indifferently, "The Seven Mansions banquet should officially end tomorrow. If it ends tomorrow, we'll return the day after tomorrow. There are still some things that we need to do." Yi Chenfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian after he finished speaking. Chapter 4078. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Chenfeng's last sentence. He wouldn't forget the fortuitous encounter that he had a chance of obtaining after he returned from the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet. Yi Chenfeng was going to look for Ping Xing's ancestor, Yuan Pingxing, to ask for 2 spots to enter the god's abode that Yuan Hanjin, Yang Qianya, had entered. Yang Qianya's performance before the Seven Prefectures feast was mediocre. In Chunyang School, he could only be considered an above-average genius. He was not as good as many people. However, Yang Qianya's performance at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures had astonished everyone. There were only 3 people who made it into the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures Feast with the cultivation of a middle-level god emperor, and he was one of them. It was obvious that there were many benefits to entering the god's abode alive. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's thoughts began to run wild. Even defeating Wang Xiong today was not as good as this moment. The biggest reward of defeating Wang Xiong and taking first place in the Seven Prefectures Feast was to obtain 4 spots for Chunyang School to enter the secret territory of the Holy Land. With this, the possibility of Chunyang School having a high-level god emperor would be greater. As for the personal reward, it might be good for ordinary young prodigies, but for Duan Lingtian, it was not tempting at all. It was just some non-ultimate emperor-level divine pills. The other things were not of much use to him. He could only exchange them for divine crystals. "There's nothing else. We'll be leaving now." Yi Chenfeng said goodbye to Duan Lingtian and then left with Zhen Pingfan. As Zhen Pingfan left, he did not forget to praise Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. "Duan Lingtian, well done this time. From today onwards, your name will no longer be limited to the 7 prefectures." Although the 7 prefectures were filled with god-emperor forces, the 7 prefectures feast was just a relatively remote place to the godly venerable forces outside. It lacked resources and rarely produced godly venerable experts. Becoming famous in the 7 prefectures wasn't a big deal. Of course, Duan Lingtian had realized this a long time ago, and because of this, he had never felt that he was that great. Moreover, in his opinion, he was still too weak. He didn't even have the ability to find his wife. After Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. At the same time, a figure flashed through his mind. The sword came out like a dragon, sometimes erratic, sometimes fierce, completely attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Wanting to rely on these sword Dao true intents shared by Elder Yi to break through to the next realm is ultimately somewhat difficult. Looks like I still have to trouble master for a while. Duan Lingtian's time clone was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm so he could meet with his master, Feng Qingyang, at any time. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's time clone immediately went to look for Feng Qingyang's time clone. When Feng Qingyang learned about Duan Lingtian's situation, he smiled faintly. I didn't expect you would benefit from my exchange with Brother Yi. For the next period of time, you can stay here with me. I'll also show you my sword Dao comprehension later on, which you haven't come into contact with yet. It shouldn't be a problem for me to help you break through to the next realm. However, at this moment, Feng Qingyang seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he said, "Although you have a shortcut, I still hope that you can break through the bottleneck on your own. It's best if you rely on your own comprehension." Otherwise, once you break through on the path that others have taken and reach the next level of sword Dao, your path may become much more difficult. What's best for you is what's best for you. What's best for you to use as a reference? If you use it directly, it's impossible for you to compare with others. In this aspect, there's no possibility of you surpassing your master. Feng Qingyang's warning caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. At the same time, he vaguely realized that the reason his master had not interfered too much with his sword Dao comprehension in the past was definitely because he wanted him to walk his own path. Feng Qingyang's next words confirmed this point. In the past, after I took you in, I rarely interfered with the direction of your sword Dao because I hoped you would walk your own path. However, since you're eager to become stronger, and I'm not a pedantic person, I only hope that in the end, it won't affect the path that belongs to you. Feng Qingyang sighed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's time clone stayed with Feng Qingyang. Apart from comprehending the time law, he also observed Feng Qingyang's sword Dao. The sword Dao was similar to the profundities from the laws. Once one comprehended it, one would be able to share it with the original body. Although the law clone was only a clone, it was still a part of the original body's soul. Apart from sharing the body and memories, the original body would also be able to receive the comprehension of the law clone. This was one of the advantages of not being a native of a realm of gods. In the profound Jade Mansion. At the Seven Mansions banquet. Early in the morning, as usual, everyone had already arrived. Duan Lingtian had also arrived with the rest of the people from Chunyang School. However, he did not stand at the front today. Instead, he sat cross-legged among the prodigious disciples from Chunyang School with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was cultivating or resting. When the people from Chunyang School saw Duan Lingtian sitting like this, many of them wanted to talk to him, but they did not disturb him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by the people from Chunyang School, but he was still the center of attention. Duan Lingtian. He's ranked first in the 7 prefectures feast. This time, Chunyang School obtained 6 spots to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. Comparisons are odious. We don't even have a single spot. However, Chunyang School has 6 spots. Chunyang School, aren't they afraid of dying from overreading? While everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hull sect, who was the host of the 7 prefectures feast, said unhurriedly, "Today, we'll continue to challenge the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's words, they shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, some of them were still staring at Duan Lingtian reluctantly. It was as though they were curious how a young man who was not even 3,000 years old could be so powerful. Did he have a fortuitous encounter? Some of them were even greedy. Some of them thought so too, but they were not greedy. They felt that even if Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter, they might not be able to get it. It might not be suitable for them. After Lin Donglai spoke, no one in the top 10 challenged him. Even when it was to Obaxiu and Yuan Moyu's turn, they did not want to challenge Han Di, who had fallen to 4th place in the previous round. In the previous round, Han Di had shown his strength in his battle with Lin Yuan. They were not confident that they could defeat Han Di. At most, they would be able to tie with him. Under such circumstances, there was no point in challenging him. Most importantly, there was a slight difference in the individual rewards received by the top 3 in the top 10. The difference between the 4th and 6th place was not that big. It was only after the 7th place that the difference became bigger. Due to this reason, when it was Lin Yuan's turn to challenge Duan Ling Tian, he did not challenge Duan Ling Tian after he glanced at the people from the Pure Sun sect with a complicated gaze. Duan Ling Tian's strength was stronger than Wang Xiong's. He was slightly weaker than Wang Xiong. If he fought Duan Ling Tian, he was destined to lose. Granduncle. When Lin Yuan left the stage, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Lin Donglai. The family wants to try their best to rope Duan Ling Tian into the family, even if they have to pay a certain price. Those people are very interested in him. Lin Donglai's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lin Yuan's voice transmission. He naturally knew what Lin Yuan meant by those people. It was none other than the ultimate god patriarchs in the family. Duan Lingtan was so outstanding that even the ultimate god patriarchs were interested in him? Although he had thought that the family would ask him to help rope in Duan Ling Tian, he did not expect that even the ultimate god patriarchs were paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. You should know that I can only do my best in this matter. Lin Donglai looked at Lin Yuan's back and said through voice transmission, I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian isn't the only one who has caught our attention. He has also caught the attention of other ultimate god forces. Moreover, the Flame Howl sect has sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's experience in the Xingang land. He has only joined one family, which is the Linghu family, a god-emperor family in Tonglung province. However, he was forced to join by his previous sect. Judging from his choice, he probably doesn't have much influence in the family. You also know that the family's influence is inferior to the sect's influence in many aspects. Lin Donglai said. Granduncle, don't be nervous. Lin Yuan smiled faintly when he heard Lin Donglai's words. The family only asked you to help rope in Duan Ling Tian. They didn't give you a mission to rope in Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian is so easy to rope in, I'll do it myself. Lin Donglai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Yuan's words. If that was the case, then there was no pressure. I've already invited him. Whether he agrees or not has nothing to do with me. I'll try my best. With Lin Yuan's abstention, the top 10 rankings of the 7 prefectures banquet were finalized. First, Duan Ling Tian from the Chunyang School in Tonglung province. Second, Wang Xiong from the Hanshan residence in the Daming prefecture. Third, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect in the Mystic Jade Mansion. Fourth, Han Di from the Qi Tian sect in the Consonance prefecture. Fifth, Yuan Moyu from the Howl sect in the state of Qing. Sixth, Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan in the Underworld prefecture. Seventh, Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tonglung province. Eighth, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect in the Heavenly Stellar prefecture. Ninth, Yang Xianxia from the Chunyang school in Tonglung province. Tenth, Shimin Longxiang from the Taowu Mountain Villa in the state of Qing. Chapter 4079. In this 7 prefectures grand banquet, young prodigies from all 7 prefectures had made it into the top 10. Among them, Tonglung province had the most experience. Tonglung province had 3 people in the top 10. Next was Qing State Prefecture, which had 2 people in the top 10. The other 5 prefectures had only 1 person in the top 10 each. Tianshan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture put in so much effort to nurture one prodigy. Is this considered a success or a failure? They had high hopes for the 2 of them to make it into the top 3, but they only managed to get 2 places each. Many people lamented as they looked at Tianshan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture. I think it's a success. I remember that in the last 7 prefectures grand banquet, no one from Tianshan Prefecture or Underworld Prefecture made it into the top 10. Someone said, I think it's a success too. someone else chimed in. On the other hand, the Heavenly Star Manor and Underworld Manor's middle-level Emperor gods didn't show any joy on their faces, but many of them were clearly smiling. Although their results were worse than they had expected, it was still acceptable. There were no 3 places, only 2 places. They would just have to distribute them later. 2 out of the 3 forces was better than none. This time, Tonglung Province is too scary. 3 of them made it into the top 10, especially Chunyang School. One of them not only made it into the top 3, but he also took first place. In the history of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, there have been cases where 2 people from one force made it into the top 10. However, there has never been a case where 2 middle-rank emperor gods from one force made it into the top 10 at the same time. Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianye can be said to be unprecedented in this regard. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianye are only middle-rank emperor gods. An Shi Men from Taowu Mountain Villa in Qing State Prefecture is also a middle-rank emperor god. There are 3 middle-rank emperor gods in the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet this time. I remember that in the last 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, none of them were middle-rank emperor gods. Is the current high-level deity emperor of the 7 Prefectures too weak, or is the middle-level deity emperor stronger? I feel that the middle-level divine emperors of our 7 prefectures are much stronger. We have all witnessed the strength of these 3 middle-level divine emperors. Not to mention Duan Lingtian, even Yang Qianye and Shimen are almost as strong as a high-level divine emperor. This is truly an era of talents. In this 7 prefectures feast, the one who had the most limelight was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. Previously, before the battle between Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong, everyone's attention was on Wang Xiong. But now, it had all shifted to Duan Lingtian. As for Wang Xiong, very few people paid attention to him. The winner takes all, nothing more than this. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Chunyang School, Yang Qianye and Shimen, who were at the bottom of the top 10, were also in the limelight. It was very rare for 2 medium divine emperors to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. They were receiving even more attention than Tuoba Shi and Luo Yuan. They felt that it was natural for Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan to enter the top 10. After all, they were geniuses nurtured by the entire prefecture. They were not as rare as Yang Qianye and Shimen. Congratulations, Elder Yi. Congratulations, Elder Lu. When the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast had been decided, the god emperors of the various prefectures congratulated Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu. Those who had congratulated them the previous day were not stingy with their words of congratulations. Of course, at this time, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu had also received many messages asking if Chunyang School was planning to give up 1 or 2 spots in the Holy Land secret territory. This time, Chunyang School had obtained 6 spots, so it was indeed a surplus. Even Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu themselves thought so. However, they did not express their opinion. They only said that this matter would be decided by the decision-making team of Chunyang School. It was not something they could decide with just a few words. Elder Yi, Elder Lu might not be able to make the decision, but you can, right? With your strength, who in Chunyang School would dare to go against you? Someone said to Yi Chenfeng through voice transmission. Yi Chenfeng's strength was now well known. Very few people regarded him as a middle god emperor. They all regarded him as a high god emperor. A middle god emperor with the strength of a high god emperor. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. 3 congratulatory voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the last 2 congratulatory voices. One was Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence, and the other was Shimen Longxiang from the Green State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. When the 2 of them congratulated him, he was at most slightly surprised. The first to congratulate him was Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan family of the Underworld Prefecture. Her pleasant voice was filled with kindness. Thank you. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he was not familiar with Tuoba Xiu, he still replied to her politely. At the same time, he paused for a moment before adding, on the way here, I heard from Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect that there are some Emperor God experts nearby. These Emperor God experts have not appeared in the vicinity for a while. I don't know if they are from the Underworld Prefecture or the Li sect of the famous prefecture. Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to mention this to Tuoba Xiu because she had expressed her kindness to him. Otherwise, he would not have told Tuoba Xiu about this. To put it bluntly, even if those Emperor Gods had come for Tuoba Xiu, it had nothing to do with him. Thank you for the reminder. Tuoba Xiu's voice sounded again. This time, it was much gentler. We have many people here. I will be fine. You don't have to worry. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Tuoba Xiu's words. What am I worried about? Am I worried? I was just casually mentioning it to you. When he realized that Tuoba Xiu seemed to have misunderstood Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything else. He was afraid that he would be misunderstood again if he opened his mouth. If that happened, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The 7 Prefectures' grand banquet ended just like that. Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people who ranked in the top 100 in the 7 Prefectures' grand banquet received their individual rewards. As for the top 10 spots in the 7 Prefectures' grand banquet to enter the Saint Land secret zone, it had nothing to do with them. It was a reward for the forces behind them. To put it bluntly, they were merely chess pieces for the various forces in the 7 prefectures to compete for the spots to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. The reason they were allowed to participate in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet was to distribute the spots to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. Let's go back now and prepare. We will return to Tonglung province in an hour. At this moment, Lu Fenggu said to Duan Lingtian and the others before the crowd dispersed. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Did they not say they would return the next day? The others were shocked as well. They thought they would return the next day because Lu Fenggu had said they would only return the next day if the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended today. Lu Fenggu seemed to have noticed the confusion in everyone's eyes. He said, "It's still early. There's still more than 2 hours before noon. There's no need to stay here any longer." Moreover, Lu Fenggu looked up at the sky when he reached the end of his sentence. "I'm afraid there's going to be a storm here soon. We're not afraid of staying here, but it might not be a good thing for all of you. Junior Uncle Lu, you can just tell them." At this time, Zhen Pingfan opened his mouth and said indifferently, "The Li sect of the Great Mansion has sent many god emperors this time. They even invited some external help. They want to keep Tuoba Xiu here. As for the Netherworld Mansion, many powerhouses have come as well. After most of the forces in the 7 prefectures leave, a great battle might break out here. In order to prevent all of you from being implicated, we'll return in advance. There's no need for us to get involved in this mess." Compared to Lu Fenggu, Zhen Pingfan's words were straightforward. Everyone was enlightened. Of course, some of the bolder ones could not help but suggest they stay and watch the battle between the Emperor Gods. The others were tempted by this suggestion as well. "You're quite bold." Zhen Pingfan shook his head. "Do you know what happens when the Emperor Gods fight to the death? At that time, even we won't be able to protect all of you. How naive. All of you behave yourselves. Go back and prepare to meet us when you're ready." Zhen Pingfan was speechless at the fearless attitude of the group of young disciples. Did they really think a battle between Emperor Gods was child's play? At that time, the surrounding area would be razed to the ground. A battle between Emperor Gods? In truth, Duan Lingtian also wanted to stay and watch the show. However, he knew it was unrealistic. "It's good to go back first. There's still a divine abode waiting for me at the Chunyang school. I'll have the chance to watch a battle between Emperor Gods sooner or later. If I can't see it from the outside, I'll enter the planar battlefield." Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought of this. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian thought of the beautiful figure with the veil on her face. He could not help but shake his head. "I hope you're lucky enough to survive. It's not easy for a girl to achieve what she has today." Tuoba Xiu and he were originally 2 parallel lines. However, because Tuoba Xiu had congratulated him earlier, The parallel line she represented had deviated from its original path and crossed him. And he also felt that in the future, Tuoba Shio would be like a straight line that crossed his line, and this was the only intersection point between them. In the future, there would be no connection between them. Therefore, although he hoped that Tuoba Shio would survive, he was not worried about her safety. After all, they were strangers. Even if Tuoba Shio died this time, he would only sigh and say, "Beautiful women have unfortunate lives." That was all. 2 spots are better than none. The group of people from the Mochi clan left the 7 prefectures banquet under the lead of Golden Seat Elder Mochi Yuning. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Mochi Hong. There were too many accidents in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. It's normal that you didn't make it into the top 3. You don't have to think too much about it. Mochi Yuning thought that Mochi Hong's expression was still unsightly because he did not make it into the top 3. Chapter 4080. When they returned, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect didn't split into 2 groups. Instead, they boarded Lu Fenggu's divine artifact ship. Although it was a little crowded, it was not to the extent that there was no space for them to move around. This was also Lu Fenggu's suggestion. Although the sudden appearance of so many god emperors did not mean that they were here for Chunyang School, it was better for them to stick together just in case. Yi Chenfeng did not object to this. Lu Fenggu's suggestion was a good thing for him. At the very least, he did not need to spend time controlling the divine artifact or be vigilant of his surroundings. He might be stronger than Lu Fenggu, but his ability to detect his surroundings relied on his divine consciousness. In terms of divine consciousness, he was on par with Lu Fenggu. After all, they were both intermediate god emperors. Finally, it's quiet. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's ears finally regained their peace and quiet. After leaving the 7 prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian did not hear any voice transmissions for the next few days. It was always a group of Chunyang School disciples who came to talk to him. It did not matter if they knew him or not. Moreover, all of them were extremely polite. Duan Lingtian did not want to interrupt them, so he patiently responded to them one by one. It was only today that he finally had some peace and quiet. Apart from Xianxia, almost all of the disciples from Chunyang School congratulated Duan Lingtian through voice transmissions. Among them, there was no lack of people who were proud and arrogant. Moreover, when they talked to Duan Lingtian felt that they were being forced to do so. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that it was most likely their elders who forced them to befriend him. After all, in the eyes of the higher-ups of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian was a person who had won the 7 prefectures feast before he was even 3,000 years old. There were only benefits to befriending such an existence, and there were no disadvantages. Duan Lingtian. Before long, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. "You did well this time. Over the past few days, my father and my junior brother, who is also the current headmaster of Chunyang School, have convened 2 meetings with the decision-makers of Chunyang School, and the meeting unanimously agreed to give you the highest standard of gratitude for your contribution to Chunyang School. This time, not only will Chunyang School take out some treasures from their vault, but they will also go out to search for some treasures that you can use. Chunyang School is not a school that will take advantage of its disciples. This time, you've helped Chunyang School win 4 places to enter the sacred land. Chunyang School will not treat you unfairly." It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission was good news for the Duan Lingtian. Of course, this good news was also within his expectations. If Chunyang School did not show any appreciation for him winning first place in the 7 prefectures feast, he would find it unusual. How did such a school survive until today? Moreover, although he did not have much contact with Yi Chenfeng, he could see that Yi Chenfeng had a deep sense of belonging to Chunyang School. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in Chunyang School until now. Although it would be difficult for him to get special treatment even if he went to those heavyweight godly venerable rank forces, ordinary godly venerable rank forces would definitely treat him as a guest of honor. After the Chunyang school group left the mysterious Jade Mansion, the journey was still peaceful. Regarding this, no one felt that it was abnormal. It would be unusual if it was not peaceful. Normally, no one would dare to block the way of an Emperor-class spaceship unless they had a purpose. However, not long after the spaceship left the mysterious Jade Mansion, it suddenly stopped. For a moment, everyone in the spaceship instinctively looked at Lu Fenggu. He was the one controlling the spaceship. There's someone there. At the same time, someone saw the situation in front of them through the spaceship's mirror. There was a figure standing there as if waiting for them. That figure looks familiar. Soon, a Chunyang school elder frowned. At this time, Lu Fenggu's voice was heard. It's Elder Lin Donglai from the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect. Lin Donglai. This name was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others because he was the host of the 7 prefectures feast this time. However, they were puzzled when they found out that the person who stopped them was Lin Donglai. What was Lin Donglai trying to do? Elder Yi, Elder Lu. While everyone was still puzzled, Lin Donglai's voice was heard from outside. Although he was far away, his voice seemed to have a penetrating power as it clearly entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. I didn't come here with any ill intentions. I just want to say a few words to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the godly venerable rank Lin clan. The godly venerable rank Lin clan. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, everyone from Chunyang school in the spaceship looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. He was here to see Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Lin Donglai did not come on behalf of the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect, but the godly venerable rank Lin clan. Elder Lin. Lu Fenggu took the lead and stepped out of the spaceship. Although I had guessed earlier, I didn't expect you to be from the Lin clan. What is the reason for the Lin clan's disciples to be willing to stay in an emperor-level faction like the Flame Hull sect? Lu Fenggu came to the front of the spaceship and faced Lin Donglai with his back to the spaceship. Elder Lu. Lin Donglai was very polite to Lu Fenggu. It's a long story, so I won't say much here. If Elder Lu comes to visit the Flame Hull sect one day, I'm willing to talk about the past with Elder Lu. Also, don't worry, Elder Lu. I came to see Duan Lingtian with no ill intentions. As for the reason, I'm sure Elder Lu has already guessed it. Although I don't think there's much hope, since I've accepted the request, I must finish what I started. I hope Elder Lu can understand. Since Lin Donglai had said so, Lu Fenggu did not say anything more. I have no problem with this matter. As long as you get Elder Yi to agree, it's fine. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was from the Chunyang school's Yunfeng branch, so he was closer to Yi Chenfeng. It was still up to Yi Chenfeng to decide whether to let Duan Lingtian come out to see Lin Donglai. It was useless for him to agree. Moreover, he did not want to make the decision, so he did not want to please both sides. Now that he knew Lin Donglai was related to the godly venerable rank Lin clan, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Donglai. If it was not necessary, he did not want to make enemies with Lin Donglai. Go and have a chat with Elder Lin Donglai. Almost as soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, Lin Donglai's eyes fell on the spaceship again. Yi Chenfeng's slightly lazy voice sounded at the same time. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that he was talking to Duan Lingtian. That was because Lin Donglai was looking for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded casually, then stepped into the air and left the spaceship. In a moment, he arrived beside Lu Fenggu and looked at Lin Donglai. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands and greeted Lin Donglai. Lin Donglai looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Duan Lingnan, first of all, I want to congratulate you on winning first place in the 7 prefectures feast. You taking first place is something I never expected. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lin Donglai, you flatter me. It's also because your sect's Lin Yuan did not fight. Otherwise, I might not have won first place. Lin Donglai was stunned at first, then he laughed. Duan Lingnan, you don't have to be humble in front of me. Lin Yuan's strength is not bad, but it's not as good as yours. What a joke. Lin Yuan was not even Wang Xiong's opponent. Wang Xiong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Lin Yuan challenged Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape defeat. I'm actually a little presumptuous this time, but I was asked to come by someone. At this point, Lin Donglai's face turned serious as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I'm here on behalf of the Divine Wood Prefecture's Lin clan to invite you to join the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you can enjoy double the treatment of the most outstanding direct descendant. For example, Lin Yuan, you've seen him enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant in the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you'll receive double the treatment. In addition, the Lin clan will give you a meeting gift that will satisfy you. As for what it is, I can tell you first if you're interested. If you're not, it's not convenient for me to say. Lin Donglai went straight to the point and invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. He also promised various benefits, especially the meeting gift that he mentioned at the end, which was even more mysterious. Divine Wood Prefecture, the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention it, and Zhen Pingfan had long suspected that Lin Yuan, who represented the Flame Hull sect in the Seven Prefectures banquet, was from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Now, with Lin Donglai's words, Zhen Pingfan's guess was verified. In fact, Zhen Pingfan was not the only one who guessed this. Anyone who knew about the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture basically guessed that Lin Yuan, and even Lin Donglai, were from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Donglai and smiled. I don't plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being. So, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian politely declined Lin Donglai's invitation. As for why he did not plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being, it was just an excuse. Even Lin Donglai must have known this. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's refusal, Lin Donglai did not expose Duan Lingtian. At least, Duan Lingtian gave him a way out so that it would not be too awkward. If that's the case, I won't force you. Lin Donglai sighed, but his eyes did not seem to be surprised at all. Elder Lu, Elder Yi, farewell. In the next moment, after bidding farewell to Lu Fenggu and Yi Chenfeng, Lin Donglai rose into the air and left. The direction he was heading in was the direction Duan Lingtian and the others came from, Mystic Jade Prefecture. Chapter 4081. Lin Donglai did not look discouraged or disappointed when he left. It was obvious that he was not surprised by the result. In fact, he had already guessed that it would be like this before he came. Although the Lin clan of Divine Wood Manor was a godly venerable rank clan, it was only an ordinary godly venerable rank faction. Although they had godly venerable rank experts, their strength was only SOSO and was at the bottom of the godly venerable rank factions. Of course, the weakest among the ultimate god clans with ultimate god experts was the weakest among them. Those ultimate god clans without ultimate god experts might be considered as ultimate god clans by ordinary people, but in the eyes of people like Lin Donglai, they were only considered as outdated ultimate god clans and were not real ultimate god clans. They asked me to invite Duan Lingtian, so I went. As for whether I could invite him or not, it's not my fault. I've done what I can. Lin Donglai felt relieved on his way back. If I go back now, I might be able to join in the fun. They should be fighting soon, right? Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know what Lin Donglai was thinking. After Lin Donglai left, Duan Lingtian returned to the spaceship with Lu Fenggu. At this time, the people from Chunyang School looked at him differently. Duan Lingtian had received an invitation from an ultimate god clan. Moreover, it was not a has-been ultimate god level force, but one that had more than one ultimate god expert in the current generation. The Lin clan. The absolute overlord of the Sacred Wood Prefecture. The Sacred Wood Prefecture was not something any of the 7 prefectures could compare to. Compared to the Sacred Wood Prefecture, any of the 7 prefectures could only be considered a remote and desolate place. An ultimate god clan sent an invitation to Duan Lington. This is unbelievable. It's not an ultimate god clan in name, it's a real ultimate god clan. And they even offered such high conditions. Based on what Elder Lin Donglai said, as long as Duan Lingtian is willing to join the Lin clan of the Sacred Wood Prefecture, he will enjoy better treatment than Lin Yuan, maybe even twice as much as Lin Yuan. It seems that the Lin family values Duan Lingtian a lot. Most of the Chunyang School students present didn't have much of an idea of the value of Duan Lingtian. However, the higher-ups of Chunyang School and a small number of Chunyang School disciples knew the value of Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they were not surprised that the Lin family of the Sacred Wood Manor had invited Duan Lingtian. They even felt that the Lin family of the Divine Wood Manor was not good enough for Duan Lingtian. At the very least, in the Lin family, there was no monster like Duan Lingtian. Not even 3,000 years old, yet he had already achieved so much, even among the heavyweight ultimate god forces or even the giant ultimate god forces, they were extremely rare. With Duan Lingtian's current achievements, the Lin family of the Sacred Wood Manor won't be the only godly venerable level faction that invited him. I'm afraid our Chunyang School will be very lively in the future. One of the Chunyang School elders said with emotion. Duan Lingtian is a true dragon. Chunyang School can't accommodate him. Only those powerful ultimate god forces are suitable for his growth. If Duan Lingtian continues to grow, he might be able to become an emperor god before he's 10,000 years old. He might even become an ultimate god in the future. The other Chunyang School elders were not stingy with their praise for Duan Lingtian. Their praise for Duan Lingtian made most of the Chunyang School students who did not realize the value of Duan Lingtian before. They further realized the value of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian had changed quite a bit. Did their Chunyang School have such a person? At this moment, even Yang Xianxia took a second look at Duan Lingtian. Sensing Yang Xianxia's gaze, Yuan Hanjin sent him a voice transmission and said, "It's not a big deal. As long as you work hard, with your foundation in the omnipotent God Palace, many ultimate God forces will invite you to join them in the future. One day, you will trample Duan Lingtian under your feet." Yang Xianxia only responded to Yuan Hanjin's consolation perfunctorily. His biggest goal now was not to join an ultimate God force, but to kill Yuan Hanjin. If he could kill Yuan Hanjin, he would be satisfied even if he was killed by Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingsheng's great ancestor, Yuan Pingsheng. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. At the same time, Lan Pingsheng, who was standing in a corner, looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a complicated expression. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not provoke him further. It seems that I really can't provoke him anymore. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and cultivated. No one disturbed him. He only woke up when they arrived at Chunyang School. Then he followed Zhen Pingfan back to Yunfeng Island and the Yunfeng faction, returning to his own cultivation place. Before parting ways with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian did not forget to remind Zhen Pingfan, "Elder Zhen, help me keep an eye on the omnipotent God Palace. I'll see when I can go in. As for safety, you don't have to worry. I have full confidence that I can come out from there." Duan Lingtian's eyes were full of confidence. Since someone could come out of the omnipotent God Palace alive, and since it was a place that tested one's willpower, he felt that it would not be too difficult for him. His willpower was not weaker than Yang Qianye's desire for revenge. After all, he had been supported by his obsession all this time, and his obsession was his wife, Kerr. "I'll let you know if there's any news," Zhen Pingfan said. Now, he was no longer worried that Duan Lingtian would be in danger after entering the omnipotent God Palace. First, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Second, Duan Lingtian's confidence made it hard for him not to be convinced. As for Junior Uncle Yi, I'll also urge him to contact Senior Uncle Yuan as soon as possible. The senior Uncle Yuan that Zhen Pingfan mentioned was the patriarch of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng. Duan Lingtian was still restless when he heard this, but he did not urge him further. Now, he could only wait for news. However, after Zhen Pingfan left, his restless emotions quickly calmed down. He recalled the process of the 7 prefectures banquet and felt as though a lifetime had passed. Based on my strength when I first set off, let alone first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, it was almost impossible for me to even be in the top 3. Fortunately, the 5 divine elements helped me in time and completely consolidated my cultivation base as a middle-level divine emperor before the 7 prefectures banquet. However, even with that strength, I'm afraid I could only barely make it into the top 3. It was Elder Yi Feng who showed me the true meaning of the sword and let me observe it for 2 days. After that, I was inspired to let my true body and clone work together with a formation. Because of that moment of inspiration, my mind suddenly flashed with inspiration, and even the law of space advanced a step further, mastering the 2nd teleportation. It could be said that Yi Feng was the main reason why he was able to obtain first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. Of course, the help of the 5 divine elements also played a big role. If his cultivation base as a middle-level divine emperor had not been completely consolidated, it would have been impossible for him to obtain first place even with Yi Feng's help and subsequent improvements. Reverend God Forces. If those heavyweight Reverend God Forces really come to invite me, what should I do? Duan Lingtian did not know much about the heavyweight Reverend God Forces in the Xingang land until Zhen Pingfan mentioned it to him in advance. Only then did he have a better understanding of the dozen or so heavyweight Reverend God Forces. Those dozen or so heavyweight Reverend God Forces were forces that had stood tall in the Xingang land for many years without falling. Some of them were even as strong as the heavyweight Reverend God Forces. What they lacked was an omnipotent expert. If they could produce an omnipotent expert, they could also become a heavyweight Reverend God Force in one fell swoop. Also, this time, what benefits will Chunyang School give me? They said it's useful to me, and I hope it's really useful. After all, I'm different from ordinary middle-level divine emperors. Things that are useful to ordinary middle-level divine emperors may not be useful to me. For example, some divine pills. Duan Lingtian had taken similar divine pills before, and they were peak divine pills. If he took them again, he would not be able to absorb any medicinal effects due to his resistance. A few days later, Duan Lingtian received a message from Zhen Pingfan. He thought it would be good news. But he did not expect to be told that he had no fate with the omnipotent divine abode. I went to see the omnipotent divine abode with Martial Uncle Yi. Indeed, only low-level divine emperors and those with lower cultivation can enter. Mid-level divine emperors and above can't enter. Originally, Yuan Hanjin was not very cooperative, but in the end, he could not bear the pressure from Martial Uncle Yi and could only cooperate and tell us the location of the omnipotent divine abode. Duan Lingtian did not listen to the rest of Zhen Pingfan's words. He only listened to the first part. That was, he could not go to the omnipotent divine abode. It was limited by cultivation. It was not that he had not thought of this possibility. After all, the power in the omnipotent divine abode would also fade with the passage of time in the strange situation where there was no omnipotent expert to continuously transfer power to it, but he felt that the possibility was very small, and he should not encounter it. But he did not expect that he would really encounter it. Duan Lingtian, it's just a omnipotent divine abode. It's not a big deal. With your talent and comprehension, even if you don't have a omnipotent divine abode, you can quickly rise. This time, the sect will give you a lot of resources, and there should be people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces as well. If you really go to a heavyweight ultimate god force, as long as you have the ability and value, you won't have to worry about resources. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not speak for a long time, Zhen Pingfan changed the topic and began to comfort Duan Lingtian. Moreover, your achievements at this age are enough to make more than 99% of the people in the Xingang land envious. It's really nothing to lose a omnipotent divine abode. Chapter 4082. During Zhen Pingfan's speech, Duan Lingtian gradually came back to his senses. He didn't expect that Elder Zhen would say so much just because he was distracted for a moment. It was as if he couldn't live without the supreme spiritual abode. Although he valued the supreme spiritual abode, it wasn't to the point where he would seek death. Although it was gratifying to lose the opportunity to enter the supreme spiritual abode, it only affected him for a moment. It was nothing. Besides, the supreme spiritual abode didn't belong to him. It was luck that he could enter it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. In this regard, he felt that he had a good mentality. However, he didn't expect that after he didn't reply to Zhen Pingfan's message for a long time, Zhen Pingfan actually came to find him in person. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was speechless, but he also felt a little warm in his heart. Elder Zhen, I'm fine. As you said, it's just a supreme spiritual abode. It can't affect my life. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Seeing Duan Lingtian smile, Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian seriously. After confirming that Duan Lingtian wasn't pretending, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Duan Lingtian had high expectations for the supreme spiritual abode. It was because of this that he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be too disappointed and affect his cultivation, or even develop inner demons. Now that he saw that Duan Lingtian was fine, he was finally relieved. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't his disciple, he was still a genius that he had personally introduced to Chunyang School. In addition, he had a good temper, so he had never regarded Duan Lingtian as a junior. He completely regarded him as a friend. Especially after Duan Lingtian obtained a high-grade half-soul divine artifact for him, he regarded Duan Lingtian as a close friend. His attitude completely changed. It was also because of this that he thought of Duan Lingtian in everything that followed. During the 7 Prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian was even more worried. Although it was not necessarily what Duan Lingtian needed, he had done his best for Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he still owed him a favor. It's good that you can think that way. Zhen Pingfan nodded and left with a peace of mind. After Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian's gaze also became firm and resolute. He no longer thought about the matter of the Supreme Divine Palace. If it was gone, then it was gone. It was no big deal. Right now, the most important thing was to continue improving his strength. After experiencing the ups and downs of his mood, Duan Lingtian also calmed down a lot. From the second day onwards, he paid no attention to the outside world and focused on cultivating. It was not until Chunyang School entrusted Zhen Yunfeng to personally deliver the resources that Duan Lingtian stepped out of his room for the first time. Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng also came with Zhen Yunfeng. Elder Yunfeng, Elder Yi, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Zhen Pingfan would deliver the resources alone, but he did not expect Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chenfeng to also come. Surprised, he hurriedly welcomed them in. Don't be shy. Zhen Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. I came with junior brother Yi mainly to show some people that we think highly of you. Otherwise, they might think that you should not take these resources. The meaning behind Zhen Yunfeng's words was obvious. He and Yi Chenfeng came here mainly to hold the fort. Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. What kind of resources did these two get for him? How could they not be able to stand him? One had to know that this time, he had won 4 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Holy Land Mystic Realm, 2 more than he had expected. After all, Chunyang School's expectations were for him to enter the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures banquet, not the top 3, and definitely not first place. Then, Zhen Yunfeng handed the storage ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents inside, and even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. Inside the storage ring, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs piled up everywhere. Although there were not many of them, all of them were of high quality without exception. Among them, there was no lack of rare medicinal herbs that were needed for divine pills to aid in cultivation. These were all things that could only be found by chance and could not be bought on the market. It was not the kind that no one would buy if there was a price, but the kind that no one would sell if there was a price. Apart from that, there was also a high-grade defensive divine artifact. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. There was even a faint soul aura on it, indicating that it was already showing signs of developing an artifact soul. Although this kind of high-grade divine artifact was not as valuable as a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was still much more valuable than an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was a silver armor with perfect streamlined lines. There was a faint silver glow on it, and in between the silver glow, there was a faint golden glow. It was these specks of golden light that gave off a clear soul aura, the embryonic form of an artifact soul. As long as there was someone to nurture this kind of high-grade divine artifact, its artifact soul would take shape sooner or later. The most valuable thing in here is that high-grade defensive divine artifact, flowing silver armor. When Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and claimed it as his master, and was clearly looking through the contents of the ring, Zhen Pingfan spoke up at the right time. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was passed down from the first disciple of the founder of our Chunyang school. It was also passed down from the second-generation schoolmaster of our Chunyang school. Back then, after his high-grade offensive divine artifact soul had been nurtured, he had the energy to spare and began to nurture the artifact soul of this divine artifact. Unfortunately, just as the embryonic form of the artifact soul was born, he met with an accident while he was out. While he killed his opponent, he was also severely injured. After that, he was unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation 100 years later. This divine artifact was left behind just like that. After that, it changed owners many times, but no one had the energy to nurture it. This is because, for a mid-level god emperor or above, it is already very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a divine artifact. It is very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a second divine artifact. However, even though the artifact soul on it is only in embryonic form, it is still much stronger than the average high-grade defensive divine artifact. If it was my father alone, he would not have been able to obtain this divine artifact. In the end, it was only when Uncle Master Yi spoke up that the others reluctantly agreed to give this divine artifact to you as a reward for your contribution to the sect at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. As Zhen Pingfan continued to introduce the high-grade defensive divine artifact, Duan Lingtian finally realized how rare this armor was. The most difficult part of a divine artifact soul was not its growth, but the nurturing of an artifact soul. This was because not every divine artifact could nurture an artifact soul. Even a high-grade divine artifact had to be forged from very good materials, and it had to contain certain rare materials in order to nurture an artifact soul. Among the materials to forge a high-grade offensive divine artifact, this material was relatively easy to find. However, among the materials to forge a high-grade defensive divine artifact, this material was very difficult to find. In addition, most people spent their energy on nurturing an artifact soul for a high-grade offensive divine artifact, so it was relatively rare to find a high-grade defensive divine artifact soul. Is it appropriate for me to have this? Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. After all, he did not plan to stay in Chunyang School forever, and this armor had an extraordinary meaning to Chunyang School. After all, this was a divine artifact passed down by the first disciple of Chunyang School's founder, the second-generation schoolmaster of Chunyang School. Are you thinking that this divine artifact has an extraordinary meaning to Chunyang School, and you are preparing to leave Chunyang School? Zhen Yunfeng saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and said with a faint smile, "If that's what you think, then there's no need for that. This divine artifact is actually gathering dust in Chunyang School. If it can follow you out of Chunyang School, it will also be a kind of comfort to the founder. After all, you are a disciple of Chunyang School who walked out of Chunyang School, and you have the brand of Chunyang School on you. If you can successfully nurture an artifact soul in the future, even in the Shengang land, it will become a good story. Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian immediately dispelled the worries in his heart. He was not an indecisive person, and he really did need this armor. With it, he would have another means to save his life at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian. After Zhen Yunfeng and Duan Lingtian left first, Zhen Pingfan stayed behind and warned Duan Lingtian with a serious expression, when you have the ability to nurture an artifact soul of this high-grade defensive divine artifact, don't be in a hurry to nurture it. It's better to nurture a high-grade offensive divine artifact at first. A high-grade offensive divine artifact's artifact soul is far more helpful to you than a high-grade defensive divine artifact's artifact soul. Obviously, Zhen Pingfan was worried that when Duan Lingtian had the ability to nurture an artifact soul in the future, he would nurture the prototype of this ready-made artifact soul first, and not nurture the high-grade offensive divine artifact soul. In his opinion, this was a detour that would delay Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen, I am well aware of this. Duan Lingtian smiled. Naturally, he was aware of this. However, he already had a prominent divine weapon that had given birth to an artifact soul, so he did not need to think too much about it. When he entered the Emperor God realm, his 7 orifices exquisite sword's artifact soul, Huang, would be able to show herself to others. He did not need to hide like now. At that time, even if someone was greedy, he would have the ability to protect her. As for now, it was better to keep a low profile. Also, at the same time, Zhen Pingfan raised his hand and gave Duan Lingtian a jade slip. This contains the specific information of more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god forces in the mysterious gangland. Take a good look. Although these dozen ultimate god forces may not all send people to invite you to join, it won't do you any harm to know all of them. I have personally compiled this information recently. I have a detailed record of many aspects that you need to pay attention to. There were some things that Zhen Pingfan did not say. That was, the information he recorded was not something he knew himself. He only managed to successfully record it by asking others and combining it with the records he had read recently. Chapter 4083. However, even though Zhen Pingfan did not mention it, Duan Lingtian could feel Zhen Pingfan's good intentions as he read through the contents of the jade slip that Zhen Pingfan had given him. There were more than a dozen ultimate god-level factions in the mysterious gangland. Each faction was clearly recorded by Zhen Pingfan, including some details. Even if it was impossible for him to join an ultimate god-level faction, it was clearly recorded. For example, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. It was the only sect that only accepted female disciples among the heavyweight ultimate god forces and giant ultimate god forces in the mysterious gangland. The scale of this faction was actually not very big. The reason why it could stand for so many years was because of the backbone of the faction. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion had never lacked high-level divine venerables, and because of this, its status in the mysterious gang territory had always been very high. In addition, the disciples of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion were not prohibited from marriage. However, after marriage, they could only be considered as an outer disciple of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. However, even if they were outer disciples, as long as they left the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, they would rarely forget their roots. Almost every one of them would think of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion after leaving. And these outstanding female disciples of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, their marriage partners were generally very outstanding people. They either had a powerful family or a powerful sect behind them. Even if they were just individual cultivators, they were still very strong. In the eyes of these people, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was their wife or concubine's maiden home. If someone bullied their wife or concubine's maiden home, they naturally could not stand by and do nothing. Even if they wanted to stand by and do nothing, they might not be able to stop pillow talk. Even if they could stop pillow talk, if the wife or concubine went to help her maiden home, they would not be able to stand by and do nothing. Of course, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion's standing is not because of nepotism, but because of its own foundation and strength. If it only relied on nepotism, it would have fallen long ago. As Duan Ling Tian continued to read, he gained a better understanding of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was extremely powerful. Perhaps they did not have as many disciples as other heavyweight ultimate god forces, but their top combat strength was not inferior to other heavyweight ultimate god forces at all. After reading the introduction of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, Zhen Pingfan added a paragraph at the end. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His original words were, Duan Lingtian, you can consider kidnapping a daughter-in-law from the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion. The Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion still had feelings for every disciple who married outside. If there was a problem, as long as they were in the right, the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion would not stand by and do nothing. After reading this paragraph, Duan Lingtian really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Elder Zhen, are you asking me to live off a woman? A moment later, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the next ultimate god level faction. He had learned about all the major ultimate god forces. These ultimate god level factions had one thing in common, which was that they all had upper-level ultimate god experts. As long as there were no ultimate gods, they could do whatever they wanted in the planes of gods. At that cultivation level, no one would be weak. What a joke! If one's talent and comprehension were not enough, how could one survive the Millennium Tribulation and reach that level? Once a person's cultivation level reached the upper-level ultimate god level, their comprehension of the law profundity would definitely be very profound. Some of them might even have other trump cards up their sleeves, for example, the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. For example, the 5 divine elements. Or perhaps there were other methods that Duan Lingtian didn't know about yet. There are only 2 clans among the dozens of godly venerable rank factions. Moreover, Elder Zhen also said that these 2 clans would most likely not send anyone here. Zhen Pingfan's original words were that even if a powerful clan was interested in a genius from outside, it was unlikely that they would recruit him into the clan. If the younger generation of the clan was suppressed by the other party, it would not be good for the clan's reputation. Not all of the younger generation would be able to become stronger and surpass the other party under the pressure of a disciple with a different surname. Most of them would be directly crippled. As for the rest, more than 90% of them are from sections. What's interesting is that there's actually an academy. If there were more than a dozen heavyweight factions that Zhen Pingfan had introduced, Duan Lingtian was most interested in the academy. Myriad Law Academy. Myriad Law Academy was similar to a sect, but it was also not a sect. This was because joining it gave one absolute freedom, unlike sects where one was bound by rules and regulations. The academy was similar to the academy that Duan Lingtian had come into contact with before. As the most powerful academy in the Mystic Handle Land, Myriad Law Academy had students all over the world. Many of the younger generation from the Ultimate God level factions and heavyweight Ultimate God level factions had studied there before. Of course, those people did not enter Myriad Law Academy to learn anything. They just wanted to enjoy and experience the atmosphere there. Within the 10,000 Arts Academy, there were only 3 identities: Academy teachers, Academy students, Academy laborers. Teachers were responsible for preaching and dispelling doubts, patrolling the academy, and guarding the academy. Students were responsible for learning and completing the teaching tasks issued by the academy teachers. Those with high cultivation would be sent out as representatives of the academy to compete with other heavyweight ultimate god level factions and heavyweight ultimate god level factions for resources. As for the laborers, they were the ones in charge of cleaning up the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace, the ones in charge of planting flowers and plants, and the ones in charge of taking care of the students' daily needs. Interesting. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he smiled. Myriad Law Academy was actually an existence similar to the academy he had come into contact with before, but its level was higher, standing at the top of the pyramid in the Mystic Handle Land. Within the Myriad Arts Academy, there were also upper-level ultimate gods. Moreover, it was rumored that the 10,000 Arts Academy originated from the disciple of a loose cultivator. That person was grateful for his master's kindness, and thus established the 10,000 Arts Academy. He accepted all kinds of disciples in memory of his master. As for why they wanted to commemorate his ultimate god master, some said that he had fallen in an accident. Others said that he had gone into seclusion and had never seen his disciple who founded Myriad Law Academy. There were many versions, but none of them were confirmed. It's amazing that even the disciple of an ultimate god could establish an academy to this extent. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. However, according to Elder Zhen, Myriad Law Academy is the least likely ultimate god-level faction to send someone to invite me to join, aside from the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion. It's not just me. No one in the history of Myriad Law Academy has received such treatment. These were all mentioned in the jade slip left behind by Zhen Pingfan. Even the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion had taken the initiative to invite geniuses to join many times in its long history. Of course, those were all female geniuses. Some were even worse than the current Duan Lingtian. However, the problem was that Duan Lingtian was a man, not a woman. To put it bluntly, he did not want to bring a gang. Because Myriad Law Academy could not possibly send someone, Zhen Pingfan directly told Duan Lingtian not to consider Myriad Law Academy. Myriad Law Academy could not possibly send someone to invite him, unless he went to Myriad Law Academy himself. Of course, the Myriad Arts Academy wouldn't reject such a genius from joining. However, Zhen Pingfan did not recommend this. In addition, he also said a lot to Duan Lingtian. Although Myriad Law Academy looks good, it's actually a sect. It's just that compared to ordinary sects, it's more just and fair. If Myriad Law Academy can provide you with resources that are not inferior to those of other ultimate god-level factions, I'll definitely recommend you to join Myriad Law Academy. But the problem is, Myriad Law Academy can't be like that. If other ultimate god-level factions can promise you enough resources and let you enjoy the best treatment there, joining them will save you a few thousand years of hard work. Zhen Fanfan's every word of warning to Duan Lingtian could be said to be well-intentioned, and Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense his intentions, and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Elder Zhen, although he had won a high-grade half-soul divine artifact for Zhen Pingfan, he had never thought of taking credit for it. After all, Zhen Pingfan had helped him a lot before, and he was only returning the favor. Now, Zhen Pingfan's actions made him feel some pressure. What he hated the most was to owe someone a favor. His master, Feng Qingyang, had helped him, but he did not feel any pressure because that was his master. He would also do everything within his power for his master. Yi Chen Feng had helped him because his master had done him a favor, so he did not feel much pressure. But Zhen Pingfan made him feel pressure. Of course, he knew in his heart that Zhen Pingfan did not mean to do him a favor. Perhaps he just wanted to return the favor for giving him a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. However, in his opinion, if Yi Chen Feng had not intervened that day, he would not have been able to snatch back that high-grade half-soul divine artifact. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian sighed and stopped thinking about it. Forget it. He would slowly return this favor when he had the chance in the future. Crimson Light Heavenly Palace, 9 Tiger Valley, Mon Origin Divine Sect. After calming down, Duan Lingtian continued to read the jade slip Zhen Pingfan had given him about the other ultimate god-level factions. In addition, a few ultimate god-level factions were also mentioned, and they would most likely send people to him. These ultimate god-level factions were the weakest of the younger generation compared to other ultimate god-level factions. Zhen Pingfan had also suggested that Duan Lingtian join them. Joining such ultimate god-level factions would directly become their front. Under such circumstances, they would definitely spare no effort to nurture Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen is thinking far ahead. Duan Lingtian sighed again, feeling more and more aware of Zhen Pingfan's good intentions. Chapter 4084. Nine Mammoth Valley. As one of the top forces in the Xianxia land, the Nine Mammoth Valley had a transcendent status. It was located deep in the mountains, which was like a paradise. It was like spring all year round. The grass was green and there were clouds and mist in the mountains. It looked like a paradise on earth. In a quiet valley, a young figure stepped on the air and landed. It was a tall young man with a jade-like face. His eyes carried some vicissitudes of life, and it was obvious that his real age was very different from his appearance. "What's the matter?" As soon as the young man appeared, he saw a middle-aged man standing upright in a quiet courtyard in the valley. He asked curiously, "Second Elder?" The middle-aged man bowed to the young man and said respectfully, "You've finally come out of seclusion. I'm here this time because I have something important to ask you to make a decision. Sect Master and Great Elder have not returned yet. I can only ask you to make a decision." The middle-aged man said respectfully, "What's the matter?" The young man looked young, but his tone was dignified and indifferent. "Second Elder, before I tell you about this matter, please take a look at the floating image recorded in this floating image pearl." The middle-aged man said as he took out a floating image pearl and handed it to the young man. The young man raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, the floating image pearl left the middle-aged man's hand and floated in front of the young man. Then, the image recorded in it was displayed. In the image, a vast field appeared. There were many small floating islands around it. It was obvious that there were many spectators. In the field, there were two people facing each other. One was a young man in purple, and the other was a sloppy middle-aged man. After a while, the two of them started to fight. At first, the young man looked calm. It was only when the young man in purple displayed his sword principle that his eyebrows twitched slightly. His sword principle is not bad. It's rare for a middle divine emperor to have such an achievement in sword principle, the young man said. After a while, when he saw the young man in purple perform the second teleportation, he was finally moved. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man. A middle divine emperor who can perform the second teleportation. How old is this person? A middle divine emperor who could perform the second teleportation. Even in the history of the Nine Mammoths Valley, the earliest few ancestors who had comprehended the second instant transmission had only mastered it when they were at the high-level divine emperor realm. Those ancestors all went on to achieve great things. One of them even led the Nine Watchmen Valley to new heights and laid a solid foundation for the Nine Watchmen Valley. A middle-level divine emperor who had mastered the second instant teleportation. He had heard of such a person. However, that was an achievement that could only be achieved by those with limited cultivation talent and astounding comprehension of laws. Moreover, such people would usually die before they could become god emperors. Less than 3,000 years old. The middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for this moment. When he heard the young man's question, his eyes lit up. "What?" The young man was shocked as well. "Are you sure that this young man who has mastered teleportation twice and sword Dao is less than 3,000 years old?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. "If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have waited here for you to come out of secluded cultivation." The middle-aged man bluntly stated that the reason he was waiting here for the young man in the scryer recording was that the young man in the scryer recording had achieved so much despite being less than 3,000 years old. At this moment, the young man's expression changed again. He asked anxiously, "Who is this person?" The middle-aged man had come to him because of this, which meant that this person could be roped in. It was not difficult for him to guess this, so when he asked this question, his tone was somewhat anxious. This was a good seedling. Compared to the best seedlings of the younger generation in the Nine Watchmen Valley, he could only be stronger. When the middle-aged man saw this, he did not remain silent as if he had expected the young man's reaction. He is Duan Lingtian, a disciple of the Chunyang school in Tonglung Province, one of the 7 prefectures. The 7 prefectures are located in the eastern region of the Xianxia land. They are relatively remote and are located in the mountains. The people there rarely come out. As for our side, it is too backward and there are no resources there, so very few people go there. The Scrya recording is the Scrya recording of the 7 prefectures banquet held by the 7 prefectures. I'm sure you've heard of the 7 prefectures banquet, second elder, the middle-aged man said. The young man nodded. I've heard of it. The 7 prefectures banquet is a competition for a spot in the so-called Holy Land's secret realm. In their eyes, it's a holy land, but in our eyes, it's just a small spirit accumulation secret realm. The people there are generally weaker in terms of talent and comprehension, so it's extremely difficult for them to enter the upper god emperor realm. The third-rate spirit accumulation secret realm has given some of the more talented middle god emperors an opportunity to break through. Otherwise, the people there would basically stop at the middle god emperor realm. I really didn't expect that the remote 7 prefectures banquet could produce such a seedling. Even Wang Xiong, who had fought with Duan Lingtian, was not taken seriously by the young man. Although his strength was not bad, in the young man's opinion, since the middle-aged man did not mention him, it meant that he did not have much value. Moreover, as far as he knew, the 7 prefectures banquet was a stage for the younger generation under the age of 10,000. Thinking about it, the middle-aged man who was not even 10,000 years old would be soon. Second elder, the Council of Elders intends to send an envoy to invite him to join our 9 Watchmen Valley. In fact, the envoy sent by the Council of Elders is already on the way. The plan we've come up with now is to offer him conditions to join our 9 Watchmen Valley. However, the Valley Master, the Great Elder, and you are not here. Without your approval, there are some resources that we can't give out. The middle-aged man's words were very clear. The Council of Elders of the 9 Watchmen Valley had already sent someone to the Chunyang School in Tongleng Province to invite Duan Lingtian to join them. However, they were not confident that they would be able to take him in. After all, the 9 Watchmen Valley was definitely not the only heavyweight godly venerable rank force that was tempted. If the conditions were not good enough, they might not be able to compete with the other forces. Gather the members of the Council of Elders for an immediate meeting. The young man's figure flashed, and he had already left the place where he usually lived. He had originally planned to come back and rest for a while after coming out of seclusion, but now he was no longer in the mood to rest. Although there were some good seedlings in the current generation of the 9 Watchmen Mansion, they were still lacking compared to their generation in the past. Now that he knew there was such a good seedling waiting to be nurtured outside, he could not help himself. If he could take this young man into the 9 Watchmen Valley, he might be able to add another pillar to the 9 Watchmen Valley in the future. In the 9 Watchmen Valley, those who could be called pillars were definitely godly venerable rank experts. Moreover, they were generally at the medium godly venerable rank and above. A medium godly emperor who had mastered the sword Dao and teleportation skill before the age of 3,000, it was not that there had never been such people in the history of the 9 Watchmen Valley. There were even people who were more outstanding, but there were not many of them. A law clone. He's not even a native of the Mystic Gangland. He's from a Devata realm. This was even more shocking. At the very least, as the second elder of the 9 Watchmen Valley, he had never heard of anyone who was not a native of a Devata realm who could achieve this at such a young age. In the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Have you investigated thoroughly? Is he really from a mundane realm? In a spacious hall, a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe asked in a deep voice. Vice Sect Master, we've investigated thoroughly, the person replied. He's indeed from a mundane realm. Moreover, according to the information our people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect obtained, he's not even 1,000 years old. Others said he's close to 3,000 years old. He must have used a divine pill to conceal his age, so he doesn't want to be too high profile. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect was one of the major godly venerable rank forces in the Mystic Gangland. There was no lack of godly venerable rank experts from the Devata realms. It was not difficult for them to obtain information about Duan Lingtian by using the void-piercing divine shuttle. He's not even 1,000 years old and he's already so accomplished. Even in the history of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, there hasn't been such a monster before. In the beginning, the vice sect master of the Mon-origin divine sect was not that shocked when he learned about Duan Lingtian's achievements before he was even 3,000 years old. After all, there was more than one genius in the Mon-origin divine sect who was not any weaker than Duan Lingtian. The quality of the Mon-origin divine sect's younger generation could be considered as good among the dozen major godly venerable rank forces in the mystic gangland. However, which force would complain about having too many young geniuses? Immediately send a message to those who went to the Chunyang school to recruit Duan Lingtian and increase the bargaining chip. We must recruit Duan Lingtian to our sect. The vice sect master of the Mon-origin divine sect ordered immediately. Vice sect master, what if he doesn't choose the Mon-origin divine sect in the end? The person next to him asked. If he doesn't agree, we'll use some threats. For example, we'll tell him we know about his background in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Since he's able to cultivate to such a level, he must be a smart person. There's no need to say too much since he'll be able to guess our intentions. Vice sect master, isn't that a little inappropriate? After all, if he doesn't join the Mon-origin divine sect, he'll choose to join another force. It's not appropriate for us to make a move on his family or property in the lower realms, right? I'm afraid the force behind him will stand up for him. Why should we let people find out it's the Mon-origin divine sect who did it? As long as we don't leave any evidence behind, we can just do it. Do you think the force behind him will make things difficult for the Mon-origin divine sect for no reason? How naive. You're wise, vice sect master. A young and beautiful woman followed behind a beautiful woman as they entered the floating island behind the clouds. This floating island was also surrounded by a large number of floating islands like stars surrounding the moon. This place was the base of the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, one of the dozen major godly venerable rank forces in the mystic gangland. Junior Sister Xiao, I'll bring you to Master now. The beautiful woman smiled at the young woman behind her. Chapter 4085. Tuoba Xiao had been accepted by the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Not many people knew about this matter. Only the people from the Underworld Manor, the Great Ming Prefecture's Origin Li sect, and the God Emperor experts invited by the Origin Li sect. The rest were the experts from the profound Jade Mansion who had stayed behind to watch the show. That day, the Great Ming Prefecture's Origin Li sect had been determined to kill Tuoba Xiao. However, the experts from the three major powers of the Underworld Manor had protected Tuoba Xiao. After a fierce battle, a female expert had arrived at the scene. With a wave of her hand, she had suppressed all the God Emperors who had attacked. Among them, there were more than a dozen mid-God Emperors. Originally, the Underworld Manor only had 3 mid-God Emperors present. As for the Great Ming Prefecture's Origin Li sect, there was only one. However, in order to kill Tuoba Xiao, the Origin Li sect had not only sent a mid-God emperor, they had also paid a huge price to invite external help. A few mid-God emperors. Of course, the 3 major powers of the Underworld Manor had also sent a few mid-God emperors. However, under the shocked gazes of the profound Jade Mansion's experts who were watching the show, the mid-God emperors had been suppressed by a mysterious female expert who had appeared out of nowhere. All the God Emperors who had been fighting in the chaotic battle had been crushed. All the God Emperors had tacitly stopped their attacks to defend themselves. At the same time, they were all injured and spat out blood. High God Emperor. Full Soul High-Grade Divine Artifact. At that moment, everyone looked in shock at the female figure who was standing in the air like an unrivaled expert. Not only was she a Upper God Emperor expert, she also had a full soul high-grade divine weapon. Furthermore, from the strength she had displayed, she was not a weakling among the high god emperors. Why are you interfering in the grudge between the Great Ming Prefecture's Origin Li sect and the Tuoba family? A mid-god emperor from the Origin Li sect looked at the female with fear. At this moment, his voice was trembling violently. Too terrifying. This woman was too terrifying. I am from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Are you questioning me? The woman's voice was indifferent. The moment she finished speaking, a stream of light shot out from the ribbon in her hand. It instantly pierced through the body of that talkative originally sect middle-level emperor god expert and killed him through space. The underworld manor was dead silent. In the next instant, the woman looked at Tuoba Xiao, who was also looking at her in shock. She smiled and asked, Tuoba Xiao, are you willing to join my Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion? Ni Chang Pavilion. This was actually the first time Tuoba Xiao had heard of it. She had no idea what it meant. However, judging from the strength displayed by the person in front of her, she was certain that the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion was stronger than any of the top 3 supreme god-level factions in the Underworld Mansion. However, she did not respond to him immediately. Instead, she looked at the old man from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Manor. He was also the leader of the Yuan clan who brought people to participate in the Feast of the Seven Manors. This Luo's as well. And Luo clan as well. And he quickly. Do not hesitate. If you want to avenge your family, the best choice is to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. The Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion is one of the top 20 ultimate gods in the Shengang land. There are many ultimate gods in the pavilion. I heard that they even have upper ultimate gods. Tuoba Xiao was moved by the old man's words. She did not hesitate and agreed to join the female in the sky. Senior, I am willing to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. When the woman heard this, her originally calm face broke into a smile. From today onwards, you can just call me Senior Sister. Now, follow me back to greet Master. After greeting Master, you can come back to say goodbye to them. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she took Tuoba Xiao away in front of the group of emperor gods who were present in disbelief. From the beginning until the end, no one stopped her and no one dared to stop her. Haha! The leader of the Yuan family from the Netherworld Prefecture laughed heartily. The Yuan family is lucky. The Netherworld Prefecture is lucky. The other god emperors of the Yuan family were also overjoyed. The other 2 emperor gods from the Netherworld Prefecture were also overjoyed. As for the emperor gods from the Li sect of the Daming Prefecture, their faces were ashen. Tuoba Xiao was accepted by the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, the female ultimate god who had a complete soul high-grade divine artifact asked Tuoba Xiao to call her senior sister? Didn't she want to take Tuoba Xiao as her disciple? Was it her master who wanted to take Tuoba Xiao as her disciple? A upper ultimate god who had a complete soul high-grade divine artifact and was the master of one of the strongest upper ultimate gods. Who would believe that she was not a ultimate god? Perhaps she was not an ordinary ultimate god. The Li sect is finished. At this moment, the emperor gods from the Li sect were in despair. The intermediate god emperors invited by the Li sect were also furious. They glared at the people from the Li sect. They felt that the Li sect had caused their deaths. From now on, it would not be good for them to show their faces. Perhaps, leaving the Shengang land was the right thing to do? Otherwise, they would die in the hands of the ultimate god from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. They remembered that the old ladies from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion were very protective of their disciples. The group of god emperors from the Mystic Jade Mansion who were watching the show exchanged glances. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The female prodigy that the Netherworld Prefecture had spent so much effort to cultivate was not only invited to join the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, but she was also going to be the disciple of an ultimate god? When they came back to their senses, they smiled and congratulated the emperor gods from the Netherworld Prefecture. Tuoba Xiao was invited to join the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion? Duan Lingtian heard the news a few days later. He was also shocked. He did not expect that the girl would become a member of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion in the blink of an eye. 2 days ago, he was still reading the introduction of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion that Zhen Pingfan gave him. I'm afraid that the Li clan of the Daming Prefecture is going to be finished, right? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about this from Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan answered Duan Lingtian's question with a complicated tone. The Li clan was supposed to be disbanded. However, when the people of the Li clan wanted to leave, they found that they could not. The Li clan's encampment was enveloped by a great formation. Even if a group of intermediate god emperors from the Li clan worked together, they could not break it. According to Marshal Uncle Yi, it should be the array master of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion who made the move. Only a godly master of the array master of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion would be able to do such a thing and imprison the people of the Li sect. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. Using his own power to imprison everyone in the Yuan Li sect? There was even a group of emperor gods among them? It's obvious that the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion did not plan to avenge Tuoba Xiu personally. It seems like they want to wait for Tuoba Xiu to grow stronger before taking revenge. We can conclude that the person who took Tuoba Xiu in as a disciple is either the ultimate god array master from the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion or the array master's junior sister. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue after listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation. He did not expect that the girl who he thought was in danger would not only join the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion, but the ultimate god array master from the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion would also personally help her imprison her enemy. What a pity, Zhen Pingfan sighed. Say, if you didn't bring any weapons, the ultimate god array master from the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion might be more willing to take you in. Why don't you consider cutting it off? Zhen Pingfan's tone became more playful as he spoke. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, he added, "That's not right. I don't know if the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion would accept someone who transforms from a male to a female. I don't think she's a woman, right? Elder Zhen, if you're interested, you can give it a try." Duan Lingtian said, "I think the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion would not reject you when the time comes." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he laughed. Both of them knew that the other was joking. However, both of them were amused by the joke. That's right. After the joke, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something and changed his tone. "You shouldn't cultivate in seclusion for the time being. If I'm not wrong, the ultimate god array master should be here soon. When the time comes, no matter what you choose, you'll have to show up. You can't afford to offend any of the powers behind them." Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and he nodded. At the same time, he was thinking about which powerful ultimate god array master would be coming. As for ordinary ultimate god array masters, he was not interested in joining them. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Knowing that he would be valued and invited by a powerful ultimate god array master, he naturally did not want to join an ordinary ultimate god array master. That kind of ultimate god array master was not as powerful as the ultimate god array master in all aspects, so there was a limit to what they could offer him. He, on the other hand, was in a race against time. When the time comes, it'll depend on which powers invite me and the conditions they put forward. If they're sincere and respect me, I'll consider them. If they're not sincere or don't respect me, I won't consider them. As for Zhen Pingfan saying that he could not afford to offend those powers, he was well aware of this. Otherwise, even if he could join another power, Chunyang School would be in trouble. Chunyang School was considered a giant in Tonglung province. However, in front of a powerful ultimate god array master, it was just a small sect that was not worth mentioning. As long as a powerful ultimate god array master wanted to, they could easily destroy Chunyang School. While Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking, several figures were flying toward Chunyang School. Bush, bush, bush. Chapter 4086. Outside the Chunyang School. A travel-worn figure flew through the air and stood in the void, calmly looking in the direction of the Chunyang School's encampment. Behind him, a young man stood there, looking curiously in front of him. "Masters Junior, is this where the Chunyang School's encampment is located?" The heaven and earth spirit chi here is really thin, far worse than our Hanlin Divine Mansion. The heaven and earth spirit chi in our Hanlin Divine Mansion is denser than the outside of the Chunyang School's encampment. The young man was wearing a silver robe with golden edges. His face was arrogant, and his words were full of contempt for the Chunyang School from the bottom of his heart. Standing in front of him and looking at the Chunyang School's encampment was an old man wearing a light green robe. He shook his head. There's no comparison. Don't forget, the Chunyang School is only an emperor-level sect, and it doesn't even have a high-level divine emperor. Our Hanlin Divine Mansion is one of the top 20 godly venerable forces in the Xiangang land. In the Xiangang land, there are hundreds of godly venerable forces with godly venerables. If you include the pseudo-godly venerable forces with no godly venerable experts, there are even more. And this Chunyang School is far from being a pseudo-godly venerable force. At least a pseudo-godly venerable force has a high-level divine emperor. At this point, the old man paused as if he had thought of something and said, however, the Chunyang School has Yi Feng, who is considered a good force among the emperor-level forces. However, compared to our Hanlin Divine Mansion, there is still no comparison. If the Chunyang School can be compared to our Hanlin Divine Mansion, why would the Duan Lingtian accept our invitation to join the Hanlin Divine Mansion? Isn't it the same everywhere? Moreover, as far as I know, the Chunyang School is wholeheartedly cultivating him without reservation. As soon as the old man said this, the young man immediately nodded. If he were Duan Lingtian, he would not have chosen to leave the Chunyang School, which he was familiar with. Martial uncle, are we going to knock on the door? The young man asked. Before the old man could say anything, the young man snorted and said, in my opinion, since you came here in person, Yi Feng, the most powerful man in the Chunyang School, should come out to greet you. When the old man heard this, he raised his eyebrows. When you're in someone else's territory, you should be humble and keep a low profile. This time, as far as I know, it's not just our Hanlin Divine Mansion that has sent people. Even the Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace, the Mon Origin Divine Sect, and other major ultimate gods' forces have sent people. If you're too arrogant and make the people of Chunyang School unhappy, and it reaches Duan Lingtian's ears, maybe he won't consider our Hanlin Shenfu anymore. And if the mansion finds out that it's because of you that Duan Lingtian can no longer enter the mansion, do you think you'll be in a good situation? The young man's expression changed when he heard the old man's words. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and the arrogance on his face disappeared, replaced by a peaceful expression. I understand, martial uncle. From now on, I won't look down on Chunyang School just because it's only an emperor-level sect. The young man said solemnly. The old man nodded in relief when he heard this. You're talented. You're considered a genius in the Hanlin Divine Mansion with high comprehension, so it's normal for you to be a little arrogant. Still, there are many times when you should be humble. Take Chunyang School's Duan Lingtian as an example. Although I haven't met him yet, I've investigated him and found him to be humble. He's not arrogant because of his talent and high comprehension. You'll have to learn more about this. When the old man said this, the young man seemed to be nodding, but there was a hint of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. 7th Chunyang School's genius? First place in the 7 Prefectures feast? Less than 3,000 years old, but comprehended the law of space and teleported twice? Mastered the way of the sword? In his opinion, how could a disciple of an emperor-level sect from a backwater village achieve such achievements at such a young age? He was more than 6,000 years old, but he was not as good as the other party. One had to know that although he was not the top of the younger generation in the Hanlin Divine Mansion, he was still above average. Wang Choran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion is here to visit Chunyang School. I hope you can inform them on my behalf. The old man, who was the messenger of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, had come to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Hanlin Divine Mansion. His voice rang out and accurately fell into the ears of the patrolling elders and disciples outside the Chunyang School's encampment. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Someone was here? When they looked outside and saw the two figures standing there, even the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect were frightened out of their wits. They were so close, but they did not notice. Hanlin Divine Mansion? Could it be the godly venerable faction in our Xiangang land? The #1 faction in the residence of Yunhan, the Hanlin Divine Mansion? In the Xiangang land, I've only heard of the Hanlin Divine Mansion. It should be right. A heavyweight ultimate god-level force would never allow another force to share the same name as it, unless it's an unknown force. Since they don't know, they naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. However, these two people were able to come so close to our Pure Sun sect's encampment without anyone noticing. It's impossible for them to come from an unknown force. The sect master has already sent someone to tell us that someone from the heavyweight faction in the Xiangang land should be coming soon. It should be right. Quickly inform the higher-ups and let them inform the sect master. Everyone, follow me to greet the seniors of the Hanlin Divine Mansion. According to the higher-ups, the people from those heavyweight factions this time are most likely godly venerable experts. Even if they aren't, they must be high-level godly emperors. After the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect sent out one message after another, they led a group of patrolling disciples outside and respectfully bowed to the person who had just arrived. Greetings, Senior. Please wait for a moment, Senior. Our Chunyang School's elder Lu Fenggu will be here soon. Almost at the same time as the patrolling elders of the Pure Sun sect finished speaking, a figure had already shot over from afar, arriving in front of the crowd in an instant. It was the patriarch of the Chunyang School's domineering faction, Lu Fenggu. After Lu Fenggu appeared, he looked at the old man with a hint of fear in his eyes. At the same time, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Lu Fenggu greets Senior Wang. The old man, Elder Wang Choran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, smiled at Lu Fenggu's salute. I've long heard of Elder Lu's great name. I didn't expect that I, Wang Choran, would be personally welcomed by Elder Lu. Although Wang Choran had told the young man behind him to keep a low profile and not cause trouble, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes when Lu Fenggu personally came out to welcome him. He had only recently learned about the Chunyang School and knew that Lu Fenggu was definitely one of the top 2 figures in the Chunyang School. After the Hidden Sword faction's patriarch Yi Chenfeng, he was second. Senior, please. Lu Fenggu directly invited Wang Choran and Lu Fenggu in and respectfully led the way in front of the old man. Although he looked calm, his heart was in turmoil. A godly venerable expert. He's definitely a godly venerable expert. A high-level godly emperor can't possibly give me this feeling. Although he did not deliberately probe, Lu Fenggu felt that the Hanlin Divine Mansion expert in front of him was definitely not a high-level godly emperor, let alone someone below that level. Under such circumstances, the old man could only be a godly venerable expert. The first heavyweight godly venerable expert from a faction has arrived. He's also the earliest godly venerable expert to arrive among all the godly venerable experts. In fact, before the arrival of the Hanlin Divine Mansion, there were also some godly venerable experts who had arrived. However, those were just ordinary godly venerable experts who had arrived. Most of them were high-level godly venerable experts. Wang Choran, the Hanlin Divine Mansion expert, was the first godly venerable expert to arrive at the Chunyang School. In other words, he's the first godly venerable expert to enter the Chunyang School in the past 100,000 years. I didn't expect another godly venerable expert to enter the Chunyang School because of a young disciple who's not even 3,000 years old. Lu Fenggu could not help but sigh when he thought of that. The Chunyang School had to rely on a young disciple who was not even 3,000 years old to allow a godly venerable expert to enter. The Hanlin Divine Mansion expert is here. As soon as the godly venerable expert from the Hanlin Divine Mansion entered the Chunyang School, the other mid-level godly venerable experts in the Chunyang School received the news immediately. Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan sat opposite each other in the courtyard where Zhen Yunfeng cultivated. Zhen Yunfeng told Zhen Pingfan about the matter. They're here so soon? Looks like they can't sit still anymore. Zhen Pingfan smiled. It's not that soon. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. Don't you know that Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion was taken away by the experts from the Neon Phoenix Pavilion a few days ago? Although it wasn't an godly venerable expert who took her away, it's almost the same. A high-level godly venerable expert who owns a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul. Her master must be an godly venerable expert. There's not much difference between being taken in by an godly venerable expert and being personally invited by an godly venerable expert. Zhen Pingfan was non-committal when he heard Zhen Yunfeng's words. Father, you can't compare it like that. The Neon Phoenix Pavilion is anxious because they only accept female disciples. Now that they finally have a talented and powerful Tuoba Xiu, they won't miss out on this opportunity. However, there are more than a dozen other godly venerable level factions like the Neon Phoenix Pavilion. I'm afraid they're only interested in Duan Lingtian among the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. They might not even be interested in Wang Xiong, who is as strong as Tuoba Xiu or even stronger than Tuoba Xiu. Zhen Yunfeng said. However, even if Tuoba Xiu isn't as strong as Wang Xiong now, there's a great chance that she'll surpass him in the future. There aren't many people in the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, which means that their resources are concentrated. Tuoba Xiu will definitely become someone great in the future. Zhen Yunfeng said with certainty. That's true. Zhen Pingfan nodded in agreement and asked with a smile, Father, how many godly venerable level factions do you think will come this time? You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.